silently expanded to supply the home market. It cannot expand any further, for since it cannot maintain its hold on the home market without protection, it will be even less able to do anything against foreign competition in neutral markets. But, says Herr List, by then home industry will be strong enough to require less protection and the reduction of tariffs can commence. Let us agree with this for a moment. The tariffs are reduced. Protection is decreased to such an extent, if not by the first reduction then certainly by the second or third, that foreign, let us say right away, English, industry can compete with our own in the German market. Herr List himself wishes this. But what will be the result of all this? From then on, German industry will have to endure, along with the English, all the fluctuations, all the crises, of the latter. As soon as the overseas markets are glutted with English goods, the English will throw the whole of their surplus stocks on the German market, the nearest one available, just as they are doing now, and as Herr List reports with great emotion, and so transform the German customs union into their second-hand shop once more. Then English industry will soon rise again because it has the whole world for its market, because the whole world cannot do without it, while German industry is not indispensable even for its own market and has to fear English competition in its own house and is laboring under a profusion of English goods thrown to its customers during the crisis. Then our industry will have to taste to the dregs all the bad times experienced by the English industry while being able to have only a modest share in the latter's boom periods. In short, we shall be in exactly the same position as we are now. And to come straight away to the final result, there will then ensue the same depression in which our half-protected industries now find themselves, then one establishment after another will go under without new ones arising, then our machines will become obsolete without our being able to replace them with new and better ones, then the standstill will be transformed into retrogression and, according to Herr List's own assertion, one industry after another will decay and finally collapse altogether. But then we shall have a numerous proletariat which will have been created by industry and will now have no food, no work, and then, gentlemen, this proletariat will confront the propertied class with the demand to be given work and to be fed. This is what will happen if the protective tariffs are reduced. Let us now assume that they are not reduced but remain in operation and that it is proposed to wait until competition between the home manufacturers makes them illusory and then to reduce them. The result of this will be that as soon as German industry is in a position to supply the German market completely, it will stand still. New establishments will not be needed since the existing ones suffice for the market and, as has been said above, new markets are out of the question so long as protection is needed at all. But an industry which does not expand cannot improve itself. It remains stationary both internally and externally. For it there is no such thing as improving the machinery. The old machines cannot just be scrapped, and there are no new establishments which could make use of new ones. Meanwhile other nations go forward, and the standstill in our industry again becomes retrogression. The English, as a result of their advance, will soon be in a position to produce so cheaply that they can compete with our backward industry in our own market despite the protective tariffs. And since in competition as in every other kind of struggle victory always goes to the strongest, our ultimate defeat is certain. The same situation then arises about which I have just been speaking. The artificially created proletariat will demand from the property owners something which, so long as they wish to remain exclusive owners, they are unable to provide, and social revolution begins. There is yet another possibility, namely, the very improbable one that we Germans will be able owing to protective tariffs to bring our industry to a point at which it can compete with the English without protection. Let us assume that this is so. What would be the result? As soon as we begin to compete with the English in foreign, neutral markets, a life and death struggle will arise between our industry and that of the English. They will muster all their strength to keep us out of the markets they have supplied hitherto. They will have to do so because now they will be attacked at their life's source, at the most dangerous spot. And with all the means at their disposal, with all the advantages of 100-year-old industry, they will succeed in defeating us. They will keep our industry limited to our own market and thus make it stationary, and then the same situation will arise which has already been outlined. We shall remain stationary, the English will stride forward, and our industry, in view of its unavoidable decay, will not be in a position to feed the proletariat it will have artificially created. The social revolution begins. But assuming that we could beat the English even in neutral markets, that we were to win from them one trade outlet after another, what would we have gained in this well-nigh impossible case? At best we should repeat the industrial development which England went through before us, and sooner or later we should arrive at the point which England has now reached, namely the eve of the social revolution. But in all probability it would not take as long as that. As a result of the continual victories of German industry, that of the English would necessarily be ruined, and this would only speed up the mass uprising of the proletariat against the propertied classes, which is imminent in England in any case. Rapidly spreading destitution would drive the English workers to revolution, and as things stand now, such a social revolution would have enormous repercussions in the continental countries, notably in France and Germany, which must be all the greater the more a proletariat is artificially produced by forcing the pace of industrial development in Germany. Such a revolution would immediately become a European one and would violently upset our manufacturers' dreams of a German industrial monopoly. And that German and English industry should exist peacefully side by side is made impossible if only by competition. I repeat, every industry must advance in order not to lag behind and go under. It must expand, conquer new markets, become enlarged by the addition of new establishments in order to be able to advance. But as no new markets are being won since the opening up of China, 95, and only better exploitation of the existing markets is possible, and as the expansion of industry will therefore proceed more slowly in future than it has done up to now, England can tolerate a competitor even less now than it could in the past. It must hold down the industry of all other countries in order to protect its own industry from ruin. For England, the maintenance of industrial monopoly is no longer merely a question of a greater or lesser profit, it has become a question of life or death. The competitive struggle between nations is, in any case, much fiercer, much more decisive than that between individuals, because it is a more concentrated struggle, a struggle between masses, which can only be ended by the decisive victory of one side and the decisive defeat of the other. And for this reason, such a struggle between us and the English, no matter what the outcome, would be of no benefit either to our or to the English industrialists, but, as I have shown, would only bring a social revolution in its train. We have thus seen, gentlemen, what Germany can expect in all possible cases, both from free trade and from protection. We still have, however, one economic possibility open to us, namely, that we continue with the just milieu tariffs now in operation. But we have already seen what the results would be. One branch of our industry after another would collapse, the industrial workers would become destitute, and when the destitution reached a certain point they would explode into a revolution against the propertied classes. So you see, gentlemen, substantiated also in detail what in the beginning, proceeding from competition in general, I set out in general terms, namely, that the unavoidable result of our existing social relations, under all circumstances, and in all cases, will be a social revolution. With the same certainty with which we can develop from given mathematical principles a new mathematical proposition, with the same certainty we can deduce from the existing economic relations and the principles of political economy the imminence of social revolution. Let us, however, look at this upheaval a little closer. What form will it take? What will be its results? In what ways will it differ from the previous violent upheavals? A social revolution, gentlemen, is something quite different from the political revolutions which have taken place so far. It is not directed, as these have been, against the property of monopoly, but against the monopoly of property. A social revolution, gentlemen, is the open war of the poor against the rich. And such a struggle, in which all the mainsprings and causes, which in previous historical conflicts lay dark and hidden at the bottom, operate openly and without concealment. Such a struggle, to be sure, threatens to be far fiercer and bloodier than all those that preceded it. The result of this struggle can be twofold. Either the rebellious party only attacks the appearance, not the essence, only the form, not the thing itself, or it goes for the thing itself, grasps the evil itself by the root. In the first case, private property will be allowed to continue and will only be distributed differently, so that the causes which have led to the present situation remain in operation and must sooner or later bring about a similar situation and another revolution. But, gentlemen, is this possible? Has there been a revolution which did not really carry out what it was out for? The English Revolution realized both the religious and the political principles whose suppression by Charles I caused it to break out. The French bourgeoisie in its fight against the aristocracy and the old monarchy achieved everything that it aimed for, made an end to all the abuses which drove it to insurrection. And should the insurrection of the poor cease before poverty and its causes have been eliminated? It is not possible, gentlemen. It would be flying in the face of all historical experience to suppose such a thing. Furthermore, the level of education of the workers, especially in England and France, forbids us to consider this possible. There only remains, then, the other alternative, namely. 263. That the future social revolution will deal with the real causes of want and poverty, of ignorance and crime, that it will therefore carry through a real social reform. And this can only happen by the proclamation of the principles of communism. Just consider, gentlemen, the ideas which actuate the worker in those countries where the worker too thinks. Look at France, at the different sections of the labor movement, whether they are not all communistic. Go to England and listen to the kind of proposals being made to the workers for the improvement of their position. Are they not all based on the principle of common property? Study the different systems of social reform, and how many will you find that are not communistic? Of all the systems which are still of any importance today, the only one which is not communistic is that of Fourier, who devoted more attention to the social organization of human activity than to the distribution of its products. All these facts justify the conclusion that a future social revolution will end with the implementation of the principles of communism and hardly permit any other possibility. If, gentlemen, these conclusions are correct, if the social revolution and practical communism are the necessary result of our existing conditions, then we will have to concern ourselves above all with the measures by which we can avoid a violent and bloody overthrow of the social conditions. And there is only one means, namely, the peaceful introduction or at least preparation of communism. If we do not want the bloody solution of the social problem, if we do not want to permit the daily growing contradiction between the education and the condition of proletarians to come to a head, which, according to all our experience of human nature, will mean that this contradiction will be solved by brute force, desperation, and thirst for revenge, then, gentlemen, we must apply ourselves seriously and without prejudice to the social problem. Then we must make it our business to contribute our share towards humanizing the condition of the modern helots. And if it should perhaps appear to some of you that the raising of the hitherto abased classes will not be possible without an abasement of your own condition, then you ought to bear in mind that what is involved is to create for all people such a condition that everyone can freely develop his human nature and live in a human relationship with his neighbors, and has no need to fear any violent shattering of his condition. It must be borne in mind that what some individuals have to sacrifice is not their real human enjoyment of life, but only the semblance of this enjoyment produced by our bad conditions, something which conflicts. 10 * 264 Friedrich Engels. With the reason and the heart of those who now enjoy these apparent advantages. Far from wishing to destroy real human life with all its requirements and needs, we wish on the contrary really to bring it into being. And if, even apart from this, you will only seriously consider for a moment what the consequences of our present situation are bound to be, into what labyrinths of contradictions and disorders it is leading us, then, gentlemen, you will certainly find it worth the trouble to study the social question seriously and thoroughly. And if I can induce you to do this, I shall have achieved the purpose of my talk. delivered in Elberfeld, printed according to the journal on February 8 and 15, 1845. R. Published in English Lore the Lurst, published in Reinigungsjahrbucher zur Timegesellschaftlichen Reform, 1845, BD. I. Karl Marx. Draft of an article on Friedrich List's book. Das Nationalsystem. Der politischen Ökonomie 96. I. General characterization of List. 2. That awareness of the death of the bourgeoisie has already penetrated the consciousness even of the German bourgeois, so the German bourgeois is naive enough himself to admit this sad fact. For this reason also it is so sad that the evils which in our day accompany industry are advanced as a reason for rejecting industry itself. There exist far greater evils than a social estate stand of proletarians, an empty exchequer, national impotence, national slavery, national death, PLXVU. It is truly sadder that the proletariat already exists and already advances claims, and already inspires fear, before the German bourgeois has yet achieved the development of industry. As far as the proletarian himself is concerned, he will certainly find his social situation stand a happy one when the ruling bourgeoisie has a full exchequer and national might. Herr List only speaks about what is sadder for the bourgeois. And we admit that for him it is very sad that he wants to establish the domination of industry precisely at the unsuitable moment when the slavery of the majority resulting from this domination has become a generally known fact. The German bourgeois is the knight of the rueful countenance, who wanted to introduce knight-errantry just when the police and money had come to the fore. 3. A great inconvenience, obstacle, 97 affecting the German bourgeois in his striving for industrial wealth is his idealism professed hitherto. How is it that this nation of the spirit suddenly comes to find the supreme blessings of mankind in calico, knitting yarn, the self-acting mule, in a mass of factory slaves, in the materialism of machinery, in the full money bags of 266 Karl Marx. Messrs. The factory owners. The empty, shallow, sentimental idealism of the German bourgeois, beneath which lies hidden, is concealed, the pettiest, dirtiest, and most cowardly shopkeeper's spirit, soul, has arrived at the epoch when this bourgeois is inevitably compelled to divulge his secret. But again he divulges it in a truly German, high-flown manner. He divulges it with an idealistic Christian sense of shame. He disavows wealth while striving for it. He clothes spiritless materialism in an idealistic disguise and only then ventures to pursue it. The whole theoretical part of List's system is nothing but a disguising of the industrial materialism of frank political economy in idealistic phrases. Everywhere he allows the thing to remain in existence but idealizes the expression of it. We shall trace this in detail. It is just this empty idealistic phraseology that enables him to ignore the real barriers standing in the way of his pious wishes and to indulge in the most absurd fantasies. What would have become of the English and French bourgeoisie if it had first to ask a high-ranking nobility, an esteemed bureaucracy and the ancient ruling dynasties for permission to give industry the force of law? The German bourgeois is religious even when he is an industrialist. He shrinks from speaking about the nasty exchange values which he covets and speaks about productive forces von Produktivkraften. He shrinks from speaking about competition and speaks of a national confederation of national productive forces. He shrinks from speaking of his private interest and speaks about the national interest. When one looks at the frank, classic cynicism with which the English and French bourgeoisie, as represented by its first, at least at the beginning of its domination, scientific spokesman of political economy, elevated wealth into a god and ruthlessly sacrificed everything else to it, to this Moloch, in science as well, and when, on the other hand, one looks at the idealizing, phrase-mongering, bombastic manner of Herr List, who in the midst of political economy despises the wealth of righteous men and knows loftier aims, one is bound to find it also sad that the present day is no longer a day for wealth. Herr List always speaks in molasses meter. 98 He continually shows off in a clumsy and verbose rhetoric, the troubled waters of which always drive him in the end onto a sandbank, and the essence of which consists of constant repetitions about protective There are 3 illegible words in the manuscript here, apparently meaning fallen in front of him. Ed. 267. Tariffs and true German Tuche factories. He is continually sensuously supersensuous. The German idealizing Philistine who wants to become wealthy must, of course, first create for himself a new theory of wealth, one which makes wealth worthy of his striving for it. The bourgeois in France and England see the approach of the storm which will destroy in practice the real life of what has hitherto been called wealth, but the German bourgeois, who has not yet arrived at this inferior wealth, tries to give a new, spiritualistic interpretation of it. He creates for himself an idealizing political economy, which has nothing in common with profane French and English political economy, in order to justify to himself and the world that he, too, wants to become wealthy. The German bourgeois begins his creation of wealth with the creation of a high-flown hypocritically idealizing political economy. 3. How Herr List interprets history and what attitude he adopts towards Smith and his school. Humble as is Herr List's attitude to the nobility, the ancient ruling dynasties and the bureaucracy, he is to the same degree audacious in opposing French and English political economy, of which Smith is the protagonist, and which has cynically betrayed the secret of wealth and made impossible all illusions about its nature, tendency, and movement. Herr List lumps them all together by calling them the school. For since the German bourgeois is concerned with protective tariffs, the whole development of political economy since Smith has, of course, no meaning for him, because all its most outstanding representatives presuppose the present-day bourgeois society of competition and free trade. The German Philistine here reveals his national character in many ways. 1. In the whole of political economy, he sees only systems concocted in academic study rooms. That the development of a science such as political economy is connected with the real movement of society, or is only its theoretical expression, Herr List, of course, does not suspect. A German theoretician. 2. Since his own work, theory, conceals a secret aim, he suspects secret aims everywhere. Being a true German Philistine, Herr List, instead of studying real history, looks for the secret, bad aims of individuals, and, owing to his cunning, he is very well able to discover them, puzzle them out. He makes great discoveries, such as that Adam Smith wanted to deceive the world by his theory, and that the whole 268 Karl Marx world let itself be deceived by him until the great Herr List woke it from its dream, rather in the way that a certain Dusseldorf councillor of justice made out that Roman history had been invented by medieval monks in order to justify the domination of Rome. But just as the German bourgeois knows no better way of opposing his enemy than by casting a moral slur on him, casting aspersions on his frame of mind, and seeking bad motives for his actions, in short, by bringing him into bad repute and making him personally an object of suspicion, so Herr List also casts aspersions on the English and French economists, and retails gossip about them. And just as the German Philistine does not disdain the pettiest profit-making and swindling in trade, so Herr List does not disdain to juggle with words from the quotations he gives in order to make them profitable. He does not disdain to stick the trademark of his rival onto his own bad products, in order to bring his rival's products into disrepute by falsifying them, or even to invent downright lies about his competitor in order to discredit him. We shall give a few samples of Herr List's mode of procedure. It is well known that the German priests believed they could inflict no more deadly blow on the Enlightenment than by telling us the stupid anecdote and lie that on his deathbed Voltaire had renounced his views. Herr List, too, takes us to Adam Smith's deathbed and informs us that it turned out that Smith had not been sincere in his teaching. However, listen to Herr List himself and his further verdict on Smith. We put alongside List's words the source of his wisdom. List, National System of Political Economy, Volume I, International Trade, Trade Policy, and the German Customs Union. Stuttgart and Tübingen, 1841. I recalled from the biography by Dugald Stewart how this great mind Adam Smith could not die in peace before all his manuscripts had been burned, by which I wanted to make it understood how serious is the suspicion that these papers contained proofs against his sincerity, P. Laien. I showed that the English ministers made use of his theory in order to throw dust into the eyes of other nations for the benefit of England. LOC. Ferner, FLA, du Gouvernement considere dans ses rapports avec l'e-commerce, Paris, 1805. Is it possible that Smith was sincere in heaping up so many false arguments in favor of free trade? Smith had as his secret aim to spread in Europe principles the adoption of which he knew very well would give his country the world market, pages 385, 386. One is even justified in assuming that Smith did not always propound one and the same doctrine, and how otherwise is one to explain the torment he suffered on his deathbed because of the fear? 269. Cit. As regards its relation to national and international conditions, Adam Smith's theory is a mere continuation of the physiocratic system. Like the latter, it ignores the nature of the nations, and presupposes eternal peace and universal union as already in existence, p. 475. That the manuscripts of his lectures would survive him, p. 386. He Ferner Loccit. p. 388, reproaches Smith for having been a commissaire de douanes. 3. Smith almost always argued like the economists, physiocrats, without taking into account the divergence between the interests of the different nations, and on the assumption of a situation where there would be only one society in the world, p. 381. Let us set aside all these projects of union, p. 15. Monsieur Ferrier was an inspector de douanes under Napoleon and loved his profession. J.B. Say's political economy is interpreted by Herr List as an unsuccessful speculation. We shall give below in full his categorical verdict on the life of Say. But before doing so, one more example of the way in which List copies from other authors and in copying falsifies them in order to hit at his opponents. Count Peccio, History of Political Economy in Italy, etc. Paris, 1830 c. Foreigners tried to rob Serra of the merit of having been the first founder of the principles of this science, political economy. What I have just said cannot be applied at all to Monsieur Say, who while always reproaching Serra for having regarded only the materials of gold and silver as wealth, nevertheless allowed him the glory of having been the first to make known the productive power of industry. My reproach is addressed to Mr. McCulloch. If Mr. McCulloch had read a little more than the title of Serra's book, etc. Pages 76, 77. One sees how Herr List deliberately falsifies Peccio, from whom he copies, in order to discredit Monsieur Say. No less fatty is the biographical information given about Say. List. Say and McCulloch seem not to have seen or read more than the title of this book, that of Antonio Serra from Naples. Both loftily throw it aside with the remark, it treats only of money, and the title by itself proves that the author labored under the delusion that the precious metals were the sole objects of wealth. If they had read on further, etc. p. 456. A customs officer ed. Customs inspector ed C. Peccio, J. Comte, Histoire de l'économie politique en Italie, Paris, 1830. In the manuscript the title of the book is given in German. Ed. 270 Karl Marx. Herr List says about him. First a merchant, then a factory owner, then an unsuccessful politician, Say took up political economy, as people take up some new enterprise when the old one no longer succeeds. Hatred of the continental system, which ruined his factory, and of the originator of the system, who drove him out of the tribunate, caused him to come out in support of absolute freedom of trade, pages 488, 489. So Say supported the system of free trade because his factory was ruined by the continental system? But what if he had written his Traité d'économie politique * before he owned a factory? Say became a supporter of the system of free trade because Napoleon drove him out of the tribunate. 10 degrees. But what if he had written his book while he was a tribune? What if Say, who according to Herr List was an unsuccessful businessman who saw in literature only a branch of business, had from his early youth played a part in the French literary world. Where did Herr List obtain his new information? From the historical note on the life and works of J.B. Say by Charles Comte, XUX, which was published as an introduction to Say's Cours complète d'économie politique. What does this note tell us? It contains the opposite of all List's statements. Listen. J.B. Say was intended by his father, who was a merchant, for to engage in trade. However, his inclination drew him to literature. In 1789 he published a pamphlet in behalf of freedom of the press. From the outset of the Revolution he contributed to the newspaper Courrier de Provence, published by Mirabeau. He also worked in the office of the minister Clavier. His penchant for the moral and political sciences, as also his father's bankruptcy, caused him to give up trade completely and to make scientific activity his sole occupation. In 1794 he became editor-in-chief of the Decade philosophique, littéraire et politique. In 1799 Napoleon appointed him a member of the tribunate. The spare time left him from his function as tribune he used to work on his Traité politique, which he published in 1803. He was dismissed from the tribunate because he belonged to the few who dared to be in opposition. He was offered a lucrative post in the finance department, but he refused although charged a 6 enfants et un ayant presque point de fortune, since he would not have been able to carry out the duties of the post offered him without taking part in implementing a system which he had condemned as being disastrous for France. He preferred to start up a cotton spinning mill, etc. If the slur which Herr List here casts on J.B. Say owes its origin to falsification, this is no less the case with the praise List bestows on the brother, Louis Say. To prove that Louis Say shares the crafty Listic view, List falsifies a passage from this author. Herr List says on p. 484. Published in 1803 ed. Burdened with 6 children and having almost no fortune ed. Ca pun, listig means crafty, but could also be an adjective from list. Ed. 271. In his, Louis Say's, opinion, the wealth of nations consists not in material goods and their exchange value, but in the ability continually to produce these goods. According to Herr List, the following are Louis Say's own words, the Louis Say of Herr List, the real Louis Say. La riche scène consiste pas dans les quoi la riche scène consiste pas choses qui satisfont nos besoins ounos dans les choses qui satisfont nos besoins gouts, mais dans le pouvoir d'un joueur ounos gouts, mais dans le revenu ou annuellement, études sur la richesse de dans le pouvoir d'un joueur annuel notions, p. 10. Ament b. Thus, Say is not speaking of the ability to produce, but of the ability to enjoy, of the ability which provides the income, revenue, of a nation. From the disproportion between the growing productive force and the income of the nation as a whole, and of all its classes in particular, there arose precisely the theories most inimical to Herr List as, for example, those of Sismondi and Cherbuliez. Let us now give an example of Herr List's ignorance in his verdict on the school. He says about Ricardo, List on productive forces. In general, since Adam Smith, the school has been unfortunate in its researches into the nature of rent. Ricardo, and following him Mill, McCulloch and others, hold that rent is paid for the natural productivity inherent in plots of land. Ricardo based a whole system on this view. Since he considered only English conditions, he was misled into the erroneous view that these English plowed fields and meadows, for the apparently natural productivity of which such fine rent is paid at the present time, have been the very same plowed fields and meadows at all times, p. 360. Ricardo says, if the surplus produce which land affords in the form of rent be an advantage, it is desirable that, every year, the machinery newly constructed should be less efficient than the old, as that would undoubtedly give a greater exchangeable value to the goods manufactured, in the kingdom, and a rent would be paid to all those who possess the most productive machinery. Rent increases most rapidly, as the disposable land decreases in its productive powers. Wealth increases most rapidly in those countries, where through agricultural improvements, productions can be multiplied without any increase in the proportional quantity of labor, and where consequently the progress of end is slow. Ricardo, Principles of Political Economy, etc. Paris, 1835, Volume I, pages 77 and 80-82, c. Wealth consists not in the objects which satisfy our requirements or our tastes, but in the possibility of enjoying them annually. Researches into the Wealth of Nations, p. 10. ed. Although wealth consists not in the objects which satisfy our requirements or our tastes, but in income, or in the possibility of enjoying it annually. Ed. C. David Ricardo, De Principes de l'Économie Politique et de l'Impôt. Traduit de l'Anglais par Constancio. In the manuscript Marx gives an abridged German translation of the title ed. 272 Karl Marx. According to Ricardo's theory, rent, far from being the consequence of the natural productivity inherent in the soil, is rather a consequence of the constantly increasing unproductiveness of the soil, a consequence of civilization and the increasing population. According to Ricardo, as long as the most fertile land is still available in an unlimited amount, there is still no land rent. Hence rent is determined by the ratio of the population to the amount of available land. Ricardo's theory, which serves as the theoretical basis for the whole Anti-Corn Law League III in England and the anti-rent movement in the Free States of North America, 102 had to be falsified by Herr List, assuming he had more than hearsay knowledge of it, if only because it proves how little the free, mighty, and wealthy bourgeois are inclined to work diligently for the increase of land rents and to bring them the landowners' honey from the hive. 103 Ricardo's theory of land rent is nothing but the economic expression of a life and death struggle of the industrial bourgeois against the landowners. Herr List instructs us further about Ricardo as follows. At the present time the theory of exchange value has fallen into such impotence, that Ricardo, could say, to determine the laws by which the yield from land is distributed between landowners, tenant farmers, and workers is the chief task of political economy, p. 493. The necessary observations on this are to be made in the appropriate place. B5 Herr List reaches the height of infamy in his verdict on Sismondi. List, Sismondi. He, Sismondi, wants, for exam. My objections are not to machines, the spirit of inventiveness to be not to inventions, not to civilization, but curbed and bridled, pxxix. Only to the modern organization of society, which deprives the working man of any property other than his hands, and gives him no guarantee against competition, of which he will inevitably become a victim. Suppose that all people share equally in the product of the labor in which they have participated, then every technical invention will in all possible cases be a blessing for all of them. Nouveaux Principes d'économie politique, Paris, 1827, t. Il, p. 433. Here and below Marx gives the name of the League in English ed. BC pages 284-88 of this, volume ed. 2/3. Whereas Herr List casts moral aspersions on Smith and say he can only explain the theory of Monsieur Sismondi from the latter's bodily defects. He says, Monsieur de Sismondi sees with his bodily eyes everything red as black. It seems that his spiritual sight in matters of political economy suffers from the same defect, pxxix. In order to appreciate to the full the vileness of this outburst, one must know the passage from which Herr List derived his remark. Sismondi says in his Études sur l'économie politique, where he speaks of the devastation of the Roman Campagna. The rich tints of the Roman Campagna, even entirely escape our eyes, for which the red ray is non-existent, p. 6. Brussels reprint, 1838 volume 2. Sismondi explains this by saying, the charm which attracts all other travelers to Rome is destroyed for him, and he therefore has eyes that are all the more open to see the real, miserable condition of the inhabitants of the Campagna. if de Sismondi did not see the rosy tints of the sky which magically illumine the whole factory, industry for Herr List, he did see the red cock on the gables, roofs, of these factories. We shall have an opportunity later to examine List's verdict that Monsieur de Sismondi's writings on international trade and trade policy are without any value pxxix. Whereas Herr List explains Smith's system from the latter's personal vanity, p. 476, and the hidden English shopkeeper's mentality, and Say's system from a desire for revenge and as a business enterprise. In regard to Sismondi he descends so low as to explain Sismondi's system from the defects of his bodily constitution. 5.4. Herr List's originality. It is highly characteristic of Herr List that, despite all his boasting, he has put forward not a single proposition that had not been advanced long before him, not only by the defenders of the prohibitive system, but even by writers of the school invented by Herr List. If Adam Smith is the theoretical starting point of political economy, then its real point of departure, its real school, is civil society, die Bürgerliche Gesellschaft, of which the different phases of development can be accurately traced in political economy. Only the allusions and idealizing language, phrases. Apparently, the reference is to a part of the manuscript which is missing, ed. 274 Karl Marx. Belong to Herr List. We consider it important to give detailed proof of this to the reader and must claim his attention for this tedious labor. He will derive from it the conviction that the German bourgeois comes on the scene post festum, that it is just as impossible for him to advance further the political economy exhaustively developed by the English and French as it would probably be for them to contribute anything new to the development of philosophy in Germany. The German bourgeois can only add his allusions and phrases to the French and English reality. But little possible as it is for him to give a new development to political economy, it is still more impossible for him to achieve in practice a further advance of industry, of the by now almost exhausted development on the present foundations of society. 5. We therefore restrict our criticism to the theoretical part of List's book, and in fact only to his main discoveries. What are the main propositions which Herr List has to prove? Let us inquire into the aim he wants to achieve. 1. The bourgeois wants protective tariffs from the state in order to lay his hands on state power and wealth. But since in Germany, unlike in England and France, he does not have state power at his disposal and therefore cannot arbitrarily guide it as he likes, but has to resort to requests, it is necessary for him in relation to the state, the activity, mode of action, of which he wants to control for his own benefit, to depict his dem dot and from it as a concession that he makes to the state, whereas in reality he demands concessions from the state. Therefore, through the medium of Herr List, he the German bourgeois proves to the state that his theory differs from all others in that he allows the state to interfere in and control industry, in that he has the highest opinion of the economic wisdom of the state, and only asks it to give full scope for its wisdom, on condition, of course, that this wisdom is limited to providing strong protective tariffs. His demand that the state should act in accordance with his interests is depicted by him as recognition of the state, recognition that the state has the right to interfere in the sphere of civil society. 2. The bourgeois burgher wants to become rich, to make money, but at the same time he must come to terms with the present idealism of the German public and with his own conscience. Therefore he tries to prove that he does not strive for unrighteous material goods, but for a spiritual essence, for an infinite productive force, instead of bad, finite exchange values. Of course, this spiritual essence involves the circumstance that the citizen burgher takes this opportunity to fill his own pockets with worldly exchange values. 275. 6. Since the bourgeois now hopes to become rich mainly through protective tariffs, and since protective tariffs can enrich him only insofar as no longer Englishmen, but the German bourgeois himself, will exploit his fellow countrymen, indeed exploit them even more than they were exploited from abroad, and since protective tariffs demand a sacrifice of exchange values from the consumers, chiefly from the workers who are to be superseded by machines, from all those who draw a fixed income, such as officials, recipients of land rent, etc., the industrial bourgeois has therefore to prove that, Far from hankering after material goods, he wants nothing else but the sacrifice of exchange values, material goods, for a spiritual essence. Fundamentally, therefore, it is solely a matter of self-sacrifice, of asceticism, of Christian grandeur of the soul. It is pure accident that A makes the sacrifice, but B puts the sacrifice in his pocket. The German bourgeois is much too unselfish to think in this connection of his private gain, which accidentally proves to be linked with this sacrifice. But if it should turn out that a class whose permission the German bourgeois thinks he requires for his emancipation, cannot go along with this spiritual theory, then this theory must be abandoned and, in opposition to the school which advocates freedom of trade, precisely the theory of exchange values be brought into play. 3. Since the whole desire of the bourgeoisie amounts, in essence, to bringing the factory system to the level of English prosperity and making industrialism the regulator of society, i.e., to bringing about the disorganization of society, the bourgeois has to prove that he is only concerned for the harmonization of all social production, and for the organization of society. He restricts foreign trade by means of protective tariffs, while agriculture, he maintains, will rapidly attain its highest prosperity owing to manufacturing industry. The organization of society, therefore, is summed up in the factories. They are the organizers of society, and the system of competition which they bring into being is the finest confederation of society. 104 The organization of society which the factory system creates is the true organization of society. The bourgeoisie is certainly right in conceiving in general its interests as identical interests, just as the wolf as a wolf has an identical interest with his fellow wolves, however much it is to the interest of each individual wolf that he and not another should pounce on the prey. 6. Finally, it is characteristic of Herr List's theory, as also of the manuscript here has a new sheet marked 2 ed. 276 Karl Marx. Entire German bourgeoisie, that in order to defend their desires to exploit they are compelled everywhere to resort to socialist phrases and thus forcibly to maintain a deception that has long been refuted. We shall show in various passages 3 that Herr List's phrases, if the consequences are drawn from them, are communistic. We, of course, are far from accusing someone like Herr List and his German bourgeoisie of communism, but this affords us fresh proof of the internal weakness, falsity and infamous hypocrisy of the good-natured, idealistic bourgeois. It proves to us that his idealism in practice is nothing but the unscrupulous, unthinking disguise of a repulsive materialism. Finally, it is characteristic that the German bourgeoisie begins with the lie with which the French and English bourgeoisie ends after reaching a position where it is compelled to apologize for itself, to offer excuses for its existence. 7. Since Herr List distinguishes the present, ostensibly cosmopolitan, political economy from his own, national political, economy by the former being based on exchange values and the latter on productive forces, we have to start with this theory. Furthermore, since the confederation of productive forces is supposed to represent the nation in its unity, we have also to examine this theory prior to the above-mentioned distinction. These two theories form the real basis of List's national economy as distinct from political economy. 6. It can never occur to Herr List that the real organization of society is a soulless materialism, an individual spiritualism, individualism. It can never occur to him that the political economists have only given this social state of affairs a corresponding theoretical expression. Otherwise, he would have to direct his criticism against the present organization of society instead of against the political economists. He accuses them of not having found any. The reference is to parts of the manuscript which either were not written or have not been found ed. This paragraph is followed in the manuscript by an incomplete third of the third page of the sixth sheet and a blank whole page, the fourth of the sixth sheet. The first chapter, which ends here, is followed immediately by a separate unnumbered sheet containing a small fragment to which the author has given no title and which is placed in this edition after 3 asterisks inserted by the editors ed. 277. Embellishing expression for a cheerless reality. Hence he wants to leave this reality everywhere just as it is and only change the expression of it. Nowhere does he criticize real society, but like a true German, he criticizes the theoretical expression of this society and reproaches it for expressing the real thing and not an imaginary notion of the real thing. The factory is transformed into a goddess, the goddess of manufacturing power. The factory owner is the priest of this power. 3. 7.2. The theory of productive forces and the theory of exchange values. 1. Herr List's theory of productive forces is limited to the following main propositions. A. The causes of wealth are something quite different from wealth itself. The force capable of creating wealth is infinitely more important than wealth itself. p. 201. B. List is far from rejecting the theory of cosmopolitan economy, he is merely of the opinion that political economy also should be scientifically developed. p. 187. C. What then is the cause of labor? What impels these minds and these arms and hands to undertake production, and what gives efficacy to these efforts? What else can it be but the spirit which animates the individuals, the social system which makes their activity fruitful, the natural forces the use of which is at their disposal? LP 205J. 6. Smith went astray by explaining spiritual forces from material conditions. p. 207. 7. That science which teaches how productive forces are aroused and cultivated and how they are suppressed or destroyed, Ibid. 8. An example of the distinction between two fathers of families, Christian religion, monogamy, etc. Pages 208 to 209. 9. One can establish the concepts of value and capital, profit, wages, land rent, resolve them into their component parts, and speculate about what could influence their rise and fall, etc., without in so doing taking into account the political conditions of the nations. p. 211. Transition. 10. Workshops and factories are the mothers and children of scientific, civic, freedom. p. 212. 106.11. The theory of productive and non-productive classes. The former produce exchange values, the latter produce productive forces. p. 215. 12. Foreign trade must not be judged solely from the standpoint of the theory of values. p. 216. 13. The nation must sacrifice material forces in order to acquire spiritual or social forces. Protective tariffs for raising manufacturing power. Pages 216 to 217. 14. If therefore a sacrifice of values is made owing to protective tariffs, that sacrifice is compensated by the acquisition of productive forces, and this not only. Here this fragment written on a separate unnumbered sheet breaks off ed. 278. Karl Marx ensures the nation an infinitely greater sum of material goods for the future, but also industrial independence in the event of war. p. 217. 15. In all these respects, however, the chief thing depends on the state of the society in which the individual takes shape, on whether crafts and sciences flourish. p. 206. 2. Herr List is so much a prey to the economic prejudices of the old political economy, more so, as we shall see, than other economists of the school, that for him material goods and exchange values completely coincide. But exchange value is entirely independent of the specific nature of the material goods. It is independent of both the quality and the quantity of material goods. Exchange value falls when the quantity of material goods rises, although both before and afterwards these bear the same relation to human needs. Exchange value is not connected with quality. The most useful things, such as knowledge, have no exchange value. Herr List therefore ought to have understood that the conversion of material goods into exchange values is a result of the existing social system, of the society of developed private property. The abolition of exchange value is the abolition of private property and of private acquisition. Herr List, on the other hand, is so naive as to admit that by means of the theory of exchange values one can establish the concepts of value and capital, profit, wages, land rent, resolve them into their component parts, and speculate about what could influence their rise and fall, etc., without in so doing taking into account the political conditions of the nations, p. 211. Hence, without taking into account the theory of productive forces and the political conditions of the nations, all this can be established. What is established thereby? Reality. What is established, for example, by wages? The life of the worker. Furthermore, it is established thereby that the worker is the slave of capital, that he is a commodity, an exchange value, the higher or lower level of which, the rise or fall of which, depends on competition, on supply and demand. It is established thereby that his activity is not a free manifestation of his human life, that it is, rather, a huckstering sale of his forces, an alienation, sale, to capital of his one-sidedly developed abilities, in a word, that it is labor. One is supposed to forget this. Labor is the living basis of private property, it is private property as the creative source of itself. Private property is nothing but objectified labor. If it is desired to strike a mortal blow at private property, one must attack it not only as a material state of affairs, but also as activity, as labor. It is one of the greatest misapprehensions to speak of free. 279. Human, social labor, of labor without private property. Labor by its very nature is unfree, unhuman, unsocial activity, determined by private property and creating private property. Hence the abolition of private property will become a reality only when it is conceived as the abolition of labor, an abolition which, of course, has become possible only as a result of labor itself, that is to say, has become possible as a result of the material activity of society and which should on no account be conceived as the replacement of one category by another. 107. An organization of labor, therefore, is a contradiction. The best organization that labor can be given is the present organization, free competition, the dissolution of all its previous apparently social organization. Thus, if wages can be established according to the theory of values, if it is thereby established that man himself is an exchange value, that the overwhelming majority of people in the nations constitutes a commodity, which can be determined without taking the political conditions of the nations into account, what does all this prove but that this overwhelming majority of people in the nations does not have to take political conditions into account, that these are for it a sheer illusion, that a theory which in reality sinks to this sordid materialism of making the majority of people in the nations into a commodity, into an exchange value, and of subjecting this majority to the wholly material conditions of exchange value, is an infamous hypocrisy and idealistic eyewash, embellishment, when in relation to other nations it looks down contemptuously on the bad materialism of exchange values, and is itself ostensibly only concerned with productive forces. Furthermore, if the conditions of capital, land rent, etc., can be established without taking the political conditions of the nations into account, what does this prove but that the industrial capitalist and the recipient of land rent are guided in their actions in real life by profit, exchange values, and not by considerations about political conditions and productive forces, and that their talk about civilization and productive forces is only an embellishment of narrow-minded egoistic tendencies. The bourgeois says, of course, the theory of exchange values should not be undermined within the country, the majority of the nation should remain a mere exchange value, a commodity, one which must find its own buyer, one which is not sold, but which sells itself. In relation to you proletarians, and even in our mutual relations, we regard ourselves as exchange values, here the law of universal huckstering holds good. But in relation to other 280 Karl Marx nations we must interrupt the operation of this law. As a nation we cannot huckster ourselves to other nations. Since the majority of people in the nations has become subject to the laws of huckstering without taking into account the political conditions of the nations, that proposition has no other meaning than the following: we German bourgeois do not want to be exploited by the English bourgeois in the way that you German proletarians are exploited by us and that we exploit one another. We do not want to subject ourselves to the same laws of exchange value as those to which we subject you. We do not want any longer to recognize outside the country the economic laws which we recognize inside the country. 8. What then does the German Philistine want? He wants to be a bourgeois, an exploiter, inside the country, but he wants also not to be exploited outside the country. He puffs himself up into being the nation in relation to foreign countries and says, I do not submit to the laws of competition, that is contrary to my national dignity, as the nation I am a being superior to huckstering. The nationality of the worker is neither French, nor English, nor German, it is labor, free slavery, self-huckstering. His government is neither French, nor English, nor German, it is capital. His native air is neither French, nor German, nor English, it is factory air. The land belonging to him is neither French, nor English, nor German, it lies a few feet below the ground. Within the country, money is the fatherland of the industrialist. Thus, the German Philistine wants the laws of competition, of exchange value, of huckstering, to lose their power at the frontier barriers of his country. He is willing to recognize the power of bourgeois society only in so far as it is in accord with his interests, the interests of his class. He does not want to fall victim to a power to which he wants to sacrifice others, and to which he sacrifices himself inside his own country. Outside the country he wants to show himself and be treated as a different being from what he is within the country and how he himself behaves within the country. He wants to leave the cause in existence and to abolish one of its effects. We shall prove to him that selling oneself out inside the country has as its necessary consequence selling out outside, that competition, which gives him his power inside the country, cannot prevent him from becoming powerless outside the country, that the state, which he subordinates to bourgeois society inside the country, cannot protect him from the action of bourgeois society outside the country. 28.1. However much the individual bourgeois fights against the others, as a class the bourgeois have a common interest, and this community of interest, which is directed against the proletariat inside the country, is directed against the bourgeois of other nations outside the country. This the bourgeois calls his nationality. 2. It is possible, of course, to regard industry from a completely different point of view than that of sordid huckstering interest, from which it is nowadays regarded not only by the individual merchant and the individual manufacturer, but also by the manufacturing nations and the trading nations. Industry can be regarded as a great workshop in which man first takes possession of his own forces and the forces of nature, objectifies himself and creates for himself the conditions for a human existence. When industry is regarded in this way, one abstracts from the circumstances in which it operates today, and in which it exists as industry. One's standpoint is not from within the industrial epoch, but above it. Industry is regarded not by what it is for man today, but by what present-day man is for human history, what he is historically. It is not its present-day existence, not industry as such, that is recognized, but rather the power which industry has without knowing or willing it and which destroys it and creates the basis for a human existence. To hold that every nation goes through this development internally would be as absurd as the idea that every nation is bound to go through the political development of France or the philosophical development of Germany. What the nations have done as nations, they have done for human society. Their whole value consists only in the fact that each single nation has accomplished for the benefit of other nations one of the main historical aspects, one of the main determinations, in the framework of which mankind has accomplished its development, and therefore after industry in England, politics in France and philosophy in Germany have been developed, they have been developed for the world, and their world historic significance, as also that of these nations, has thereby come to an end. This assessment of industry is then at the same time the recognition that the hour has come for it to be done away with, or for the abolition of the material and social conditions in which mankind has had to develop its abilities as a slave. For as soon as industry is no longer regarded as a huckstering interest, but as the development of man, instead of huckstering interest, is made In the manuscript point 2 occurs twice in this chapter ed. 282 Karl Marx. The principle and what in industry could develop only in contradiction with industry itself is given the basis which is in harmony with that which is to be developed. But the wretched individual who in his ideas remains within the present system, who desires only to raise it to a level which it has not yet reached in his own country, and who looks with greedy envy on another nation that has reached this level, has this wretched individual the right to see in industry anything else but huckstering interest? Has he the right to say that he is concerned only for the development of man's abilities and man's mastery of the forces of nature? For this is just as vile as if a slave driver were to boast that he flourished his whip over his slaves in order that the slaves should have the pleasure of exercising their muscular power. The German Philistine is the slave driver who flourishes the whip of protective tariffs in order to instill in his nation the spirit of industrial education 108 and teach it to exercise its muscular powers. The St. Simon School has given us an instructive example of what it leads to if the productive force that industry creates unconsciously and against its will is put to the credit of present-day industry, and the two are confused, industry and the forces which industry brings into being unconsciously and without its will, but which will only become human forces, man's power, when industry is abolished. This is as much an absurdity as if the bourgeois wanted to take the credit for his industry creating the proletariat, and in the shape of the proletariat the power of a new world order. The forces of nature and the social forces which industry brings into being, conjures up, stand in the same relation to it as the proletariat. Today they are still the slaves of the bourgeois, and in them he sees nothing but the instruments, the bearers, of his dirty, selfish, lust for profit. Tomorrow they will break their chains and reveal themselves as the bearers of human development, which will blow him sky high together with his industry, which assumes the dirty outer shell which he regards as its essence only until the human kernel has gained sufficient strength to burst this shell and appear in its own shape. Tomorrow they will burst the chains by which the bourgeois separates them from man and so distorts, transforms, them from a real social bond into fetters of society. The St. Simon School glorified in dithyrambs the productive power of industry. The forces which industry calls into being it lumped together with industry itself, that is to say, with the present-day conditions of existence that industry gives to these. 283. Forces. We are of course far from putting the St. Simonists on the same level as someone like Liszt or the German Philistine. The first step towards breaking the spell cast on industry was to abstract from the conditions, the money fetters, in which the forces of industry operate today, and to examine these forces in themselves. This was the first call to the people to emancipate their industry from huckstering and to understand present-day industry as a transitional epoch. The St. Simonists, moreover, did not stop at this interpretation. They went further to attack exchange value, private property, the organization of present-day society. They put forward association in place of competition. But they were punished for their original error. Not only did the above-mentioned confusion lead them further into the illusion of seeing the dirty bourgeois as a priest, but it also caused them after the first external struggles, to fall back into the old illusion, confusion, but now hypocritically, because precisely in the course of the struggle the contradiction of the two forces which they had confused became manifest. Their glorification of industry, of the productive forces of industry, became a glorification of the bourgeoisie, and M. Michel Chevalier, M. Duveyrier, M. Dunoyer have pilloried themselves and the bourgeoisie in the eyes of the whole of Europe, after which the rotten eggs that history throws in their faces became transformed by the magic of the bourgeoisie into golden eggs, since the first of those named above has retained the old phrases but has endowed them with the content of the present-day bourgeois regime. The second is himself engaged in huckstering on a wholesale scale and presides over the selling out of French newspapers, while the third has become the most rabid apologist for the present state of affairs and surpasses in inhumanity, in shamelessness, all previous English and French economists. The German bourgeois and Herr Liszt begin where the St. Simon School left off, with hypocrisy, deception, and phrase-mongering. England's industrial tyranny over the world is the domination of industry over the world. England dominates us because industry dominates us. We can free ourselves from England abroad only if we free ourselves from industry at home. We shall be able to put an end to England's domination in the sphere of competition only if we overcome competition within our borders. England has power over us because we have made industry into a power over us. 3. That the industrial social order is the best world for the bourgeois, the order most suitable for developing his abilities as 284 Karl Marx. A bourgeois and the ability to exploit both people and nature. Who will dispute this tautology? Who will dispute that all that is nowadays called virtue, individual or social virtue, is a source of profit for the bourgeois? Who will dispute that political power is a means for his enrichment, that even science and intellectual pleasures are his slaves? Who will dispute it? That for him everything is excellently adapted. 3. That for him everything has become a means of wealth, a productive force of wealth. 4. Modern political economy starts out from the social system of competition. Free labor, that is to say, indirect slavery which offers itself for sale, is its principle. Its primary propositions are division of labor and the machine. And this can be given its highest development only in the factories, as modern political economy itself admits. Thus political economy today starts out from the factories as its creative principle. It presupposes present-day social conditions. Hence it does not need to expatiate on manufacturing force. 109 If the school made no scientific elaboration 110 of the theory of productive forces alongside and separately from the theory of exchange values, it acted in this way because such a separation is an arbitrary abstraction, because it is impossible and cannot go beyond general phrases. 5. The causes of wealth are something quite different from wealth itself. The force capable of creating wealth is infinitely more important than wealth itself. List, OPCIT, p. 201. Productive force appears as an entity infinitely superior to exchange value. This force claims the position of inner essence, whereas exchange value claims that of a transient phenomenon. The force appears as infinite, exchange value as finite, the former as non-material, the latter as material, and we find all these antitheses in Hare list. Hence the supernatural world of forces takes the place of the material world of exchange values. Whereas the baseness of a nation sacrificing itself for exchange values, of people being sacrificed for things, is quite obvious, forces, on the other hand, appear to be independent spiritual essences, phantoms and pure personifications, deities, and after all one may very well demand of the German people that it should sacrifice the bad exchange values for phantoms. An exchange value, money, always seems to be an external aim, but productive force seems to be an aim which arises from my very nature, a self-aim. Thus, what I sacrifice in the form of exchange values is. There are one or two illegible words in the manuscript here. Ed. 285. Something external to me, what I gain in the form of productive forces is my self-acquisition. That is how it seems if one is satisfied with a word or, like an idealizing German, does not worry about the dirty reality which lies behind this grandiloquent word. In order to destroy the mystical radiance which transfigures productive force, one has only to consult any book of statistics. There one reads about water power, steam power, manpower, horsepower. All these are productive forces. Is it a high appreciation of man for him to figure as a force alongside horses, steam, and water? Under the present system, if a crooked spine, twisted limbs, a one-sided development and strengthening of certain muscles, etc., make you more capable of working, more productive, then your crooked spine, your twisted limbs, your one-sided muscular movement are a productive force. If your intellectual vacuity is more productive than your abundant intellectual activity, then your intellectual vacuity is a productive force, etc., etc. If the monotony of an occupation makes you better suited for that occupation, then monotony is a productive force. Is the bourgeois, the factory owner, at all concerned for the worker developing all his abilities, exercising his productive capacities, fulfilling himself as a human being, and thereby at the same time fulfilling his human nature? We will leave it to the English Pinder of the factory system, Mr. Ure, to reply to this question. It is, in fact, the constant aim and tendency of every improvement in machinery to supersede human labor altogether, or to diminish its cost, by substituting the industry of women and children for that of men, or that of ordinary laborers, for trained artisans. Philosophie de Manufactures, etc., Paris, 1836, t. I. p. 34. By the infirmity of human nature it happens, that the more skillful the workman, the more self-willed and intractable he is apt to become, and, of course, the less fit a component of a mechanical system. Therefore the main point of the modern manufacturer is, through the union of capital and science, to reduce the task of his workpeople to the exercise of vigilance and dexterity, etc. Loccit, t. I. p. 30. Force, productive force, causes. The causes of wealth are something quite different from wealth itself. But if the effect is different from the cause, must not the nature of the effect be contained already in the cause? The cause must already carry with it the determining feature that is manifested later in the effect. Herr Liszt's philosophy goes as far as knowing that cause and effect are something quite different. 286 Karl Marx. The force capable of creating wealth is infinitely more important than wealth itself. It is a fine recognition of man that degrades him to a force capable of creating wealth. The bourgeois sees in the proletarian not a human being, but a force capable of creating wealth, a force which moreover he can then compare with other productive forces, an animal, a machine, and if the comparison proves unfavorable to man, the force of which man is the bearer must give place to the force of which the bearer is an animal or a machine, although in that case man still enjoys, the honor of figuring as a productive force. If I characterize man as an exchange value, this expression already implies that social conditions have transformed him into a thing. If I treat him as a productive force, I am putting in the place of the real subject a different subject, I am substituting another person for him, and he now exists only as a cause of wealth. The whole of human society becomes merely a machine for the creation of wealth. The cause is in no way superior to the effect. The effect is merely the openly manifested cause. Liszt pretends that he is everywhere interested in productive forces for their own sake, quite apart from bad exchange values. Some light is already thrown for us on the essence of the present-day productive forces by the fact that in the present state of affairs productive force consists not only in, for instance, making man's labor more efficient or natural and social forces more effective, but just as much in making labor cheaper or more unproductive for the worker. Hence productive force is from the outset determined by exchange value. It is just as much an increase of a. 3. From Chapter 3. The problem of land rent. 22. Land rent disappears. These higher grain prices, since the worker always consumes a certain amount of grain, however dear it may be, and therefore his nominal wage increases even when in reality it decreases, must be deducted from the profits of Messrs. The industrialists. Ricardo is wise enough to assume that. Here the text occupying the 4th page of the 9th manuscript sheet ends. Sheets 10 to 21 have not come down to us. These missing sheets should contain the end of Chapter 2 and the beginning of Chapter 3 ed. 287. Wages cannot be depressed further. Hence, when there is a rise in the price of grain, there follows a reduction in profits and an increase in wages, without the latter increasing in reality. However, the increase in the price of grain raises the production costs of the industrialists, thereby making accumulation and competition more difficult for them, in a word, cripples the productive force of the country. Therefore the bad exchange value, which falls in the form of land rent into the pockets of the landowners without any advantage, to the greatest detriment, to the country's productive force, must in one way or another be sacrificed to the general good by free trade in grain, by shifting all taxes onto land rent, or by outright appropriation of land rent, i.e. of landed property, by the state. This conclusion has been drawn by among others, James Mill, Hilditch, and Cherbuliez. Herr List, of course, did not dare to tell the German landed aristocracy of this frightening consequence of industrial productive force for landed property. Hence he berates Ricardo, who disclosed such unpleasant truths, and ascribes to him the opposite view, that of the physiocrats, according to which land rent is nothing but a proof of the natural productive force of land, and falsifies him. List. In general, since Adam Smith, the school has been unfortunate in its researches into the nature of rent. Ricardo, and following him Mill, McCulloch and others, hold that rent is paid for the natural productivity inherent in plots of land. Ricardo based a whole system on this view. Since he considered only English conditions, he was misled into the erroneous view that these English plowed fields and meadows, for the apparently natural productivity of which such fine rent is paid at the present time, have been the very same plowed fields and meadows at all times, p. 360. Ricardo. If the surplus produce which land affords in the form of rent be an advantage, it is desirable that, every year, the machinery newly constructed should be less efficient than the old, as that would undoubtedly give a greater exchangeable value to the goods manufactured, in the kingdom, and a rent would be paid to all those who possess the most productive machinery, De Principes de l'économie politique, etc., Paris, 1835, t. I. p. 77. Wealth increases most rapidly in those countries, where through agricultural improvements, productions can be multiplied without any increase in the proportional quantity of labor, and where consequently the progress of rent is only gradual, p. 81 etseq. A. Marx quoted these passages from List and Ricardo above, see pages 12 to 13. In repeating the quotation from Ricardo, Marx translated the end differently ed. 288 Karl Marx. Hence, in relation to the higher nobility, Herr List does not dare to keep up his shadow play with productive forces. He wants to lure this nobility with exchange values and therefore slanders the school of Ricardo, who neither judges land rent from the standpoint of productive force, nor judges the latter from the standpoint of the modern large-scale factory system. Thus Herr List is doubly a liar. Nevertheless we must not do Herr List an injustice in this matter. In one large Württemberg factory, Kokelin, if we are not mistaken, the king of Württemberg III himself participates, having invested a large sum in it. In the Württemberg factories, and to a greater or lesser extent in those of Baden as well, the landed nobility plays an important role by holding shares. Here, therefore, the nobility participates monetarily in the manufacturing force, not as landowners but as bourgeois and manufacturers themselves, and 24 productive forces and the continuity and permanence of production of a whole generation arises. The disguised communist list teaches this as well and is therefore also a hereditary feature of the generation and not of Messrs. The industrialists, see, for example, Bray 111. In England, high land rents were ensured for the landlords only through ruining the tenant farmers and reducing the farm labourers to the level, of real beggars, of an Irish poverty. All this in spite of the various corn laws, and apart from the fact that the landlords in receipt of rent were often compelled to allow the tenant farmers a remission of 1/3 to 1/2 of the rent. Since 1815, 3 various corn laws have been passed to improve the position of the tenant farmers and encourage them. During this period, 5 parliamentary committees were appointed to establish the existence of the distressed state of agriculture and to investigate its causes. The continual ruin of the tenant farmers, on the one hand, in spite of the total, full, exploitation of the farm laborers and the utmost possible reduction of their wages, and, on the other hand, the frequent necessity for the landowners to forego part of the rent, are themselves proof that not even in England in spite of all its manufacturing industry have high land rents been produced. For, from the economic point of view, it cannot be regarded as land rent when part of the costs of production, 112 by means of agreements and other circumstances lying outside the sphere of economics, is drawn into the pocket. The reference is to Wilhelm I, King of Württemberg ed. The text breaks off here, as the 23rd manuscript sheet is missing ed. 289. Of the landlord instead of that of the tenant farmer. If the landowner himself cultivated his land, he would certainly take care not to enter part of the ordinary profit of working capital under the heading land rent. Writers of the 16th, 17th, and even the first two-thirds of the 18th century, still regarded the export of grain by England as the main source of its wealth. The Old English industry, the main branch of which was the woolen industry, and the less important branches of which processed mostly materials supplied by the main branch itself, was wholly subordinated to agriculture. Its chief raw material was the product of English agriculture. As a matter of course, therefore, this industry promoted agriculture. Later, when the factory system proper developed, already in a short space of time the necessity for customs duties on corn began to be felt. But they remained nominal. The rapid growth of the population, the abundance of fertile land which had yet to be made cultivable, the inventions, at first, of course, raised also the level of agriculture. It especially profited from the war against Napoleon, which established a regular system of prohibition for it. But 1815 revealed how little the productive force of agriculture had really increased. A general outcry arose among landowners and tenant farmers, and the present corn laws were enacted. 113. It is in the nature of modern factory industry, firstly, to estrange industry from the native soil, since it processes mainly raw materials from abroad and bases itself on foreign trade. It is in the nature of this industry, secondly, to cause the population to grow in a ratio which, under the system of private property, does not correspond to the exploitation of the soil. It is furthermore in its nature, if it gives rise to corn laws, as it has always done in Europe up to now, to convert the peasants into the very poorest proletarians through high rents and factory methods of exploiting landed property. If, on the other hand, it succeeds in preventing the passing of corn laws, it puts a mass of land out of cultivation, subjects the price of grain to external contingencies, and completely alienates the country in Tausert das Landvolk by making its most essential means of subsistence dependent on trade, which undermines landed property as an independent source of property. This last feature is the aim of the Anti-Corn Law League in England and the anti-rent movement in North America, for land rent is the economic expression of landed property. Therefore the Tories continually draw attention to the danger of England being made dependent for its means of subsistence on, for example, Russia. 290. Karl Marx. Large-scale factory industry. Of course, countries like North America, which have a huge amount of land still to be brought under cultivation, and protective duties by no means increase the amount of land, do not count here, certainly has a tendency to paralyze the productive force of the soil, as soon as its exploitation has reached a certain level, just as, on the other hand, the conduct of agriculture on factory lines has a tendency to oust people and to convert all the land, of course, within certain limits, into pasture, so that cattle take the place of people. Ricardo's theory of land rent, in a few words, amounts to the following: land rent adds nothing to the productivity of land. On the contrary, rising land rent is proof that the productive force of land is falling. It is in fact determined by the relation of the area of land suitable for cultivation to the number of the population and to the level of civilization in general. The price of grain is determined by the cost of production on the least fertile land that has to be cultivated because of the needs of the population. If land of a poorer quality has to be resorted to, or if amounts of capital have to be applied with a lesser yield to the same piece of land, then the owner of the most fertile land sells his product as dearly as the peasant who has the worst. He pockets the difference between the cost of production on the best land and that on the most infertile. Thus, the less productive the land that is put into cultivation, or the less the yield from second and third amounts of capital applied to the same piece of land, in short, the more the relative productive force of the land decreases, the higher the land rent rises. The land made fruitful everywhere. 3. For Herr List and Ferrier. The book by Ferrier, Sous Inspecteur de Douanes 0 under Napoleon, Du Gouvernement considere dans ses rapports avec l'e-commerce, Paris, 1805, is the work from which Herr List copied. In List's book there is not a single basic idea that has not been stated, and better stated, in Ferrier's book. Ferrier was one of Napoleon's officials. He defended the continental system. He does not speak about the system of protection. The text of the fourth page of the last numbered sheet in Marx's manuscript breaks off here ed. This chapter of the manuscript occupies 4 pages of an unnumbered sheet ed. See Sub-Inspector of Customs ed. 291. But about the prohibitive system. He is far from making phrases about a union of all nations or eternal peace within the country. Nor, of course, has he any socialist phrases yet. We shall give a short extract from his book in order to throw light on this secret source of List's wisdom. Whereas Herr List falsifies Louis so as to be able to present him as his ally, nowhere, on the other hand, does he quote Ferrier, whom he has copied out everywhere. He wanted to lead the reader on a false trail. We have already quoted Ferrier's judgment on Smith. 3. Ferrier still adheres to the old prohibitive system, but more honestly. State intervention. The thrift of nations. There is a thrift and an extravagance, prodigalite, of nations, but a nation is extravagant or thrifty only in its relations with other peoples, p. 143. It is untrue that the most profitable use of capital for the person who owns it is necessarily also the most profitable for industry. The interest of the capitalists, far from coinciding with the general interest, is almost always in opposition to it, pages 168, 169. There is a thrift of nations, but it is very different from Smith's. It consists in buying foreign products only in so far as they can be paid for by one's own products. Sometimes it consists in completely foregoing them, pages 174, 175. Productive forces and exchange value. The principles of the thrift of nations which Smith laid down, said, are all based on the distinction between productive and unproductive labor. This distinction is essentially incorrect. There is no unproductive labor, p. 141. He, Gamier, saw in silver only the value of the silver, without thinking about its property, as silver, to make circulation more active and, consequently, to multiply the products of labor, p. 18. Therefore, when governments seek to prevent the outflow of money, this is not on account of its value, but because the value that is received in exchange for it cannot have the same effect in circulation, because it cannot cause a new creation at each transition, pages 22, 23. The word wealth, as applied to money that circulates as money, must be understood from the acts of reproduction that it facilitates, and in this sense a country enriches itself when it increases the quantity of its money, because with this increase of money all the productive forces of labor increase, p. 71. When it is said that a country can lay out, expend, an income of 2 milliards, what is meant is that the country has the means, with the aid of these 2 milliards, to support a circulation 10, 20, 30 times greater in values, or, what is the same thing, that it can produce these values. It is these means of production, which the country owes to money, that are called wealth, p. 22. You see, Ferrier distinguishes the exchange value possessed by money from the productive force of money. Apart from the fact that, see pages 268 to 69 of this volume ed. 292. Karl Marx. In general he calls the means of production wealth. There was in any case nothing easier than to apply to all capital the distinction which he drew between the value and the productive force of money. But Ferrier goes still farther. He defends the prohibitive system, in general on the grounds that it safeguards for the nations their means of production. Thus prohibitions are useful whenever they make it easier for nations to acquire the means to satisfy their needs. I compare a nation which with its money buys abroad commodities it can make itself, although of poorer quality, with a gardener who, dissatisfied with the fruit he gathers, would buy juicier fruits from his neighbors, giving them his gardening tools in exchange, p. 288. Foreign trade is always profitable when it endeavors to enlarge productive capital. It is unprofitable when instead of multiplying capital it demands its alienation, pages 395 to 96. Agriculture, manufacture, trade. Should a government promote trade and factories in preference to agriculture? This question is still one of those on which governments and writers cannot agree, p. 73. The progress of industry and trade is bound up with that of civilization, the arts, the sciences, and shipping. A government, which can do almost nothing for agriculture, can do almost everything for industry. If a nation has habits or tastes capable of holding back its development, the government must use all its means to combat them, p. 84. The true means of encouraging agriculture is the encouragement of manufactures, p. 225. Its domain, that of industry, by which M. Ferrier means manufacturing industry, is not limited, whether in its successes or in its means of improvement. Far-reaching like imagination, and like imagination mobile and fruitful, its creative power has no limits other than those of the human mind itself, from which it daily receives fresh eclat, p. 85. The true source of wealth for an agricultural manufacturing nation is reproduction and labor. It must apply its capital to this end and be concerned to transport and sell its own commodities before it can engage in transporting and selling those of other nations, p. 186. This growth of man's wealth is to be ascribed primarily to internal trade, which long preceded the exchange of nation with nation, p. 145. According to Smith himself, of two capitals, one of which is invested in home trade and the other in foreign trade, the first gives the country's industry 24 times greater support and encouragement, p. 145-J 146. But M. Ferrier at least understands that home trade cannot exist without foreign trade, LOCCIT. If some private persons import from England 50,000 pieces of velvet, they will make a great deal of money by this transaction and will be very well able to market their wares. But they reduce the home industry and put 10,000 workers out of work, p. 170, cf. pages 155, 156. Like Liszt, M. Ferrier draws attention to the difference between towns engaged in manufacture and trade and towns which only 293 consume, p. 91, but in so doing he is at least honest enough to refer to Smith himself. He refers to the Methuen Treaty, 114 so dear to Herr Liszt, and the subtlety of Smith's judgment of that treaty, p. 159. We have already seen how in general his judgment of Smith coincides almost word for word with Liszt's. See also on carrying trade, p. 186 et passim. The difference between Ferrier and Liszt is that the former writes in support of an undertaking of world historic importance, the continental system, whereas the latter writes in support of a petty, weak-minded bourgeoisie. The reader will admit that the whole of Herr Liszt is contained in nous in the extracts quoted from Ferrier. If, moreover, one adds the phrases he borrows from the development of political economy since Ferrier, then all that remains as his share is empty idealizing, the productive force of which consists in words and the clever hypocrisy of the German bourgeois striving for domination. Written in March 1845, published from the manuscript, first published in Russian, translation published in English for the first in the magazine Voprozy Istorii KPSS, time number 12, 1971. 11-762. Friedrich Engels. The Condition of the Working Class in England. From Personal Observation and Authentic Sources 115. Written September 1844 to March 1845. Published in Leipzig in 1845. Signed, Friedrich Engels. Printed according to the text of the authorized English edition of 1892, checked with the German editions of 1845 and 1892. To the working classes of Great Britain 1. Working men. To you I dedicate a work, in which I have tried to lay before my German countrymen a faithful picture of your condition, of your sufferings and struggles, of your hopes and prospects. I have lived long enough amidst you to know something about your circumstances. I have devoted to their knowledge my most serious attention. I have studied the various official and non-official documents as far as I was able to get hold of them. I have not been satisfied with this. I wanted more than a mere abstract knowledge of my subject. I wanted to see you in your own homes, to observe you in your everyday life, to chat with you on your condition and grievances, to witness your struggles against the social and political power of your oppressors. I have done so. I forsook the company and the dinner parties, the port wine and champagne of the middle classes, and devoted my leisure hours almost exclusively to the intercourse with plain working men. I am both glad and proud of having done so. Glad, because thus I was induced to spend many a happy hour in obtaining a knowledge of the realities of life, many an hour, which else would have been wasted in fashionable talk and tiresome etiquette. Proud, because thus I got an opportunity of doing justice to an oppressed and calumniated class of men who, with all their faults and under all the disadvantages of their situation, yet command the respect of every one but an English money-monger. Proud, too, because thus I was placed in a position to save the English people from the growing contempt which on the continent has 298 Friedrich Engels been the necessary consequence of the brutally selfish policy and general behavior of your ruling middle class. Having, at the same time, ample opportunity to watch the middle classes, your opponents, I soon came to the conclusion that you are right, perfectly right, in expecting no support whatever from them. Their interest is diametrically opposed to yours, though they always will try to maintain the contrary and to make you believe in their most hearty sympathy with your fates. Their doings give them the lie. I hope to have collected more than sufficient evidence of the fact, that be their words what they please, the middle classes intend in reality nothing else but to enrich themselves by your labor while they can sell its produce, and to abandon you to starvation as soon as they cannot make a profit by this indirect trade in human flesh. What have they done to prove their professed goodwill towards you? Have they ever paid any serious attention to your grievances? Have they done more than paying the expenses of half a dozen commissions of inquiry, whose voluminous reports are damned to everlasting slumber among heaps of waste paper on the shelves of the Home Office? Have they even done as much as to compile from those rotting blue books a single readable book from which everybody might easily get some information on the condition of the great majority of free-born Britons? Not they indeed. Those are things they do not like to speak of. They have left it to a foreigner to inform the civilized world of the degrading situation you have to live in. A foreigner to them, not to you, I hope. Though my English may not be pure, yet, I hope, you will find it plain English. No working man in England nor in France either, by the by, ever treated me as a foreigner. With the greatest pleasure I observed you to be free from that blasting curse, national prejudice and national pride, which after all means nothing but wholesale selfishness. I observed you to sympathize with every one who earnestly applies his powers to human progress, may he be an Englishman or not, to admire everything great and good, whether nursed on your native soil or not. I found you to be more than mere Englishmen, members of a single, isolated nation. I found you to be men, members of the great and universal family of mankind, who know their interest and that of all the human race to be the same. And as such, as members of this family of one and indivisible mankind, as human beings in the most emphatical meaning of the word, as such I, and many others on the continent, hail your progress in every direction and wish you speedy success. Cover of the first edition of The Condition of the Working Class in England. 301. Go on then, as you have done hitherto. Much remains to be undergone. Be firm, be undaunted, your success is certain, and no step you will have to take in your onward march will be lost to our common cause, the cause of humanity. Barmen, Renan, Prussia, March 15, 1845. Friedrich Engels. The book prefaced by the following pages treats of a subject which I originally intended to deal with in a single chapter of a more comprehensive work on the social history of England. 118. However, the importance of that subject soon made it necessary for me to investigate it separately. The condition of the working class is the real basis and point of departure of all social movements of the present, because it is the highest and most unconcealed pinnacle of the social misery existing in our day. French and German working class communism are its direct, Fourierism and English socialism, as well as the communism of the German educated bourgeoisie, are its indirect products. A knowledge of proletarian conditions is absolutely necessary to be able to provide solid ground for socialist theories, on the one hand, and for judgments about their right to exist, on the other, and to put an end to all sentimental dreams and fancies pro and con. But proletarian conditions exist in their classical form, in their perfection, only in the British Empire, particularly in England proper. Besides, only in England has the necessary material been so completely collected and put on record by official inquiries as is essential for any in the least exhaustive presentation of the subject. 21 months I had the opportunity to become acquainted with the English proletariat, its strivings, its sorrows and its joys, to see them from near, from personal observation and personal intercourse, and at the same time to supplement my observations by recourse to the requisite authentic sources. What I have seen, heard, and read has been worked up in the present book. I am prepared to see not only my standpoint attacked in 303 many quarters but also the facts I have cited, particularly when the book gets into the hands of the English. I know equally well that here and there I may be proved wrong in some particular of no importance, something that in view of the comprehensive nature of the subject and its far-reaching assumptions even an Englishman might be unable to avoid, so much the more so since even in England there exists as yet not a single piece of writing which, like mine, takes up all the workers. But without a moment's hesitation I challenge the English bourgeoisie to prove that even in a single instance of any consequence for the exposition of my point of view as a whole I have been guilty of any inaccuracy, and to prove it by data as authentic as mine. A description of the classical form which the conditions of existence of the proletariat have assumed in Britain is very important, particularly for Germany and precisely at the present moment. German socialism and communism have proceeded, more than any other, from theoretical premises. We German theoreticians still knew much too little of the real world to be driven directly by the real relations to reforms of this bad reality. At any rate almost none of the avowed champions of such reforms arrived at communism otherwise than by way of the Feuerbachkian dissolution of Hegelian speculation. The real conditions of the life of the proletariat are so little known among us that even the well-meaning societies for the uplift of the working classes, 119 in which our bourgeoisie is now mistreating the social question, constantly start out from the most ridiculous and preposterous judgments concerning the condition of the workers. We Germans more than anybody else stand in need of a knowledge of the facts concerning this question. And while the conditions of existence of Germany's proletariat have not assumed the classical form that they have in England, we nevertheless have, at bottom, the same social order, which sooner or later must necessarily reach the same degree of acuteness as it has already attained across the North Sea, unless the intelligence of the nation brings about in time the adoption of measures that will provide a new basis for the whole social system. The root causes whose effect in England has been the misery and oppression of the proletariat exist also in Germany and in the long run must engender the same results. In the meantime, however, the established fact of wretched conditions in England will impel us to establish also the fact of wretched conditions in Germany and will provide us with a yardstick wherewith to measure their extent and the magnitude of the danger brought to light by the Silesian and Bohemian. 304 Friedrich Engels. Disturbances 120 which directly threatens the tranquility of Germany from that quarter. Finally, there are still two remarks I wish to make. Firstly, that I have used the word middle class all along in the sense of the English word middle class, or middle classes, as is said almost always. Like the French word bourgeoisie it means the possessing class, specifically that possessing class which is differentiated from the so-called aristocracy, the class which in France and England is directly and in Germany, figuring as public opinion, indirectly in possession of political power. Similarly, I have continually used the expressions working men, Arbeiter, and proletarians, working class, propertyless class, and proletariat as equivalents. Secondly, that in the case of most of the quotations I have indicated the party to which the respective authors belong, because in nearly every instance the liberals try to emphasize the distress in the rural areas and to argue away that which exists in the factory districts, while the conservatives, conversely, acknowledge the misery in the factory districts but disclaim any knowledge of it in the agricultural areas. For the same reason, whenever I lacked official documents for describing the condition of the industrial workers, I always preferred to present proof from liberal sources in order to defeat the liberal bourgeoisie by casting their own words in their teeth. I cited Tories or Chartists in my support only when I could confirm their correctness from personal observation or was convinced of the truthfulness of the facts quoted because of the personal or literary reputation of the authorities I referred to. Barman, March 15, 1845. F. Engels. To the working classes. Of working men L. To you I dedicate a work, in which I have tried to lay before my German countrymen a faithful picture of your condition, of your sufferings and struggles, of your hopes and prospects. I have lived long enough amidst you to know something about your circumstances, I have devoted to their knowledge my most serious attention, I have studied the various official and non-official documents as far as I was able to get hold of them. I have not been satisfied with this, I wanted more than a mere abstract knowledge of my subject, I wanted to see you in your own homes, to observe you in your everyday life, to chat with you on your condition and grievances, to witness your struggles against the social and political power of your oppressors. I have done so, I forsook the company and the dinner parties, the port wine and champagne of the middle classes, and devoted my leisure hours almost exclusively to the intercourse with plain working men. I am both glad and proud of having done so. Glad, because thus I was induced to spend many a happy hour in obtaining a knowledge of the realities of life, many an hour. First page of Engels' address. To the working classes of Great Britain. Introduction. The history of the proletariat in England begins with the second half of the last century, with the invention of the steam engine and of machinery for working cotton. These inventions gave rise, as is well known, to an industrial revolution, a revolution which altered the whole civil society, one, the historical importance of which is only now beginning to be recognized. England is the classic soil of this transformation, which was all the mightier, the more silently it proceeded, and England is, therefore, the classic land of its chief product also, the proletariat. Only in England can the proletariat be studied in all its relations and from all sides. We have not, here and now, to deal with the history of this revolution, nor with its vast importance for the present and the future. Such a delineation must be reserved for a future, more comprehensive work. For the moment, we must limit ourselves to the little that is necessary for understanding the facts that follow, for comprehending the present state of the English proletariat. Before the introduction of machinery, the spinning and weaving of raw materials was carried on in the working man's home. Wife and daughter spun the yarn that the father wove or that they sold, if he did not work it up himself. These weaver families lived in the country in the neighborhood of the towns, and could get on fairly well with their wages, because the home market was almost the only one, and the crushing power of competition that came. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have the working class. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 enlarge on this phrase, because the home market was still the decisive one as regards the demand for fabrics and almost the only one. Ed. 308 Friedrich Engels. Later, with the conquest of foreign markets and the extension of trade, did not yet press upon wages. There was, further, a constant increase in the demand for the home market, keeping pace with the slow increase in population and employing all the workers, and there was also the impossibility of vigorous competition of the workers among themselves, consequent upon the rural dispersion of their homes. So it was that the weaver was usually in a position to lay by something, and rent a little piece of land, that he cultivated in his leisure hours, of which he had as many as he chose to take, since he could weave whenever and as long as he pleased. True, he was a bad farmer and managed his land inefficiently, often obtaining but poor crops. Nevertheless, he was no proletarian, he had a stake in the country, he was permanently settled, and stood one step higher in society than the English workmen of today. So the workers vegetated throughout a passably comfortable existence, leading a righteous and peaceful life in all piety and probity, and their material position was far better than that of their successors. They did not need to overwork, they did no more than they chose to do, and yet earned what they needed. They had leisure for healthful work in garden or field, work which, in itself, was recreation for them, and they could take part besides in the recreations and games of their neighbors, and all these games, bowling, cricket, football, etc., contributed to their physical health and vigor. They were, for the most part, strong, well-built people, in whose physique little or no difference from that of their peasant neighbors was discoverable. Their children grew up in the fresh country air, and, if they could help their parents at work, it was only occasionally, while of 8 or 12 hours work for them there was no question. What the moral and intellectual character of this class was may be guessed. Shut off from the towns, which they never entered, their yarn and woven stuff being delivered to traveling agents for payment of wages, so shut off that old people who lived quite in the neighborhood of the town never went thither until they were robbed of their trade by the introduction of machinery and obliged to look about them in the towns for work. The weavers stood upon the moral and intellectual plane of the yeomen with whom they were usually immediately connected through their little holdings. They regarded their squire, the greatest landholder of. The word cricket does not occur in the German editions of 1845 and 1892 ed. 309. The Regent, as their natural superior, they asked advice of him, laid their small disputes before him for settlement, and gave him all honor, as this patriarchal relation involved. They were respectable people, good husbands and fathers, led moral lives because they had no temptation to be immoral, there being no auguries or low houses in their vicinity, and because the host, at whose inn they now and then quenched their thirst, was also a respectable man, usually a large tenant farmer who took pride in his good order, good beer, and early hours. They had their children the whole day at home, and brought them up in obedience and the fear of God. The patriarchal relationship remained undisturbed so long as the children were unmarried. The young people grew up in idyllic simplicity and intimacy with their playmates until they married, and even though sexual intercourse before marriage almost unfailingly took place, this happened only when the moral obligation of marriage was recognized on both sides, and a subsequent wedding made everything good. In short, the English industrial workers of those days lived and thought after the fashion still to be found here and there in Germany, in retirement and seclusion, without mental activity and without violent fluctuations in their position in life. They could rarely read and far more rarely write, went regularly to church, never talked politics, never conspired, never thought, delighted in physical exercises, listened with inherited reverence when the Bible was read, and were, in their unquestioning humility, exceedingly well disposed towards the superior classes. But intellectually, they were dead, lived only for their petty, private interest, for their looms and gardens, and knew nothing of the mighty movement which, beyond their horizon, was sweeping through mankind. They were comfortable in their silent vegetation, and but for the Industrial Revolution they would never have emerged from this existence, which, cosily romantic as it was nevertheless not worthy of human beings. In truth, they were not human beings, they were merely toiling machines in the service of the few aristocrats who had guided history down to that time. The Industrial Revolution has simply carried this out to its logical end by making the workers' machines pure and simple, taking from them the last trace of independent activity, and so forcing them to think and demand a position worthy of men. As in France politics, so in England manufacture and the movement of civil society in general drew into the whirl of history the last classes which had remained sunk in apathetic indifference to the universal interests of mankind. 310 Friedrich Engels. The first invention which gave rise to a radical change in the state of the English workers was the jenny, invented in the year 1764 by a weaver, James Hargreaves, of Stanhill, near Blackburn, in North Lancashire. This machine was the rough beginning of the later invented mule, and was moved by hand. Instead of one spindle like the ordinary spinning wheel, it carried 16 or 18 manipulated by a single workman. This invention made it possible to deliver more yarn than heretofore. Whereas, though one weaver had employed 3 spinners, there had never been enough yarn, and the weaver had often been obliged to wait for it. There was now more yarn to be had than could be woven by the available workers. The demand for woven goods, already increasing, rose yet more in consequence of the cheapness of these goods, which cheapness, in turn, was the outcome of the diminished cost of producing the yarn. More weavers were needed, and weavers' wages rose. Now that the weaver could earn more at his loom, he gradually abandoned his farming, and gave his whole time to weaving. At that time a family of 4 grown persons and 2 children, who were set to spooling, could earn, with 8 hours daily work, £4 sterling 0 in a week, and often more if trade was good and work pressed. It happened often enough that a single weaver earned £2 a week at his loom. By degrees the class of farming weavers wholly disappeared, and was merged in the newly arising class of weavers who lived wholly upon wages, had no property whatever, not even the pretended property of a holding, and so became working men, deproletarians. Moreover, the old relation between spinner and weaver was destroyed. Hitherto, so far as this had been possible, yarn had been spun and woven under one roof. Now that the jenny as well as the loom required a strong hand, men began to spin, and whole families lived by spinning, while others laid the antiquated, superseded spinning wheel aside, and, if they had not means of purchasing a jenny, were forced to live upon the wages of the father alone. Thus began with spinning and weaving that division of labor which has since been so infinitely perfected. In the editions which appeared during Engels' lifetime the name of this place was given wrongly as Standhill, as in Year's book The Cotton Manufacture of Great Britain, ed. B. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have 10. Ed. See after this the German editions of 1845 and 1892 have 28 Prussian thalers. Ed. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 give this word in English in brackets after the word proletarians. Ed. The condition of the working class in England 311. While the industrial proletariat was thus developing with the first still very imperfect machine, the same machine gave rise to the agricultural proletariat. There had, hitherto, been a vast number of small landowners, yeomen, who had vegetated in the same unthinking quiet as their neighbors, the farming weavers. They cultivated their scraps of land quite after the ancient and inefficient fashion of their ancestors, and opposed every change with the obstinacy peculiar to such creatures of habit, after remaining stationary from generation to generation. Among them were many small holders also, not tenants in the present sense of the word, but people who had their land handed down from their fathers, either by hereditary lease, or by force of ancient custom, and had hitherto held it as securely as if it had actually been their own property. When the industrial workers withdrew from agriculture, a great number of small holdings fell idle, and upon these the new class of large tenants established themselves, tenants at will, a holding 50, 100, 200, or more acres, be liable to be turned out at the end of the year, but able by improved tillage and larger farming to increase the yield of the land. They could sell their produce more cheaply than the yeoman, for whom nothing remained when his farm no longer supported him but to sell it, procure a jenny or a loom, or take service as an agricultural laborer in the employ of a large farmer. His inherited slowness and the inefficient methods of cultivation bequeathed by his ancestors, and above which he could not rise, left him no alternative when forced to compete with men who managed their holdings on sounder principles and with all the advantages bestowed by farming on a large scale and the investment of capital for the improvement of the soil. Meanwhile, the industrial movement did not stop here. Single capitalists began to set up spinning jennies in great buildings and to use water power for driving them, so placing themselves in a position to diminish the number of workers, and sell their yarn more cheaply than single spinners could do who moved their own machines by hand. There were constant improvements in the jenny, so that machines continually became antiquated, and must be altered or even laid aside, and though the capitalists could hold out by the application of water power even with the old machinery, for the single spinner this was impossible. And the factory. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have this expression in English ed. B. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have morgen instead of acres. 1 morgen is rather less than 2/3 of an acre ed. 312 Friedrich Engels. System, the beginning of which was thus made, received a fresh extension in 1767, through the spinning throstle invented by Richard Arkwright, a barber, in Preston, in North Lancashire. After the steam engine, this is the most important mechanical invention of the 18th century. 3. It was calculated from the beginning for mechanical motive power, and was based upon wholly new principles. By the combination of the peculiarities of the jenny and throstle, Samuel Crompton, of Firwood, Lancashire, contrived the mule in 1785, and as Arkwright invented the carding engine, and preparatory, slubbing and roving, frames about the same time, the factory system became the prevailing one for the spinning of cotton. By means of trifling modifications these machines were gradually adapted to the spinning of flax, and so to the superseding of handwork here, too. But even then, the end was not yet. In the closing years of the last century, Dr. Cartwright, a country parson, had invented the power loom, and about 1804 had so far perfected it, that it could successfully compete with the hand weaver, and all this machinery was made doubly important by James Watt's steam engine, invented in 1764 and used for supplying motive power for spinning since 1785. With these inventions, since improved from year to year, the victory of machine work over handwork in the chief branches of English industry was won, and the history of the latter from that time forward simply relates how the hand workers have been driven by machinery from one position after another. The consequences of this were, on the one hand, a rapid fall in price of all manufactured commodities, prosperity of commerce and manufacture, the conquest of nearly all the unprotected foreign markets, the sudden multiplication of capital and national wealth, on the other hand, a still more rapid multiplication of the proletariat, the destruction of all property holding and of all security of employment for the working class, demoralization, political excitement, and all those facts so highly repugnant to Englishmen in comfortable circumstances, which we shall have to consider in the following pages. Having already seen what a transformation in the social condition of the lower classes a single the German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here usually called Kettenstuhl. In German to explain the word spinning throstle given above in English ed 1779 according to more precise data ed see the German editions of 1845 and 1892 have no words given in brackets. Ed. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have of wool and later, in the first decade of the present century, also after to the spinning. Ed. 313. Such clumsy machine as the jenny had wrought, there is no cause for surprise as to that which a complete and interdependent system of finely adjusted machinery has brought about, machinery which receives raw material and turns out woven goods. Meanwhile, let us trace the development of English manufacture somewhat more minutely, beginning with 3. The cotton industry. In the years 1771 to 1775, there were annually imported into England rather less than 5 million pounds of raw cotton. In the year 1841 there were imported 528 million pounds, and the import for 1844 will reach at least 600 million pounds. In 1834 England exported 556 million yards of woven cotton goods, 76,500,000 pounds of cotton yarn, and cotton hosiery to the value of 1,200,000 pounds. In the same year over 8 million mule spindles were at work, 110,000 power and 250,000 hand looms, throstle spindles not included, in the service of the cotton industry, and, according to McCulloch's reckoning, nearly 1.5 million human beings were supported by this branch, of whom but 220,000 worked in the mills. The power used in these mills was steam, equivalent to 33,000 horsepower, and water, equivalent to 11,000 horsepower. At present these figures are far from adequate, and it may be safely assumed that, in the year 1845, the power and number of the machines and the number of the workers is greater by 1/2 than it was in 1834. The chief center of this industry is Lancashire, where it originated. It has thoroughly revolutionized this county, converting it from an obscure, ill-cultivated swamp into a busy, lively region, multiplying its population tenfold in 80 years, and causing giant cities such as Liverpool and Manchester, containing together 700,000 inhabitants, and their neighboring towns, Bolton with 60,000, Rochdale with 75,000, Oldham with 50,000, Preston with 60,000, Ashton and Stalybridge with 40,000. And a whole list of other manufacturing towns to spring up as if by a magic touch. The history of South Lancashire contains some of the greatest marvels of modern. According to Porter's Progress of the Nation, London, 1836, volume I, 1838, volume 2, 1843, volume IL, official data, and other sources, chiefly official note by Engels. 1892, the historical outline of the Industrial Revolution given above is not exact in certain details, but in 1843-44 no better sources were available added by Engels in the German edition of 1892. Here the German editions of 1845 and 1892 have its main branch. Ed. J. R. McCulloch, A Dictionary of Commerce ed. See the German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here directly or indirectly. Ed. 314 Friedrich Engels. Times, yet no one ever mentions them, and all these miracles are the product of the cotton industry. Glasgow, 2, the centre 3 for the cotton district of Scotland, for Lanarkshire and Renfrewshire, has increased in population from 30,000 to 300,000 since the introduction of the industry. The hosiery manufacture of Nottingham and Derby also received one fresh impulse from the lower price of yarn, and a second one from an improvement of the stocking loom, by means of which 2 stockings could be woven at once. The manufacture of lace, too, became an important branch of industry after the invention of the lace machine in 1777. Soon after that date Lindley invented the point net machine, and in 1809 Heathcote invented the bobbin net machine, in consequence of which the production of lace was greatly simplified, and the demand increased proportionately in consequence of the diminished cost, so that now, at least 200,000 persons are supported by this industry. Its chief centres are Nottingham, Leicester, and the west of England, Wiltshire, Devonshire, etc. A corresponding extension has taken place in the branches dependent upon the cotton industry, in dyeing, bleaching, and printing. Bleaching by the application of chlorine in place of the oxygen of the atmosphere, dyeing and printing by the rapid development of chemistry, and printing by a series of most brilliant mechanical inventions, received a yet greater advance which, with the extension of these branches caused by the growth of the cotton industry, raised them to a previously unknown degree of prosperity. The same activity manifested itself in the manufacture of wool. This had hitherto been the leading department of English industry, but the quantities formerly produced are as nothing in comparison with that which is now manufactured. In 1782 the whole wool crop of the preceding 3 years lay unused for want of workers, and would have continued so to lie if the newly invented machinery had not come to its assistance and spun it. The adaptation of this machinery to the spinning of wool was most successfully accomplished. Then began the same sudden development in the wool districts which we have already seen in the cotton districts. In 1738 there were 75,000 pieces of woolen cloth produced in the West Riding of Yorkshire, in 1817 there were 490,000 pieces, and so rapid was the extension of the industry that in 1834, 450,000 more pieces were produced then. In 1825. In 1801, 101 million pounds of wool, 7 million pounds of it imported, were worked up. In 1835, 180 million pounds were worked up, of which 42 million pounds were imported. The principal centre of this industry is the West Riding of Yorkshire, where, especially at Bradford, long English wool is converted into worsted yarns, etc., while in the other cities, Leeds, Halifax, Huddersfield, etc., short wool is converted into hard-epon yarn and cloth. Then come the adjacent part of Lancashire, the region of Rochdale, where in addition to the cotton industry much flannel is produced, and the west of England, which supplies the finest cloths. Here also the growth of population is worthy of observation. In 1801 and in 1831 Bradford contained 29,000, 77,000 inhabitants, Halifax 63,000, 110,000. Huddersfield 15,000, 34,000. Leeds 53,000, 123,000. And the whole West Riding 564,000, 980,000. A population which, since 1831, must have increased at least 20 to 25% or further. In 1835 the spinning of wool employed in the United Kingdom 1,313 mills, with 71,300 workers, these last being but a small portion of the multitude who are supported directly or indirectly by the manufacture of wool, and excluding nearly all weavers. Progress in the linen trade developed later, because the nature of the raw material made the application of spinning machinery very difficult. Attempts had been made in the last years of the last century in Scotland, but the Frenchman Girard, who introduced flax spinning in 1810, was the first who succeeded practically, and even Girard's machines first attained on British soil the importance they deserved by means of improvements which they underwent in England, and of their universal application in Leeds, Dundee, and Belfast. From this time the British linen trade rapidly extended. In 1814, 3,000 tons of flax were imported. In 1833, nearly 19,000 tons of flax and 3,400 tons of hemp. The export of Irish linen to Great Britain rose from 32 million yards in 1800 to 53 million in 1825, of which a large part was *. The English ton weighs 2,240 English pounds, almost 1,000 kilograms. Note by Engels to the 1845 German edition, the last 3 words being added in the 1892 German edition ed. Re-exported. The export of English and Scotch woven linen goods rose from 24 million yards in 1820 to 51 million yards in 1833. The number of flax spinning establishments in 1835 was 347, employing 33,000 workers, of which 1/2 were in the south of Scotland, more than 60 in the West Riding of Yorkshire, Leeds and its environs, 25 in Belfast, Ireland, and the rest in Dorset and Lancashire. Weaving is carried on in the south of Scotland, here and there in England, but principally in Ireland. With like success did the English turn their attention to the manufacture of silk. Raw material was imported from southern Europe and Asia ready spun, and the chief labor lay in the twisting of fine threads. Until 1824 the heavy import duty, 4 shillings per pound on raw material, greatly retarded the development of the English silk industry, while only the markets of England and the colonies were protected for it. In that year the duty was reduced to 1 penny, and the number of mills at once largely increased. In a single year the number of throwing spindles rose from 780,000 to 1,180,000, and, although the commercial crisis of 1825 crippled this branch of industry for the moment, yet in 1827 more was produced than ever, the mechanical skill and experience of the English having secured their twisting machinery the supremacy over the awkward devices of their competitors. In 1835 the British Empire possessed 263 twisting mills employing 30,000 workers, located chiefly in Cheshire, in Macclesfield, Congleton, and the surrounding districts, and in Manchester and Somersetshire. Besides these, there are numerous mills for working up waste, from which a peculiar article known as spun silk is manufactured, with which the English supply even the Paris and Lyons weavers. The weaving of the silk so twisted and spun is carried on in Paisley and elsewhere in Scotland, and in Spitalfields, London, but also in Manchester and elsewhere. Nor is the gigantic advance achieved in English manufacture since 1760 restricted to the production of clothing materials. The impulse, once given, was communicated to all branches of industrial activity, and a multitude of inventions wholly unrelated to those here cited received double importance from the fact that they were made in the midst of the universal movement. But as soon as the German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here in brackets the German word trainieren.ed. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 give this English term in brackets ed. 317. The immeasurable importance of mechanical power was practically demonstrated, every energy was concentrated in the effort to exploit this power in all directions, and to exploit it in the interest of individual inventors and manufacturers, and the demand for machinery, fuel, and materials called a mass of workers and a number of trades into redoubled activity. The steam engine first gave importance to the broad coal fields of England. The production of machinery began now for the first time, and with it arose a new interest in the iron mines which supplied raw material for it. The increased consumption of wool stimulated English sheep breeding, and the growing importation of wool, flax, and silk called forth an extension of the British ocean-carrying trade. Greatest of all was the growth of production of iron. The rich iron deposits of the English hills had hitherto been little developed. Iron had always been smelted by means of charcoal, which became gradually more expensive as agriculture improved and forests were cut away. The beginning of the use of coke in iron smelting had been made in the last century, and in 1780 a new method was invented of converting into available wrought iron coke smelted iron, which up to that time had been convertible into cast iron only. This process, known as puddling, consisted in withdrawing the carbon which had mixed with the iron during the process of smelting, and opened a wholly new field for the production of English iron. Smelting furnaces were built 50 times larger than before. The process of smelting was simplified by the introduction of hot blasts, and iron could thus be produced so cheaply that a multitude of objects which had before been made of stone or wood were now made of iron. In 1788, Thomas Paine, the famous Democrat, built in Yorkshire the first iron bridge, 121, which was followed by a great number of others, so that now nearly all bridges, especially for railroad traffic, are built of cast iron, while in London itself a bridge across the Thames, the Southwark Bridge, has been built of this material. Iron pillars, supports for machinery, etc., are universally used, and since the introduction of gas lighting and railroads, new outlets for English iron products are opened. Nails and screws gradually came to be made by machinery. Huntsman, a Sheffielder, discovered in 1740 a method for casting steel, by which much labor was saved, and the production of wholly new. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here and scarce.ed be the German editions of 1845 and 1892 have the English word in brackets. After its German equivalent ed. 318 Friedrich Engels. Cheap goods rendered practicable, and through the greater purity of the material placed at its disposal, and the more perfect tools, new machinery, and minute division of labor, the metal trade of England now first attained importance. The population of Birmingham grew from 73,000 in 1801 to 200,000 in 1844, that of Sheffield from 46,000 in 1801 to 110,000 in 1844, and the consumption of coal in the latter city alone reached in 1836 515,000 tons. In 1805 there were exported 4,300 tons of iron products and 4,600 tons of pig iron. In 1834, 16,200 tons of iron products and 107,000 tons of pig iron, while the whole iron product, reaching in 1740 but 17,000 tons, had risen in 1834 to nearly 700,000 tons. The smelting of pig iron alone consumes yearly more than 3 million tons of coal, 122, and the importance which coal mining has attained in the course of the last 60 years can scarcely be conceived. All the English and Scotch deposits are now worked, and the mines of Northumberland and Durham alone yield annually more than 5 million tons for shipping, and employ from 40 to 50,000 men. According to the Durham Chronicle, there were worked in these two counties, in 1753, 14 mines, in 1800, 40 mines, in 1836, 76 mines, in 1843, 130 mines. Moreover, all mines are now much more energetically worked than formerly. A similarly increased activity was applied to the working of tin, copper, and lead, and alongside of the extension of glass manufacture arose a new branch of industry in the production of pottery, rendered important by the efforts of Josiah Wedgwood, about 1763. This inventor placed the whole manufacture of stoneware on a scientific basis, introduced better taste, and founded the potteries of North Staffordshire, a district of 8 English miles square, which, formerly a desert waste, is now sown with works and dwellings, and supports more than 60,000 people. Into this universal whirl of activity everything was drawn. Agriculture made a corresponding advance. Not only did landed property pass, as we have already seen, into the hands of new owners and cultivators, agriculture was affected in still another way. The great holders applied capital to the improvement of the soil, tore down needless fences, drained, manured, employed better tools, and applied a rotation of crops. 3. The progress of science came to cheer assistance also. Sir Humphry Davy applied chemistry to agriculture with success, and the development of the German editions of 1845 and 1892 have in brackets the English term cropping by rotation after the corresponding German term ed. 319. Mechanical science bestowed a multitude of advantages upon the large farmer. Further, in consequence of the increase of population, the demand for agricultural products increased in such measure that from 1760 to 1834, 6,840,540 acres of waste land were reclaimed, and, in spite of this, England was transformed from a grain exporting to a grain importing country. The same activity was developed in the establishment of communication. From 1818 to 1829, there were built in England and Wales, 1,000 English miles of roadway of the width prescribed by law, 60 feet, and nearly all the old roads were reconstructed on the new system of macadam. In Scotland, the Department of Public Works built since 1803 nearly 900 miles of roadway and more than 1,000 bridges, by which the population of the Highlands was suddenly placed within reach of civilization. The Highlanders had hitherto been chiefly poachers and smugglers, they now became farmers and hand workers. And, though Gaelic schools were organized for the purpose of maintaining the Gaelic language, yet Gaelic Celtic customs and speech are rapidly vanishing before the approach of English civilization. So, too, in Ireland, between the counties of Cork, Limerick, and Kerry, lay hitherto a wilderness wholly without passable roads, and serving, by reason of its inaccessibility, as the refuge of all criminals and the chief protection of the Celtic Irish nationality in the south of Ireland. It has now been cut through by public roads, and civilization has thus gained admission even to this savage region. The whole British Empire, and especially England, which, 60 years ago, had as bad roads as Germany or France then had, is now covered by a network of the finest roadways, and these, too, like almost everything else in England, are the work of private enterprise, the state having done very little in this direction. Before 1755 England possessed almost no canals. In that year a canal was built in Lancashire from Sankey Brook to St. Helens, and in 1759, James Brindley built the first important one, the Duke of Bridgewater's Canal from Manchester and the coal mines of the district to the mouth of the Mersey passing, near Barton, by aqueduct, over the River Irwell. From this achievement dates the canal building of England, to which Brindley first gave importance. Canals were now built, and rivers made navigable in all directions. In England alone, there are 2,200 miles of canals and 1,800 miles of navigable river. In Scotland, the Caledonian Canal was cut directly across the country, and in Ireland several canals. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have industrious farmers. Ed. 320 Friedrich Engels were built. These improvements, too, like the railroads and roadways, are nearly all the work of private individuals and companies. The railroads have been only recently built. The first great one was opened from Liverpool to Manchester in 1830, since which all the great cities have been connected by rail. London with Southampton, Brighton, Dover, Colchester, Exeter, and Birmingham, Birmingham with Gloucester, Liverpool, Lancaster, via Newton and Wigan, and via Manchester and Bolton, also with Leeds, via Manchester and Halifax, and via Leicester, Derby, and Sheffield, Leeds with Hull and Newcastle, via York. There are also many minor lines building or projected, which will soon make it possible to travel from Edinburgh to London in one day. As it had transformed the means of communication by land, so did the introduction of steam revolutionize travel by sea. The first steamboat was launched in 1807, in the Hudson, in North America, the first in the British Empire, in 1811, on the Clyde. Since then, more than 600 have been built in England, and in 1836 more than 500 were plying to and from British ports. Such, in brief, is the history of English industrial development in the past 60 years, a history which has no counterpart in the annals of humanity. 60, 80 years ago, England was a country like every other, with small towns, few and simple industries, and a thin but proportionally large agricultural population. Today it is a country like no other, with a capital of 2.5 million inhabitants, with vast manufacturing cities, with an industry that supplies the world, and produces almost everything by means of the most complex machinery, with an industrious, intelligent, dense population, of which 2/3 are employed in trade and commerce, 6 and composed of classes wholly different, forming, in fact, with other customs and other needs, a different nation from the England of those days. The Industrial Revolution is of the same importance for England as the political revolution for France, and the philosophical revolution for Germany, and the difference between England in 1760 and in 1844 is at least as great as that between France under the Ancien regime and during the Revolution of July. But the mightiest result of this industrial transformation is the English proletariat. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have Colchester, Cambridge, Exeter, via Bristol. Ed. In the German editions of 1845 and 1892 the words "and commerce" do not occur. Ed. 321. We have already seen how the proletariat was called into existence by the introduction of machinery. The rapid extension of manufacture demanded hands, wages rose, and troops of workmen migrated from the agricultural districts to the towns. Population multiplied enormously, and nearly all the increase took place in the proletariat. Further, Ireland had entered upon an orderly development only since the beginning of the 18th century. There, too, the population, more than decimated by English cruelty in earlier disturbances, now rapidly multiplied, especially after the advance in manufacture began to draw masses of Irishmen towards England. Thus arose the great manufacturing and commercial cities of the British Empire, in which at least 3/4 of the population belong to the working class, while the lower middle class consists only of small shopkeepers, and very few handicraftsmen. For, though the rising manufacture first attained importance by transforming tools into machines, workrooms into factories, and consequently, the toiling lower middle class into the toiling proletariat, and the former large merchants into manufacturers, though the lower middle class was thus early crushed out, and the population reduced to the two opposing elements, workers and capitalists, this happened outside of the domain of manufacture proper, in the province of handicraft and retail trade as well. In the place of the former masters and apprentices, came great capitalists and working men who had no prospect of rising above their class. Handwork was carried on after the fashion of factory work, the division of labor was strictly applied, and small employers who could not compete with great establishments were forced down into the proletariat. At the same time the destruction of the former organization of handwork, and the disappearance of the lower middle class deprived the working man of all possibility of rising into the middle class himself. Hitherto he had always had the prospect of establishing himself somewhere as master artificer, perhaps employing journeymen and apprentices, but now, when master artificers were crowded out by manufacturers, when large capital had become necessary for carrying on work independently, the working class became, for the first time, an integral, permanent class of the population, whereas it had formerly often been merely a transition leading to the bourgeoisie. Now, he who was born to toil had no other prospect than that of remaining a toiler all his life. Now, for the first time, therefore, the proletariat was in a position to undertake an independent movement. In this way were brought together those vast masses of working. 322 Friedrich Engels. Men who now fill the whole British Empire, whose social condition forces itself every day more and more upon the attention of the civilized world. The condition of the working class is the condition of the vast majority of the English people. The question, what is to become of those destitute millions, who consume today what they earned yesterday, who have created the greatness of England by their inventions and their toil, who become with every passing day more conscious of their might, and demand, with daily increasing urgency, their share of the advantages of society, this, since the Reform Bill, 123 has become the national question. All parliamentary debates, of any importance, may be reduced to this, and, though the English middle class will not as yet admit it, though they try to evade this great question, and to represent their own particular interests as the truly national ones, their action is utterly useless. With every session of Parliament the working class gains ground, the interests T*F the middle class diminish in importance, and, in spite of the fact that the middle class is the chief, in fact, the only power in Parliament, the last session of 1844 was a continuous debate upon subjects affecting the working class, the Poor Relief Bill, the Factory Act, the Masters and Servants Act 3, and Thomas Duncombe, the representative of the working men in the House of Commons, was the great man of the session, while the liberal middle class with its motion for repealing the Corn Laws, and the radical middle class with its resolution for refusing the taxes, played pitiable roles. Even the debates about Ireland were at bottom debates about the Irish proletariat, and the means of coming to its assistance. It is high time, too, for the English middle class to make some concessions to the working men who no longer plead but threaten 15, for in a short time it may be too late. In spite of all this, the English middle class, especially the manufacturing class, which is enriched directly by means of the poverty of the workers, persists in ignoring this poverty. This class, feeling itself the mighty representative class of the nation, is ashamed to lay the sore spot of England bare before the eyes of the world, will not confess, even to itself, that the workers are in distress, because it, the property-holding, manufacturing class, must bear the moral responsibility for this distress. Hence the concerning the parliamentary session of 1844 see below, pages 464 to 65, 569-70, 57-8 ed. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here threaten and demand. Ed. 323. Scornful smile which intelligent Englishmen, and they, the middle class, alone are known on the continent, assume when anyone begins to speak of the condition of the working class, hence the utter ignorance on the part of the whole middle class of everything which concerns the workers, hence the ridiculous blunders which men of this class, in and out of Parliament, make when the position of the proletariat comes under discussion, hence the absurd freedom from anxiety, with which the middle class dwells upon a soil that is honeycombed, and may any day collapse, the speedy collapse of which is as certain as a mathematical or mechanical demonstration, hence the miracle that the English have as yet no single book upon the condition of their workers, although they have been examining and mending the old state of things no one knows how many years. Hence also the deep wrath of the whole working class, from Glasgow to London, against the rich, by whom they are systematically plundered and mercilessly left to their fate, a wrath which before too long a time goes by, a time almost within the power of man to predict, must break out into a revolution in comparison with which the French Revolution, and the year 1794, will prove to have been child's play. The industrial proletariat. The order of our investigation of the different sections of the proletariat follows naturally from the foregoing history of its rise. The first proletarians were connected with manufacture, were engendered by it, and accordingly, those employed in manufacture, in the working up of raw materials, will first claim our attention. The production of raw materials and of fuel for manufacture attained importance only in consequence of the industrial change, and engendered a new proletariat, the coal and metal miners. Then, in the third place, manufacture influenced agriculture, and in the fourth, the condition of Ireland, and the fractions of the proletariat belonging to each, will find their place accordingly. We shall find, too, that with the possible exception of the Irish, the degree of intelligence of the various workers is in direct proportion to their relation to manufacturer, and that the factory hands are most enlightened as to their own interests, the miners somewhat less so, the agricultural laborers scarcely at all. We shall find the same order again among the industrial workers, and shall see how the factory hands, eldest children of the Industrial Revolution, have from the beginning to the present day formed the nucleus of the labor movement, and how the others have joined this movement just in proportion as their handicraft has been invaded by the progress of machinery. 3. We shall thus learn from the example which England offers, from the equal pace which the labor movement has kept with the movement of industrial development, the historical significance of manufacture. Since, however, at the present moment, pretty much the whole industrial proletariat is involved in the movement, and the condition of the separate sections has much in common, because they all are industrial, we shall have first to examine the condition of the industrial proletariat as a whole, in order later to notice more particularly each separate division with its own peculiarities. It has been already suggested that manufacture centralizes property in the hands of the few. It requires large capital with which to erect the colossal establishments that ruin the petty trading bourgeoisie and with which to press into its service the forces of nature, so driving the hand labor of the independent workman out of the market. The division of labor, the application of water and especially steam, and the application of machinery, are the three great levers with which manufacture, since the mid-die of the last century, has been busy putting the world out of joint. Manufacture, on a small scale, created the middle class, on a large scale, it created the working class, and raised the elect of the middle class to the throne, but only to overthrow them the more surely when the time comes. Meanwhile, it is an undenied and easily explained fact that the numerous petty middle class of the good old times has been annihilated by manufacture, and resolved into rich capitalists on the one hand and poor workers on the other. The centralizing tendency of manufacture does not, however, stop here. Population becomes centralized just as capital does, and, very naturally, since the human being, the worker, is regarded in manufacture simply as a piece of capital for the use of which the manufacturer pays interest under the name of wages. A manufacturing establishment 3 requires many workers employed together in a single building, living near each other and forming a village of themselves in the case of a good-sized factory. They have needs for satisfying which other people are necessary: handicraftsmen, shoemakers, tailors, bakers, carpenters, stonemasons. Settle at * compare on this point my outlines of a critique of political economy in the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher. In this essay, free competition is the starting point, but industry is only the practice of free competition, and the latter is only the principle on which industry is based. Note by Engels. The American and English authorized editions give only the first sentence of this footnote. See present edition, Volume 3 ed. Hand. The inhabitants of the village, especially the younger generation, accustom themselves to factory work, grow skillful in it, and when the first mill can no longer employ them all, wages fall, and the immigration of fresh manufacturers is the consequence. So the village grows into a small town, and the small town into a large one. The greater the town, the greater its advantages. It offers roads, railroads, canals, the choice of skilled labor increases constantly, new establishments can be built more cheaply, because of the competition among builders and machinists who are at hand, than in remote country districts, whither timber, machinery, builders, and operatives must be brought. It offers a market zero to which buyers crowd, and direct communication with the markets supplying raw material or demanding finished goods. Hence the marvelously rapid growth of the great manufacturing towns. The country, on the other hand, had the advantage that wages are usually lower than in town, and so town and country are in constant competition, and, if the advantage is on the side of the town today, wages sink so low in the country tomorrow that new investments are most profitably made there. But the centralizing tendency of manufacture continues in full force, and every new factory built in the country bears in it the germ of a manufacturing town. If it were possible for this mad rush of manufacture to go on at this rate for another century, every manufacturing district of England would be one great manufacturing town, and Manchester and Liverpool would meet at Warrington or Newton, for in commerce, too, this centralization of the population works in precisely the same way, and hence it is that one or two great harbours, such as Hull and Liverpool, Bristol and London, monopolize almost the whole maritime commerce of Great Britain. Since commerce and manufacture attain their most complete development in these great towns, their influence upon the proletariat is also most clearly observable here. Here the centralization of property has reached the highest point, here the morals and customs of the good old times are most completely obliterated, here it has gone so far that the name Merry Old England zero conveys no meaning, for Old England itself is unknown to memory and to the tales of our grandfathers. Hence, too, there exist here only a rich and a poor class, for the lower middle class vanishes more completely with every passing day. Thus the class, formerly most stable, has become the most restless one. It consists today of a few remnants of a past time, and a number of people eager to make fortunes, industrial macabres one and speculators of whom one may amass a fortune, while 99 become insolvent, and more than half of the 99 live by perpetually repeated failure. But in these towns the proletarians are the infinite majority, and how they fare, what influence the great town exercises upon them, we have now to investigate. A town, such as London, where a man may wander for hours together without reaching the beginning of the end, without meeting the slightest hint which could lead to the inference that there is open country within reach, is a strange thing. This colossal centralization, this heaping together of 2.5 millions of human beings at one point, has multiplied the power of this 2.5 millions 100-fold, has raised London to the commercial capital of the world, created the giant docks and assembled the 1,000 vessels that continually cover the Thames. I know nothing more imposing than the view which the Thames offers during the ascent around the sea to London Bridge. The masses of buildings, the wharves on both sides, especially from Woolwich upwards, the countless ships along both shores, crowding ever closer and closer together, until, at last, only a narrow passage remains in the middle of the river, a passage through which hundreds of steamers shoot by one another. All this is so vast, so impressive, that a man cannot collect himself, but is lost in the marvel of England's greatness before he sets foot upon English soil. But the sacrifices which all this has cost become apparent later. After roaming the streets of the capital a day or two, making headway with difficulty through the human turmoil and the endless lines of vehicles, after visiting the slums of the metropolis, one realizes for the first time that these Londoners have been forced to sacrifice the best qualities of their human nature, to bring to pass all the marvels of civilization which crowd their city, that 100 powers which slumbered within them have remained inactive, have been suppressed in order that a few might be developed more fully and multiply through union with those of others. The very turmoil of the streets has something repulsive, something against which human nature rebels. The hundreds of thousands of all classes and ranks crowding past each other, are they not all human beings with the same qualities and powers, and with the same interest in being happy? And have they not, in the end, to seek happiness in the same way, by the same means? And still they crowd by one another as though they had nothing in common, nothing to do with one another, and their only agreement is the tacit one, that each keep to his own side 3 of the pavement, so as not to delay the opposing streams of the crowd, while it occurs to no man to honor another with so much as a glance. The brutal indifference, the unfeeling isolation of each in his private interest, becomes the more repellent and offensive, the more these individuals are crowded together, within a limited space. And, however much one may be aware that this isolation of the individual, this narrow self-seeking, is the fundamental principle of our society everywhere, it is nowhere so shamelessly barefaced, so self-conscious as just here in the crowding of the great city. The dissolution of mankind into monads, of which each one has a separate principle, be the world of atoms, is here carried out to its utmost extreme. Hence it comes, too, that the social war, the war of each against all, is here openly declared. Just as in Stirner's recent book, Zero, people regard each other only as useful objects, each exploits the other, and the end of it all is that the stronger treads the weaker underfoot, and that the powerful few, the capitalists, seize everything for themselves, while to the weak many, the poor, scarcely a bare existence remains. What is true of London, is true of Manchester, Birmingham, Leeds, is true of all great towns. Everywhere barbarous indiffer. Hence, hard egotism on one hand, and nameless misery on the other, everywhere social warfare, every man's house in a state of siege, everywhere reciprocal plundering under the protection of the law, and all so shameless, so openly avowed that one shrinks before the consequences of our social state as they manifest themselves here undisguised, and can only wonder that the whole crazy fabric still hangs together. Since capital, the direct or indirect control of the means of subsistence and production, is the weapon with which this social warfare is carried on, it is clear that all the disadvantages of such a state must fall upon the poor. For him no man has the slightest concern. Cast into the whirlpool, he must struggle through as well as he can. If he is so happy as to find work, i.e., if the bourgeoisie does him the favor to enrich itself by means of him, wages await him which scarcely suffice to keep body and soul together. If he can get no work he may steal, if he is not afraid of the police, or starve, in which case the police will take care that he does so in a quiet and inoffensive manner. During my residence in England, at least 20 or 30 persons have died of simple starvation under the most revolting circumstances, and a jury has rarely been found possessed of the courage to speak the plain truth in the matter. Let the testimony of the witnesses be never so clear and unequivocal, the bourgeoisie, from which the jury is selected, always finds some backdoor through which to escape the frightful verdict, death from starvation. The bourgeoisie dare not speak the truth in these cases, for it would speak its own condemnation. But indirectly, far more than directly, many have died of starvation, where long-continued want of proper nourishment has called forth fatal illness, b. when it has produced such debility that causes which might otherwise have remained inoperative brought on severe illness and death. The English working men call this social murder, and accuse our whole society of perpetrating this crime perpetually. Are they wrong? True, it is only individuals who starve, but what security has the working man that it may not be his turn tomorrow? Who assures him employment, who vouches for it that, if for any reason or no reason his lord and master discharges him tomorrow, he can struggle along with those dependent upon him, until he may find someone else to give him bread? Who guarantees that willingness to work shall suffice to obtain work, that uprightness, industry, thrift, and the rest of the virtues recommended by the bourgeoisie, are really his road to happiness? No one. He knows that he has something today and that it does not depend upon himself whether he shall have something tomorrow. He knows that every breeze that blows, every whim of his employer, every bad turn of trade may hurl him back into the fierce whirlpool from which he has temporarily saved himself, and in which it is hard and often impossible to keep his head above water. He knows that, though he may have the means of living today, it is very uncertain whether he shall tomorrow. Meanwhile, let us proceed to a more detailed investigation of the position in which the social war has placed the non-possessing class. Let us see what pay for his work society does give the working man in the form of dwelling, clothing, food, what sort of subsistence it grants those who contribute most to the maintenance of society, and, first, let us consider the dwellings. Every great city has one or more slums, where the working class is crowded together. True, poverty often dwells in hidden alleys close to the palaces of the rich, but, in general, a separate territory has been assigned to it, where, removed from the sight of the happier classes, it may struggle along as it can. These slums are pretty equally arranged in all the great towns of England, the worst houses in the worst quarters of the towns, usually 1 or 2-storied cottages 3 in long rows, perhaps with cellars used as dwellings, almost always irregularly built. These houses of 3 or 4 rooms and a kitchen form, throughout England, some parts of London excepted, the general dwellings of the working class. The streets are generally unpaved, rough, dirty, filled with vegetable and animal refuse, without sewers or gutters, but supplied with foul, stagnant pools instead. Moreover, ventilation is impeded by the bad, confused method of building of the whole quarter, and since many human beings here live crowded into a small space, the atmosphere that prevails in these working men's quarters may readily be imagined. Further, the streets serve as drying grounds in fine weather, lines are stretched across from house to house, and hung with wet clothing. Let us investigate some of the slums in their order. London comes first *, and in London the famous Rookery 3 of St. Giles, which is now, at last, about to be penetrated by a couple of broad streets. B. St. Giles is in the midst of the most populous part of the town, surrounded by broad, splendid avenues in which the gay world of London idles about, in the immediate neighbourhood of Oxford Street, Regent Street, of Trafalgar Square and the Strand. It is a disorderly collection of tall, 3 or 4-storied houses, with narrow, crooked, filthy streets, in which there is quite as much life as in the great thoroughfares of the town, except that, here, people of the working class only are to be seen. A vegetable market is held in the street, baskets with vegetables and fruits, naturally all bad and hardly fit to use, obstruct the sidewalk still further, and from these, as well as from the fish dealers' stalls, arises a horrible smell. The houses are occupied from cellar to garret, filthy within and without, and their appearance is such that no human being could possibly wish to live in them. But all this is nothing in comparison with the dwellings in the narrow courts and alleys between the streets, entered by covered passages between the houses, in which the filth and tottering ruin surpass all description. Scarcely a whole window pane can be found, the walls are crumbling, doorposts and window frames loose and broken, doors of old boards nailed together, or altogether wanting in this thieves' quarter, where no doors are needed, there being nothing to steal. Heaps of garbage and ashes lie in all directions, and the foul liquids emptied before the doors gather in stinking pools. Here live the poorest of the poor, the worst paid workers with thieves and the victims of prostitution zero indiscriminately huddled together, the majority Irish, or of Irish extraction, and those who have not yet sunk in the whirlpool of moral ruin which surrounds *. The description given below had already been written when I came across an article in the Illuminated magazine, October 1844, dealing with the working class districts in London, which coincides in many places almost literally and everywhere in general tenor with what I had said. The article was entitled "The Dwellings of the Poor," from the notebook of an MD. Note by Engels. This note is reproduced in the German edition of 1892 but is missing in the American edition of 1887 and the English edition of 1892 ed. Them, sinking daily deeper, losing daily more and more of their power to resist the demoralizing influence of want, filth, and evil surroundings. Nor is St. Giles the only London slum. In the immense tangle of streets, there are hundreds and thousands of alleys and courts lined with houses too bad for anyone to live in, who can still spend anything whatsoever upon a dwelling fit for human beings. Close to the splendid houses of the rich such a lurking place of the bitterest poverty may often be found. So, a short time ago, on the occasion of a coroner's inquest, a region close to Portman Square, one of the very respectable squares, was characterized as an abode of a multitude of Irish demoralized by poverty and filth. So, too, may be found in streets, such as Long Acre and others, which, though not fashionable, are yet respectable, a great number of cellar dwellings out of which puny children and half-starved, ragged women emerge into the light of day. In the immediate neighborhood of Drury Lane Theatre, the second in London, are some of the worst streets of the whole metropolis, Charles, King, and Park Streets, in which the houses are inhabited from cellar to garret exclusively by poor families. In the parishes of St. John and St. Margaret there lived in 1840, according to the Journal of the Statistical Society, 5,366 working men's families in 5,294 dwellings, if they deserve the name, men, women, and children thrown together without distinction of age or sex, 26,830 persons all told, and of these families 3/4 possessed but one room. In the aristocratic parish of St. George, Hanover Square, there lived, according to the same authority, 1,465 working men's families, nearly 6,000 persons, under similar conditions, and here, too, more than 2/3 of the whole number crowded together at the rate of one family in one room. And how the poverty of these unfortunates, among whom even thieves find nothing to steal, is exploited by the property-holding class in lawful ways. The abominable dwellings in Drury Lane, just mentioned, bring in the following rents: 2 cellar dwellings, 3s. b. 1 room, ground floor, 4s, second story, 4s. 6d, third floor, 4s, garret room, 3s. Weekly, so that the starving occupants of Charles Street alone, pay the house owners a yearly tribute of £2,000, c. and the 5,366 families above mentioned in Westminster, a yearly rent of £40,000. 124. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here in Westminster.ed the German editions of 1845 and 1892 here give $1 in brackets ed. See the German editions of 1845 and 1892 give in brackets $14,000 after £2,000 and $270,000 after £40,000 ed. 334 Friedrich Engels. The most extensive working people's district lies east of the Tower in Whitechapel and Bethnal Green, where the greatest masses of London working people live. Let us hear Mr. G. Alston, preacher of St. Philip's, Bethnal Green, on the condition of his parish. He says, "It contains 1,400 houses, inhabited by 2,795 families, comprising a population of 12,000. The space within which this large amount of population are living is less than 400 yards square, 1,200 feet, and it is no uncommon thing for a man and his wife, with 4 or 5 children, and sometimes the grandfather and grandmother, to be found living in a room from 10 to 12 feet square, and which serves them for eating and working in. I believe that till the Bishop of London called the attention of the public to the state of Bethnal Green, about as little was known at the west end of the town of this most destitute parish as the wilds of Australia or the islands of the South Seas. If we really desire to find out the most destitute and deserving, we must lift the latch of their doors, and find them at their scanty meal. We must see them when suffering from sickness and want of work, and if we do this from day to day in such a neighborhood as Bethnal Green, we shall become acquainted with a mass of wretchedness and misery such as a nation like our own ought to be ashamed to permit. I was curate of a parish near Huddersfield during the 3 years of the greatest manufacturing distress, but I never witnessed such a thorough prostration of the poor as I have seen since I have been in Bethnal Green. There is not one father of a family in 10 throughout the entire district that possesses any clothes but his working dress, and that too commonly in the worst tattered condition, and with many this wretched clothing forms their only covering at night, with nothing better than a bag of straw or shavings to lie upon. The foregoing description furnishes an idea of the aspect of the interior of the dwellings. But let us follow the English officials, who occasionally stray thither, into one or two of these workingmen's homes. On the occasion of an inquest held November 16, 1843, by Mr. Carter, coroner for Surrey, upon the body of Anne Galway, aged 45 years, the newspapers related the following particulars concerning the deceased: 126, she had lived at number 3 White Lion Court, Bermondsey Street, London, with her husband and a 19-year-old son in a little room, in which neither a bedstead nor any other furniture was to be seen. She lay dead beside her son upon a heap of feathers which were scattered over her almost naked body, there being neither sheet nor coverlet. The feathers stuck so fast over the whole body that the physician could not examine the corpse until it was cleansed, and then found it starved and scarred from the bites of vermin. Part of the floor of the room was torn up, and the whole used by the family as a privy. On Monday, January 15, 1844, 2 boys were brought before the 335 Police Magistrate 3 because, being in a starving condition, they had stolen and immediately devoured a half-cooked calf's foot from a shop. The magistrate felt called upon to investigate the case further, and received the following details from the policeman. The mother of the 2 boys was the widow of an ex-soldier, afterwards policeman, and had had a very hard time since the death of her husband, to provide for her 9 children. She lived at number 2 Poole's Place, Quaker Court, Spitalfields, in the utmost poverty. When the policeman came to her, he found her with 6 of her children literally huddled together in a little back room, with no furniture but 2 old rush-bottomed chairs with the seats gone, a small table with 2 legs broken, a broken cup, and a small dish. On the hearth was scarcely a spark of fire, and in one corner lay as many old rags as would fill a woman's apron, which served the whole family as a bed. For bed clothing they had only their scanty day clothing. The poor woman told him that she had been forced to sell her bedstead the year before to buy food. Her bedding she had pawned with the victualler for food. In short, everything had gone for food. The magistrate ordered the woman a considerable provision from the poor box. In February, 1844, Teresa Bishop, a widow 60 years old, was recommended, with her sick daughter, aged 26, to the compassion of the police magistrate in Marlborough Street. She lived at number 5 Brown Street, Grosvenor Square, in a small back room no larger than a closet, in which there was not one single piece of furniture. In one corner lay some rags upon which both slept, a chest served as table and chair. The mother earned a little by charing. The owner of the house said that they had lived in this way since May, 1843, had gradually sold or pawned everything that they had, and had still never paid any rent. The magistrate assigned them £1 from the poor box. 127 I am far from asserting that all London working people live in such want as the foregoing three families. I know very well that 10 are somewhat better off, where one is so totally trodden underfoot by society, but I assert that thousands of industrious and worthy people far worthier and more to be respected than all the rich of London do find themselves in a condition unworthy of human beings, and that every proletarian, everyone, without exception, is exposed to a similar fate without any fault of his own and in spite of every possible effort. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here in Worship Street. London. Ed. 336 Friedrich Engels. But in spite of all this, they who have some kind of a shelter are fortunate in comparison with the utterly homeless. In London 50,000 human beings get up every morning, not knowing where they are to lay their heads at night. The luckiest of this multitude, those who succeed in keeping a penny or two until evening, enter a lodging house, such as abound in every great city, where they find a bed. But what a bed! These houses are filled with beds from cellar to garret, 4, 5, 6 beds in a room, as many as can be crowded in. Into every bed 4, 5, or 6 human beings are piled, as many as can be packed in, sick and well, young and old, drunk and sober, men and women, just as they come, indiscriminately. Then come strife, blows, wounds, or, if these bedfellows agree, so much the worse, thefts are arranged and things done which our language, grown more humane than our deeds, refuses to record. And those who cannot pay for such a refuge, they sleep where they find a place, in passages, arcades, in corners where the police and the owners leave them undisturbed. A few individuals find their way to the refuges which are managed, here and there, by private charity, others sleep on the benches in the parks close under the windows of Queen Victoria. Let us hear the London Times. It appears from the report of the proceedings at Marlborough Street Police Court in our columns of yesterday, that there is an average number of 50 human beings of all ages, who huddle together in the parks every night, having no other shelter than what is supplied by the trees and a few hollows of the embankment. Of these, the majority are young girls who have been seduced from the country by the soldiers and turned loose on the world in all the destitution of friendless penury, and all the recklessness of early vice. This is truly horrible. Poor there must be everywhere. Indigence will find its way and set up its hideous state in the heart of a great and luxurious city. Amid the thousand narrow lanes and by-streets of a populous metropolis there must always, we fear, be much suffering, much that offends the eye, much that lurks unseen. But that within the precincts of wealth, gaiety, and fashion, nigh the regal grandeur of St. James, close on the palatial splendour of Bayswater, on the confines of the old and new aristocratic quarters, in a district where the cautious refinement of modern design has refrained from creating one single tenement for poverty, which seems, as it were, dedicated to the exclusive enjoyment of wealth, that their want, and famine, and disease, and vice should stalk in all their kindred horrors, consuming body by body, soul by soul. It is indeed a monstrous state of things. Enjoyment the most absolute, that bodily ease, intellectual excitement, or the more innocent pleasures of sense can supply to man's craving, brought in close contact with the most unmitigated misery. Wealth, from its bright saloons, laughing and insolently heedless laugh at the unknown wounds of want. Pleasure, cruelly but unconsciously mocking the pain that moans below. All contrary things mocking one another, all contrary, save the vice which tempts and the vice which is tempted. 337. But let all men remember this, that within the most courtly precincts of the richest city of God's earth, there may be found, night after night, winter after winter, women young in years, old in sin and suffering, outcasts from society, rotting from famine, filth, and disease. Let them remember this, and learn not to theorize but to act. God knows, there is much room for action nowadays. Asterisk. I have referred to the refuges for the homeless. How greatly overcrowded these are, 2 examples may show. A newly erected refuge for the houseless 3 in Upper Ogle Street that can shelter 300 persons every night, has received since its opening, January 27 to March 17, 1844, 2,740 persons for one or more nights, and, although the season was growing more favorable, the number of applicants in this, as well as in the asylums of White Cross Street and Wapping, was strongly on the increase, and a crowd of the homeless had to be sent away every night for want of room. In another refuge, the Central Asylum in Playhouse Yard, there were supplied on an average 460 beds nightly, during the first 3 months of the year 1,844, 6,681 persons being sheltered, and 96,141 portions of bread were distributed. Yet the committee of directors declare this institution began to meet the pressure of the needy to a limited extent only when the Eastern Asylum also was opened. 128. Let us leave London and examine the other great cities of the three kingdoms in their order. Let us take Dublin first, a city the approach to which from the sea is as charming as that of London is imposing. The Bay of Dublin is the most beautiful of the whole British island kingdom, and is even compared by the Irish with the Bay of Naples. The city, too, possesses great attractions, and its aristocratic districts are better and more tastefully laid out than those of any other British city. By way of compensation, however, the poorer districts of Dublin are among the most hideous and repulsive to be seen in the world. True, the Irish character, which, under some circumstances, is comfortable only in the dirt, has some share in this, but as we find thousands of Irish in every great city in England and Scotland, and as every poor population must gradually sink into the same uncleanliness, the wretchedness of Dublin is nothing specific, nothing peculiar to Dublin, but something common to all great towns. The poor quarters of Dublin are extremely extensive, and the filth, the uninhabitable. Times, October 12, 1843. Note by Engels to the American edition of 1887 and the English edition of 1892. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 refer, before this citation, to the Times, October 1843, without any date ed. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 give this in English ed. 338. Friedrich Engels. Ness of the houses and the neglect of the streets surpass all description. Some idea of the manner in which the poor are here crowded together may be formed from the fact that, in 1817, according to the report of the Inspector of Workhouses * 1,318 persons lived in 52 houses with 390 rooms in Barrack Street and 1,997 persons in 71 houses with 393 rooms in and near Church Street, that, foul lanes, courts, and yards, are interposed between this and the adjoining streets. There are many cellars which have no light but from the door. In some of these cellars the inhabitants sleep on the floors which are all earthen, but in general, they have bedsteads. Nicholson's Court contains 151 persons in 28 small apartments. Their state is very miserable, there being only 2 bedsteads and 2 blankets in the whole court. The poverty is so great in Dublin, that a single benevolent institution, the Mendicity Association, 3 gives relief to 2,500 persons or 1% of the population daily, receiving and feeding them for the day and dismissing them at night. Dr. Allison describes a similar state of things in Edinburgh, whose superb situation, which has won it the title of the modern Athens, and whose brilliant aristocratic quarter in the new town, contrasts strongly with the foul wretchedness of the poor in the old town. Allison asserts that this extensive quarter is as filthy and horrible as the worst districts of Dublin, while the Mendicity Association would have as great a proportion of needy persons to assist in Edinburgh as in the Irish capital. He asserts, indeed, that the poor in Scotland, especially in Edinburgh and Glasgow, are worse off than in any other region of the three kingdoms, and that the poorest are not Irish, but Scotch. The preacher of the Old Church of Edinburgh, Dr. Lee, testified in 1836, before the Commission of Religious Instruction, that I have never seen such a concentration of misery as in this parish, where the people are without furniture, without everything. I frequently see the same room occupied by two married couples. I have been in one day in 7 houses where there was no bed, in some of them not even straw. I found people of 80 years of age lying on the boards. Many sleep in the same clothes which they wear during the day. I may mention the case of 2 Scotch families living in a cellar, who had come from the country within a few months. Since they came they had asterisk quoted by Drive W. P. Allison, FRSE, Fellow and late President of the Royal College of Physicians, etc., etc. Observations on the Management of the Poor in Scotland and its Effects on the Health of Great Towns, Edinburgh, 1840. The author is a religious Tory, brother of the historian, Archibald Allison. Note by Engels. A here and below the name of this association is given in English in the German original ed. 339. 2 children dead, and another apparently dying. There was a little bundle of dirty straw in one corner, for one family, and in another for the other. In the place they inhabit it is impossible at noonday to distinguish the features of the human face without artificial light. An ass stood in one corner. It would almost make a heart of adamant bleed to see such an accumulation of misery in a country like this. In the Edinburgh Medical and Surgical Journal, one Dr. Hennon reports a similar state of things. From a parliamentary report *, it is evident that in the dwellings of the poor of Edinburgh a want of cleanliness reigns, such as must be expected under these conditions. On the bedposts chickens roost at night, dogs and horses share the dwellings of human beings, and the natural consequence is a shocking stench, with filth and swarms of vermin. The prevailing construction of Edinburgh favours these atrocious conditions as far as possible. The old town is built upon both slopes of a hill, along the crest of which runs the High Street. Out of the High Street there open downwards multitudes of narrow, crooked alleys, called Windsb from their many turnings, and these winds form the proletarian district of the city. The houses of the Scotch cities, in general, are 5 or 6-storied buildings, like those of Paris, and in contrast with England where, so far as possible, each family has a separate house. See, the crowding of human beings upon a limited area is thus intensified. The houses, says an English journal in an article upon the sanitary condition of the working people in cities, are often so close together, that persons may step from the window of one house to that of the house opposite so high, piled story after story, that the light can scarcely penetrate to the court beneath. In this part of the town there are neither sewers nor any private conveniences whatever belonging to the dwellings, and hence the excrementitious and other refuse of at least 50,000 persons is, during the night, thrown into the gutters, causing, in spite of the scavengers' daily labors, an amount of solid filth and fetid exhalation disgusting. Report to the Home Secretary from the Poor Law Commissioner, on an inquiry into the sanitary condition of the labouring classes in Great Britain, with appendix. Presented to both Houses of Parliament in July, 1842, 3 volumes. Folio. Assembled and arranged from medical reports by Edwin Chadwick, Secretary of the Poor Law Commissioners. Note by Engels. The last sentence is omitted in the American edition of 1887 and in the English edition of 1892 ed., The Artisan, October, 1843. A monthly journal. Note by Engels. A monthly journal is omitted in the American edition of 1887 and the English edition of 1892 ed. To both sight and smell, as well as exceedingly prejudicial to health. Can it be wondered that, in such localities, health, morals, and common decency should be at once neglected? No, all who know the private condition of the inhabitants will bear testimony to the immense amount of their disease, misery, and demoralization. Society in these quarters has sunk to a state indescribably vile and wretched. The dwellings of the poorer classes are generally very filthy, apparently never subjected to any cleaning process whatever, consisting, in most cases, of a single room, ill-ventilated and yet cold, owing to broken, ill-fitting windows, sometimes damp and partially underground, and always scantily furnished and altogether comfortless, heaps of straw often serving for beds, in which a whole family, male and female, young and old, are huddled together in revolting confusion. The supplies of water are obtained only from the public pumps, and the trouble of procuring it of course favors the accumulation of all kinds of abominations. In the other great seaport towns the prospect is no better. Liverpool, with all its commerce, wealth, and grandeur, yet treats its workers with the same barbarity. A full fifth of the population, more than 45,000 human beings, live in narrow, dark, damp, badly ventilated cellar dwellings, of which there are 7,862 in the city. Besides these cellar dwellings there are 2,270 courts, small spaces built up on all four sides and having but one entrance, a narrow, covered passageway, 3 the whole ordinarily very dirty and inhabited exclusively by proletarians. Of such courts we shall have more to say when we come to Manchester. In Bristol, on one occasion, 2,800 families were visited, 12 of whom 46% occupied but one room each. Precisely the same state of things prevails in the factory towns. In Nottingham there are in all 11,000 houses, of which between 7,000 and 8,000 are built back to back with a rear party wall so that no through ventilation is possible, while a single privy usually serves for several houses. During an investigation made a short time since, many rows of houses were found to have been built over shallow drains covered only by the boards of the ground floor. In Leicester, Derby, and Sheffield, it is no better. Of Birmingham, the article above cited from the Artisan states. In the older parts of the town there are many inferior streets and courts, which are dirty and neglected, filled with stagnant water and heaps of refuse. The courts of Birmingham are very numerous in every direction, exceeding 2,000, and comprising the residence of a large portion of the working classes. They are for the most part narrow, filthy, ill-ventilated, and badly drained, containing from 8 to 20 houses each, the houses being built against some other tenement and the end of the courts being pretty constantly occupied by ashpits, etc., the filth of which would defy description. It is but just, however, to remark that the courts of more modern date are built in a more rational manner, and kept tolerably respectable. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here allowing no ventilation at all. Ed. 341. And the cottages, even in old courts, are far less crowded than in Manchester and Liverpool, the result of which is, that the inhabitants, in epidemic seasons, have been much less visited by death than those of Wolverhampton, Dudley, and Bilston, at only a few miles' distance. Cellar residences, also, are unknown in Birmingham, though some few are, very improperly, used as workshops. The low lodging houses are pretty numerous, somewhat exceeding 400, chiefly in courts near the centre of the town. They are almost always loathsomely filthy and close, the resorts of beggars, trampers, thieves and prostitutes, who here, regardless alike of decency or comfort, eat, drink, smoke and sleep in an atmosphere unendurable by all except the degraded, besotted inmates. Glasgow is in many respects similar to Edinburgh, possessing the same winds, the same tall houses. Of this city the Artisan observes, the working class forms here some 78% of the whole population, about 300,000, and lives in parts of the city which, in abject wretchedness, exceed the lowest purlieus of St. Giles or Whitechapel, the liberties of Dublin, or the winds of Edinburgh. Such localities exist most abundantly in the heart of the city south of the Tron Gate and west of the Salt Market, as well as in the Calton, off the High Street, etc. Endless labyrinths of narrow lanes or wynds, into which almost at every step debouch courts or closes formed by old, ill-ventilated, towering houses crumbling to decay, destitute of water and crowded with inhabitants, comprising 3 or 4 families, perhaps 20 persons, on each flat, and sometimes each flat let out in lodgings that confine, we dare not say accommodate, from 15 to 20 persons in a single room. These districts are occupied by the poorest, most depraved, and most worthless portion of the population, and they may be considered as the fruitful source of those pestilential fevers which thence spread their destructive ravages over the whole of Glasgow. Let us hear how J.C. Symonds, Government Commissioner for the Investigation of the Condition of the Handweavers, describes these portions of the city. I have seen human degradation in some of its worst phases, both in England and abroad, but I did not believe until I visited the Winds of Glasgow, that so large an amount of filth, crime, misery, and disease existed in any civilized country. In the lower lodging houses 10, 12, and sometimes 20 persons of both sexes and all ages sleep promiscuously on the floor in different degrees of nakedness. These places are, generally, as regards dirt, damp and decay, such as no person would stable his horse in. And in another place, the Winds of Glasgow house a fluctuating population of between 15,000 and 30,000 persons. This district is composed of many narrow streets and square courts, and in the middle of each court there is a dunghill. Although the outward appearance of these places was revolting, I was nevertheless quite unprepared for. Arts and Artisans at Home and Abroad, by J.C. Symonds, Edinburgh, 1839. The author, as it seems, himself a Scotchman, is a liberal, and consequently fanatically opposed to every independent movement of working men. The passages here cited are to be found p. 116 ETSEQ note by Engels. In the German editions of 1845 and 1892 the quotation is broken by the author's remark, concerning the exact meaning of this word see below, ed. 342 Friedrich Engels. The filth and misery that were to be found inside. In some of these bedrooms we, i.e. Police Superintendent Captain Miller and Symonds, visited at night, we found a whole mass of humanity stretched out on the floor. There were often 15 to 20 men and women huddled together, some being clothed and others naked. Their bed was a heap of musty straw mixed with rags. There was hardly any furniture there, and the only thing which gave these holes the appearance of a dwelling was fire burning on the hearth. Thieving and prostitution are the main sources of income of these people. No one seems to have taken the trouble to clean out these Augean stables, this pandemonium, this nucleus of crime, filth, and pestilence in the second city of the empire. A detailed investigation of the most wretched slums of other towns has never revealed anything half so bad as this concentration of moral iniquity, physical degradation, and gross overcrowding. In this part of Glasgow most of the houses have been condemned by the Court of Guild as dilapidated and uninhabitable, but it is just these dwellings which are filled to overflowing, because, by law, no rent can be charged on them. The great manufacturing district in the centre of the British Islands, the thickly peopled stretch of West Yorkshire and South Lancashire, with its numerous factory towns, yields nothing to the other great manufacturing centres. The wool district of the West Riding of Yorkshire is a charming region, a beautiful green hill country, whose elevations grow more rugged towards the west until they reach their highest point in the bold ridge of Blackstone Edge, the watershed between the Irish Sea and the German Ocean. The valleys of the Aire, along which stretches Leeds, and of the Calder, through which the Manchester-Leeds Railway runs, are among the most attractive in England, and are strewn in all directions with the factories, villages, and towns. The houses of rough grey stone look so neat and clean in comparison with the blackened brick buildings of Lancashire, that it is a pleasure to look at them. But on coming into the towns themselves, one finds little to rejoice over. Leeds lies, as the artisan describes it, and as I found confirmed upon examination, on a slope running down towards the River Aire, which meanders about a mile and a half * through the town, and is liable to overflows during thaws or after heavy rains. The higher or western districts are clean for so large a town, but the lower parts contiguous to the river and its becks or rivulets are dirty, confined, and, in themselves, sufficient to shorten life, especially infant life, add to this the disgusting state of the lower parts of the town about Kirkgate, March Lane, Cross Street, and Richmond Road, principally owing to a general want of paving and draining, irregularity of building, the abundance of courts and blind alleys, as well as the almost total absence of the commonest means for promoting cleanliness, and we have then quite sufficient data to account for the surplus mortality in these unhappy regions of filth and misery. In consequence of the floods from the air, which, it must be added, like all other rivers in the service of manufacture, flows into the city at one end clear and transparent, and flows out at the other end thick, black, and foul, smelling of all possible refuse, the dwelling houses and cellars are not infrequently so inundated that the water has to be pumped out by hand pumps, onto the surface of the streets, and at such times, even where there are sewers, the water rises through them into the cellars *, creating miasmatic exhalations, strongly charged with sulfur and hydrogen, and leaving offensive refuse, exceedingly prejudicial to human health. Indeed, during a season of inundation in the spring of 1839, so fatal were the effects of such an engorgement of the sewers, that the registrar of the North District made a report, that during that quarter there were, in that neighborhood, 2 births to 3 deaths, whilst in all the other districts there were 3 to 2 deaths. Other populous districts are wholly without sewers, or so inadequately provided as to derive no advantage therefrom. In some rows of houses, the cellar dwellings are seldom dry, in certain districts there are several streets covered with soft mud a foot deep. The inhabitants have from time to time vainly attempted to repair these streets with shovelfuls of ashes, and soil, refuse water, etc., stand in every hole, there to remain until absorbed by wind or Sunday. An ordinary cottage, in Leeds, extends over no more than about 5 yards square, and consists usually of a cellar, a sitting room, and a sleeping chamber. This small size of the houses crammed with human beings both day and night, is another point dangerous alike to the morals and the health of the inhabitants. And how greatly these cottages are crowded, the report on the health of the working classes, quoted above, 3 bears testimony. In Leeds, brothers and sisters, and lodgers of both sexes, are found occupying the same sleeping room with the parents, and consequences occur which humanity shudders to contemplate. So, too, Bradford, which, but 7 miles from Leeds at the junction of several valleys, lies upon the banks of a small, coal-black, foul-smelling stream. On weekdays the town is enveloped in a grey cloud of coal smoke, but on a fine Sunday it offers a superb picture, when viewed from the surrounding heights. Yet within reigns the same filth and discomfort as in Leeds. The older portions of the town are built upon steep hillsides, and are narrow and irregular. In the lanes, alleys, and courts lie filth and debris in heaps, the houses are ruinous, dirty, and miserable, and in the immediate vicinity of the river and the valley bottom I found many a one whose ground floor, half buried *. It must be borne in mind that these cellars are not mere storing rooms for rubbish, but dwellings of human beings. Note by Engels. Compare report of the Town Council in the Statistical Journal, Volume 2, p. 404. Note by Engels. In the German editions of 1845 and 1892 this reference is given in the text as an author's remark ed. A cp 339 of this volume ed. 344 Friedrich Engels. In the hillside, was totally abandoned. In general, the portions of the valley bottom in which working men's cottages have crowded between the tall factories, are among the worst built and dirtiest districts of the whole town. In the newer portions of this, as of every other factory town, the cottages are more regular, being built in rows, but they share here, too, all the evils incident to the customary method of providing working men's dwellings, evils of which we shall have occasions to speak more particularly in discussing Manchester. The same is true of the remaining towns of the West Riding, especially of Barnsley, Halifax, and Huddersfield. The last named, the handsomest by far of all the factory towns of Yorkshire and Lancashire by reason of its charming situation and modern architecture, has yet its bad quarter, for a committee appointed by a meeting of citizens to survey the town reported August 5, 1844. It is notorious that there are whole streets in the town of Huddersfield, and many courts and alleys, which are neither flagged, paved, sewered, nor drained, where garbage and filth of every description are left on the surface to ferment and rot, where pools of stagnant water are almost constant, where the dwellings adjoining are thus necessarily caused to be of an inferior and even filthy description, thus where disease is engendered, and the health of the whole town perilled. If we cross Blackstone Edge or penetrate it with the railroad, we enter upon that classic soil on which English manufacture has achieved its masterwork and from which all labour movements emanate, namely, South Lancashire with its central city Manchester. Again we have beautiful hill country, sloping gently from the watershed westwards towards the Irish Sea, with the charming green valleys of the Ribble, the Irwell, the Mersey, and their tributaries, a country which, 100 years ago chiefly swampland, thinly populated, is now sown with towns and villages, and is the most densely populated strip of country in England. In Lancashire, and especially in Manchester, English manufacture finds at once its starting point and its centre. The Manchester Exchange is the thermometer for all the fluctuations of trade. The modern art of manufacture has reached its perfection in Manchester. In the cotton industry of South Lancashire, the application of the forces of nature, the superseding of hand labour by machinery, especially by the power loom and the self-acting mule, and the division of labour, are seen at the highest point, and, if we recognize in these three elements that which is characteristic of modern manufacture, we must confess that the cotton industry has remained in advance of all other branches of industry from the beginning down to the present day. The effects of modern 345 manufacture upon the working class must necessarily develop here most freely and perfectly, and the manufacturing proletariat present itself in its fullest classic perfection. The degradation to which the application of steam power, machinery and the division of labor reduce the working man, and the attempts of the proletariat to rise above this abasement, must likewise be carried to the highest point and with the fullest consciousness. Hence, because Manchester is the classic type of a modern manufacturing town, and because I know it as intimately as my own native town, more intimately than most of its residents know it, we shall make a longer stay here. The towns surrounding Manchester vary little from the central city, so far as the working people's quarters are concerned, except that the working class forms, if possible, a larger proportion of their population. These towns are purely industrial and conduct all their business through Manchester, upon which they are in every respect dependent, whence they are inhabited only by working men and petty tradesmen, while Manchester has a very considerable commercial population, especially of commission and respectable retail dealers. Hence Bolton, Preston, Wigan, Bury, Rochdale, Middleton, Haywood, Oldham, Ashton, Stalybridge, Stockport, etc., though nearly all towns of 30, 50, 70 to 90,000 inhabitants, are almost wholly working people's districts, interspersed only with factories, a few thoroughfares lined with shops, and a few lanes along which the gardens and houses of the manufacturers are scattered like villas. The towns themselves are badly and irregularly built with foul courts, lanes, and back alleys, reeking of coal smoke, and especially dingy from the originally bright red brick, turned black with time, which is here the universal building material. Cellar dwellings are general here, wherever it is in any way possible. These subterranean dens are constructed, and a very considerable portion of the population dwells in them. Among the worst of these towns after Preston and Oldham is Bolton, 11 miles northwest of Manchester. It has, so far as I have been able to observe in my repeated visits, but one main street, a very dirty one, Deansgate, which serves as a market, and is even in the finest weather a dark, unattractive hole in spite of the fact that, except for the factories, its sides are formed by low 1- and 2-storied houses. Here, as everywhere, the older part of the town is especially ruinous and miserable. A dark-colored body of water, which leaves the beholder in doubt whether it is a brook or a long string of stagnant puddles, flows through the 346 Friedrich Engels town and contributes its share to the total pollution of the air, by no means pure without it. There is Stockport, too, which lies on the Cheshire side of the Mersey, but belongs nevertheless to the manufacturing district of Manchester. It lies in a narrow valley along the Mersey, so that the streets slope down a steep hill on one side and up an equally steep one on the other, while the railway from Manchester to Birmingham passes over a high viaduct above the city and the whole valley. Stockport is renowned throughout the entire district as one of the duskiest, smokiest holes, and looks, indeed, especially when viewed from the viaduct, excessively repellent. But far more repulsive are the cottages and cellar dwellings of the working class, which stretch in long rows through all parts of the town from the valley bottom to the crest of the hill. I do not remember to have seen so many cellars used as dwellings in any other town of this district. A few miles northeast of Stockport is Ashton-under-Lyne, one of the newest factory towns of this region. It stands on the slope of a hill at the foot of which are the canal and the river Tame, and is, in general, built on the newer, more regular plan. 5 or 6 parallel streets stretch along the hill, intersected at right angles by others leading down into the valley. By this method, the factories would be excluded from the town proper, even if the proximity of the river and the canal way did not draw them all into the valley where they stand thickly crowded, belching forth black smoke from their chimneys. To this arrangement Ashton owes a much more attractive appearance than that of most factory towns. The streets are broader and cleaner, the cottages look new, bright red, and comfortable. But the modern system of building cottages for working men has its own disadvantages. Every street has its concealed back lane to which a narrow paved path leads, and which is all the dirtier. And, although I saw no buildings, except a few on entering, which could have been more than 50 years old, there are even in Ashton streets in which the cottages are getting bad, where the bricks in the house corners are no longer firm but shift about, in which the walls have cracks and will not hold the chalk whitewash inside, streets, whose dirty, smoke-begrimed aspect is no wise different from that of the other towns of the district, except that in Ashton this is the exception, not the rule. A mile eastward lies Stalybridge, also on the Tame. In coming over the hill from Ashton, the traveller has, at the top, both right and left, fine large gardens with superb villa-like houses in their midst, built usually in the Elizabethan style, which is to the Gothic precisely what the Anglican Church is to the Apostolic Roman. 347. Catholic. 100 paces farther and Stalybridge shows itself in the valley, in sharp contrast with the beautiful country seats, in sharp contrast even with the modest cottages of Ashton. Stalybridge lies in a narrow, crooked ravine, much narrower even than the valley at Stockport, and both sides of this ravine are occupied by an irregular group of cottages, houses, and mills. On entering, the very first cottages are narrow, smoke-begrimed, old, and ruinous, and as the first houses, so the whole town. A few streets lie in the narrow valley bottom, most of them run criss-cross, pell-mell, uphill and down, and in nearly all the houses, by reason of this sloping situation, the ground floor is half buried in the earth, and what multitudes of courts, back lanes, and remote nooks arise out of this confused way of building may be seen from the hills, whence one has the town, here and there, in a bird's eye view almost at one's feet. Add to this the shocking filth, and the repulsive effect of Stalybridge, in spite of its pretty surroundings, may be readily imagined. But enough of these little towns. Each has its own peculiarities, but in general, the working people live in them just as in Manchester. Hence I have especially sketched only their peculiar construction, and would observe that all more general observations as to the condition of the labouring population in Manchester are fully applicable to these surrounding towns as well. 3. Manchester lies at the foot of the southern slope of a range of hills, which stretch hither from Oldham, be their last peak, Kersal Moor, being at once the racecourse and the Mansacre of Manchester. 132. Manchester proper lies on the left bank of the Irewell, between that stream and the two smaller ones, the Irk and the Medlock, which here empty into the Irewell. On the right bank of the Irewell, bounded by a sharp curve of the river, lies Salford, and farther westward Pendleton, northward from the Irwell lie Upper and Lower Broughton, northward of the Irk, Cheetham Hill, south of the Medlock lies Hume, farther east Chorlton on Medlock, still farther, pretty well to the east of Manchester, Ardwick. The whole assemblage of buildings is commonly called Manchester, and contains about 400,000 inhabitants, rather more than less. The town itself is peculiarly built, so that a person may live in it for years, and go in and out daily without coming into contact with a working people's quarter or. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here one more sentence. We now turn our attention to the principal town. Ed. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here between the valleys of the Irwell and the Medlock. Ed. 348 Friedrich Engels. Even with workers, that is, so long as he confines himself to his business or to pleasure walks. This arises chiefly from the fact, that by unconscious tacit agreement, as well as with outspoken conscious determination, the working people's quarters are sharply separated from the sections of the city reserved for the middle class, or, if this does not succeed, they are concealed with the cloak of charity. Manchester contains, at its heart, a rather extended commercial district, perhaps half a mile long and about as broad, and consisting almost wholly of offices and warehouses. Nearly the whole district is abandoned by dwellers, and is lonely and deserted at night. Only watchmen and policemen traverse its narrow lanes with their dark lanterns. This district is cut through by certain main thoroughfares upon which the vast traffic concentrates, and in which the ground level is lined with brilliant shops. In these streets the upper floors are occupied, here and there is a good deal of life upon them until late at night. With the exception of this commercial district, all Manchester proper, all Salford and Hume, a great part of Pendleton and Chorlton, 2/3 of Ardwick, and single stretches of Cheetham Hill and Broughton are all unmixed working people's quarters, stretching like a girdle, averaging 1.5 miles in breadth, around the commercial district. Outside, beyond this girdle, lives the upper and middle bourgeoisie, the middle bourgeoisie in regularly laid out streets in the vicinity of the working quarters, especially in Chorlton and the lower lying portions of Cheetham Hill, the upper bourgeoisie in remoter villas with gardens in Chorlton and Ardwick, or on the breezy heights of Cheetham Hill, Broughton and Pendleton, in free, wholesome country air, in fine, comfortable homes, passed once every half or quarter hour by omnibuses going into the city. And the finest part of the arrangement is this, that the members of this money aristocracy can take the shortest road through the middle of all the labouring districts to their places of business without ever seeing that they are in the midst of the grimy misery that lurks to the right and the left. For the thoroughfares leading from the Exchange in all directions out of the city are lined, on both sides, with an almost unbroken series of shops, and are so kept in the hands of the middle and lower bourgeoisie, which, out of self-interest, cares for a decent and cleanly external appearance and can care for it. True, these shops bear some relation to the districts which lie behind them, and are more elegant in the commercial and residential quarters than when they hide grimy working men's dwellings, but they suffice to conceal from the eyes of the wealthy men and women of strong 349 stomachs and weak nerves the misery and grime which form the complement of their wealth. 3 So, for instance, Deansgate, which leads from the old church directly southward, is lined first with mills and warehouses, then with second-rate shops and alehouses, farther south, when it leaves the commercial district, with less inviting shops, which grow dirtier and more interrupted by beer houses and gin palaces the farther one goes, until at the southern end the appearance of the shops leaves no doubt that workers and workers only are their customers. So Market Street running southeast from the Exchange, at first brilliant shops of the best sort, with counting houses or warehouses above, in the continuation, Piccadilly, immense hotels and warehouses, in the farther continuation, London Road, in the neighbourhood of the Medlock, factories, beer houses, shops for the humbler bourgeoisie and the working population, and from this point onward, large gardens and villas of the wealthier merchants and manufacturers. In this way anyone who knows Manchester can infer the adjoining districts from the appearance of the thoroughfare, but one is seldom in a position to catch from the street a glimpse of the real laboring districts. I know very well that this hypocritical plan is more or less common to all great cities. I know, too, that the retail dealers are forced by the nature of their business to take possession of the great highways. I know that there are more good buildings than bad ones upon such streets everywhere, and that the value of land is greater near them than in remoter districts, but at the same time I have never seen so systematic a shutting out of the working class from the thoroughfares, so tender a concealment of everything which might affront the eye and the nerves of the bourgeoisie, as in Manchester. And yet, in other respects, Manchester is less built according to a plan, after official zero regulations, is more an outgrowth of accident than any other city, and when I consider in this connection the eager assurances of the middle class, that the working class is doing famously, I cannot help feeling that the liberal manufacturers, the bigwigs of Manchester, are not so innocent after all, in the matter of this shameful method of construction. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have wealth and luxury. Ed. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here then along Ardwick Green are houses for the higher and middle bourgeoisie. Ed. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have police instead of official. Ed. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have these two words in English. Ed. 350 Friedrich Engels. I may mention just here that the mills almost all adjoin the rivers or the different canals that ramify throughout the city, before I proceed at once to describe the laboring quarters. First of all, there is the old town of Manchester, which lies between the northern boundary of the commercial district and Thelrk. Here the streets, even the better ones, are narrow and winding, as Todd Street, Long Millgate, Wythy Grove, and Should Hill, the houses dirty, old, and tumble down, and the construction of the side streets utterly horrible. Going from the old church to Long Millgate, the stroller has at once a row of old-fashioned houses at the right, of which not one has kept its original level. These are remnants of the old pre-manufacturing Manchester, whose former inhabitants have removed with their descendants into better-built districts, and have left the houses, which were not good enough for them, to a population strongly mixed with Irish blood. Here one is in an almost undisguised working men's quarter, for even the shops and beer houses hardly take the trouble to exhibit a trifling degree of cleanliness. But all this is nothing in comparison with the courts and lanes which lie behind, to which access can be gained only through covered passages, in which no two human beings can pass at the same time. Of the irregular cramming together of dwellings in ways which defy all rational plan, of the tangle in which they are crowded literally one upon the other, it is impossible to convey an idea. And it is not the buildings surviving from the old times of Manchester which are to blame for this. The confusion has only recently reached its height when every scrap of space left by the old way of building has been filled up and patched over until not a foot of land is left to be further occupied. To confirm my statement, I have drawn here a small section of the plan of Manchester, not the worst spot and not 1/10 of the whole old town. 3. The drawings reproduced in the book as well as the relevant texts here and below are taken from the German editions of 1845 and 1892. In the American edition of 1887 and the English edition of 1892 they are omitted. Ed. 351. This drawing will suffice to characterize the irrational manner in which the entire district was built, particularly the part near the Irk. The south bank of the Irk is here very steep and between 15 and 30 feet high. On this declivitous hillside there are planted 3 rows of houses, of which the lowest rise directly out of the river, while the front walls of the highest stand on the crest of the hill in Long Millgate. Among them are mills on the river. In short, the method of construction is as crowded and disorderly here as in the lower part of Long Millgate. Right and left a multitude of covered passages lead from the main street into numerous courts, and he who turns in thither gets into a filth and disgusting grime. the equal of which is not to be found especially in the courts which lead down to the Irk, and which contain unqualifiedly the most horrible dwellings which I have yet beheld. In one of these courts there stands directly at the entrance, at the end of the covered passage, a privy without a door, so dirty that the inhabitants can pass into and out of the court only by passing through foul pools of stagnant urine and excrement. This is the first court on the Irk above Ducie Bridge, in case any one should care to look into it. Below it on the river there are several tanneries which fill the whole neighborhood with the stench of animal putrefaction. Below Ducie Bridge the only entrance to most of the houses is by means of narrow, dirty stairs and over heaps of refuse and filth. The first court below Ducie Bridge, known as Allen's Court, was in such a state at the time of the cholera that the sanitary police ordered it evacuated, swept, and disinfected with chloride of lime. Dr. K gives a terrible description of the state of this court at that time. Since then, it seems to have been partially torn away and rebuilt. At least looking down from Ducie Bridge, the passerby sees several ruined walls and heaps of debris with some newer houses. The view from this bridge, mercifully concealed from mortals of small stature by a parapet as high as a man, is characteristic for the whole district. At the bottom flows, or rather stagnates, the Irk, a narrow, coal-black, foul-smelling stream, full of debris and refuse, which it deposits on the shallower right bank. In dry weather, a long string of the most disgusting, blackish-green, slime pools are left standing on this. The moral and physical condition of the working classes employed in the cotton manufacture in Manchester. By James P.H. K., M.D. 2nd ed. 1832. Dr. K confuses the working class in general with the factory workers, otherwise an excellent pamphlet note by Engels. 352 Friedrich Engels. Bank, from the depths of which bubbles of miasmatic gas constantly arise and give forth a stench unendurable even on the bridge 40 or 50 feet above the surface of the stream. But besides this, the stream itself is checked every few paces by high weirs, behind which slime and refuse accumulate and rot in thick masses. Above the bridge are tanneries, 3 bone mills, and gasworks, from which all drains and refuse find their way into the Irk, which receives further the contents of all the neighboring sewers and privies. It may be easily imagined, therefore, what sort of residue the stream deposits. Below the bridge you look upon the piles of debris, the refuse, filth, and offal from the courts on the steep left bank. Here each house is packed close behind its neighbor and a piece of each is visible, all black, smoky, crumbling, ancient, with broken panes and window frames. The background is furnished by old barrack-like factory buildings. On the lower right bank stands a long row of houses and mills, the second house being a ruin without a roof, piled with debris. The third stands so low that the lowest floor is uninhabitable, and therefore without windows or doors. Here the background embraces the pauper burial ground, the station of the Liverpool and Leeds Railway, and, in the rear of this, the workhouse, the Poor Law Bastille of Manchester, which, like a citadel, looks threateningly down from behind its high walls and parapets on the hilltop, upon the working people's quarter below. Above Ducie Bridge, the left bank grows more flat and the right bank steeper, but the condition of the dwellings on both banks grows worse rather than better. He who turns to the left here from the main street, Long Mill Gate, is lost. He wanders from one court to another, turns countless corners, passes nothing but narrow, filthy nooks and alleys, until after a few minutes he has lost all clue, and knows not whither to turn. Everywhere half or wholly ruined buildings, some of them actually uninhabited, which means a great deal here, rarely a wooden or stone floor to be seen in the houses, almost uniformly broken, ill-fitting windows and doors, and a state of filth. Everywhere heaps of debris, refuse, and offal, standing pools for gutters, and a stench which alone would make it impossible for a human being in any degree civilized to live in such a district. The newly built extension of the Leeds Railway, which crosses the Irk here, has swept away some of these courts and lanes, laying others completely open to view. Immediately The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have die works after tanneries. Ed. 353. Under the railway bridge there stands a court, the filth and horrors of which surpass all the others by far, just because it was hitherto so shut off, so secluded that the way to it could not be found without a good deal of trouble. I should never have discovered it myself, without the breaks made by the railway, though I thought I knew this whole region thoroughly. Passing along a rough bank, among stakes and washing lines, one penetrates into this chaos of small one-storied, one-roomed huts, in most of which there is no artificial floor, kitchen, living and sleeping room all in one. In such a hole, scarcely 5 feet long by 6 broad, I found 2 beds and such bedsteads and beds, which, with a staircase and chimney place, exactly filled the room. In several others I found absolutely nothing, while the door stood open, and the inhabitants leaned against it. Everywhere before the doors refuse and awful, that any sort of pavement lay underneath could not be seen but only felt, here and there, with the feet. This whole collection of cattle sheds for human beings was surrounded on 2 sides by houses and a factory, and on the third by the river, and besides the narrow stair up the bank, a narrow doorway alone led out into another almost equally ill-built, ill-kept labyrinth of dwellings. Enough. The whole side of the Irk is built in this way, a planless, knotted chaos of houses, more or less on the verge of uninhabitableness, whose unclean interiors fully correspond with their filthy external surroundings. And how could the people be clean with no proper opportunity for satisfying the most natural and ordinary wants? Privies are so rare here that they are either filled up every day, or are too remote for most of the inhabitants to use. How can people wash when they have only the dirty Irk water at hand, while pumps and water pipes can be found in decent parts of the city alone? In truth, it cannot be charged to the account of these helots of modern society if their dwellings are not more cleanly than the pigsties which are here and there to be seen among them. The landlords are not ashamed to let dwellings like the 6 or 7 cellars on the quay directly below Scotland Bridge, the floors of which stand at least 2 feet below the low water level of the Irk that flows not 6 feet away from them, or like the upper floor of the corner house on the opposite shore directly above the bridge, where the ground floor, utterly uninhabitable, stands deprived of all fittings for doors and windows, a case by no means rare in this region, when this open ground floor is used as a privy by the whole neighborhood for want of other facilities. 354 Friedrich Engels. If we leave the Irk and penetrate once more on the opposite side from Long Millgate into the midst of the working men's dwellings, we shall come into a somewhat newer quarter, which stretches from St. Michael's Church to Withy Grove and Should Hill. Here there is somewhat better order. In place of the chaos of buildings, we find at least long straight lanes and alleys or courts, built according to a plan and usually square. But if, in the former case, every house was built according to caprice, here each lane and court is so built, without reference to the situation of the adjoining ones. The lanes run now in this direction, now in that, while every 2 minutes the wanderer gets into a blind alley, or, on turning a corner, finds himself back where he started from. Certainly no one who has not lived a considerable time in this labyrinth can find his way through it. If I may use the word at all in speaking of this district, the ventilation of these streets and courts is, in consequence of this confusion, quite as imperfect as in the Irk region, and if this quarter may, nevertheless, be said to have some advantage over that of the Irk, the houses being newer and the streets occasionally having gutters, nearly every house has, on the other hand, a cellar dwelling, which is rarely found in the Irk district, by reason of the greater age and more careless construction of the houses. As for the rest, the filth, debris, and offal heaps, and the pools in the streets are common to both quarters, and in the district now under discussion, another feature most injurious to the cleanliness of the inhabitants, is the multitude of pigs walking about in all the alleys, rooting into the offal heaps, or kept imprisoned in small pens. Here, as in most of the working men's quarters of Manchester, the pork raisers rent the courts and build pig pens in them. In almost every court one or even several such pens may be found, into which the inhabitants of the court throw all refuse and offal, whence the swine grow fat, and the atmosphere, confined on all four sides, is utterly corrupted by putrefying animal and vegetable substances. Through this quarter, a broad and measurably decent street has been cut, Miller's Street, and the background has been pretty successfully concealed. But if any one should be led by curiosity to pass through one of the numerous passages which lead into the courts, he will find this piggery repeated at every 20 paces. Such is the old town of Manchester, and on rereading my description, I am forced to admit that instead of being exaggerated, it is far from black enough to convey a true impression of the filth, ruin, and uninhabitableness, the defiance of all. Consider 355. Asians of cleanliness, ventilation, and health which characterize the construction of this single district, containing at least 20 to 30,000 inhabitants. And such a district exists in the heart of the second city of England, the first manufacturing city of the world. If any one wishes to see in how little space a human being can move, how little air and such air he can breathe, how little of civilization he may share and yet live, it is only necessary to travel hither. True, this is the old town, and the people of Manchester emphasize the fact whenever anyone mentions to them the frightful condition of this hell upon earth, but what does that prove? Everything which here arouses horror and indignation is of recent origin, belongs to the industrial epoch. The couple of 100 houses, which belong to old Manchester, have been long since abandoned by their original inhabitants. The industrial epoch alone has crammed into them the swarms of workers whom they now shelter. The industrial epoch alone has built up every spot between these old houses to win a covering for the masses whom it has conjured hither from the agricultural districts and from Ireland. The industrial epoch alone enables the owners of these catlechts to rent them for high prices to human beings, to plunder the poverty of the workers, to undermine the health of thousands, in order that they alone, the owners, may grow rich. In the industrial epoch alone has it become possible that the worker scarcely freed from feudal servitude could be used as mere material, a mere chattel, that he must let himself be crowded into a dwelling too bad for every other, which he for his hard-earned wages buys the right to let go utterly to ruin. This manufacture has achieved, which, without these workers, this poverty, this slavery could not have lived. True, the original construction of this quarter was bad, little good could have been made out of it, but, have the landowners, has the municipality done anything to improve it when rebuilding? On the contrary, wherever a nook or corner was free, a house has been run up, where a superfluous passage remained, it has been built up. The value of land rose with the blossoming out of manufacture, and the more it rose, the more madly was the work of building up carried on, without reference to the health or comfort of the inhabitants, with sole reference to the highest possible profit on the principle that no hole is so bad but that some poor creature must take it who can pay for nothing better. However, it is the old town, and with this reflection the bourgeoisie is comforted. Let us see, therefore, how much better it is in the new town. 356 Friedrich Engels. The new town, known also as Irish Town, stretches up a hill of clay, beyond the old town, between the Irk and St. George's Road. Here all the features of a city are lost. Single rows of houses or groups of streets stand, here and there, like little villages on the naked, not even grass-grown clay soil. The houses, or rather cottages, are in bad order, never repaired, filthy, with damp, unclean, cellar dwellings. The lanes are neither paved nor supplied with sewers, but harbor numerous colonies of swine penned in small sties or yards, or wandering unrestrained through the neighborhood. The mud in the streets is so deep that there is never a chance, except in the driest weather, of walking without sinking into it ankle deep at every step. In the vicinity of St. George's Road, the separate groups of buildings approach each other more closely, ending in a continuation of lanes, blind alleys, back lanes, and courts, which grow more and more crowded and irregular the nearer they approach the heart of the town. True, they are here oftener paved or supplied with paved sidewalks and gutters, but the filth, the bad order of the houses, and especially of the cellars, remain the same. It may not be out of place to make some general observations just here as to the customary construction of working men's quarters in Manchester. We have seen how in the Old Town pure accident determined the grouping of the houses in general. Every house is built without reference to any other, and the scraps of space between them are called courts for want of another name. In the somewhat newer portions of the same quarter, and in other working men's quarters, dating from the early days of industrial activity, a somewhat more orderly arrangement may be found. The space between two streets is divided into more regular, usually square courts. These courts were built in this way from the beginning, and communicate with the streets by means of covered passages. If the totally planless construction is injurious to the health of the workers by preventing ventilation, this method of shutting them up in courts surrounded on all sides by buildings is far more so. The air simply cannot escape. The chimneys of the houses are the accompanying drawing is reproduced according to the German editions of 1845 and 1892 ed. 357. Sole drains for the imprisoned atmosphere of the courts, and they serve the purpose only so long as fire is kept burning. Moreover, the houses surrounding such courts are usually built back to back, having the rear wall in common, and this alone suffices to prevent any sufficient through ventilation. And, as the police charged with care of the streets does not trouble itself about the condition of these courts, as everything quietly lies where it is thrown, there is no cause for wonder at the filth and heaps of ashes and offal to be found here. I have been in courts, in Miller's Street, at least half a foot below the level of the thoroughfare, and without the slightest drainage for the water that accumulates in them in rainy weather. More recently another different method of building was adopted, and has now become general. Working men's cottages are almost never built singly, but always by the dozen or score, a single contractor building up one or two streets at a time. These are then arranged as follows: one front is formed of cottages of the best class, so fortunate as to possess a back door and small court, and these command the highest rent. In the rear of these cottages runs a narrow alley, the back street, built up at both ends, into which either a narrow roadway or a covered passage leads from one side. The cottages which face this back street command least rent, and are most neglected. These have their rear walls in common with the third row of cottages, which face a second street and command less rent than the first row and more than the second. The streets are laid out somewhat in the following manner, d. And yet an English liberal wiseacre asserts, in the report of the Children's Employment Commission, that these courts are the masterpiece of municipal architecture, because, like a multitude of little parks, they improve ventilation, the circulation of air. Certainly, if each court had 2 or 4 broad open entrances facing each other, through which the air could pour, but they never have 2, rarely 1, and usually only a narrow covered passage. Note by Engels. The reference is to Granger's assertion concerning Birmingham courts ed. The drawing and the words referring to it are reproduced according to the German editions of 1845 and 1892 ed. 13-762. 358 Friedrich Engels. By this method of construction, comparatively good ventilation can be obtained for the first row of cottages, and the third row is no worse off than in the former method. The middle row, on the other hand, is at least as badly ventilated as the houses in the courts, and the back street is always in the same filthy, disgusting condition as they. The contractors prefer this method because it saves them space, and furnishes the means of fleecing better paid workers through the higher rents of the cottages in the first and third rows. These 3 different forms of cottage building are found all over Manchester and throughout Lancashire and Yorkshire, often mixed up together, but usually separate enough to indicate the relative age of parts of towns. The third system, that of the back alleys, prevails largely in the great working men's district east of St. George's Road and Ancoats Street, and is the one most often found in the other working men's quarters of Manchester and its suburbs. In the last mentioned broad district included under the name Ancoats, stand the largest mills of Manchester lining the canals, colossal 6- and 7-storied buildings towering with their slender chimneys far above the low cottages of the workers. The population of the district consists, therefore, chiefly of mill hands, and in the worst streets, of handweavers. The streets nearest the heart of the town are the oldest, and consequently the worst. They are, however, paved, and supplied with drains. Among them I include those nearest to and parallel with Oldham Road and Great Ancoats Street. Farther to the northeast lie many newly built up streets. Here the cottages look neat and cleanly, doors and windows are new and freshly painted, the rooms within newly whitewashed, the streets themselves are better aired, the vacant building lots between them larger and more numerous. But this can be said of a minority of the houses only. While cellar dwellings are to be found under almost every cottage, many streets are unpaved and without sewers, and, worse than all, this underscore neat appearance is all pretence, a pretence which vanishes within the first 10 years. For the construction of the cottages individually is no less to be condemned than the plan of the streets. All such cottages look neat and substantial at first, their massive brick walls deceive the eye, and, on passing through a newly built workingman's street, without remembering the back alleys and the con. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 read as follows: east of St. George's Road on both sides of Oldham Road and Great Ancoats Street. Ed. 359. Struction of the houses themselves. One is inclined to agree with the assertion of the liberal manufacturers that the working population is nowhere so well housed as in England. But on closer examination, it becomes evident that the walls of these cottages are as thin as it is possible to make them. The outer walls, those of the cellar, which bear the weight of the ground floor and roof, are one whole brick thick at most, the bricks lying with their long sides touching, 111, but I have seen many a cottage of the same height, some in process of building, whose outer walls were but 1/2 brick thick, the bricks lying not sidewise but lengthwise, their narrow ends touching, 11111 I. The object of this is to spare material, but there is also another reason for it, namely, the fact that the contractors never own the land but lease it, according to the English custom, for 20, 30, 40, 50, or 99 years, at the expiration of which time it falls, with everything upon it, back into the possession of the original holder, who pays nothing in return for improvements upon it. The improvements are therefore so calculated by the lessee as to be worth as little as possible at the expiration of the stipulated term. And as such cottages are often built but 20 or 30 years before the expiration of the term, it may easily be imagined that the contractors make no unnecessary expenditures upon them. Moreover, these contractors, usually carpenters and builders, or manufacturers, spend little or nothing in repairs, partly to avoid diminishing their rent receipts, and partly in view of the approaching surrender of the improvement to the landowner, while in consequence of commercial crises and the loss of work that follows them, whole streets often stand empty, the cottages falling rapidly into ruin and uninhabitableness. It is calculated in general that working men's cottages last only 40 years on the average. This sounds strangely enough when one sees the beautiful, massive walls of newly built ones, which seem to give promise of lasting a couple of centuries, but the fact remains that the niggardliness of the original expenditure, the neglect of all repairs, the frequent periods of emptiness, the constant change of inhabitants, and the destruction carried on by the dwellers during the final 10 years, usually Irish families, who do not hesitate to use the wooden portions for firewood, all this, taken together, accomplishes the complete ruin of the cottages by the end of 40 years. Hence it comes that Ancoats, built chiefly since the Sudden. The drawings are reproduced according to the German editions of 1845 and 1892 ed. 13 *. 360 Friedrich Engels. Growth of manufacture, chiefly indeed within the present century, contains a vast number of ruinous houses, most of them being, in fact, in the last stages of inhabitableness. I will not dwell upon the amount of capital thus wasted, the small additional expenditure upon the original improvement and upon repairs which would suffice to keep this whole district clean, decent, and inhabitable for years together. I have to deal here with the state of the houses and their inhabitants, and it must be admitted that no more injurious and demoralizing method of housing the workers has yet been discovered than precisely this. The working man is constrained to occupy such ruinous dwellings because he cannot pay for others, and because there are no others 3 in the vicinity of his mill, perhaps, 2, because they belong to the employer, who engages him only on condition of his taking such a cottage. The calculation with reference to the 40 years' duration of the cottage is, of course, not always perfectly strict, for, if the dwellings are in a thickly built-up portion of the town, and there is a good prospect of finding steady occupants for them, while the ground rent is high, the contractors do a little something to keep the cottages inhabitable after the expiration of the 40 years. They never do anything more, however, than is absolutely unavoidable, and the dwellings so repaired are the worst of all. Occasionally, when an epidemic threatens, the otherwise sleepy conscience of the sanitary police is a little stirred, raids are made into the working men's districts, whole rows of cellars and cottages are closed, as happened in the case of several lanes near Oldham Road, but this does not last long. The condemned cottages soon find occupants again, the owners are much better off by letting them, and the sanitary police won't come again so soon. These east and northeast sides of Manchester are the only ones on which the bourgeoisie has not built, because 10 or 11 months of the year the west and southwest wind drives the smoke of all the factories hither, and that the working people alone may breathe. Southward from Great Ancoats Street, lies a great, straggling, working men's quarter, a hilly, barren stretch of land, occupied by detached, irregularly built rows of houses or squares, between these, empty building lots, uneven, clayey, without grass and scarcely passable in wet weather. The cottages are all filthy and old, and recall the new town to mind. The stretch cut through by the Birmingham Railway is the most thickly built up and the worst. Here flows the Medlock with countless windings through a valley, which is, in places, on a level with the valley of the Irk. Along both sides of the stream, which is coal-black, stagnant, and foul, stretches a broad belt of factories and working men's dwellings, the latter all in the worst condition. The bank is chiefly declivitous and is built over to the water's edge, just as we saw along the Irk, while the houses are equally bad, whether built on the Manchester side or in Ardwick, Chorlton, or Hume. But the most horrible spot, if I should describe all the separate spots in detail I should never come to the end, lies on the Manchester side, immediately southwest of Oxford Road, and is known as Little Ireland. In a rather deep hole, in a curve of the Medlock and surrounded on all 4 sides by tall factories and high embankments, covered with buildings, stand 2 groups of about 200 cottages, built chiefly back to back, in which live about 4,000 human beings, most of them Irish. The cottages are old, dirty, and of the smallest sort, the streets uneven, fallen into ruts and in part without drains or pavement, masses of refuse, awful and sickening filth lie among standing pools in all directions, the atmosphere is poisoned by the effluvia from these, and laden and darkened by the smoke of a dozen tall factory chimneys. A horde of ragged women and children swarm about here, as filthy as the swine that thrive upon the garbage heaps and in the puddles. In short, the whole rookery furnishes such a hateful and repulsive spectacle as can hardly be equalled in the worst court on the Irk. The race that lives in these ruinous cottages, behind broken windows, mended with oilskin, sprung doors and rotten doorposts, or in dark, wet cellars, in measureless filth and stench, in this atmosphere penned in as if with a purpose, this race must really have reached the lowest stage of humanity. This is the impression and the line of thought which the exterior of this district forces upon the beholder. But what must one think when he hears that in each of these pens, containing at most 2 rooms, a garret, and perhaps a cellar, on the average 20 human beings live, that in the whole region, for each 120 persons, one usually inaccessible privy is provided, and that in spite of all the preachings of the physicians, in spite of the excitement into which the cholera epidemic plunged the sanitary police by reason of the condition of Little Ireland, in spite of everything, in this year of grace 1844, it is in almost the same state as in 1831. Dr. K asserts that not only the cellars but the first floors of all the houses in this district are damp, that a number of cellars once filled up with earth have now been emptied and are occupied once more by Irish people, that in one cellar the water constantly wells up through a hole stopped with clay, the cellar lying below the river level, so that its occupant, a handloom weaver, had to bail out the water from his dwelling every morning and pour it into the street. Farther down, on the left side of the Medlock, lies Hume, which properly speaking, is one great working people's district, the condition of which coincides almost exactly with that of Encotes, the more thickly built up regions chiefly bad and approaching ruin, the less populous of more modern structure, but generally sunk in filth. On the other side of the Medlock, in Manchester proper, lies a second great working men's district which stretches on both sides of Deansgate as far as the business quarter, and in certain parts rivals the Old Town. Especially in the immediate vicinity of the business quarter, between Bridge and Key Streets, Princess and Peter Streets, the crowded construction exceeds in places the narrowest courts of the Old Town. Here are long, narrow lanes between which run contracted, crooked courts and passages, the entrances to which are so irregular that the explorer is caught in a blind alley at every few steps, or comes out where he least expects to, unless he knows every court and every alley exactly and separately. According to Dr. K, the most demoralized class of all Manchester lived in these ruinous and filthy districts, people whose occupations are thieving and prostitution, and, to all appearances, his assertion is still true at the present moment. When the sanitary police made its expedition hither in 1831, it found the uncleanness as great as in Little Ireland or along the Irk, that it is not much better today, I can testify, and, among other items, they found in Parliament Street for 380 persons, and in Parliament Passage for 30 thickly populated houses, but a single privy. If we cross the Irewell to Salford, we find on a peninsula formed by the river a town of 80,000 inhabitants, which, properly speaking, is one large working men's quarter, penetrated by a single wide avenue. Salford, once more important than Manchester, was then the leading town of the surrounding district to which it still gives its name, Salford Hundred. Hence it is that an old and therefore very unwholesome, dirty, and ruinous locality is to be found here, lying opposite the old church of Manchester, and in as bad a condition as the Old Town on the other side of the Irewell. Farther away from the river lies the newer portion, which is, however, already beyond the limit of its 40 years of cottage life, and therefore ruinous enough. All Salford is built in courts or narrow lanes, so narrow, that they remind me of the narrowest I have ever seen, the little lanes of Genoa. The average construction of Salford is in this respect much worse than that of Manchester, and so, too, in respect to cleanliness. If, in Manchester, the police, from time to time, every 6 or 10 years, makes a raid upon the working people's districts, closes the worst dwellings, and causes the filthiest spots in these Augean stables to be cleansed, in Salford it seems to have done absolutely nothing. The narrow side lanes and courts of Chapel Street, Greengate, and Gravel Lane have certainly never been cleansed since they were built. Of late, the Liverpool Railway has been carried through the middle of them, over a high viaduct, and has abolished many of the filthiest nooks, but what does that avail? Whoever passes over this viaduct and looks down, sees filth and wretchedness enough, and, if anyone takes the trouble to pass through these lanes and glance through the open doors and windows into the houses and cellars, he can convince himself afresh with every step that the workers of Salford live in dwellings in which cleanliness and comfort are impossible. Exactly the same state of affairs is found in the more distant regions of Salford, in Islington, along Regent Road, and back of the Bolton Railway. The working men's dwellings between Oldfield Road and Cross Lane, whereof a mass of courts and alleys are to be found in the worst possible state, with the dwellings of the Old Town in filth and overcrowding. In this district I found a man, apparently about 60 years old, living in a cow stable. He had constructed a sort of chimney for his square pen, which had neither windows, floor, nor ceiling, had obtained a bedstead and lived there, though the rain dripped through his rotten roof. This man was too old and weak for regular work, and supported himself by removing manure with a handcart. The dung heaps lay next door to his palace. Such are the various working people's quarters of Manchester as I had occasion to observe them personally during 20 months. If we briefly formulate the result of our wanderings, we must admit that 350,000 working people of Manchester and its environs live, almost all of them, in wretched, damp, filthy cottages, that the streets which surround them are usually in the most miserable and filthy condition, laid out without the slightest reference to ventilation, with reference solely to the profit secured by the contractor. In a word, we must confess that in the working men's dwellings of Manchester, no cleanliness, no convenience, and consequently no comfortable family life is possible, that in such dwellings only a physically degenerate race, robbed of all humanity, degraded, reduced morally and physically to bestiality, could feel comfortable and at home. And I am not alone in making this assertion. We have seen that Dr. K gives precisely the same description, and, though it is superfluous, I quote further the words of a liberal, recognized and highly valued as an authority by the manufacturers, and a fanatical opponent of all independent movements of the workers**. But when I went through their i.e., the Manchester operatives' habitations in Irish Town and Ancoats and Little Ireland, my only wonder was that tolerable health could be maintained by the inmates of such houses. These towns, for such they are in extent and population, have been erected by small speculators with an utter disregard to everything except immediate profit. A carpenter and a bricklayer club to buy a patch of ground, i.e., they lease it for a number of years, and cover it with what they call houses. In one place we saw a whole street following the course of a ditch, in order to have deeper cellars for people, not for lumber, without the expense of excavations. Not a house in this street escaped cholera. And generally speaking, throughout these suburbs the streets are unpaved, with a dunghill or a pond in the middle, the houses built back to back, without ventilation or drainage, and whole families occupy a corner of a cellar or of a garret. I have already referred to the unusual activity which the sanitary police manifested during the cholera visitation. When the epidemic was approaching, a universal terror seized the bourgeoisie of the city. People remembered the unwholesome dwellings of the poor, and trembled before the certainty that each of these slums would become a center for the plague, whence it would spread desolation in all directions through the houses of the propertied class. A health commission was appointed at once to investigate these districts, and report upon their condition to the town council. Dr. K, himself a member of this commission, who visited in person every separate police district except one, the 11th, quotes extracts from their reports. There were inspected, in all, 6,951 houses naturally in Manchester proper alone, Salford and the other suburbs being excluded. Of these, 2,565 urgently needed whitewashing within, 960 were out of repair, 939 had insufficient drains, 1,435 were damp, 452 were badly ventilated, 2,221 were without privies. Of the 687 streets inspected, 248 were unpaved, 53 but partially paved, 112 ill-ventilated, 352 containing standing pools, heaps of debris, refuse, etc. To cleanse such an Augean stable before the arrival of the cholera was, of course, out of the question. A few of the worst nooks were therefore cleansed, and everything else left as before. In the cleansed spots, as Little Ireland proves, the old filthy condition was naturally restored in a couple of months. As to the internal condition of these houses, the same commission reports a state of things similar to that which we have already met with in London, Edinburgh, and other cities. A whole Irish family is often accommodated on a single bed, and sometimes a heap of filthy straw and a covering of old sacking hide them in one undistinguished heap, debased alike by penury, want of economy and dissolute habits. Frequently the inspectors found two families crowded into one small house, containing only two apartments, one in which they slept, and another in which they eat, and often more than one family lived in a damp cellar, containing only one room, in whose pestilential atmosphere from 12 to 16 persons were crowded. To these fertile sources of disease were sometimes added the keeping of the pigs and other animals in the house, with other nuisances of the most revolting character. We must add that many families, who had but one room for themselves, receive boarders and lodgers in it, that such lodgers of both sexes by no means rarely sleep in the same bed with the married couple, and that the single case of a man and his wife and his adult sister-in-law sleeping in one bed was found, according to the report on the sanitary condition of the labouring population, 6 times repeated in Manchester. Common lodging houses, too, are very numerous. Dr. K gives their number in 1831 as 267 in Manchester proper, and they must have increased greatly since then. Each of these receives from 20 to 30 guests, so that they shelter all told, nightly, from 5 to 7,000 human beings. The character of the houses and their guests is the same as in other cities. 5 to 7 beds in each room lie on the floor without bedsteads, and on these sleep, mixed indiscriminately, as many persons as apply. What physical and moral atmosphere reigns in these holes I need not state. Each of these houses is a focus of crime, the scene of deeds against which human nature revolts, which would perhaps never have been executed but for this forced centralization of vice. Gaskell * gives the number of persons living in cellars in Manchester proper as 20,000. The Weekly Dispatch gives the number, according to official reports, as 12% of the working class, which agrees with Gaskell's number, the workers being estimated at 175,000, 21,000 would form 12% of it. 133 The cellar dwellings in the suburbs are at least as numerous, so that the number of persons living in cellars in Manchester using its name in the broader sense is not less than 40 to 50,000. So much for the dwellings of the workers in the largest cities and towns. The manner in which the need of a shelter is satisfied furnishes a standard for the manner in which all other necessities are supplied. That in these filthy holes a ragged, ill-fed population alone can dwell is a safe conclusion, and such is the fact. The clothing of the working people, in the majority of cases, is in a *P. Gaskell, the manufacturing population of England, its moral, social, and physical condition, and the changes which have arisen from the use of steam machinery, with an examination of infant labor. Fiat Justitia, 1833, depicting chiefly the state of the working class in Lancashire. The author is a liberal, but wrote at a time when it was not a feature of liberalism to chant the happiness of the workers. He is therefore unprejudiced, and can afford to have eyes for the evils of the present state of things, and especially for the factory system. On the other hand, he wrote before the Factories Inquiry Commission, and adopts from untrustworthy sources many assertions afterwards refuted by the report of the Commission. This work, although on the whole a valuable one, can therefore only be used with discretion, especially as the author, like K., confuses the whole working class with the mill hands. The history of the development of the proletariat contained in the introduction to the present work, is chiefly taken from this work of Gaskell's Note BV ends else. 367. Very bad condition. The material used for it is not of the best adapted. Wool and linen have almost vanished from the wardrobe of both sexes, and cotton has taken their place. Shirts are made of bleached or colored cotton goods, the dresses of the women are chiefly of cotton print goods, and woolen petticoats are rarely to be seen on the wash line. The men wear chiefly trousers of fustian or other heavy cotton goods, and jackets or coats of the same. Fustian has become the proverbial costume of the working men, who are called fustian jackets, and call themselves so in contrast to the gentlemen who wear broadcloth, which latter words are used as characteristic for the middle class. When Feargus O'Connor, the Chartist leader, came to Manchester during the insurrection of 1842, he appeared, amidst the deafening applause of the working men, in a fustian suit of clothing. Hats are the universal head covering in England, even for working men, hats of the most diverse forms, round, high, broad-brimmed, narrow-brimmed, or without brims, only the younger men in factory towns wearing caps. Anyone who does not own a hat folds himself a low, square paper cap. The whole clothing of the working class, even assuming it to be in good condition, is little adapted to the climate. The damp air of England, with its sudden changes of temperature, more calculated than any other to give rise to colds, obliges almost the whole middle class to wear flannel next to the skin, about the body, and flannel scarfs and shirts are in almost universal use. Not only is the working class deprived of this precaution, it is scarcely ever in a position to use a thread of woolen clothing, and the heavy cotton goods, though thicker, stiffer, and heavier than woolen clothes, afford much less protection against cold and wet, remain damp much longer because of their thickness and the nature of the stuff, and have nothing of the compact density of fulled woolen cloths. And, if a working man once buys himself a woolen coat for Sunday, he must get it from one of the cheap shops where he finds bad, so-called devil's dust sea cloth, manufactured for sale and not for use, and liable to tear or grow threadbare in a fortnight, or he must buy of an old clothes dealer a half-worn coat which has seen its best days, and lasts but a few weeks. Moreover, the working man's clothing is, in most cases, in bad condition, and there is the oft-recurring necessity for placing the best pieces in the pawnbroker's shop. But among very large numbers, especially among the Irish, the prevailing clothing consists of perfect rags often beyond all mending, or so patched that the original color can no longer be detected. Yet the English and Anglo-Irish go on patching, and have carried this art to a remarkable pitch, putting wool or bagging on fustian, or the reverse, it's all the same to them. But the true, transplanted Irish hardly ever patch except in the extremest necessity, when the garment would otherwise fall apart. Ordinarily the rags of the shirt protrude through the rents in the coat or trousers. They wear, as Thomas Carlyle says *, a suit of tatters, the getting on or off which is said to be a difficult operation, transacted only in festivals and the high tides of the calendar. The Irish have introduced, too, the custom, previously unknown in England, of going barefoot. In every manufacturing town there is now to be seen a multitude of people, especially women and children, going about barefoot, and their example is gradually being adopted by the poorer English. As with clothing, so with food. The workers get what is too bad for the property-holding class. In the great towns of England everything may be had of the best, but it costs money, and the workman, who must keep house on a couple of pence, cannot afford much expense. Moreover, he usually receives his wages on Saturday evening, for, although a beginning has been made in the payment of wages on Friday, this excellent arrangement is by no means universal, and so he comes to market at 5 or even 7 o'clock, 3 while the buyers of the middle class have had the first choice during the morning, when the market teems with the best of everything. But when the workers reach it, the best has vanished, and, if it was still there, they would probably not be able to buy it. The potatoes which the workers buy are usually poor, the vegetables wilted, the cheese old and of poor quality, the bacon rancid, the meat lean, tough, taken from old, often diseased, cattle, or such as have died a natural death, and not fresh even then, often half decayed. The sellers are usually small hucksters who buy up inferior goods, and can sell them cheaply by reason of their badness. The poorest workers are forced to use still another device to get together the things they need with their few pence. As nothing can be sold on Sunday, and all shops must be closed at 12 o'clock on Saturday night, such things as would not keep until Monday are sold at any price between 10 o'clock and midnight. But 9/10 of what is sold at 10 o'clock is past using by Sunday morning, yet these are precisely the provisions which make up the Sunday dinner of the poorest class. The meat which the workers buy is very often past using, but having bought it, they must eat it. On the 6th of January, 1844, if I am not greatly mistaken, a court lita was held in Manchester, when 11 meat sellers were fined for having sold tainted meat. Each of them had a whole ox or pig, or several sheep, or from 50 to 60 pounds of meat, which were all confiscated in a tainted condition. In one case, 54 stuffed Christmas geese were seized which had proved unsaleable in Liverpool, and had been forwarded to Manchester, where they were brought to market foul and rotten. All the particulars, with names and fines, were published at the time in the Manchester Guardian Trademark 4 in the 6 weeks, from July 1 to August 14, 1844, the same sheet reported 3 similar cases. According to the Guardian for July 3, a pig, weighing 200 pounds, which had been found dead and decayed, was cut up and exposed for sale by a butcher at Haywood, and was then seized. According to the number for July 31, 2 butchers at Wigan, of whom one had previously been convicted of the same offence, were fined £2 and £4 respectively, for exposing tainted meat for sale, and, according to the number for August 10, 26 tainted ham seized at a dealer's in Bolton, were publicly burnt, and the dealer fined 20 shillings. But these are by no means all the cases, they do not even form a fair average for a period of 6 weeks, according to which to form an average for the year. There are often seasons in which every number of the semi-weekly Guardian mentions a similar case found in Manchester or its vicinity. And when one reflects upon the many cases which must escape detection in the extensive markets that stretch along the front of every main street, under the slender supervision of the market inspectors, and how else can one explain the boldness with which whole animals are exposed for sale, when one considers how great the temptation must be, in view of the incomprehensibly small fines mentioned in the foregoing cases, when one reflects what condition a piece of meat must have reached to be seized by the inspectors, it is impossible to believe that the workers obtain good and nourishing meat as a usual thing. But they are victimized in yet another way by the money greed of the middle class. Dealers and manufacturers adulterate all kinds of provisions in an atrocious manner, and without the slightest regard to the health of the consumers. We have heard the Manchester Guardian upon this subject. Let us hear another organ of the middle class. I delight in the testimony of my opponents. Let us hear the Liverpool Mercury. Salt butter is molded into the form of pounds of fresh butter, and cased over with fresh. In other instances a pound of fresh is conspicuously placed to be tasted, but that pound is not sold, and in other instances salt butter, washed, is molded and sold as fresh. Pounded rice and other cheap materials are mixed in sugar, and sold at full monopoly price. A chemical substance, the refuse of the soap manufactories, is also mixed with other substances and sold as sugar. Chicory is mixed in good coffee. Chicory, or some similarly cheap substance, is skillfully molded into the form of the coffee berry, and is mixed with the bulk very liberally. Cocoa is extensively adulterated with fine brown earth, wrought up with mutton fat, so as to amalgamate with portions of the real article. The leaves of tea are mingled with sloe leaves and other abominations. Used leaves are also re-dried, and recolored on hot copper plates, and sold as tea. Pepper is adulterated with dust from husks, etc. Port wine is altogether manufactured, from spirits, dyes, etc. It being notorious that more port wine is drunk in this country than is made in Portugal. Nasty things of all sorts are mixed with the weed tobacco in all its manufactured forms. I can add that several of the most respected tobacco dealers in Manchester announced publicly last summer, that, by reason of the universal adulteration of tobacco, no firm could carry on business without adulteration, and that no cigar costing less than 3d is made wholly from tobacco. These frauds are naturally not restricted to articles of food, though I could mention a dozen more, the villainy of mixing gypsum or chalk with flour among them. Fraud is practiced in the sale of articles of every sort. Flannel, stockings, etc., are stretched, and shrink after the first washing. Narrow cloth is sold as being from 1½ to 3 inches broader than it actually is. Stoneware is so thinly glazed that the glazing is good for nothing and cracks at once, and 100 other rascalities, tout comme chez nous. but the lion's share of the evil results of these frauds falls to the workers. The rich are less deceived, because they can pay the high prices of the large shops which have a reputation to lose, and would injure themselves more than their customers if they kept poor or. 371. Adulterated wares. The rich are spoiled, too, by habitual good eating, and detect adulteration more easily with their sensitive palates. But the poor, the working people, to whom a couple of farthings are important, who must buy many things with little money, who cannot afford to inquire too closely into the quality of their purchases, and cannot do so in any case because they have had no opportunity of cultivating their taste, to their share fall all the adulterated, poisoned provisions. They must deal with the small retailers, must buy perhaps on credit, and these small retail dealers, who cannot sell even the same quality of goods so cheaply as the largest retailers, because of their small capital and the large proportional expenses of their business, must knowingly or unknowingly buy adulterated goods in order to sell at the lower prices required, and to meet the competition of the others. Further, a large retail dealer who has extensive capital invested in his business is ruined with his ruined credit if detected in a fraudulent practice, but what harm does it do a small grocer, who has customers in a single street only, if frauds are proved against him? If no one trusts him in Ancoats, he moves to Chorlton or Hume, where no one knows him, and where he continues to defraud as before, while legal penalties attach to very few adulterations unless they involve revenue frauds. Not in the quality alone, but in the quantity of his goods as well, is the English working man defrauded. The small dealers usually have false weights and measures, and an incredible number of convictions for such offences may be read in the police reports. How universal this form of fraud is in the manufacturing districts, a couple of extracts from the Manchester Guardian may serve to show. They cover only a short period, and, even here, I have not all the numbers at hand. Guardian, June 15, 1844, Rochdale Sessions 4 dealers fined 5 to 10 shillings for using lightweights. Stockport Sessions 2 dealers fined 1 shilling, one of them having 7 lightweights and a false scale, and both having been warned. Guardian, June 19, Rochdale Sessions 1 dealer fined 5, and 2 farmers 10 shillings. Guardian, June 22, Manchester Justices of the Peace 19 dealers fined 2 shillings and sixpence to £2. Guardian, June 26, Ashton Sessions 14 dealers and farmers fined 2 shillings and sixpence to £1. Hyde Petty Sessions 9 farmers and dealers condemned to pay costs and 5 shillings fines. Guardian, July 6, Manchester 16 dealers condemned to pay costs and fines not exceeding 10 shillings. Guardian, July 13, Manchester 9 dealers fined from 2 shillings and sixpence to 20 shillings. Guardian, July 24, Rochdale 4 dealers fined 10 to 20 shillings. Guardian, July 27, Bolton 12 dealers and innkeepers condemned to pay costs. Guardian, August 3, Bolton 3 dealers fined 2 shillings and sixpence, and 5 shillings. Guardian, August 10, Bolton 1 dealer fined 5 shillings. And the same causes which make the working class the chief sufferers from frauds in the quality of goods make them the usual victims of frauds in the question of quantity too. The habitual food of the individual working man naturally varies according to his wages. The better paid workers, especially those in whose families every member is able to earn something, have good food as long as the state of things lasts, meat daily and bacon and cheese for supper. Where wages are less, meat is used only 2 or 3 times a week, 3 and the proportion of bread and potatoes increases. Descending gradually, we find the animal food reduced to a small piece of bacon cut up with the potatoes. Lower still, even this disappears, and there remain only bread, cheese, porridge, and potatoes, until on the lowest round of the ladder, among the Irish, potatoes form the sole food. As an accompaniment, weak tea, with perhaps a little sugar, milk, or spirits, is universally drunk. Tea is regarded in England, and even in Ireland, as quite as indispensable as coffee in Germany, and where no tea is used, the bitterest poverty reigns. But all this presupposes that the workman has work. When he has none, he is wholly at the mercy of accident, and eats what is given him, what he can beg or steal. And, if he gets nothing, he simply starves, as we have seen. The quantity of food varies, of course, like its quality, according to the rate of wages, so that among ill-paid workers, even if they have no large families, hunger prevails in spite of full and regular work, and the number of the ill-paid is very large. Especially in London, where the competition of the workers rises with the increase of population, this class is very numerous, but it is to be found in other towns as well. In these cases all sorts of devices are. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have on Sundays or 2 or 3 times a week. Ed. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have, especially if they have large families. Ed. 373. Used, potato parings, vegetable refuse, and rotten vegetables are eaten for want of other food, and everything greedily gathered up which may possibly contain an atom of nourishment. And, if the week's wages are used up before the end of the week, it often enough happens that in the closing days the family gets only as much food, if any, as is barely sufficient to keep off starvation. Of course such a way of living unavoidably engenders a multitude of diseases, and when these appear, when the father from whose work the family is chiefly supported, whose physical exertion most demands nourishment, and who therefore first succumbs when the father is utterly disabled, then misery reaches its height, and then the brutality with which society abandons its members, just when their need is greatest, comes out fully into the light of day. To sum up briefly the facts thus far cited. The great towns are chiefly inhabited by working people, since in the best case there is one bourgeois for 2 workers, often for 3, here and there for 4. These workers have no property whatsoever of their own, and live wholly upon wages, which usually go from hand to mouth. Society, composed wholly of atoms, does not trouble itself about them, leaves them to care for themselves and their families, yet supplies them no means of doing this in an efficient and permanent manner. Every working man, even the best, is therefore constantly exposed to loss of work and food, that is to death by starvation, and many perish in this way. The dwellings of the workers are everywhere badly planned, badly built, and kept in the worst condition, badly ventilated, damp, and unwholesome. The inhabitants are confined to the smallest possible space, and at least one family usually sleeps in each room. The interior arrangement of the dwellings is poverty-stricken in various degrees, down to the utter absence of even the most necessary furniture. The clothing of the workers, too, is generally scanty, and that of great multitudes is in rags. The food is, in general, bad, often almost unfit for use, and in many cases, at least at times, insufficient in quantity, so that, in extreme cases, death by starvation results. Thus the working class of the great cities offers a graduated scale of conditions in life, in the best cases a temporarily endurable existence for hard work and good wages. 3. Weekly Dispatch, April or May, 1844, according to a report by Drive Southwood Smith on the condition of the poor in London. Note by Engels. In the American edition of 1887 and in the English edition of 1892 this note is omitted. Ed. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here good housing and generally good food. Ed. 374 Friedrich Engels. Good and endurable, that is, from the worker's standpoint, in the worst cases, bitter want, reaching even homelessness and death by starvation. The average is much nearer the worst case than the best. And this series does not fall into fixed classes, so that one can say, this fraction of the working class is well off, has always been so, and remains so. If that is the case here and there, if single branches of work have in general an advantage over others, yet the condition of the workers in each branch is subject to such great fluctuations that a single working man may be so placed as to pass through the whole range from comparative comfort to the extremest need, even to death by starvation, while almost every English working man can tell a tale of marked changes of fortune. Let us examine the causes of this somewhat more closely. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have "and that fraction is badly off." Ed. Competition. We have seen in the introduction how competition created the proletariat at the very beginning of the industrial movement by increasing the wages of weavers in consequence of the increased demand for woven goods, so inducing the weaving peasants to abandon their farms and earn more money by devoting themselves to their looms. We have seen how it crowded out the small farmers by means of the large farm system, reduced them to the rank of proletarians, and attracted them in part into the towns, how it further ruined the small bourgeoisie in great measure and reduced its members also to the ranks of the proletariat, how it centralized capital in the hands of the few, and population in the great towns. Such are the various ways and means by which competition, as it reached its full manifestation and free development in modern industry, created and extended the proletariat. We shall now have to observe its influence on the working class already created. And here we must begin by tracing the results of competition of single workers with one another. Competition is the completest expression of the battle of all against all which rules in modern civil society. This battle, a battle for life, for existence, for everything, in case of need a battle of life and death, is fought not between the different classes of society only, but also between the individual members of these classes. Each is in the way of the other, and each seeks to crowd out all who are in his way, and to put himself in their place. The workers are in constant competition among themselves as the members of the bourgeoisie among themselves. The power loom weaver is in competition with the hand loom weaver, the unum. 376 Friedrich Engels. Ployed or ill-paid hand-loom weaver with him who has work or is better paid, each trying to supplant the other. But this competition of the workers among themselves is the worst side of the present state of things in its effect upon the worker, the sharpest weapon against the proletariat in the hands of the bourgeoisie. Hence the effort of the workers to nullify this competition by associations, hence the hatred of the bourgeoisie towards these associations, and its triumph in every defeat which befalls them. The proletarian is helpless, left to himself, he cannot live a single day. The bourgeoisie has gained a monopoly of all means of existence in the broadest sense of the word. What the proletarian needs, he can obtain only from this bourgeoisie, which is protected in its monopoly by the power of the state. The proletarian is, therefore, in law and in fact, the slave of the bourgeoisie, which can decree his life or death. It offers him the means of living, but only for an equivalent, for his work. It even lets him have the appearance of acting from a free choice, of making a contract with free, unconstrained consent, as a responsible agent who has attained his majority. Fine freedom, where the proletarian has no other choice than that of either accepting the conditions which the bourgeoisie offers him, or of starving, of freezing to death, of sleeping naked among the beasts of the forests. A fine equivalent valued at pleasure by the bourgeoisie. And if one proletarian is such a fool as to starve rather than agree to the equitable propositions of the bourgeoisie, his natural superior is another is easily found in his place. There are proletarians enough in the world, and not all so insane as to prefer dying to living. Here we have the competition of the workers among themselves. If all the proletarians announced their determination to starve rather than work for the bourgeoisie, the latter would have to surrender its monopoly. But this is not the case, is, indeed, a rather impossible case, so that the bourgeoisie still thrives. To this competition of the workers there is but one limit: no worker will work for less than he needs to subsist. If he must starve, he will prefer to starve in idleness rather than in toil. True, this limit is relative, one needs more than another, one is accustomed to more comfort than another. The Englishman, who is still somewhat civilized, needs more than the Irishman, who goes in rags, eats. *** A favorite expression of the English manufacturer's note by Engels. In the American edition of 1887 and the English edition of 1892 this note is omitted ed. 377. Potatoes, and sleeps in a pigsty. But that does not hinder the Irishman's competing with the Englishman, and gradually forcing the rate of wages, and with it the Englishman's level of civilization, down to the Irishman's level. Certain kinds of work require a certain grade of civilization, and to these belong almost all forms of industrial occupation, hence the interest of the bourgeoisie requires in this case that wages should be high enough to enable the workman to keep himself upon the required plane. The newly immigrated Irishman, encamped in the first stable that offers, or it turned out in the street after a week because he spends everything upon drink and cannot pay rent, would be a poor mill hand. The mill hand must, therefore, have wages enough to enable him to bring up his children to regular work, but no more, lest he should be able to get on without the wages of his children, and so make something else of them than mere working men. Here, too, the limit, the minimum wage, is relative. When every member of the family works, the individual worker can get on with proportionately less, and the bourgeoisie has made the most of the opportunity of employing and making profitable the labor of women and children afforded by machine work. Of course it is not in every family that every member can be set to work, and those in which the case is otherwise would be in a bad way if obliged to exist upon the minimum wage possible to a wholly employed family. Hence the usual wages form an average according to which a fully employed family gets on pretty well, and one which embraces few members able to work, pretty badly. But in the worst case, every working man prefers surrendering the trifling luxury to which he was accustomed to not living at all, prefers a pig pen to no roof, wears rags in preference to going naked, confines himself to a potato diet in preference to starvation. He contents himself with half pay and the hope of better times rather than be driven into the street to perish before the eyes of the world, as so many have done who had no work whatever. This trifle, therefore, this something more than nothing, is the minimum of wages. And if there are more workers at hand than the bourgeoisie thinks well to employ, if at the end of the battle of competition there yet remain workers who find nothing to do, they must simply starve, for the bourgeois will hardly give them work if he cannot sell the produce of their labor at a profit. D. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here, or, even if he has a tolerable dwelling, is turned etc. ed. 378 Friedrich Engels. From this it is evident what the minimum of wages is. The maximum is determined by the competition of the bourgeoisie among themselves, for we have seen how they, too, must compete with each other. The bourgeois can increase his capital only in commerce and manufacture, and in both cases he needs workers. Even if he invests his capital at interest, he needs them indirectly, for without commerce and manufacture, no one would pay him interest upon his capital, no one could use it. So the bourgeois certainly needs workers, not indeed for his immediate living, for at need he could consume his capital, but as we need an article of trade or a beast of burden as a means of profit. The proletarian produces the goods which the bourgeois sells with advantage. When, therefore, the demand for these goods increases so that all the competing working men are employed, and a few more might perhaps be useful, the competition among the workers falls away, and the bourgeoisie begin to compete among themselves. The capitalist in search of workmen knows very well that his profits increase as prices rise in consequence of the increased demand for his goods, and pays a trifle higher wages rather than let the whole profit escape him. He sends the butter to fetch the cheese, and getting the latter, leaves the butter ungrudgingly to the workers. 3. So one capitalist after another goes in chase of workers, and wages rise, but only as high as the increasing demand permits. If the capitalist, who willingly sacrificed a part of his extraordinary profit, runs into danger of sacrificing any part of his ordinary average profit, he takes very good care not to pay more than average wages. From this we can determine the average rate of wages. Under average circumstances, when neither workers nor capitalists have reason to compete, especially among themselves, When there are just as many workers at hand as can be employed in producing precisely the goods that are demanded, wages stand a little above the minimum. How far they rise above the minimum will depend upon the average needs and the grade of civilization of the workers. If the workers are accustomed to eat meat several times in the week, the capitalists must reconcile themselves to paying wages enough to make this food attainable, not less, because the workers are not competing among themselves and have no occasion to content themselves with less, not more, because the German editions of 1845 and 1892 have instead of the sentence, he gives the worker the butter to make profits sooner, and when he gets them he ungrudgingly leaves the worker the butter. Ed. 379. Capitalists, in the absence of competition among themselves, have no occasion to attract working men by extraordinary favors. This standard of the average needs and the average civilization of the workers has become very complicated by reason of the complications of English industry, and is different for different sorts of workers, as has been pointed out. Most industrial occupations demand a certain skill and regularity, and for these qualities, which involve a certain grade of civilization, the rate of wages 3 must be such as to induce the worker to acquire such skill and subject himself to such regularity. Hence it is that the average wages of industrial workers are higher than those of mere porters, day laborers, etc., higher especially than those of agricultural laborers, a fact to which the additional cost of the necessities of life in cities contributes somewhat. In other words, the worker is, in law and in fact, the slave of the property-holding class, be so effectually a slave that he is sold like a piece of goods, rises and falls in value like a commodity. If the demand for workers increases, the price of workers rises; if it falls, their price falls. If it falls so greatly that a number of them become unsaleable, if they are left in stock, they are simply left idle, and as they cannot live upon that, they die of starvation. For, to speak in the words of the economists, the expense incurred in maintaining them would not be reproduced, would be money thrown away, and to this end no man advances capital, and, so far, Malthus was perfectly right in his theory of population. The only difference as compared with the old, outspoken slavery is this, that the worker of today seems to be free because he is not sold once for all, but piecemeal by the day, the week, the year, and because no one owner sells him to another, but he is forced to sell himself in this way instead, being the slave of no particular person, but of the whole property-holding class. For him the matter is unchanged at bottom, and if this semblance of liberty necessarily gives him some real freedom on the one hand, it entails on the other the disadvantage that no one guarantees him a subsistence. He is in danger of being repudiated at any moment by his master, the bourgeoisie, and left to die of starvation, if the bourgeoisie ceases to have an interest in his employment, his existence. The bourgeoisie, on the other hand, is far better off under the present arrangement than under the old slave system. It can dismiss its employees at discretion, without sacrificing invested capital, and gets its work done much more cheaply than is possible with slave labor, as Adam Smith comfortingly pointed out. Hence it follows, too, that Adam Smith was perfectly right in making the assertion that the demand for men, like that for any other commodity, necessarily regulates the production of men, quickens it when it goes on too slowly, and stops it when it advances too fast. Just as in the case of any other commodity. If there are too few laborers on hand, prices, i.e., wages, rise, the workers are more prosperous, marriages multiply, more children are born and more live to grow up, until a sufficient number of laborers has been secured. If there are too many on hand, prices fall, want of work, poverty and starvation, and consequent diseases arise, and the surplus population is put out of the way. And Malthus, who carried the foregoing proposition of Smith farther, was also right, in his way, in asserting that there is always a surplus population, that there are always too many people in the world. He is wrong only when he asserts that there are more people on hand than can be maintained from the available means of subsistence. 3. Surplus population is engendered rather by the competition of the workers among themselves, which forces each separate worker to labor as much each day as his strength can possibly admit. If a manufacturer can employ 10 hands 9 hours daily, he can employ 9 if each works 10 hours, and the 10th goes hungry. And if a manufacturer can force the 9 hands to work an extra hour daily 3 for the same wages by threatening to discharge them at a time when the demand for hands is not very great, he discharges the 10th and saves so much wages. This is the process on a small scale, which goes on in a nation on a large one. The productiveness of each hand raised to the highest pitch by the competition of the workers among themselves, the division of labor, the introduction of machinery, the subjugation of the forces of nature, deprive a multitude of workers of bread. These starving workers are then removed from the market, they can buy nothing, and the quantity of articles of consumption previously required by them is no longer in demand, need no longer be produced. The workers previously employed in producing them are therefore driven out of work, and are also removed from the market, and so it goes on, always the same old round, or rather, so it would go if other circumstances did not intervene. The introduction of the industrial forces already referred to for increasing production leads, in the course of time, to a reduction of prices of the articles produced and to consequent increased consumption, so that a large part of the displaced workers finally, after long suffering, find work again. If, in addition to this, the conquest of foreign markets constantly and rapidly increases the demand for manufactured goods, as has been the case in England during the past 60 years, the demand for hands increases, and in proportion to it, the population. Thus, instead of diminishing, the population of the British Empire has increased with extraordinary rapidity, and is still increasing. Yet, in spite of the extension of industry, in spite of the demand for working men which, in general, has increased, there is, according to the confession of all the official political parties, Tory, Whig, and Radical, permanent surplus, superfluous population. The competition among the workers is constantly greater than the competition to secure workers. Whence comes this incongruity? It lies in the nature of industrial competition and the commercial crises which arise from it. In the present unregulated production and distribution of the means of subsistence, which is carried on not directly for the sake of supplying needs, but for profit, in the system under which every one works for himself to enrich himself, disturbances inevitably arise at every moment. For example, England supplies a number of countries with most diverse goods. Now, although the manufacturer may know how much of each article is consumed in each country annually, he cannot know how much is on hand at every given moment, much less can he know how much his competitors export thither. He can only draw most uncertain inferences from the perpetual fluctuations in prices, as to the quantities on hand and the needs of the moment. He must trust to luck in exporting his goods. Everything is done blindly, as guesswork, more or less at the mercy of accident. Upon the slightest favorable report, each one exports what he can, and before long such a market is glutted, sales stop, capital remains inactive, prices fall, and English manufacture has no further employment for its hands. In the beginning of the development of manufacture, these checks were limited to single branches and single markets, but the centralizing tendency of competition, which drives the hands thrown out of one branch into such other branches as are most easily accessible, and transfers the goods which cannot be disposed of in one market to other markets, has gradually brought the single minor crises nearer together and united them into one periodically recurring crisis. Such a crisis usually recurs once in 5 years after a brief period of activity and general prosperity. 136. The home market, like all foreign ones, is glutted with English goods, which it can only slowly absorb. The industrial movement comes to a standstill in almost every branch. The small manufacturers and merchants who cannot survive a prolonged inactivity of their invested capital fail, the larger ones suspend business during the worst season, close their mills 3 or work short time. Perhaps half the day, wages fall by reason of the competition of the unemployed, the diminution of working time and the lack of profitable sales, want becomes universal among the workers, the small savings, which individuals may have made, are rapidly consumed, the philanthropic institutions are overburdened, the poor rates are doubled, trebled, and still insufficient, the number of the starving increases, and the whole multitude of surplus population presses in terrific numbers into the foreground. This continues for a time, the surplus exist as best they may, or perish, philanthropy and the poor law help many of them to a painful prolongation of their existence. Others find scant means of subsistence here and there in such kinds of work as have been least open to competition, are most remote from manufacture. And with how little can a human being keep body and soul together for a time? Gradually the state of things improves, the accumulations of goods are consumed, the general depression among the men of commerce and manufacture prevents a too hasty replenishing of the markets, and at last rising prices and favorable reports from all directions restore activity. Most of the markets are distant ones, demand increases and prices rise constantly while the first exports are arriving, people struggle for the first goods, the first sales enliven trade still more, the prospective ones promise still higher prices, expecting a further rise, merchants begin to buy upon speculation, and so to withdraw from consumption the articles intended for it, just when they are most needed. Speculation forces prices still higher, by inspiring others to purchase, and appropriating new importations at once. All this is reported to England, manufacturers begin to produce with a will, new mills are built, every means is employed to make the most of the favorable moment. Speculation arises here, too, exerting the same influence as upon foreign markets, raising prices, withdrawing goods from consumption, spurring manufacture in both ways to the highest pitch of effort. Then come the daring speculators working with fictitious capital, living upon credit, ruined if they cannot speedily sell, they hurl themselves into this universal, disorderly race for profits, multiply the disorder and haste by their unbridled passion, which drives prices and production to madness. It is a frantic struggle, which carries away even the most experienced and phlegmatic, goods are spun, woven, hammered, as if all mankind were to be newly equipped, as though 2,000 million new consumers had been discovered in the moon. All at once the shaky speculators abroad, who must have money, begin to sell, below market price, of course, for their need is urgent, one sale is followed by others, prices fluctuate, speculators throw their goods upon the market in terror, the market is disordered, credit shaken, one house after another stops payments, bankruptcy follows bankruptcy, and the discovery is made that 3 times more goods are on hand or underway than can be consumed. The news reaches England, where production has been going on at full speed meanwhile, panic seizes all hands, failures abroad cause others in England, the panic crushes a number of firms, all reserves are thrown upon the market here, too, in the moment of anxiety, and the alarm is still further exaggerated. This is the beginning of the crisis, which then takes precisely the same course as its predecessor, and gives place in turn to a season of prosperity. So it goes on perpetually, prosperity, crisis, prosperity, crisis, and this perennial round in which English industry moves is, as has been before observed, usually completed once in 5 or 6 years. From this it is clear that English manufacture must have, at all times save the brief periods of highest prosperity, an unemployed reserve army of workers, in order to be able to produce the masses of goods required by the market in the liveliest months. This reserve army is larger or smaller, according as the state of the market occasions the employment of a larger or smaller proportion of its members. And if at the moment of highest activity of the market the agricultural districts and the branches least affected by the general prosperity 3 temporarily supply to manufacture a number of workers, these are a mere minority, and these 2 belong to the reserve army, with the single difference that the prosperity of the moment was required to reveal their connection with it. When they enter upon the more active branches of work, their former employers draw in somewhat, in order to feel the loss less, work longer hours, employ women and younger workers, and when the wanderers discharged at the beginning of the crisis return, they find their places filled and themselves superfluous, at least in the majority of cases. This reserve army, which embraces an immense multitude during the crisis and a large number during the period which may be regarded as the average between the highest prosperity and the crisis, is the surplus population of England, which keeps body and soul together by begging, stealing, street sweeping, collecting manure, pushing hand carts, driving donkeys, peddling, or performing occasional small jobs. In every great town a multitude of such people may be found. It is astonishing in what devices this surplus population takes refuge. The London crossing sweepers are known all over the world, but hitherto the principal streets in all the great cities, as well as the crossings, have been swept by people out of other work, and employed by the poor law guardians or the municipal authorities for the purpose. Now, however, a machine has been invented which rattles through the streets daily, and has spoiled this source of income for the unemployed. Along the great highways leading into the cities, on which there is a great deal of wagon traffic, a large number of people may be seen with small carts, gathering fresh horse dung at the risk of their lives among the passing coaches and omnibuses, often paying a couple of shillings a week to the authorities for the privilege. But this occupation is forbidden in many places, because the ordinary street sweepings thus impoverished cannot be sold as manure. Happy are such of the surplus as can obtain a push-cart and go about with it. Happier still those to whom it is vouchsafed to possess an ass in addition to the cart. The ass must get his own food or is given a little gathered refuse, and can yet bring in a trifle of money. Most of the surplus betake themselves to huckstering. On Saturday afternoons, especially, when the whole working population is on the streets, the crowd who live from huckstering and peddling may be seen. Shoe and corset laces, braces, twine, cakes, oranges, every kind of small articles are offered by men, women, and children, and at other times also, such peddlers are always to be seen standing at the street corners, or going about with cakes and ginger beer or nettle beer * matches and such things. Sealing wax and patent mixtures for lighting fires are further resources of such vendors. Others, so-called jobbers go about the streets seeking small jobs. Many of these succeed in getting a day's work, many are not so fortunate. At the gates of each of the London docks, says the Reverend W. Champneys, preacher of the East End, hundreds of poor men may be seen before daybreak waiting for the opening of the gates in the hope of obtaining a day's work, and when the youngest and most able-bodied, and those best known, have been engaged, hundreds still may be seen returning to their destitute families with that sickness of heart which arises from hope deferred. When these people find no work and will not rebel against society, what remains for them but to beg? And surely no one can wonder at the great army of beggars, most of them able-bodied men, with whom the police carries on perpetual war. But the beggary of these men has a peculiar character. Such a man usually goes about with his family singing a pleading song in the streets or appealing, in a speech, to the benevolence of the passers-by. And it is a striking fact that these beggars are seen almost exclusively in the working people's districts, that it is almost exclusively the gifts of the poor from which they live. Or the family takes up its position in a busy street, and without uttering a word, lets the mere sight of its helplessness plead for it. In this case, too, they reckon upon the sympathy of the workers alone, who know from experience how it feels to be hungry, and are liable to find themselves in the same situation at any moment, for this dumb, yet most moving appeal, is met with almost solely in such streets as are frequented by working men, and at such hours as workingmen pass by, but especially on summer evenings, when the secrets of the working people's quarters are generally revealed, and the middle class withdraws as far as possible from the district thus polluted. And he among the surplus who has courage and passion enough openly to resist society, to reply with declared war upon the bourgeoisie to the disguised war which the bourgeoisie wages upon him, goes forth to rob, plunder, murder, and burn. Zero of this surplus population there are, according to the reports of the Poor Law Commissioners, on an average, 1.5 million in England and Wales, In Scotland the number cannot be ascertained for want of poor law regulations, and with Ireland we shall deal separately. Moreover, this 1.5 million includes only those who actually apply to the parish for relief. The great multitude who struggle on without recourse to this most hated expedient, it does not embrace. On the other hand, a good part of the number belongs to the agricultural districts, and does not enter into the present discussion. During a crisis this number naturally increases markedly, and want reaches its highest pitch. Take, for instance, the crisis of 1842, which, being the latest, was the most violent, for the intensity of the crisis increases with each repetition, and the next, which may be expected not later than 1847 * will probably be still more violent and lasting. During this crisis the poor rates rose in every town to a hitherto unknown height. In Stockport, among other towns, for every £1 paid in house rent, 8 shillings of poor rate had to be paid, so that the rate alone formed 40% of the house rent. Moreover, whole streets stood vacant, so that there were at least 20,000 fewer inhabitants than usual, and on the doors of the empty houses might be read, "Stockport to let d." In Bolton, where, in ordinary years, the rents from which rates are paid average £86,000, they sank to £36,000. The number of the poor to be supported rose, on the other hand, to 14,000, or more than 20% of the whole number of inhabitants. In Leeds, the poor law guardians had a reserve fund of £10,000. This, with a contribution of £7,000, was wholly exhausted before the crisis reached its height. So it was everywhere. A report drawn up in January, 1843, by a committee of the Anti-Corn Law League, on the condition of the industrial districts in 1842, which was based upon detailed statements of the manufacturers, asserts that the poor rate was, taking the average, twice as high as in 1839, and that the number of persons requiring relief has trebled, even quintupled, since that time, that a multitude of applicants belong to a class which had never before solicited relief, that the working class commands more than 2/3 less of the means of subsistence than from 1834 to 1836, that the consumption of meat had been decidedly less, in some places 20%, in others reaching 60% less, that even handicraftsmen, smiths, bricklayers, and others, who usually have full employment in the most depressed periods, now suffered greatly from want of work and reduction of wages, and that, even now, in January, 1843, wages are still steadily falling. And these are the reports of manufacturers. The starving workmen, whose mills were idle, whose employers could give them no work, stood in the streets in all directions, begged singly or in crowds, besieged the sidewalks in armies, and appealed to the passers-by for help. They begged, not cringing like ordinary beggars, but threatening by their numbers, their gestures, and their words. Such was the state of things in all the industrial districts, from Leicester to Leeds, and from Manchester to Birmingham. Here and there disturbances arose, as in the Staffordshire potteries, 3 in July. The most frightful excitement prevailed among the workers until the general insurrection broke out throughout the manufacturing districts in August. When I came to Manchester in November, 1842, there were crowds of unemployed working men at every street corner, and many mills were still standing idle. In the following months these unwilling corner loafers gradually vanished, and the factories came into activity once more. To what extent want and suffering prevail among these unemployed during such a crisis, I need not describe. The poor rates are insufficient, vastly insufficient. The philanthropy of the rich is a raindrop in the ocean, lost in the moment of falling. Beggary can support but few among the crowds. If the small dealers did not sell to the working people on credit at such times as long as possible, paying themselves liberally afterwards, it must be confessed, and if the working people did not help each other, every crisis would remove a multitude of the surplus through death by starvation. Since, however, the most depressed period is brief, lasting, at worst, but 1, 2, or 2.5 years, most of them emerge from it with their lives after dire privations. But indirectly by disease, etc., every crisis finds a multitude of victims, as we shall see. First, however, let us turn to another cause of abasement to which the English worker is exposed, a cause permanently active in forcing the whole class downwards. Irish immigration. We have already referred several times in passing to the Irish who have immigrated into England, and we shall now have to investigate more closely the causes and results of this immigration. The rapid extension of English industry could not have taken place if England had not possessed in the numerous and impoverished population of Ireland a reserve at command. The Irish had nothing to lose at home, and much to gain in England, and from the time when it became known in Ireland that the east side of St. George's Channel offered steady work and good pay for strong arms, every year has brought armies of the Irish hither. It has been calculated that more than 1 million have already immigrated, and not far from 50,000 still come every year, nearly all of whom enter the industrial districts, especially the great cities, and there form the lowest class of the population. Thus there are in London, 120,000, in Manchester, 40,000, in Liverpool, 34,000, Bristol, 24,000, Glasgow, 40,000, Edinburgh, 29,000, poor Irish people *. These people having grown up almost without civilization, accustomed from youth to every sort of privation, rough, intemperate, and improvident, bring all their brutal habits with them among a class of the English population which has, in truth, little inducement to cultivate education and morality. Let us hear Thomas Carlyle upon this subject. The wild Milesian * features, looking false ingenuity, restlessness, unreason, misery, and mockery, salute you on all highways and byways. The English coachman, as he whirls past, lashes the Milesian with his whip, curses him with his tongue, the Milesian is holding out his hat to beg. He is the sorest evil this country has to strive with. In his rags and laughing savagery, he is there to undertake all work that can be done by mere strength of hand and back for wages that will purchase him potatoes. He needs only salt for condiment, he lodges to his mind in any pig hutch or dog hutch, roosts in outhouses, and wears a suit of tatters, the getting on and off of which is said to be a difficult operation, transacted only in festivals and the high tides of the calendar. The Saxon man, if he cannot work on these terms, finds no work. The uncivilized Irishman, not by his strength, but by the opposite of strength, drives the Saxon native out, takes possession in his room. There abides he, in his squalor and unreason, in his falsity and drunken violence, as the ready-made nucleus of degradation and disorder. Whoever struggles, swimming with difficulty, may now find an example how the human being can exist not swimming, but sunk. That the condition of the lower multitude of English labourers approximates more and more to that of the Irish, competing with them in all the markets, that whatsoever labour, to which mere strength with little skill will suffice, is to be done, will be done not at the English price, but at an approximation to the Irish price, at a price superior as yet to the Irish, that is, superior to scarcity of potatoes for 30 weeks yearly, superior, yet hourly, with the arrival of every new steamboat. Sinking nearer to an equality with that. If we accept his exaggerated and one-sided condemnation of the Irish national character, Carlyle is perfectly right. These Irishmen who migrate for 4d3 to England, on the deck of a steamship on which they are often packed like cattle, insinuate themselves everywhere. The worst dwellings are good enough for them, their clothing causes them little trouble, so long as it holds together by a single thread, shoes they know not, their food consists of potatoes and potatoes only, whatever they earn beyond these needs they spend upon drink. What does such a race want with high wages? The worst quarters of all the large towns are inhabited by Irishmen. Whenever a district is distinguished for a special filth and a special ruinousness * the explorer may safely count upon meeting chiefly those Celtic faces which one recognizes at the first glance as different from the Saxon physiognomy of the native, and the singing, irate brogue which the true Irishman never loses. I have occasionally heard the Irish Celtic language spoken in the most thickly populated parts of Manchester. The majority of the families who live in cellars are almost everywhere of Irish origin. In short, the Irish have, as Dr. K says, discovered the minimum of the necessities of life, and are now making the English workers acquainted with it. Filth and drunkenness, too, they have brought with them. The lack of cleanliness, which is not so injurious in the country, where population is scattered, and which is the Irishman's second nature, becomes terrifying and gravely dangerous through its concentration here in the great cities. The Milesian deposits all garbage and filth before his house door here, as he was accustomed to do at home, and so accumulates the pools and dirt heaps which disfigure the working people's quarters and poison the air. He builds a pigsty against the house wall as he did at home, and if he is prevented from doing this, he lets the pig sleep in the room with himself. This new and unnatural method of cattle raising in cities is wholly of Irish origin. The Irishman loves his pig as the Arab his horse, with the difference that he sells it when it is fat enough to kill. Otherwise, he eats and sleeps with it, his children play with it, ride upon it, roll in the dirt with it, as anyone may see 1,000 times repeated in all the great towns of England. The filth and comfortlessness that prevail in the houses themselves it is impossible to describe. The Irishman is unaccustomed to the presence of furniture, a heap of straw, a few rags, utterly beyond use as clothing, suffice for his nightly couch. A piece of wood, a broken chair, an old chest for a table, more he needs not, a tea kettle, a few pots and dishes, equip his kitchen, which is also his sleeping and living room. When he is in want of fuel, everything combustible within his reach, chairs, doorposts, moldings, flooring, finds its way up the chimney. Moreover, why should he need much room? At home in his mud cabin there was only one room for all domestic purposes, more than one room his family does not need in England. So the custom of crowding many persons into a single room, now so universal, has been chiefly implanted by the Irish immigration. And since the poor devil must have one enjoyment, and society has shut him out of all others, he betakes himself to the drinking of spirits. Drink is the only thing which makes the Irishman's life worth having, drink and his cheery carefree temperament, so he revels in drink to the point of the most bestial drunkenness. The southern facile character of the Irishman, his crudity, which places him but little above the savage, his contempt for all humane enjoyments, in which his very crudeness makes him incapable of sharing, his filth and poverty, all favor drunkenness. The temptation is great, he cannot resist it, and so when he has money he gets rid of it down his throat. What else should he do? How can society blame him when it places him in a position in which he almost of necessity becomes a drunkard, when it leaves him to himself, to his savagery? With such a competitor the English working man has to struggle, with a competitor upon the lowest plane possible in a civilized country, who for this very reason requires less wages than any other. Nothing else is therefore possible than that, as Carlyle says, the wages of English working man should be forced down further and further in every branch in which the Irish compete with him. And these branches are many. All such as demand little or no skill are open to the Irish. For work which requires long training or regular, pertinacious application, the dissolute, unsteady, drunken Irishman is on too low a plane. To become a mechanic, a mill hand, he would have to adopt the English civilization, the English customs, become, in the main, an Englishman. But for all simple, less exact work, wherever it is a question more of strength than skill, the Irishman is as good as the Englishman. Such occupations are therefore especially overcrowded with Irishmen, handweavers, bricklayers, porters, jobbers, and such workers, count hordes of Irishmen among their number, and the pressure of this race has done much to depress wages and lower the working class. And even if the Irish, who have forced their way into other occupations, should become more civilized, enough of the old habits would cling to them to have a strong, degrading influence upon their English companions in toil, especially in view of the general effect of being surrounded by the Irish. For when, in almost every great city, a fifth or a quarter of the workers are Irish, or children of Irish parents, who have grown up among Irish filth, no one can wonder if the life, habits, intelligence, moral status, in short, the whole character of the working class assimilates a great part of the Irish characteristics. On the contrary, it is easy to understand how the degrading position of the English workers, engendered by our modern history, and its immediate consequences, has been still more degraded by the presence of Irish competition. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here in brackets, "A mechanic is the name given in England to any worker engaged in producing machinery." Ed. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here industry instead of history. Ed. Results. Having now investigated, somewhat in detail, the conditions under which the English working class lives, 3. It is time to draw some further inferences from the facts presented, and then to compare our inferences with the actual state of things. Let us see what the workers themselves have become under the given circumstances, what sort of people they are, what their physical, mental, and moral status. When one individual inflicts bodily injury upon another, such injury that death results, we call the deed manslaughter. When the assailant knew in advance that the injury would be fatal, we call his deed murder. But when society places hundreds of proletarians in such a position that they inevitably meet a too early and an unnatural death, one which is quite as much a death by violence as that by the sword or bullet, when it deprives thousands of the necessaries of life, places them under conditions in which they cannot live, forces them, through the strong arm of the law, to remain in such conditions until that death ensues which is the inevitable consequence, knows that these thousands of victims must perish, and yet permits these conditions to remain, its deed is murder just as surely as the deed of the single individual, disguised, malicious murder, murder against which none can defend himself, which does not seem what it is, because no man sees the murderer. 3. Because the death of the victim seems a natural one, since the offense is more one of omission than of commission. But murder it remains. I have now to prove that society in England daily and hourly commits what the working men's organs, with perfect correctness, characterize as social murder, that it has placed the workers under conditions in which they can neither retain health nor live long, that it undermines the vital force of these workers gradually, little by little, and so hurries them to the grave before their time. I have further to prove that society knows how injurious such conditions are to the health and the life of the workers, and yet does nothing to improve these conditions. That it knows the consequences of its deeds, that its act is, therefore, not mere manslaughter, but murder, I shall have proved, when I cite official documents, reports of Parliament and of the Government, in substantiation of my charge. That a class which lives under the conditions already sketched and is so ill provided with the most necessary means of subsistence, cannot be healthy and can reach no advanced age, is self-evident. Let us review the circumstances once more with a special reference to the health of the workers. The centralization of population in great cities exercises of itself an unfavorable influence. The atmosphere of London can never be so pure, so rich in oxygen, as the air of the country. 2.5 million pairs of lungs, 250,000 fires, crowded upon an area 3 to 4 miles square, consume an enormous amount of oxygen, which is replaced with difficulty, because the method of building cities in itself impedes ventilation. The carbonic acid gas, engendered by respiration and fire, remains in the streets by reason of its specific gravity, and the chief air current passes over the roofs of the city. The lungs of the inhabitants fail to receive the due supply of oxygen, and the consequence is mental and physical lassitude and low vitality. For this reason, the dwellers in cities are far less exposed to acute, and especially to inflammatory, affections than rural populations, who live in a free, normal atmosphere, but they suffer the more from chronic affections. And if life in large cities is, in itself, injurious to health, how great must be the harmful influence of an abnormal atmosphere in the working people's quarters, where, as we have seen, everything combines to poison the air. In the country, it may, perhaps, be comparatively innoxious to keep a dung heap adjoining one's dwelling, because the air has free ingress from all sides, but in the midst of a large town, among closely built lanes and courts that shut out all movement of the atmosphere, the case is different. All putrefying vegetable and animal substances give off gases decidedly injurious to health, and if these gases have no free way of escape, they inevitably poison the atmosphere. The filth and stagnant pools of the working people's quarters in the great cities have, therefore, the worst effect upon the public health, because they produce precisely those gases which engender disease, so, too, the exhalations from contaminated streams. But this is by no means all. The manner in which the great multitude of the poor is treated by society today is revolting. They are drawn into the large cities where they breathe a poorer atmosphere than in the country. They are relegated to districts which, by reason of the method of construction, are worse ventilated than any others. They are deprived of all means of cleanliness, of water itself, since pipes are laid only when paid for, and the rivers so polluted that they are useless for such purposes. They are obliged to throw all offal and garbage, all dirty water, often all disgusting drainage and excrement, into the streets, being without other means of disposing of them. They are thus compelled to infect the region of their own dwellings. Nor is this enough. All conceivable evils are heaped upon the heads of the poor. If the population of great cities is too dense in general, it is they in particular who are packed into the least space. As though the vitiated atmosphere of the streets were not enough, they are penned in dozens into single rooms, so that the air which they breathe at night is enough in itself to stifle them. They are given damp dwellings, cellar dens that are not waterproof from below, or garrets that leak from above. Their houses are so built that the clammy air cannot escape. They are supplied bad, tattered, or rotten clothing, adulterated and indigestible food. They are exposed to the most exciting changes of mental condition, the most violent vibrations between hope and fear. They are hunted like game, and not permitted to attain peace of mind and quiet enjoyment of life. They are deprived of all enjoyments except that of sexual indulgence and drunkenness, are worked every day to the point of complete exhaustion of their mental and physical energies, and are thus constantly spurred on to the maddest excess in the only two enjoyments at their command. And if they surmount all this, 3. They fall victims to want of work in a crisis when all the little is taken from them that had hitherto been vouchsafed them. How is it possible, under such conditions, for the lower class to be healthy and long-lived? What else can be expected than an excessive mortality, an unbroken series of epidemics, a progressive deterioration in the physique of the working population? Let us see how the facts stand. That the dwellings of the workers in the worst portions of the cities, together with the other conditions of life of this class, engender numerous diseases, is attested on all sides. The article already quoted from the Artisan asserts with perfect truth, that lung diseases must be the inevitable consequence of such conditions, and that, indeed, cases of this kind are disproportionately frequent in this class. That the bad air of London, and especially of the working people's districts, is in the highest degree favorable to the development of consumption, the hectic appearance of great numbers of persons sufficiently indicates. If one roams the streets a little in the early morning, when the multitudes are on their way to their work, one is amazed at the number of persons who look wholly or half consumptive. Even in Manchester the people have not the same appearance, these pale, lank, narrow-chested, hollow-eyed ghosts, whom one passes at every step, these languid, flabby faces, incapable of the slightest energetic expression, I have seen in such startling numbers only in London, though consumption carries off a horde of victims annually in the factory towns of the north. In competition with consumption stands typhus, to say nothing of scarlet fever, a disease which brings most frightful devastation into the ranks of the working class. Typhus, that universally diffused affliction, is attributed by the official report on the sanitary condition of the working class, directly to the bad state of the dwellings in the matters of ventilation, drainage, and cleanliness. This report compiled, it must not be forgotten, by the leading physicians of England from the testimony of other physicians, asserts that a single ill-ventilated court, a single blind alley without drainage, is enough to engender fever, and usually does engender it. 138, especially if the inhabitants are greatly crowded. 3. This fever has the same character almost everywhere, and develops in nearly every case into specific typhus. It is to be found in the working people's quarters of all great towns and cities, and in single ill-built, ill-kept streets of smaller places, though it naturally seeks out single victims in better districts also. In London it has now prevailed for a considerable time. Its extraordinary violence in the year 1837 gave rise to the report already referred to. According to the annual report of Drive Southwood Smith on the London Fever Hospital, the number of patients in 1843 was 1,462, or 418 more than in any previous year. 139 in the damp, dirty regions of the north, south, and east districts of London. This disease raged with extraordinary violence. Many of the patients were working people from the country, who had endured the severest privation while migrating, and, after their arrival, had slept hungry and half-naked in the streets, and so fallen victims to the fever. These people were brought into the hospital in such a state of weakness, that unusual quantities of wine, cognac, and preparations of ammonia and other stimulants were required for their treatment. I6v2 % of all patients died. This malignant fever is to be found in Manchester, in the worst quarters of the Old Town, Ancoats, Little Ireland, etc. It is rarely extinct, though here, as in the English towns generally, it prevails to a less extent than might be expected. In Scotland and Ireland, on the other hand, it rages with a violence that surpasses all conception. In Edinburgh and Glasgow it broke out in 1817, after the famine, and in 1826 and 1837 with a special violence, after the commercial crisis, subsiding somewhat each time after having raged about 3 years. In Edinburgh about 6,000 persons were attacked by the fever during the epidemic of 1817, and about 10,000 in that of 1837, and not only the number of persons attacked but the violence of the disease 3 increased with each repetition *, but the fury of the epidemic in all former periods seems to have been child's play in comparison with its ravages after the crisis of 1842. 1/6 of the whole indigent population of Scotland was seized by the fever, and the infection was carried by wandering beggars with fearful rapidity from one locality to another. It did not reach the middle and upper classes of the population, yet in 2 months there were more fever cases than in 12 years before. In Glasgow, 12% of the population were seized in the year 1843, 32,000 persons, of whom 32% perished, while this mortality in Manchester and Liverpool does not ordinarily exceed 8%. The illness reached a crisis on the 7th and 15th days. On the latter, the patient usually became yellow, which our authority regards as an indication that the cause of the malady was to be sought in mental excitement and anxiety in Ireland. 2. These fever epidemics have become domesticated. During 21 months of the years 1817 to 1818, 39,000 fever patients passed through the Dublin hospital, and in a more recent year, according to Sheriff Allison, 60,000 in Cork. The fever hospital received 1/7 of the population in 1817 to 1818, in Limerick in the same time 1/4, and in the bad quarter of Waterford, 19/20 of the whole population were ill of the fever at one time. When one remembers under what conditions the working people live, when one thinks how crowded their dwellings are, how every nook and corner swarms with human beings, how sick and well sleep in the same room, in the same bed, the only wonder is that a contagious disease like this fever does not spread yet farther. And when one reflects how little medical assistance the sick have at command, how many are without any medical advice whatsoever, and ignorant of the most ordinary precautionary measures, 3. The mortality seems actually small. Dr. Allison, who has made a careful study of this disease, attributes it directly to the want and the wretched condition of the poor, as in the report already quoted. He asserts that privations and the insufficient satisfaction of vital needs are what prepare the frame for contagion and make the epidemic widespread and terrible. He proves that a period of privation, a commercial crisis or a bad harvest, has each time produced the typhus epidemic in Ireland as in Scotland, and that the fury of the plague has fallen almost exclusively on the working class. It is a noteworthy fact, that according to his testimony, the majority of persons who perish by typhus are fathers of families, precisely the persons who can least be spared by those dependent upon them, and several Irish physicians whom he quotes bear the same testimony. Another category of diseases arises directly from the food rather than the dwellings of the workers. The food of the laborer, indigestible enough in itself, is utterly unfit for young children, and he has neither means nor time to get his children more suitable food. Moreover, the custom of giving children spirits, and even opium, is very general, and these two influences, with the rest of the conditions of life prejudicial to bodily development, give rise to the most diverse affections of the digestive organs, leaving lifelong traces behind them. Nearly all workers have stomachs more or less weak, and are yet forced to adhere to the diet which is the root of the evil. How should they know what is to blame for it? And if they knew, how could they obtain a more suitable regimen so long as they cannot adopt a different way of living and are not better educated? But new disease arises during childhood from impaired digestion. Scrofula is almost universal among the working class, and scrofulous parents have scrofulous children, especially when the original influences continue in full force to operate upon the inherited tendency of the children. A second consequence of this insufficient bodily nourishment, during the years of growth and development, is rachitis, which is extremely common among the children of the working class. The hardening of the bones is delayed, the development of the skeleton in general is restricted, and deformities of the legs and spinal column are frequent, in addition to the usual rachitic affections. How greatly all these evils are increased by the changes to which the workers are subject in consequence of fluctuations in trade, want of work, and the scanty wages in time of crisis, it is not necessary to dwell upon. Temporary want of sufficient food, to which almost every working man is exposed at least once in the course of his life, only contributes to intensify the effects of his usually sufficient but bad diet. Children who are half-starved, just when they most need ample and nutritious food, and how many such there are during every crisis and even when trade is at its best, must inevitably become weak, scrofulous, and rachitic in a high degree. And that they do become so, their appearance amply shows. The neglect to which the great mass of working men's children are condemned leaves ineradicable traces and brings the enfeeblement of the whole race of workers with it. Add to this the unsuitable clothing of this class, the impossibility of precautions against colds, the necessity of toiling so long as health permits, want made more dire when sickness appears, and the only too common lack of all medical assistance, and we have a rough idea of the sanitary condition of the English working class. The injurious effects peculiar to single employments as now conducted, I shall not deal with here. Besides these, there are other influences which enfeeble the health of a great number of workers, intemperance most of all. All possible temptations, all allurements combine to bring the workers to drunkenness. Liquor is almost their only source of pleasure, and all things conspire to make it accessible to them. The working man comes from his work tired, exhausted, finds his home comfortless, damp, dirty, repulsive, he has urgent need of recreation, he must have something to make work worth his trouble, to make the prospect of the next day endurable. His unnerved, uncomfortable, hypochondriac state of mind and body arising from his unhealthy condition, and especially from indigestion, is aggravated beyond endurance by the general conditions of his life, the uncertainty of his existence, his dependence upon all possible accidents and chances, and his inability to do anything towards gaining an assured position. His enfeebled frame, weakened by bad air and bad food, violently demands some external stimulus, his social need can be gratified only in the public house, he has absolutely no other place where he can meet. 401. His friends. How can he be expected to resist the temptation? 3. It is morally and physically inevitable that, under such circumstances, a very large number of working men should fall into intemperance. And apart from the chiefly physical influences which drive the working man into drunkenness, there is the example of the great mass, the neglected education, the impossibility of protecting the young from temptation, in many cases the direct influence of intemperate parents, who give their own children liquor, the certainty of forgetting for an hour or two the wretchedness and burden of life, and 100 other circumstances so mighty that the workers can, in truth, hardly be blamed for yielding to such overwhelming pressure. Drunkenness has here ceased to be a vice, for which the vicious can be held responsible. It becomes a phenomenon, the necessary, inevitable effect of certain conditions upon an object possessed of no volition in relation to those conditions. They who have degraded the working man to a mere object have the responsibility to bear. But as inevitably as a great number of working men fall a prey to drink, just so inevitably does it manifest its ruinous influence upon the body and mind of its victims. All the tendencies to disease arising from the conditions of life of the workers are promoted by it. It stimulates in the highest degree the development of lung and digestive troubles, the rise and spread of typhus epidemics. Another source of physical mischief to the working class lies in the impossibility of employing skilled physicians in cases of illness. It is true that a number of charitable institutions strive to supply this want, that the infirmary in Manchester, for instance, receives or gives advice and medicine to 22,000 patients annually. But what is that in a city in which, according to Gaskell's calculation, *3/4 of the population need medical aid every year? English doctors charge high fees, and working men are not in a position to pay them. They can therefore do nothing, or are compelled to call in cheap charlatans, and use quack remedies, which do more harm than good. An immense number of such quacks thrive in every English town, securing their clientele among the poor by means of advertisements, posters, and other such devices. Besides these, vast quantities of patent medicines are sold, for all conceivable ailments: Morrison's pills, Parr's Life pills, Dr. Mainwaring's pills, and 1,000 other pills, essences, and balsams, all of which have the property of curing all the ills that flesh is heir to. These medicines rarely contain actually injurious substances, but, when taken freely and often, they affect the system prejudicially, and as the unwary purchasers are always recommended to take as much as possible, it is not to be wondered at that they swallow them wholesale whether wanted or not. It is by no means unusual for the manufacturer of Parr's Life pills to sell 20 to 25,000 boxes of these salutary pills in a week, and they are taken for constipation by this one, for diarrhea by that one, for fever, weakness, and all possible ailments. As our German peasants are cupped or bled at certain seasons, so do the English working people now consume patent medicines to their own injury and the great profit of the manufacturer. One of the most injurious of these patent medicines is a drink prepared with opiates, chiefly laudanum, under the name Godfrey's cordial. 6 women who work at home, and have their own and other people's children to take care of, give them this drink to keep them quiet, and, as many believe, to strengthen them. They often begin to give this medicine to newly born children, and continue, without knowing the effects of this heart seize, until the children die. The less susceptible the child's system to the action of the opium, the greater the quantities administered. When the cordial ceases to act, laudanum alone is given, often to the extent of 15 to 20 drops at a dose. The coroner of Nottingham testified before a parliamentary commission that one apothecary had, according to his own statement, used 1,300 weight of treacle in 1 year in the preparation of Godfrey's cordial. The effects upon the children so treated may be readily imagined. They are pale, feeble, wilted, and usually die before completing the 2nd year. The use of this cordial is very extensive in all great towns and industrial districts in the kingdom. The result of all these influences is a general enfeeblement of the frame in the working class. There are few vigorous, well-built, healthy persons among the workers, i.e. among the factory operatives, who are employed in confined rooms, and we are here discussing these only. They are almost all weakly, of angular but not powerful build, lean, pale, and of relaxed fiber, with the exception of the muscles especially exercised in their work. Nearly all suffer from indigestion, and consequently from a more or less hypochondriac, melancholy, irritable, nervous condition. 3. Their enfeebled constitutions are unable to resist disease, and are therefore seized by it on every occasion. Hence they age prematurely, and die early. On this point the mortality statistics supply unquestionable testimony. According to the report of Registrar General Graham, the annual death rate of all England and Wales is something less than 2v4 per centre. That is to say, out of 45 persons, one dies every year. This was the average for the year 1839 to 40. In 1840 to 41 the mortality diminished somewhat, and the death rate was but 1 in 46. But in the great cities the proportion is wholly different. I have before me official tables of mortality, Manchester Guardian, July 31, 1844 140, according to which the death rate of several large towns is as follows. In Manchester, including Chorlton and Salford, 1 in 32.72, and excluding Chorlton and Salford, 1 in 30.75. In Liverpool, including West Derby, suburb, 31.90, and excluding West Derby, 29.90, while the average of all the districts of Cheshire, Lancashire, and Yorkshire cited, including a number of wholly or partially rural districts and many small towns, with a total population of 2,172,506 for the whole, is 1 death in 39.80 persons. How unfavorably the workers are placed in the great cities, the mortality for Prescott in Lancashire shows, a district inhabited by miners, and showing a lower sanitary condition than that of the agricultural districts, mining being by no means a healthful occupation. But these miners live in the country, and the death rate among them is but 1 in 47.54, or nearly 2.5% better than that for all England. All these statements are based upon the mortality tables for 1843. Still higher is the death rate in the Scotch cities, in Edinburgh, in 1838 to 39, 1 in 29, in 1831, in the Old Town alone, 1 in 22. In Glasgow, according to Dr. Cowan * the average has been, since 1830, 1 in 30, and in single years, 1 in 22 to 24. That this enormous shortening of life falls chiefly upon the working class, that the general average is improved by the smaller mortality of the upper and middle classes, is attested upon all sides. One of the most recent depositions is that of a physician, Dr. P. H. Holland, in Manchester, who investigated Chorlton on Medlock, a suburb of Manchester, under official commission. He divided the houses and streets into 3 classes each, and ascertained the following variations in the death rate. It is clear from other tables given by Holland that the mortality in the streets of the second class is 18% or greater, and in the streets of the third class 68% or greater than in those of the first class, that the mortality in the houses of the second class is 31% or greater, and in the third class 78% or greater than in those of the first class, that the mortality in those bad streets which were improved, decreased 25% or. He closes with the remark, very frank for an English bourgeois. When we find the rate of mortality 4 times as high in some streets as in others, and twice as high in whole classes of streets as in other classes, and further find that it is all but invariably high in those streets which are in bad condition, and almost invariably low in those whose condition is good, we cannot resist the conclusion that multitudes of our fellow creatures, hundreds of our immediate neighbors, are annually destroyed for want of the most evident precautions. The report on the sanitary condition of the working class contains information which attests the same fact. In Liverpool, in 1840, the average longevity of the upper classes, gentry, professional men, etc., was 35 years, that of the businessmen and better placed handicraftsmen, 22 years, and that of the operatives, day laborers, and serviceable class in general, but 15 years. The parliamentary reports contain a mass of similar facts. The death rate is kept so high chiefly by the heavy mortality among young children in the working class. The tender frame of a child is least able to withstand the unfavorable influences of an inferior lot in life, the neglect to which they are often subjected, when both parents work or one is dead, avenges itself promptly, and no one need wonder that in Manchester, according to the report last quoted, more than 57% of the children of the working class perish before the 5th year, while but 20% of the children of the higher classes, and not quite, 32%. Of the children of all classes in the country die under 5 years of age. The article of the Artisan, already several times referred to, furnishes exacter information on this point, by comparing the city death rate in single diseases of children with the country death rate, thus demonstrating that, in general, epidemics in Manchester and Liverpool are 3 times more fatal than in country districts, that affections of the nervous system are quintupled, and stomach troubles trebled. While deaths from affections of the lungs in cities are to those in the country as 2/2 to 1. Fatal cases of smallpox, measles, scarlet fever, and whooping cough, among small children, are 4 times more frequent, those of water on the brain are trebled, and convulsions 10 times more frequent. To quote another acknowledged authority, I append the following table. Out of 10,000 persons, there die. Apart from the diverse diseases which are the necessary consequence of the present neglect and oppression of the poorer classes, there are other influences which contribute to increase the mortality among small children. In many families the wife, like the husband, has to work away from home, and the consequence is the total neglect of the children, who are either locked up or given out to be taken care of. It is, therefore, not to be wondered at if hundreds of them perish through all manner of accidents. Nowhere are so many children run over, nowhere are so many killed by falling, drowning, or burning, as in the great cities and towns of England. Deaths from burns and scalds are especially frequent, such a case occurring nearly every week during the winter months in Manchester, and very frequently in London, though little mention is made of them in the papers. I have at hand a copy of the Weekly Dispatch of December 15, 1844, according to which, in the week from December 1 to December 7 inclusive, 6 such cases occurred. These unhappy children, perishing in this terrible way, are victims of our social disorder, and of the property-holding classes interested in maintaining and prolonging this disorder. Yet one is left in doubt whether even this terribly torturing death is not a blessing for the children in rescuing them from a long life of 407. Toil and wretchedness, rich in suffering and poor in enjoyment. So far has it gone in England, and the bourgeoisie reads these things every day in the newspapers and takes no further trouble in the matter. But it cannot complain if, after the official and non-official testimony here cited which must be known to it, I broadly accuse it of social murder. Let the ruling class see to it that these frightful conditions are ameliorated, or let it surrender the administration of the common interests to the laboring class. To the latter course it is by no means inclined, for the former task, so long as it remains the bourgeoisie crippled by bourgeois prejudice, it has not the needed power. For if, at last, after hundreds of thousands of victims have perished, it manifests some little anxiety for the future, passing a Metropolitan Buildings Act, 142 under which the most unscrupulous overcrowding of dwellings is to be, at least in some slight degree, restricted, if it points with pride to measures which, far from attacking the root of the evil, do not by any means meet the demands of the communist sanitary police, it cannot thus vindicate itself from the accusation. The English bourgeoisie has but one choice, either to continue its rule under the unanswerable charge of murder and in spite of this charge, or to abdicate in favor of the laboring class. Hitherto it has chosen the former course. Let us turn from the physical to the mental state of the workers. Since the bourgeoisie vouchsafes them only so much of life as is absolutely necessary, we need not wonder that it bestows upon them only so much education as lies in the interest of the bourgeoisie, and that, in truth, is not much. The means of education in England are restricted out of all proportion to the population. The few day schools at the command of the working class are available only for the smallest minority, and are bad besides. The teachers, worn-out workers, and other unsuitable persons who only turn to teaching in order to live, are usually without the indispensable elementary knowledge, without the moral discipline so needful for the teacher, and relieved of all public supervision. Here, too, free competition rules, and, as usual, the rich profit by it, and the poor, for whom competition is not free, who have not the knowledge needed to enable them to form a correct judgment, have the evil consequences to bear. Compulsory school attendance does not exist. In the mills it is, as we shall see, purely nominal, and when in the session of 1843 the ministry was disposed to make this nominal compulsion effective, the manufacturing bourgeoisie opposed the measure with all its might, though the working class was outspokenly in favor of. 408 Friedrich Engels. Compulsory school attendance. Moreover, a mass of children work the whole week through in the mills or at home, and therefore cannot attend school. The evening schools, supposed to be attended by children who are employed during the day, are almost abandoned or attended without benefit. It is asking too much, that young workers, who have been using themselves up 12 hours in the day, should go to school from 8 to 10 at night. And those who try it usually fall asleep, as is testified by hundreds of witnesses in the Children's Employment Commission's report. Sunday schools have been founded, it is true, but they, too, are most scantily supplied with teachers, and can be of use to those only who have already learned something in the day schools. The interval from one Sunday to the next is too long for an ignorant child to remember in the second sitting what it learned in the first, a week before. The Children's Employment Commission's report furnishes 100 proofs, and the Commission itself most emphatically expresses the opinion, that neither the weekday nor the Sunday schools, in the least degree, meet the needs of the nation. This report gives evidence of ignorance in the working class of England, such as could hardly be expected in Spain or Italy. It cannot be otherwise. The bourgeoisie has little to hope, and much to fear, from the education of the working class. The ministry, in its whole enormous budget of £55 million, has only the single trifling item of £40,000 for public education, and, but for the fanaticism of the religious sects which does at least as much harm as good, the means of education would be yet more scanty. As it is, the state church manages its national schools 3 and the various sects their sectarian 13 schools for the sole purpose of keeping the children of the brethren of the faith within the congregation, and of winning away a poor childish soul here and there from some other sect. The consequence is that religion, and precisely the most unprofitable side of religion, polemical discussion, is made the principal subject of instruction, and the memory of the children overburdened with incomprehensible dogmas and theological distinctions, that sectarian hatred and bigotry are awakened as early as possible, and all rational mental and moral training shamefully neglected. The working class has repeatedly demanded of Parliament a system of strictly secular public education, leaving religion to the ministers of the sects, but, thus far, no. In the German editions of 1845 and 1892 the words national schools are given in English ed. The word sectarian does not occur in the German editions of 1845 and 1892 ed. 409. Ministry has been induced to grant it. The minister is the obedient servant of the bourgeoisie, and the bourgeoisie is divided into countless sects, but each would gladly grant the workers the otherwise dangerous education on the sole condition of their accepting, as an antidote, the dogmas peculiar to the especial sect in question. And as these sects are still quarreling among themselves for supremacy, the workers remain for the present without education. It is true that the manufacturers boast of having enabled the majority to read, but the quality of the reading is appropriate to the source of the instruction, as the Children's Employment Commission proves. According to this report, he who knows his letters can read enough to satisfy the conscience of the manufacturers. and when one reflects upon the confused orthography of the English language which makes reading one of the arts, learned only under long instruction, this ignorance is readily understood. Very few working people write readily, and writing orthographically is beyond the powers even of many educated persons. The Sunday schools of the State Church, of the Quakers, and, I think, of several other sects, do not teach writing, because it is too worldly an employment for Sunday. The quality of the instruction offered the workers in other directions may be judged from a specimen or two, taken from the Children's Employment Commission's report, which unfortunately does not embrace mill work proper 143. In Birmingham, says Commissioner Granger, the children examined by me are, as a whole, utterly wanting in all that could be in the remotest degree called a useful education. Although in almost all the schools religious instruction alone is furnished, the profoundest ignorance even upon that subject prevailed in Wolverhampton, says Commissioner Home. I found, among others, the following example: a girl of 11 years who had attended both day and Sunday school had never learned of another world, nor of heaven, nor of another life. A boy, 17 years old, did not know how many 2 and 2 made, nor how many farthings 3 there were in twopence, even when the money was placed in his hand. Several boys had never heard of London nor of Willenhall, though the latter was but an hour's walk from their homes, and in the closest relations with Wolverhampton. Several had never heard the name of the Queen nor other names, such as Nelson, Wellington, Bonaparte, but it was noteworthy that those who had never heard even of St. Paul, Moses, or Solomon, were very well instructed as to the life, deeds, and character of Dick Turpin, and especially of Jack Sheppard. A youth of 16 did not know how many twice 2 make, nor how much money 4 farthings make. A youth of 17 asserted that 10 farthings make 10 halfpence. A third, 17 years old, answered several very simple questions with the brief statement, that he was any jedge o' nothing. Asterisk. These children, who are crammed with religious doctrines for 4 or 5 years at a stretch, know as little at the end as at the beginning. One child had attended a Sunday school regularly for 5 years, does not know who Jesus Christ was, but has heard the name. Never heard of the 12 apostles. Never heard of Samson, nor of Moses, nor Aaron, etc. Another attended a Sunday school regularly 6 years. Knows who Jesus Christ was, he died on the cross to shed his blood, to save our Savior. Never heard of St. Peter or St. Paul. A third, attended the Sunday schools of different kinds about 7 years, can read, only in the thin books, easy words of 1 syllable, has heard of the apostles, does not know if St. Peter was one, nor if St. John was one, unless it was St. John Wesley. To the question who Christ was, Home received, among others, the following answers: yes, Adam, he was an apostle, he was the Saviour's Lord's son. 3. And from a youth of 16, Jesus Christ was a king of London a long time ago. In Sheffield, Commissioner Simons let the children from the Sunday school read aloud. They could not tell what they had read, or what sort of people the apostles were, of whom they had just been reading. After he had asked them all one after the other about the apostles without securing a single correct answer, one sly-looking little fellow, with great glee, called out, "Please sir, they were the lepers." From the pottery districts and from Lancashire the reports are similar. This is what the bourgeoisie and the state are doing for the education and improvement of the working class. Fortunately the conditions under which this class lives are such as give it a sort of practical training, which not only replaces school cramming, but renders harmless the confused religious notions connected with it, and even places the workers in the vanguard of the national movement of England. Necessity is the mother of invention, and what is still more important, of thought and action. The English working man who can scarcely read and still less write, nevertheless knows very well where his own interest and that of the nation lies. He knows, too, what the especial interest of the bourgeoisie is, and what he has to expect of that bourgeoisie. If he cannot write, he can speak, and speak in public. If he has no arithmetic, he can, nevertheless, reckon with the political economists enough to see through a corn law repealing bourgeois, and to get the better of him in argument, if celestial matters remain very mixed for him in spite of all the effort of the preachers, he sees all the more clearly into terrestrial, political, and social questions. We shall have occasion to refer again to this point, and pass now to the moral characteristics of our workers. It is sufficiently clear that the instruction in morals can have no better effect than the religious teaching, with which in all English schools it is mixed up. The simple principles which, for plain human beings, regulate the relations of man to man, brought into the direst confusion by our social state, our war of each against all, necessarily remain confused and foreign to the working man when mixed with incomprehensible dogmas, and preached in the religious form of an arbitrary and dogmatic commandment. The schools contribute, according to the confession of all authorities, and especially of the Children's Employment Commission, almost nothing to the morality of the working class. So short-sighted, so stupidly narrow-minded is the English bourgeoisie in its egotism, that it does not even take the trouble to impress upon the workers the morality of the day, which the bourgeoisie has patched together in its own interest for its own protection. Even this precautionary measure is too great an effort for the enfeebled and sluggish bourgeoisie. A time must come when it will repent its neglect, too late. But it has no right to complain that the workers know nothing of its system of morals, and do not act in accordance with it. Thus are the workers cast out and ignored by the class in power, morally as well as physically and mentally. The only provision made for them is the law, which fastens upon them when they become obnoxious to the bourgeoisie. Like the dullest of the brutes, they are treated to but one form of education, the whip, in the shape of force, not convincing but intimidating. There is, therefore, no cause for surprise if the workers, treated as brutes, actually become such, or if they can maintain their consciousness of manhood only by cherishing the most glowing hatred, the most unbroken inward rebellion against the bourgeoisie in power. They are men so long only as they burn with wrath against the reigning class. They become brutes the moment they bend in patience under the yoke, and merely strive to make life endurable while abandoning the effort to break the yoke. This, then, is all that the bourgeoisie has done for the education of the proletariat, and when we take into consideration all the 412 Friedrich Engels circumstances in which this class lives, we shall not think the worse of it for the resentment which it cherishes against the ruling class. The moral training which is not given to the worker in school is not supplied by the other conditions of his life, that moral training, at least, which alone has worth in the eyes of the bourgeoisie. His whole position and environment involves the strongest temptation to immorality. He is poor, life offers him no charm, almost every enjoyment is denied him, the penalties of the law have no further terrors for him. Why should he restrain his desires? Why leave to the rich the enjoyment of his birthright? 3. Why not seize a part of it for himself? What inducement has the proletarian not to steal? It is all very pretty and very agreeable to the ear of the bourgeois to hear the sacredness of property asserted, but for him who has none, the sacredness of property dies out of itself. Money is the god of this world. The bourgeois takes the proletarian's money from him and so makes a practical atheist of him. No wonder, then, if the proletarian retains his atheism and no longer respects the sacredness and power of the earthly god. And when the poverty of the proletarian is intensified to the point of actual lack of the barest necessaries of life, to want and hunger, the temptation to disregard all social order does but gain power. This the bourgeoisie for the most part recognizes. Simons observes that poverty exercises the same ruinous influence upon the mind which drunkenness exercises upon the body, and Dr. Allison explains to property-holding readers, with the greatest exactness, what the consequences of social oppression must be for the working class. Want leaves the working man the choice between starving slowly, killing himself speedily, or taking what he needs where he finds it, in plain English, stealing. And there is no cause for surprise that most of them prefer stealing to starvation and suicide. True, there are, within the working class, numbers too moral to steal even when reduced to the utmost extremity, and these starve or commit suicide. For suicide, formerly the enviable privilege of the upper classes, has become fashionable among the English workers, and numbers of the poor kill themselves to avoid the misery from which they see no other means of escape. But far more demoralizing than his poverty in its influence upon the English working man is the insecurity of his position, the necessity of living upon wages from hand to mouth, that in short which makes a proletarian of him. The smaller peasants in Germany are usually poor, and often suffer want, but they are less at the mercy of accident, they have at least something secure. The proletarian, who has nothing but his two hands, who consumes today what he earned yesterday, who is subject to every possible chance, and has not the slightest guarantee for being able to earn the barest necessities of life, whom every crisis, every whim of his employer may deprive of bread, this proletarian is placed in the most revolting, inhuman position conceivable for a human being. The slave is assured of a bare livelihood by the self-interest of his master, the serf has at least a scrap of land on which to live, each has at worst a guarantee for life itself. But the proletarian must depend upon himself alone, and is yet prevented from so applying his abilities as to be able to rely upon them. Everything that the proletarian can do to improve his position is but a drop in the ocean compared with the floods of varying chances to which he is exposed, over which he has not the slightest control. He is the passive subject of all possible combinations of circumstances, and must count himself fortunate when he has saved his life even for a short time, and his character and way of living are naturally shaped by these conditions. Either he seeks to keep his head above water in this whirlpool, to rescue his manhood, and this he can do solely in rebellion against the class which plunders him so mercilessly and then abandons him to his fate, which strives to hold him in this position so demoralizing to a human being, or he gives up the struggle against his fate as hopeless, and strives to profit, so far as he can, by the most favorable moment. To save is unavailing, for at the utmost he cannot save more than suffices to sustain life for a short time, while if he falls out of work, it is for no brief period. To accumulate lasting property for himself is impossible, and if it were not, he would only cease to be a working man and another would take his place. What better thing can he do, then, when he gets high wages, than live well upon them? The English bourgeoisie is violently scandalized at the extravagant living of the workers when wages are high, yet it is not only very natural but very sensible of them to enjoy life when they can, instead of laying up treasures which are of no lasting use to them, and which in the end moth and rust, i.e., the bourgeoisie, get possession of. Yet such a life is demoralizing beyond all others. What Carlyle says of the cotton spinners is true of all English industrial workers*. Their trade, now in plethoric prosperity, anon extenuated into inanition and short time, is of the nature of gambling, they live by it like gamblers, now in luxurious superfluity, now in starvation. Black, mutinous discontent devours them, simply the miserablest feeling that can inhabit the heart of man. English commerce, with its worldwide, convulsive fluctuations, with its immeasurable produce steam demon, makes all paths uncertain for them, all life a bewilderment, sobriety, steadfastness, peaceable continuance, the first blessings of man are not theirs. This world is for them no home, but a dingy prison house, of reckless unthrift, rebellion, rancor, indignation against themselves and against all men. Is it a green, flowery world, with azure everlasting sky stretched over it, the work and government of a god, or a murky, simmering Tophet, of copperous fumes, cotton fuzz, gin riot, wrath, and toil, created by a demon, governed by a demon? And elsewhere, injustice, infidelity to truth and fact and nature's order, being properly the one evil under the sun, and the feeling of injustice the one intolerable pain under the sun, our grand question as to the condition of these working men would be, is it just? And, first of all, what belief have they themselves formed about the justice of it? The words they promulgate are notable by way of answer, their actions are still more notable. Revolt, sullen, revengeful humor of revolt against the upper classes, decreasing respect for what their temporal superiors command, decreasing faith for what their spiritual superiors teach, is more and more the universal spirit of the lower classes. Such spirit may be blamed, may be vindicated, but all men must recognize it as extant there, all may know that it is mournful, that unless altered it will be fatal. Carlyle is perfectly right as to the facts and wrong only in censuring the wild rage of the workers against the higher classes. This rage, this passion, is rather the proof that the workers feel the inhumanity of their position, that they refuse to be degraded to the level of brutes, and that they will one day free themselves from servitude to the bourgeoisie. This may be seen in the case of those who do not share this wrath. They either bow humbly before the fate that overtakes them, live a respectful private life as well as they can, do not concern themselves as to the course of public affairs, help the bourgeoisie to forge the chains of the workers yet more securely and stand upon the plane of intellectual nullity that prevailed before the industrial period began, or they are tossed about by fate, lose their moral hold upon themselves as they have already lost their economic hold, live along from day to day, drink, and fall into licentiousness, and in both cases they are brutes. The last named class contributes chiefly to the rapid increase of vice, at which the bourgeoisie is so horrified after itself setting in motion the causes which give rise to it. Another source of demoralization among the workers is their being condemned to work. As voluntary, productive activity is the highest enjoyment known to us, so is compulsory toil the most cruel, degrading punishment. Nothing is more terrible than being constrained to do some one thing every day from morning until night against one's will. And the more a man the worker feels himself, the more hateful must his work be to him, because he feels the constraint, the aimlessness of it for himself. Why does he work? For love of work? From a natural impulse? Not at all. He works for money, for a thing which has nothing whatsoever to do with the work itself, and he works so long, moreover, and in such unbroken monotony, that this alone must make his work a torture in the first weeks if he has the least human feeling left. The division of labor has multiplied the brutalizing influences of forced work. In most branches the worker's activity is reduced to some paltry, purely mechanical manipulation, repeated minute after minute, unchanged year after year. How much human feeling, what abilities can a man retain in his 30th year, who has made needle points or filed toothed wheels 12 hours every day from his early childhood, living all the time under the conditions forced upon the English proletarian? It is still the same thing since the introduction of steam. See, the worker's activity is made easy, muscular effort is saved, but the work itself becomes unmeaning and monotonous to the last degree. It offers no field for mental activity, and claims just enough of his attention to keep him from thinking of anything else. And a sentence to such work, to work which takes his whole time for itself, leaving him scarcely time to eat and sleep, none for physical exercise in the open air, or the enjoyment of nature, much less for mental activity. How can such a sentence help degrading a human being to the level of a brute? Once more the worker must choose, must either surrender himself to his fate, become a good workman, heed faithfully the interest of the bourgeoisie, in which case he most certainly becomes a brute, or else he must rebel, fight for his manhood to the last, and this he can only do in the fight against the bourgeoisie. And when all these conditions have engendered vast demoralization among the workers, a new influence is added to the old, to spread this degradation more widely and carry it to the extremest point. This influence is the centralization of the population. The writers of the English bourgeoisie are crying murder at the demoralizing tendency of the great cities. Like perverted Jeremiahs, they sing dirges, not over the destruction, but the growth of the cities. Sheriff Allison attributes almost everything, and Dr. Vaughan, author of The Age of Great Cities, still more to this influence. And this is natural, for the propertied class has too direct an interest in the other conditions which tend to destroy the worker body and soul. If they should admit that poverty, insecurity, overwork, forced work, are the chief ruinous influences, they would have to draw the conclusion, then let us give the poor property, guarantee their subsistence, make laws against overwork, and this the bourgeoisie dare not formulate. but the great cities have grown up so spontaneously, the population has moved into them so wholly of its own motion, and the inference that manufacture and the middle class which profits from it alone have created the cities is so remote, that it is extremely convenient for the ruling class to ascribe all the evil to this apparently unavoidable source, whereas the great cities really only secure a more rapid and certain development for evils already existing in the germ. Allison is humane enough to admit this. He is no thoroughbred liberal manufacturer, but only a half-developed Tory bourgeois, and he has, therefore, an open eye, now and then, where the full-fledged bourgeois is still stone-blind. Let us hear him. It is in the great cities that vice has spread her temptations, and pleasure her seductions, and folly her allurements, that guilt is encouraged by the hope of impunity, and idleness fostered by the frequency of example. It is to these great marts of human corruption that the base and the profligate resort from the simplicity of country life. It is here that they find victims whereon to practice their iniquity, and gains to reward the dangers that attend them. Virtue is here depressed from the obscurity in which it is involved. Guilt is matured from the difficulty of its detection. Licentiousness is rewarded by the immediate enjoyment. Principles of Population, Volume 2, p. 76. ETSEQ, p. 82, p. 135. Note by Engels, in the German editions of 1845 and 1892. These quotations are abridged ed. 417. Which it promises. If any person will walk through St. Giles's, the crowded alleys of Dublin, or the poorer quarters of Glasgow by night, he will meet with ample proof of these observations. He will no longer wonder at the disorderly habits and profligate enjoyments of the lower orders. His astonishment will be, not that there is so much, but that there is so little crime in the world. The great cause of human corruption in these crowded situations is the contagious nature of bad example and the extreme difficulty of avoiding the seductions of vice when they are brought into close and daily proximity with the younger part of the people. Whatever we may think of the strength of virtue, experience proves that the higher orders are indebted for their exemption from atrocious crime or disorderly habits chiefly to their fortunate removal from the scene of temptation, and that where they are exposed to the seductions which assail their inferiors, they are no ways behind them in yielding to their influence. It is the peculiar misfortune of the poor in great cities that they cannot fly from these irresistible temptations, but that, turn where they will, they are met by the alluring forms of vice, or the seductions of guilty enjoyment. It is the experienced impossibility of concealing the attractions of vice from the younger part of the poor in great cities which exposes them to so many causes of demoralization. 3. All this proceeds not from any unwanted or extraordinary depravity in the character of these victims of licentiousness, but from the almost irresistible nature of the temptations to which the poor are exposed. The rich, who censure their conduct, would in all probability yield as rapidly as they have done to the influence of similar causes. There is a certain degree of misery, a certain proximity to sin, which virtue is rarely able to withstand, and which the young, in particular, are generally unable to resist. The progress of vice in such circumstances is almost as certain and often nearly as rapid as that of physical contagion. And elsewhere, when the higher orders for their own profit have drawn the laboring classes in great numbers into a small space, the contagion of guilt becomes rapid and unavoidable. The lower orders, situated as they are in so far as regards moral or religious instruction, are frequently hardly more to be blamed for yielding to the temptations which surround them than for falling victims to the typhus fever. Enough. The half-bourgeois Allison betrays to us, however narrow his manner of expressing himself, the evil effect of the great cities upon the moral development of the workers. Another, a bourgeois pur sang, be a man after the heart of the Anti-Corn Law League, Dr. Andrew Ure * betrays the other side. He tells us that life in great cities facilitates cabals among the workers and confers power on the plebs. If here the workers are not educated, i.e., to obedience to the bourgeoisie, they may view matters one-sidedly, from the standpoint of a sinister selfishness, and may readily permit themselves to be hoodwinked by sly demagogues. Nay, they might even be capable of viewing their greatest benefactors, the frugal and enterprising capitalists, with a jealous and hostile eye. Here proper training alone can avail, or national bankruptcy and other horrors must follow, since a revolution of the workers could hardly fail to occur. And our bourgeois is perfectly justified in his fears. If the centralization of population stimulates and develops the property-holding class, it forces the development of the workers yet more rapidly. The workers begin to feel as a class, as a whole, they begin to perceive that, though feeble as individuals, they form a power united. Their separation from the bourgeoisie, the development of views peculiar to the workers and corresponding to their position in life, is fostered, the consciousness of oppression awakens, and the workers attain social and political importance. The great cities are the birthplaces of labor movements. In them the workers first began to reflect upon their own condition, and to struggle against it. In them the opposition between proletariat and bourgeoisie first made itself manifest. From them proceeded the trades unions, Chartism, and socialism. The great cities have transformed the disease of the social body, which appears in chronic form in the country, into an acute one, and so made manifest its real nature and the means of curing it. Without the great cities and their forcing influence upon the popular intelligence, the working class would be far less advanced than it is. Moreover, they have destroyed the last remnant of the patriarchal relation between working men and employers, a result to which manufacture on a large scale has contributed by multiplying the employees dependent upon a single employer. The bourgeoisie deplores all this, it is true, and has good reason to do so, for, under the old conditions, the bourgeois was comparatively secure against a revolt on the part of his hands. He could tyrannize over them and plunder them to his heart's content, and yet receive obedience, gratitude, and assent from these stupid people by bestowing a trifle of patronizing friendliness which cost him nothing, and perhaps some paltry present, all apparently out of pure, self-sacrificing, uncalled-for goodness of heart, but really not 1/10 part of his duty. As an individual bourgeois, placed under conditions which he had not himself created, he might do his duty at least in part, but, as a member of the ruling class, which, by the mere fact of its ruling, is responsible for the condition of the whole nation, he did nothing of what his position involved. On the contrary, he plundered the whole nation for his own individual advantage. In the patriarchal relation that hypocritically concealed the slavery of the worker, the latter must have remained an intellectual zero, totally ignorant of his own interest, a mere private individual. Only when estranged from his employer, when convinced that the sole bond between employer and employee is the bond of pecuniary profit, when the sentimental bond between them, which stood not the slightest test, had wholly fallen away, then only did the worker begin to recognize his own interests and develop independently, then only did he cease to be the slave of the bourgeoisie in his thoughts, feelings, and the expression of his will. And to this end manufacture on a grand scale and in great cities has most largely contributed. Another influence of great moment in forming the character of the English workers is the Irish immigration already referred to. On the one hand it has, as we have seen, degraded the English workers, removed them from civilization, and aggravated the hardship of their lot, but, on the other hand, it has thereby deepened the chasm between workers and bourgeoisie, and hastened the approaching crisis. For the course of the social disease from which England is suffering is the same as the course of a physical disease, it develops according to certain laws, has its own crises, the last and most violent of which determines the fate of the patient. And as the English nation cannot succumb under the final crisis, but must go forth from it, born again, rejuvenated, we can but rejoice over everything which accelerates the course of the disease. And to this the Irish immigration further contributes by reason of the passionate, mercurial Irish temperament, which it imports into England and into the English working class. The Irish and English are to each other much as the French and the Germans, and the mixing of the more facile, excitable, fiery Irish temperament with the stable, reasoning, persevering English must, in the long run, be productive only of good for both. The rough egotism of the English bourgeoisie would have kept its hold upon the working class much more firmly if the Irish nature, generous to a fault, and ruled primarily by sentiment, had not intervened, and softened the cold, rational English character in part by a mixture of the races, and in part by the ordinary contact of life. In view of all this, it is not surprising that the working class has gradually become a race wholly apart from the English bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie has more in common with every other nation of the earth than with the workers in whose midst it lives. The workers speak other dialects, have other thoughts and ideals, other customs and moral principles, a different religion and other politics than those of the bourgeoisie. Thus they are two radically dissimilar nations, as unlike as difference of race could make them, of whom we on the continent have known but one, the bourgeoisie. Yet it is precisely the other, the people, the proletariat, which is by far the more important for the future of England ** of the public character of the English working man, as it finds expression in associations and political principles. We shall have occasion to speak later. Let us here consider the results of the influences cited above, as they affect the private character of the worker. The workman is far more humane in ordinary life than the bourgeois. I have already mentioned the fact that the beggars are accustomed to turn almost exclusively to the workers, and that, in general, more is done by the workers than by the bourgeoisie for the maintenance of the poor. This fact, which anyone may prove for himself any day, is confirmed, among others, by Dr. Parkinson, Canon of Manchester, who says, "The poor give more to each other than the rich give to the poor." I am confirmed in this assertion by the testimony of one of our oldest, most learned, and most observant physicians, Dr. Bardsley, whose humanity is as conspicuous as his learning and talent, and who has often publicly declared that the aggregate sum given in each year by the poor to each other exceeds that contributed by the rich in the same period. In other ways, too, the humanity of the workers is constantly manifesting itself pleasantly. They have experienced hard times themselves, and can therefore feel for those in trouble. 3. Whence they are more approachable, friendlier, and less greedy for money, though they need it far more than the property-holding class. For them money is worth only what it will buy, whereas for the bourgeois it has an especial inherent value, the value of a god, and makes the bourgeois the mean, low money grubber that he is. The working man who knows nothing of this feeling of reverence for money is therefore less grasping than the bourgeois, whose whole activity is for the purpose of gain, who sees in the accumulations of his money bags the end and aim of life. Hence the workman is much less prejudiced, has a clearer eye for facts as they are than the bourgeois, and does not look at everything through the spectacles of personal selfishness. His faulty education saves him from religious prepossessions. He does not understand religious questions, does not trouble himself about them, knows nothing of the fanaticism that holds the bourgeoisie bound, and if he chances to have any religion, he has it only in name, not even in theory. Practically he lives for this world, and strives to make himself at home in it. All the writers of the bourgeoisie are unanimous on this point, that the workers are not religious, and do not attend church. From the general statement are to be accepted the Irish, a few elderly people, and the half-bourgeois, the overlookers, foremen, and the like. But among the masses there prevails almost universally a total indifference to religion, or at the utmost, some trace of deism too undeveloped to amount to more than mere words, or a vague dread of the words infidel, atheist, etc. The clergy of all sects is in very bad odor with the working men, though the loss of its influence is recent. At present, however, the mere cry, "He's a parson," 3. is often enough to drive one of the clergy from the platform of a public meeting. And like the rest of the conditions under which he lives, his want of religious and other culture contributes to keep the working man more unconstrained, freer from inherited stable tenets and cut-and-dried opinions, than the bourgeois who is saturated with the class prejudices poured into him from his earliest youth. There is nothing to be done with the bourgeois. He is essentially conservative in however liberal a guise, his interest is bound up with that of the property-holding class, he is dead to all active movement, he is losing his position in the forefront of England's historical development. The workers are taking his place, in rightful claim first, then in fact. All this, together with the correspondent public action of the workers, with which we shall deal later, forms the favorable side of the character of this class. The unfavorable one may be quite as briefly summed up, and follows quite as naturally out of the given causes. Drunkenness, sexual irregularities, brutality, and disregard for the rights of property are the chief points with which the bourgeois charges them. That they drink heavily is to be expected. Sheriff Allison asserts that in Glasgow some 30,000 working men get drunk every Saturday night, and the estimate is certainly not exaggerated, and that in that city in 1830, one house in 12, and in 1840, one house in 10, was a public house, that in Scotland, in 1823, excise was paid upon 2,300,000 gallons, in 1837 upon 6,620,000 gallons, in England, in 1823, upon 1,976,000 gallons, and in 1837, upon 7,875,000 gallons of spirits. The Beer Act of 1830, which facilitated the opening of beer houses, jerry shops, whose keepers are licensed to sell beer to be drunk on the premises, facilitated the spread of intemperance by bringing a beer house, so to say, to everybody's door. In nearly every street there are several such beer houses, and among 2 or 3 neighboring houses in the country one is sure to be a jerry shop. Besides these, there are hush shops in multitudes, i.e., secret drinking places which are not licensed, and quite as many secret distilleries which produce great quantities of spirits in retired spots, rarely visited by the police, in the great cities. Gaskell estimates these secret distilleries in Manchester alone at more than 100, and their product at 156,000 gallons at the least. In Manchester there are, besides, more than 1,000 public houses selling all sorts of alcoholic drinks, or quite as many in proportion to the number of inhabitants as in Glasgow. In all other great towns, the state of things is the same. And when one considers, apart from the usual consequences of intemperance, that men and women, even children, often mothers with babies in their arms, come into contact in these places with the most degraded victims of the bourgeois regime, with thieves, swindlers, and prostitutes, when one reflects that many a mother gives the baby on her arm gin to drink, the demoralizing effects of frequenting such places cannot be denied. On Saturday evenings, especially when wages are paid and work stops somewhat earlier than usual, when the whole working class pours from its own poor quarters into the main thoroughfares, intemperance may be seen in all its brutality. I have rarely come out of Manchester on such an evening without meeting numbers of people staggering and seeing others lying in the gutter. On Sunday evening the same scene is usually repeated, only less noisily. And when their money is spent, the drunkards go to the nearest pawn shop, of which there are plenty in every city, over 60 in Manchester, and 10 or 12 in a single street of Salford, Chapel Street, and pawn whatever they possess. Furniture, Sunday clothes where such exist, kitchen utensils in masses are fetched from the pawnbrokers on Saturday night, only to wander back, almost without fail, before the next Wednesday, until at last some accident makes the final redemption impossible, and one article after another falls into the clutches of the usurer, or until he refuses to give a single farthing more upon the battered, used-up pledge. When one has seen the extent of intemperance among the workers in England, one readily believes Lord Ashley's statement ** that this class annually expends something like £25 million sterling upon intoxicating liquor, and the deterioration in external conditions, the frightful shattering of mental and physical health, the ruin of all domestic relations which follow may readily be imagined. True, the temperance societies have done much, but what are a few thousand teetotalers to among the millions of workers? When Father Matthew, the Irish apostle of temperance, passes through the English cities, from 30 to 60,000 workers take the pledge *3, but most of them break it again within a month. If one counts up the immense numbers who have taken the pledge in the last 3 or 4 years in Manchester, the total is greater than the whole population of the town, and still it is by no means evident that intemperance is diminishing. Next to intemperance in the enjoyment of intoxicating liquors, one of the principal faults of English working men is sexual license. But this, 2. Follows with relentless logic, with inevitable necessity out of the position of a class left to itself, with no means of making fitting use of its freedom. The bourgeoisie has left the working class only these two pleasures, while imposing upon it a multitude of labors and hardships, and the consequence is that the working men, in order to get something from life, concentrate their whole energy upon these two enjoyments, carry them to excess, surrender to them in the most unbridled manner. When people are placed under conditions which appeal to the brute only, what remains to them but to rebel or to succumb to utter brutality? And when, moreover, the bourgeoisie does its full share in maintaining prostitution, and how many of the 40,000 prostitutes who fill the streets of London every evening live upon the virtuous bourgeoisie? How many of them owe it to the seduction of a bourgeois, that they must offer their bodies to the passers-by in order to live? Surely it has least of all a right to reproach the workers with their sexual brutality. The failings of the workers in general may be traced to an unbridled thirst for pleasure, to want of providence, and of flexibility in fitting into the social order, to the general inability to sacrifice the pleasure of the moment to a remoter advantage. But is that to be wondered at? When a class can purchase few and only the most sensual pleasures by its wearying toil, must it not give itself over blindly and madly to those pleasures? A class about whose education no one troubles himself, which is a play ball to 1,000 chances, knows no security in life. What incentives has such a class to providence, to respectability, to sacrifice the pleasure of the moment for a remoter enjoyment, most uncertain precisely by reason of the perpetually varying, shifting conditions under which the proletariat lives? A class which bears all the disadvantages of the social order without enjoying its advantages, one to which the social system appears in purely hostile aspects. Who can demand that such a class respect this social order? Verily that is asking much. But the working man cannot escape the present arrangement of society so long as it exists, and when the individual worker resists it, the greatest injury falls upon himself. Thus the social order makes family life almost impossible for the worker. In a comfortless, filthy house, hardly good enough for mere nightly shelter, ill-furnished, often neither rain-tight nor warm, a foul atmosphere filling rooms overcrowded with human beings, no domestic comfort is possible. The husband works the whole day through, perhaps the wife also and the elder children, all in different places, they meet night and morning only, all under perpetual temptation to drink. What family life is possible under such conditions? Yet the working man cannot escape from the family, must live in the family, and the consequence is a perpetual succession of family troubles, domestic quarrels, most demoralizing for parents and children alike. Neglect of all domestic duties, neglect of the children, especially, is only too common among the English working people, and only too vigorously fostered by the existing institutions of society. And children growing up in this savage way, amidst these demoralizing influences, 3 are expected to turn out goody-goody and moral in the end. Verily the requirements are naive, which the self-satisfied bourgeois makes upon the working man. The contempt for the existing social order is most conspicuous in its extreme form, that of offenses against the law. If the influences demoralizing to the working man act more powerfully, more concentratedly than usual, he becomes an offender as certainly as water abandons the fluid for the vaporous state at 80 degrees, re-amour. Under the brutal and brutalizing treatment of the bourgeoisie, the working man becomes precisely as much a thing without volition as water, and is subject to the laws of nature with precisely the same necessity. At a certain point all freedom ceases. Hence with the extension of the proletariat, crime has increased in England, and the British nation has become the most criminal in the world. From the annual criminal tables of the Home Secretary, it is evident that the increase of crime in England has proceeded with incomprehensible rapidity. The numbers of arrests for criminal offences reached in the years 1805, 4605, 1810, 5146, 1815, 7818, 1820, 13710, 1825, 14,437, 1,830, 18,107, 1,835, 20,731, 1,840, 27,187, 1,841, 27,760, 1,842, 31,309 in England and Wales alone. 144, that is to say, they increased sevenfold in 37 years. Of these arrests, in 1842, 4,497 were made in Lancashire alone, or more than 14% of the whole, and 4,094 in Middlesex, including London, or more than 13%. So that two districts which include great cities with large proletarian populations, produced 1/4 of the total amount of crime, though their population is far from forming 1/4 of the whole. Moreover, the criminal tables prove directly that nearly all crime arises within the proletariat, for, in 1842, taking the average, out of 100 criminals, 32.35 could neither read nor write, 58.32 read and wrote imperfectly, 6.77 could read and write well, 0.22 had enjoyed a higher education, while the degree of education of 2.34 could not be ascertained. In Scotland, crime has increased yet more rapidly. There were but 89 arrests for criminal offences in 1819, and as early as 1837 the number had risen to 3,126, and in 1842 to 4,189. In Lanarkshire, where Sheriff Allison himself made out the official report, population has doubled once in 30 years, and crime once in 5.5, or 6 times more rapidly than the population. The offences, as in all civilized countries, are, in the great majority of cases, against property, and have, therefore, arisen from want in some form, for what a man has, he does not steal. The proportion of offences against property to the population, which in the Netherlands is as 1:7,140, and in France, as 1:1,804, was in England, when Gaskell wrote, as 1:799. The proportion of offences against persons to the population is, in the Netherlands, 1:28,904, in France, 1:17,573, in England, 1:23,395, that of crimes in general to the population in the agricultural districts, as 1:1,043, in the manufacturing districts as 1:840*. In the whole of England today the proportion is 1:660, though it is scarcely 10 years since Gaskell's book appeared. These facts are certainly more than sufficient to bring anyone, even a bourgeois, to pause and reflect upon the consequences of such a state of things. If demoralization and crime multiply 20 years longer in this proportion, and if English manufacture in these 20 years should be less prosperous than heretofore, the progressive multiplication of crime can only continue the more rapidly. What will the result be? Society is already in a state of visible dissolution. It is impossible to pick up a newspaper without seeing the most striking evidence of the giving way of all social ties. I look at random into a heap of English journals lying before me. There is the Manchester Guardian for October 30, 1844, which reports for 3 days. It no longer takes the trouble to give exact details as to Manchester, and merely relates the most interesting cases, that the workers in a mill have struck for higher wages without giving notice, and been condemned by a justice of the peace to resume work, that in Salford a couple of boys had been caught stealing, and a bankrupt tradesman tried to cheat his creditors. From the neighbouring towns the reports are more detailed. In Ashton, 2 thefts, 1 burglary, 1 suicide; in Bury, 1 theft; in Bolton, 2 thefts, 1 revenue fraud; in Lee, 1 theft; in Oldham, 1 strike for wages, 1 theft, 1 fight between Irish women, 1 non-union hatter assaulted by union men, 1 mother beaten by her son, 3 1 attack upon the police. 1 robbery of a church, in Stockport, discontent of working men with wages, 1 theft, 1 fraud, 1 fight, 1 wife beaten by her husband, in Warrington, 1 theft, 1 fight, in Wigan, 1 theft and 1 robbery of a church. The reports of the London papers are much worse: frauds, thefts, assaults, family quarrels crowd one another. A Times of September 12, 1844, falls into my hand, which gives a report of a single day, including a theft, an attack upon the police, a sentence upon a father requiring him to support his illegitimate son, the abandonment of a child by its parents, and the poisoning of a man by his wife. Similar reports are to be found in all the English papers. In this country, social war is under full headway, every one stands for himself, and fights for himself against all comers, and whether or not he shall injure all the others who are his declared foes, depends upon a cynical calculation as to what is most advantageous for himself. It no longer occurs to any one to come to a peaceful understanding with his fellow man, all differences are settled by threats, violence, or in a law court. In short, every one sees in his neighbor an enemy to be got out of the way, or, at best, a tool to be used for his own advantage. And this war grows from year to year, as the criminal tables show, more violent, passionate, irreconcilable. The enemies are dividing gradually into 2 great camps: 3, the bourgeoisie on the one hand, the workers on the other. This war of each against all, of the bourgeoisie against the proletariat, need cause us no surprise, for it is only the logical sequel of the principle involved in free competition. But it may very well surprise us that the bourgeoisie remains so quiet and composed in the face of the rapidly gathering storm clouds, that it can read all these things daily in the papers without, we will not say indignation at such a social condition, but fear of its consequences, of a universal outburst of that which manifests itself symptomatically from day to day in the form of crime. But then it is the bourgeoisie, and from its standpoint cannot even see the facts, much less perceive their consequences. One thing only is astounding, that class prejudice and preconceived opinions can hold a whole class of human beings in such perfect, I might almost say, such mad blindness. Meanwhile, the development of the nation goes its way whether the bourgeoisie has eyes for it or not, and will surprise the property-holding class one day with things not dreamed of in its philosophy. Single branches of industry. Factory hands. In dealing now with the more important branches of the English manufacturing proletariat, we shall begin, according to the principle already laid down, b. with the factory workers, i.e., those who are comprised under the Factory Act. This law regulates the length of the working day in mills in which wool, silk, cotton, and flax are spun or woven by means of water or steam power, and embraces, therefore, the more important branches of English manufacture. The class employed by them is the most intelligent and energetic of all the English workers, and, therefore, the most restless and most hated by the bourgeoisie. It stands as a whole, and the cotton workers preeminently stand, at the head of the labor movement, as their masters the manufacturers, especially those of Lancashire, take the lead of the bourgeois agitation. We have already seen in the introduction how the population employed in working up the textile materials were first torn from their former way of life. It is, therefore, not surprising that the progress of mechanical invention in later years also affected precisely these workers most deeply and permanently. The history of cotton manufacture as related by Baines and others is the story of improvements in every direction, most of which have become domesticated in the other branches of industry as well. Handwork is superseded by machine work almost universally, nearly all manipulations are conducted by the aid of steam or water, and every year is bringing further improvements. In a well-ordered state of society, such improvements could only be a source of rejoicing. In a war of all against all, individuals seize the benefit for themselves, and so deprive the majority of the means of subsistence. Every improvement in machinery throws workers out of employment, and the greater the advance, the more numerous the unemployed. Each great improvement produces, therefore, upon a number of workers the effect of a commercial crisis, creates want, wretchedness, and crime. Take a few examples. The very first invention, the jenny, worked by one man, produced at least sixfold what the spinning wheel had yielded in the same time, thus every new jenny threw 5 spinners out of employment. The throstle, which, in turn, produced much more than the jenny, and, like it, was worked by one man, threw still more people out of employment. The mule, which required yet fewer hands in proportion to the product, had the same effect, and every improvement in the mule, every multiplication of its spindles, diminished still further the number of workers employed. But this increase of the number of spindles in the mule is so great that whole armies of workers have been thrown out of employment by it. For, whereas one spinner, with a couple of children for piecers, formerly set 600 spindles in motion, he could now manage 1400 to 2000 spindles upon 2 mules, so that 2 adult spinners and a part of the piecers whom they employed were thrown out. And since self-acting mules have been introduced into a very large number of spinning mills, the spinner's work is wholly performed by the machine. There lies before me a book from the pen of James Leach, one of the recognized leaders of the Chartists in Manchester. The author has worked for years in various branches of industry, in mills and coal mines, and is known to me personally as an honest, trustworthy, and capable man. In consequence of his political position, he had at command extensive detailed information as to the different factories, collected by the workers themselves, and he publishes tables from which it is clear that in 1841, in 35 factories, 1,083 fewer mule spinners were employed than in 1829, though the number of spindles in these 35 factories had increased by 99,429. He cites 5 factories in which no spinners whatever are employed, self-actors only being used. While the number of spindles increased by 10%, the number of spinners diminished more than 60%. And Leach adds that since 1841, so many improvements have been introduced by double-decking 3 and other means, that in some of the factories named, half the operatives have been discharged. In one factory alone, where 80 spinners were employed a short time ago, there are now but 20 left, the others having been discharged or set at children's work for children's wages. Of Stockport Leach tells a similar story, that in 1835, 800 spinners were employed, and in 1843 but 140, though the manufacture of Stockport has greatly increased during the last 8 or 9 years. Similar improvements have now been made in carding frames, by which 1/2 the operatives have been thrown out of employment. In one factory improved frames have been set up, which have thrown 4 hands out of 8 out of work, besides which the employer reduced the wages of the 4 retained from 8 shillings to 7. The same process has gone on in the weaving industry. The power loom has taken possession of one branch of hand weaving after another, and since it produces much more than the hand loom, while one weaver can work 2 looms, it has superseded a multitude of working people. And in all sorts of manufacture, in flax and wool spinning, in silk twisting, the case is the same. The power loom, too, is beginning to appropriate one branch after another of wool and linen weaving. In Rochdale alone, there are more power than hand looms in flannel and other wool weaving branches. The bourgeoisie usually replies to this, that improvements in machinery, by decreasing the cost of production, supply finished goods at lower prices, and that these reduced prices cause such an increase in consumption that the unemployed operatives soon find full employment in newly founded factories. The bourgeoisie is so far correct that under certain conditions favorable for the general development of manufacture, every reduction in price of goods in which the raw material is cheap, greatly increases consumption, and gives rise to the building of new factories, but every further word of the assertion is a lie. The bourgeoisie ignores the fact that it takes years for these results of the decrease in price to follow and for new factories to be built. It is silent upon the point that every improvement in machinery throws the real work, the expenditure of force, more and more upon the machine, and so transforms the work of full-grown men into mere supervision, which a feeble woman or even a child can do quite as well, and does for half or 2/3 wages, that, therefore, grown men are constantly more and more supplanted and not re-employed by the increase in manufacture. It conceals the fact that whole branches of industry fall away, or are so changed that they must be learned afresh, and it takes good care not to confess what it usually harps upon, whenever the question of forbidding the work of children is broached, that factory work must be learned in earliest youth 3 in order to be learned properly. It does not mention the fact that the process of improvement goes steadily on, and that as soon as the operative has succeeded in making himself at home in a new branch, if he actually does succeed in so doing, this, too, is taken from him, and with it the last remnant of security which remained to him for winning his bread. But the bourgeoisie gets the benefit of the improvements in machinery. It has a capital opportunity for piling up money during the first years while many old machines are still in use, and the improvement not yet universally introduced, and it would be too much to ask that it should have an open eye for the disadvantages inseparable from these improvements. The fact that improved machinery reduces wages has also been as violently disputed by the bourgeoisie, as it is constantly reiterated by the working men. The bourgeoisie insists that although the price of piecework has been reduced, yet the total of wages for the week's work has rather risen than fallen, and the condition of the operatives rather improved than deteriorated. It is hard to get to the bottom of the matter, for the operatives usually dwell upon the price of piecework. But it is certain that the weekly wage, also, has, in many branches of work, been reduced by the improvement of machinery. The so-called fine spinners, who spin fine mule yarn, for instance, do receive high wages, 30 to 40 shillings a week, because they have a powerful association for keeping wages up, and their craft requires long training, but the coarse spinners who have to compete against self-actors, which are not as yet adapted for fine spinning, and whose association was broken down by the introduction of these machines, receive very low wages. A mule spinner told me that he does not earn more than 14 shillings a week, and his statement agrees with that of Leach, that in various factories the coarse spinners earn less than 16 shillings and sixpence a week, and that a spinner, who years ago earned 30 shillings, can now hardly scrape up 12.5, and had not earned more on an average in the past year. The wages of women and children may perhaps have fallen less, but only because they were not high from the beginning. I know several women, widows with children, who have trouble enough to earn 8 to 9 shillings a week, and that they and their families cannot live decently upon that sum. Every one must admit who knows the price of the barest necessaries of life in England. That wages in general have been reduced by the improvement of machinery is the unanimous testimony of the operatives. The bourgeois assertion that the condition of the working class has been improved by machinery is most vigorously proclaimed a falsehood in every meeting of working men in the factory districts. And even if it were true that the relative wage, the price of piecework only, has fallen, while the absolute wage, the sum to be earned in the week, remained unchanged, what would follow? That the operatives have had quietly to look on while the manufacturers filled their purses from every improvement without giving the hands the smallest share in the gain. The bourgeois forgets, in fighting the working man, the most ordinary principles of his own political economy. He who at other times swears by Malthus, cries out in his anxiety before the workers, where could the millions by which the population of England has increased find work, without the improvements in machinery? As though the bourgeois did not know well enough that without machinery and the expansion of industry which it produced, these millions would never have been brought into the world and grown up. The service which machinery has rendered the workers is simply this, that it has brought home to their minds the necessity of a social reform by means of which machinery shall no longer work against but for them. Let the wise bourgeois ask the people who sweep the streets in Manchester and elsewhere, though even this is past now, since machines for the purpose have been invented and introduced, or sell salt, matches, oranges, and shoestrings on the streets, or even beg, what they were formerly, and he will see how many will answer, mill hands thrown out of work by machinery. The consequences of improvement in machinery under our present social conditions are, for the working man, solely injurious and often in the highest degree oppressive. Every new advance brings with it loss of employment, want, and suffering, and in a country like England where, without that, there is usually a surplus population, to be discharged from work is the worst that can befall the operative. And what a dispiriting, unnerving influence this uncertainty of his position in life, consequent upon the unceasing progress of machinery, must exercise upon the worker, whose lot is precarious enough without it. To escape despair, there are but two ways open to him, either inward and outward revolt against the bourgeoisie or drunkenness and general demoralization. And the English operatives are accustomed to take refuge in both. The history of the English proletariat relates hundreds of uprisings against machinery and the bourgeoisie. We have already spoken of the moral dissolution which, in itself, is only another form of despair. The worst situation is that of those workers who have to compete against a machine that is making its way. The price of the goods which they produce adapts itself to the price of the kindred product of the machine, and as the latter works more cheaply, its human competitor has but the lowest wages. The same thing happens to every operative employed upon an old machine in competition with later improvements. And who else is there to bear the hardship? The manufacturer will not throw out his old apparatus, nor will he sustain the loss upon it. Out of the dead mechanism he can make nothing, so he fastens upon the living worker, the universal scapegoat of society. Of all the workers in competition with machinery, the most ill-used are the handloom cotton weavers. They receive the most trifling wages, and, with full the German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here and the unemployment resulting from it. Ed. Work, are not in a position to earn more than 10 shillings a week. One class of woven goods after another is annexed by the power loom, and hand weaving is the last refuge of workers thrown out of employment in other branches, so that the trade is always overcrowded. Hence it comes that, in average seasons, the hand weaver counts himself fortunate if he can earn 6 or 7 shillings a week, while to reach this sum he must sit at his loom 14 to 18 hours a day. Most woven goods require moreover a damp weaving room, to keep the weft from snapping, and in part for this reason, in part because of their poverty, which prevents them from paying for better dwellings, the workrooms of these weavers are usually without wooden or paved floors. I have been in many dwellings of such weavers, in remote, vile courts and alleys, usually in cellars. Often half a dozen of these handloom weavers, several of them married, live together in a cottage with 1 or 2 workrooms, and 1 large sleeping room. Their food consists almost exclusively of potatoes, with perhaps oatmeal porridge, rarely milk, and scarcely ever meat. Great numbers of them are Irish or of Irish descent. And these poor handloom weavers, first to suffer from every crisis, and last to be relieved from it, must serve the bourgeoisie as a handle in meeting attacks upon the factory system. See, cries the bourgeois, triumphantly, see how these poor creatures must famish, while the mill operatives are thriving, and then judge the factory system, as though it were not precise why the factory system and the machinery belonging to it which had so shamefully crushed the handloom weavers, and as though the bourgeoisie did not know this quite as well as ourselves. But the bourgeoisie has interests at stake, and so a falsehood or two and a bit of hypocrisy won't matter much. Let us examine somewhat more closely the fact that machinery more and more supersedes the work of men. The human labor, involved in both spinning and weaving, consists chiefly in piecing broken threads, as the machine does all the rest. This work requires no muscular strength, but only flexibility of finger. Men are, therefore, not only not needed for it, but actually, by reason of the greater muscular development of the hand, less fit for it than women and children, and are, therefore, naturally almost superseded by them. Hence, the more the use of the arms, the expenditure of strength, can be transferred to steam or water power, the fewer men need be employed, and as women and children work more cheaply, and in these branches better than men, they take their places. In the spinning mills women and girls are to be found in almost exclusive possession of the throstles, among the mules 1 man, an adult spinner, with self-actors, he, too, becomes superfluous, and several piecers for tying the threads, usually children or women, sometimes young men of from 18 to 20 years, here and there an old spinner * thrown out of other employment. At the power looms women, from 15 to 20 years, are chiefly employed, and a few men. These, however, rarely remain at this trade after their 21st year. Among the preparatory machinery, too, women alone are to be found, with here and there a man to clean and sharpen the carding frames. Besides all these, the factories employ numbers of children doffers for mounting and taking down bobbins, and a few men as overlookers, a mechanic and an engineer for the steam engines, carpenters, porters, etc., but the actual work of the mills is done by women and children. This the manufacturers deny. They published last year elaborate tables to prove that machinery does not supersede adult male operatives. According to these tables, rather more than half of all the factory workers employed, viz., 52% were females and 48% are males, and of these operatives more than half were over 18 years old. 145 so far, so good. But the manufacturers are very careful not to tell us how many of the adults were men and how many women. And this is just the point. Besides this, they have evidently counted the mechanics, engineers, carpenters, all the men employed in any way in the factories, perhaps even the clerks, and still they have not the courage to tell the whole truth. These publications teem generally with falsehoods, perversions, crooked statements, with calculations of averages, that prove a great deal for the uninitiated reader and nothing for the initiated, and with suppressions of facts bearing on the most important points, and they prove only the selfish blindness and want of uprightness of the manufacturers concerned. Let us take some of the statements of a speech with which Lord Ashley introduced the 10 Hours Bill, March 15, 1844, into the House of Commons. Here he gives some data as to the relations of sex and age of the operatives, not yet refuted by the manufacturers, whose statements, as quoted above, cover moreover only a part of the manufacturing industry of England. Of 419,590 factory operatives of the British Empire in 1839, 192,887, or nearly half, were under 18 years of age, and 242,296 of the female sex, of whom 112,192 were less than 18 years old. There remain, therefore, 80,695 male operatives under 18 years, and 96,599 adult male operatives, or not one full quarter * of the whole number. In the cotton factories, 56,4%, in the woolen mills, 69,2%, in the silk mills, 70,2%, in the flax spinning mills, 70,2% of all operatives are of the female sex. These numbers suffice to prove the crowding out of adult males. But you have only to go into the nearest mill to see the fact confirmed. Hence follows of necessity that inversion of the existing social order which, being forced upon them, has the most ruinous consequences for the workers. The employment of women at once breaks up the family, for when the wife spends 12 or 13 hours every day in the mill, and the husband works the same length of time there or elsewhere, what becomes of the children? They grow up like wild weeds, they are put out to nurse for a shilling or 18 pence a week, and how they are treated may be imagined. Hence the accidents to which little children fall victims multiply in the factory districts to a terrible extent. The lists of the coroner of Manchester * showed for 9 months, 69 deaths from burning, 56 from drowning, 23 from falling, 67 from other causes, or a total of 215 deaths from accidents, while in non-manufacturing Liverpool during 12 months there were but 146 fatal accidents. The mining accidents are excluded in both cases, and since the coroner of Manchester has no authority in Salford, the population of both places mentioned in the comparison is about the same. The Manchester Guardian reports 1 or more deaths by burning in almost every number. That the general mortality among young children must be increased by the employment of the mothers is self-evident, and is placed beyond all doubt by notorious facts. Women often return to the mill 3 or 4 days after confinement, leaving the baby. Of course, in the dinner hour they must hurry home to feed the child and eat something, and what sort of suckling that can be is also evident. Lord Ashley repeats the testimony of several workwomen. M.H., 20 years old, has 2 children, the youngest a baby that is tended by the other, a little older. The mother goes to the mill shortly after 5 o'clock in the morning, and comes home at 8 at night. All day the milk pours from her breasts, so that her clothing drips with it. H.W. has 3 children, goes away Monday morning at 5 o'clock, and comes back Saturday evening, has so much to do for the children then that she cannot get to bed before 3 o'clock in the morning, often wet through to the skin, and obliged to work in that state. She said, "My breasts have given me the most frightful pain, and I have been dripping wet with milk." The use of narcotics to keep the children still is fostered by this infamous system, and has reached a great extent in the factory districts. Dr. Johns, Registrar-in-Chief for Manchester, is of opinion that this custom is the chief source of the many deaths from convulsions. The employment of the wife dissolves the family utterly and of necessity, and this dissolution, in our present society, which is based upon the family, brings the most demoralizing consequences for parents as well as children. A mother who has no time to trouble herself about her child, to perform the most ordinary loving services for it during its first year, who scarcely indeed sees it, can be no real mother to the child, must inevitably grow indifferent to it, treat it unlovingly like a stranger. The children who grow up under such conditions are utterly ruined for later family life, can never feel at home in the family which they themselves found, because they have always been accustomed to isolation, and they contribute therefore to the already general undermining of the family in the working class. A similar dissolution of the family is brought about by the employment of the children. When they get on far enough to earn more than they cost their parents from week to week, they begin to pay the parents a fixed sum for board and lodging, and keep the rest for themselves. This often happens from the 14th or 15th year *. In a word, the children emancipate themselves, and regard the paternal dwelling as a lodging house, which they often exchange for another, as suits them. In many cases the family is not wholly dissolved by the employment of the wife, but turned upside down. The wife supports the family, the husband sits at home, tends the children, sweeps the room and cooks. This case happens very frequently. In Manchester alone, many hundred such men could be cited, condemned to domestic occupations. It is easy to imagine the wrath aroused among the working men by this reversal of all relations within the family, while the other social conditions remain unchanged. There lies before me a letter from an English working man, Robert Pounder, Barron's Buildings, Woodhouse, Moorside, in Leeds. The bourgeoisie may hunt him up there. I give the exact address for the purpose, written by him to Osler *. He relates how another working man, being on tramp, came to Street Helens in Lancashire, and there looked up an old friend. He found him in a miserable, damp cellar, scarcely furnished. And when my poor friend went in, there sat poor Jack near the fire, and what did he, think you? Why, he sat and mended his wife's stockings with the bodkin, and as soon as he saw his old friend at the doorpost, he tried to hide them. But Joe, that is my friend's name, had seen it, and said, "Jack, what the devil art thou doing? Where is the missus? Why, is that thy work?" And poor Jack was ashamed, and said, "No, I know this is not my work, but my poor missus is ith factory. She has to leave at 5:30 and works till 8 at night, and then she is so knocked up that she cannot do aught when she gets home, so I have to do everything for her what I can, for I have no work, nor had any for more nor 3 years, and I shall never have any more work while I live." And then he wept a big tear. Jack again said, "There is work enough for women folks and childer hereabouts, but none for men. thou mayest sooner find £100 on the road than work for men, but I should never have believed that either thou or any one else would have seen me mending my wife's stockings, for it is bad work. But she can hardly stand on her feet, I am afraid she will be laid up, and then I don't know what is to become of us, for it's a good bit that she has been the man in the house and I the woman. It is bad work, Joe, and he cried bitterly, and said, it has not been always so. No, said Joe, but when thou hadn't no work, how hast thou not shifted? I'll tell thee, Joe, as well as I can, but it was bad enough. Thou knowest when I got married I had work plenty, and thou knows I was not lazy. No, that thou wert not. And we had a good furnished house, and Mary need not go to work. I could work for the two of us, but now the world is upside down. Mary has to work and I have to stop at home, mind the childer, sweep and wash, bake and mend, and, when the poor woman comes home at night, she is knocked up. Thou knows, Joe, it's hard for one that was used different. Yes, boy, it is hard. And then Jack began to cry again, and he wished he had never married, and that he had never been born, but he had never thought, when he wed Mary, that it would come to this. I have often cried over it, said Jack. Now when Joe heard this, he told me that he had cursed and damned the factories, and the masters, and the government, with all the curses that he had learned while he was in the factory from a child. Can anyone imagine a more insane state of things than that described in this letter? And yet this condition, which unsexes the man and takes from the woman all womanliness without being able to bestow upon the man true womanliness, or the woman true manliness, this condition which degrades, in the most shameful way, both sexes, and, through them, humanity, is the last result of our much praised civilization, the final achievement of all the efforts and struggles of hundreds of generations to improve their own situation and that of their posterity. We must either despair of mankind, and its aims and efforts, when we see all our labor and toil result in such a mockery, or we must admit that human society has hitherto sought salvation in a false direction. We must admit that so total a reversal of the position of the sexes can have come to pass only because the sexes have been placed in a false position from the beginning. If the reign of the wife over the husband, as inevitably brought about by the factory system, is inhuman, the pristine rule of the husband over the wife must have been inhuman too. If the wife can now base her supremacy upon the fact that she supplies the greater part, nay, the whole of the common possession, the necessary inference is that this community of possession is no true and rational one, since one member of the family boasts offensively of contributing the greater share. If the family of our present society is being thus dissolved, this dissolution merely shows that, at bottom, the binding tie of this family was not family affection, but private interest lurking under the cloak of a pretended community of possessions. The same relation exists on the part of those children who support unemployed parents when they do not directly pay board, as already referred to. Dr. Hawkins testified in the Factories Inquiry Commission's report that this relation is common enough, and in Manchester it is notorious. In this case the children are the masters in the house, as the wife was in the former case, and Lord Ashley gives an example of this in his speech. A man berated his two daughters for going to the public house, and they answered that they were tired of being ordered about, saying, "Damn you, we have to keep you three." Determined to keep the proceeds of their work for themselves, they left the family dwelling, and abandoned their parents to their fate. The unmarried women, who have grown up in mills, are no better off than the married ones. It is self-evident that a girl who has worked in a mill from her 9th year is in no position to understand domestic work, whence it follows that female operatives prove wholly inexperienced and unfit as housekeepers. They cannot knit or sew, cook or wash, are unacquainted with the most ordinary duties of a housekeeper, and when they have young children to take care of, have not the vaguest idea how to set about it. The Factories Inquiry Commission's report gives dozens of examples of this, and Dr. Hawkins, Commissioner for Lancashire, expresses his opinion as follows: a girl marries early and recklessly, she has had no time, no means, no opportunities of learning the common duties of domestic life, and even if she had acquired the knowledge she has still no time to practice them. There is the young mother absent from her child above 12 hours daily. Who has the charge of the infant in her absence? Usually some little girl or aged woman, who is hired for a trifle and whose services are equivalent to the reward. Too often the dwelling of the factory family is no home, it sometimes is a cellar, which includes no cooking, no washing, no making, no mending, no decencies of life, no invitations to the fireside. I cannot help on these and on other grounds, especially for the better preservation of infant life, expressing my hope that a period may arrive when married women shall be rarely employed in a factory. But that is the least of the evil. The moral consequences of the employment of women in factories are even worse. The collecting of persons of both sexes and all ages in a single workroom, the inevitable contact, the crowding into a small space of people, to whom neither mental nor moral education has been given, is not calculated for the favorable development of the female character. The manufacturer, if he pays any attention to the matter, can interfere only when something scandalous actually happens. The permanent, less conspicuous influence of persons of dissolute character upon the more moral, and especially upon the younger ones, he cannot ascertain, and consequently cannot prevent. But precisely this influence is the injurious. The language used in the mills is characterized by many witnesses in the report of 1833, as indecent, bad, filthy, etc. It is the same process upon a small scale which we have already witnessed upon a large one in the great cities. The centralization of population has the same influence upon the same persons, whether it affects them in a great city or a small factory. The smaller the mill, the closer the packing, and the more unavoidable the contact, and the consequences are not wanting. A witness in Leicester said that he would rather let his daughter beg than go into a factory, that they are perfect gates of hell, that most of the prostitutes of the town had their employment in the mills to thank for their present situation. Another, in Manchester, did not hesitate to assert that 3/4 of the young factory employees, from 14 to 20 years of age, were unchanged. Commissioner Karl expresses it as his opinion, that the morality of the factory operatives is somewhat below the average of that of the working class in general, and Dr. Hawkins says, an estimate of sexual morality is scarcely possible to be reduced into figures, but if I may trust my own observations, and the general opinion of those with whom I have conversed, and the spirit of our evidence, then a most discouraging view of the influence of the factory life upon the morality of female youth obtrudes itself. It is, besides, a matter of course that factory servitude, like any other, and to an even higher degree, confers the jus primi noctis upon the master. In this respect also the employer is sovereign over the persons and charms of his employees. The threat of discharge suffices to overcome all resistance in 9 cases out of 10, if not in 99 out of 100, in girls who, in any case, have no strong inducements to chastity. If the master is mean enough, and the official report mentions several such cases, his mill is also his harem, and the fact that not all manufacturers use their power, does not in the least change the position of the girls. In the beginning of manufacturing industry, when most of the employers were upstarts without education or consideration for the hypocrisy of society, they let nothing interfere with the exercise of their vested rights. To form a correct judgment of the influence of factory work upon the health of the female sex, it is necessary first to consider the work of children, and then the nature of the work itself. From the beginning of manufacturing industry, children have been employed in mills, at first almost exclusively by reason of the smallness of the machines, which were later enlarged. Even children from the workhouses were employed in multitudes, being rented out for a number of years to the manufacturers as apprentices. They were lodged, fed, and clothed in common, and were, of course, completely the slaves of their masters, by whom they were treated with the utmost recklessness and barbarity. As early as 1796, the public objection to this revolting system found such vigorous expression through Dr. Percival and Sir Robert Peel, father of the cabinet minister, and himself a cotton manufacturer, that in 1802 Parliament passed an Apprentices' Bill, 3 by which the most crying evils were removed. 149 Gradually the increasing competition of free work people crowded out the whole apprentice system, factories were built in cities, machinery was constructed on a larger scale, and workrooms were made more airy and wholesome. Gradually, too, more work was found for adults and young persons. The number of children in the mills diminished somewhat, and the age at which they began to work rose a little. Few children under 8 or 9 years were now employed. Later, as we shall see, the power of the state intervened several times to protect them from the money greed of the bourgeoisie. The great mortality among children of the working class, and especially among those of the factory operatives, is proof enough of the unwholesome conditions under which they pass their first years. These influences are at work, of course, among the children, who survive, but not quite so powerfully as upon those who succumb. The result in the most favorable case is a tendency to disease, or some check in development, and consequent less than normal vigor of the constitution. A 9-year-old child of a factory operative that has grown up in want, privation, and changing conditions, in cold and damp, with insufficient clothing and unwholesome dwellings, is far from having the working force of a child brought up under healthier conditions. At 9 years of age it is sent into the mill to work 6l/2 hours, formerly 8, earlier still, 12 to 14, even 16 hours, daily, until the 13th year, then 12 hours until the 18th year. The old enfeebling influences continue, while the work is added to them. It is not to be denied that a child of 9 years, even an operative's child, can hold out through 6v2 hours daily work, without anyone being able to trace visible bad results in its development directly to this cause, but in no case can its presence in the damp, heavy air of the factory, often at once warm and wet, contribute to good health, and, in any case, it is unpardonable to sacrifice to the greed of an unfeeling bourgeoisie the time of children which should be devoted solely to their physical and mental development, withdraw them from school and the fresh air, in order to wear them for the benefit of the manufacturers. The bourgeoisie says, if we do not employ the children in the mills, they only remain under conditions unfavorable to their development, and this is true on the whole. But what does this mean if it is not a confession that the bourgeoisie first places the children of the working class under unfavorable conditions, and then exploits these bad conditions for its own benefit, appeals to that which is as much its own fault as the factory system, excuses the sin of today with the sin of yesterday? And if the Factory Act did not in some measure fetter their hands, how this humane, this benevolent bourgeoisie, which has built its factories solely for the good of the working class, would take care of the interests of these workers? Let us hear how they acted before the factory inspector was at their heels. Their own admitted testimony shall convict them in the report of the Factories Inquiry Commission of 1833. The report of the Central Commission relates that the manufacturers began to employ children rarely of 5 years, often of 6, very often of 7, usually of 8 to 9 years, that the working day often lasted 14 to 16 hours, exclusive of meals and intervals, that the manufacturers permitted overlookers to flog and maltreat children, and often took an active part in so doing themselves. One case is related of a Scotch manufacturer who rode after a 16-year-old runaway, forced him to return, running after 3 the employer as fast as the master's horse trotted, and beat him the whole way with a long whip. In the large towns where the operatives resisted more vigorously, such things naturally happened less often. But even this long working day failed to satisfy the greed of the capitalists. Their aim was to make the capital invested in the building and machinery produce the highest return, by every available means, to make it work as actively as possible. Hence the manufacturers introduced the shameful system of night work. Some of them employed 2 sets of operatives, each numerous enough to fill the whole mill, and let one set work the 12 hours of the day, and the other the 12 hours of the night. It is needless to picture the effect upon the frames of young children, and even upon the health of young persons and adults, produced by permanent loss of sleep at night, which cannot be made good by any amount of sleep during the day. Irritation of the whole nervous system, with general lassitude and enfeeblement of the entire frame, were the inevitable results, with the fostering of temptation to drunkenness and unbridled sexual indulgence. One manufacturer testifies that during the 2 years in which night work was carried on in his factory, the number of illegitimate children born was doubled, and such general demoralization prevailed that he was obliged to give up night work. Other manufacturers were yet more barbarous, requiring many hands to work 30 to 40 hours at a stretch, several times a week, letting them get a couple of hours sleep only, because the night shift was not complete, but calculated to replace a part of the operatives only. The reports of the Commission touching this barbarism surpass everything that is known to me in this line. Such infamies, as are here related, are nowhere else to be found, yet we shall see that the bourgeoisie constantly appeals to the testimony of the Commission as being in its own favor. The consequences of these cruelties became evident quickly enough. The commissioners mention a crowd of cripples who appeared before them, who clearly owed their distortion to the long working hours. This distortion usually consists of a curving of the spinal column and legs, and is described as follows by Francis Sharp, MRCS, of Leeds *. Before I came to Leeds, I had never seen the peculiar twisting of the ends of the lower part of the thigh bone. At first I considered it might be rickets, but from the numbers which presented themselves, particularly at an age beyond the time when rickets attack children, between 8 and 14, and finding that they had commenced since they began work at the factory, I soon began to change my opinion. I now may have seen of such cases nearly 100, and I can most decidedly state they were the result of too much labor. So far as I know, they all belong to factories, and have attributed their disease to this cause themselves. Of distortions of the spine, which were evidently owing to the long standing at their labor, perhaps the number of cases might not be less than 300. Precisely similar is the testimony of Dr. Hay, for 18 years physician in the hospital in Leeds. Diseases of the spine amongst people employed in factories presented themselves very frequently. Some were the result of pure labor, others were the result of labor on a constitution perhaps congenitally weak, or rendered feeble by bad food. The deformities of the limbs appear to be more frequent than the spinal diseases. The bending in of the knees, relaxation of the ligaments of the ankles was very frequent, and the bending of the large bones. The heads of the large bones have especially been increased and twisted to a considerable extent, and these cases I have found to have come from those mills and factories where long hours have been said to be common. Surgeons Beaumont and Sharp, of Bradford, bear the same testimony. The reports of Drinkwater, Power, and Dr. Loudon contain a multitude of examples of such distortions, and those of Tufnell and Sir David Barry, which are less directed to this point, give single examples. The commissioners for Lancashire, Cowell, Tufnell, and Hawkins, have almost wholly neglected this aspect of the physiological results of the factory system, though this district rivals Yorkshire in the number of cripples. I have seldom traversed Manchester without meeting 3 or 4 of them, suffering from precisely the same distortions of the spinal columns and legs as that described, and I have often been able to observe them closely. I know one personally who corresponds exactly with the foregoing description of Dr. Hay, and who got into this condition in Mr. Douglas' factory in Pendleton, an establishment which enjoys an unenviable notoriety among the operatives by reason of the former long working periods continued night after night. It is evident, at a glance, whence the distortions of these cripples come. They all look exactly alike. The knees are bent inward and backwards, 3 the ankles deformed and thick, and the spinal column often bent forwards or to one side. But the crown belongs to the philanthropic manufacturers of the Macclesfield silk district. They employed the youngest children of all, even from 5 to 6 years of age. In the supplementary testimony of Commissioner Tufnell, I find the statement of a certain factory manager Wright, both of whose sisters were most shamefully crippled, and who had once counted the cripples in several streets, some of them the cleanest and neatest streets of Macclesfield. He found in Townley Street 10, George Street 5, Charlotte Street 4, Watercots 15, Bank Top 3, Lord Street 7, Mill Lane 12, Great George Street 2, in the Workhouse 2, Park Green 1, Peckford Street 2, whose families all unanimously declared that the cripples had become such in consequence of overwork in the silk twisting mills. One boy is mentioned so crippled as not to be able to go upstairs, and girls deformed in back and hips. Other deformities also have proceeded from this overwork, especially flattening of the foot, which Sir D. Barry * frequently observed, as did the physicians and surgeons in Leeds in cases, in which a stronger constitution, better food, and other more favorable circumstances enabled the young operative to resist this effect of a barbarous exploitation. We find, at least, pain in the back, hips, and legs, swollen joints, varicose veins, and large, persistent ulcers in the thighs and calves. These affections are almost universal among the operatives. The reports of Stewart, Mackintosh, and Sir D. Barry contain hundreds of examples. Indeed, they know almost no operative who did not suffer from some of these affections, and in the remaining reports, the occurrence of the same phenomena is attested by many physicians. The reports covering Scotland place it beyond all doubt, that a working day of 13 hours, even for men and women from 18 to 22 years of age, produces at least these consequences, both in the flax spinning mills of Dundee and Dunfermline, and in the cotton mills of Glasgow and Lanark. All these affections are easily explained by the nature of factory work, which is, as the manufacturers say, very light, and precisely by reason of its lightness, more enervating than any other. The operatives have little to do, but must stand the whole time. 3. Anyone who sits down, say upon a window ledge or a basket, is fined, and this perpetual upright position, this constant mechanical pressure of the upper portions of the body upon spinal column, hips, and legs, inevitably produces the results mentioned. This standing is not required by the work itself, and at Nottingham chairs have been introduced, 0 with the result that these affections disappeared, and the operative ceased to object to the length of the working day. But in a factory where the operative works solely for the bourgeois, and has small interest in doing his work well, he would probably use the seats more than would be agreeable and profitable to the manufacturer, and in order that somewhat less raw material may be spoiled for the bourgeois, the operative must sacrifice health and strength. This long protracted upright position, with the bad atmosphere prevalent in the mills, entails, besides the deformities mentioned, a marked relaxation of all vital energies, and, in consequence, all sorts of other affections general rather than local. The atmosphere of the factories is, as a rule, at once damp and warm, usually warmer than is necessary, and, when the ventilation is not very good, impure, heavy, deficient in oxygen, filled with dust and the smell of the machine oil, which almost everywhere smears the floor, sinks into it, and becomes rancid. The operatives are lightly clad by reason of the warmth, and would readily take cold in case of irregularity of the temperature. A draught is distasteful to them. The general enervation which gradually takes possession of all the physical functions diminishes the animal warmth. This must be replaced from without, and nothing is therefore more agreeable to the operative than to have all the doors and windows closed, and to stay in his warm factory air. Then comes the sudden change of temperature on going out into the cold and wet or frosty atmosphere, without the means of protection from the rain, or of changing wet clothing for dry, a circumstance which perpetually produces colds. And when one reflects that, with all this, not one single muscle of the body is really exercised, really called into activity, except perhaps those of the legs, that nothing whatsoever counteracts the enervating, relaxing tendency of all these conditions, that every influence is wanting which might give the muscles strength, the fibers elasticity and consistency, that from youth up, the operative is deprived of all fresh air recreation, it is impossible to wonder at the almost unanimous testimony of the physicians in the factories report, that they find a great lack of ability to resist disease, a general depression in vital activity, a constant relaxation of the mental and physical powers. Let us hear Sir D. Barry first *. The unfavorable influences of mill work upon the hands are the following: 1. The indispensable necessity of forcing both their mental and bodily exertions to keep exact pace with the motions of machinery propelled by an unvarying, unceasing power. 2. The continuance of an erect posture for periods unnaturally prolonged and too quickly repeated. 3. The privation of sleep, in consequence of too long working hours, pain in the legs, and general physical derangement. To these causes are often added low, crowded, dusty, or damp rooms, impure air, heated atmospheres, constant perspiration. Hence it is that male children particularly, after they have worked some time in mills, lose with very few exceptions indeed the rosy chubbiness of boyhood, and become paler and thinner than boys not so employed generally are. Even the drawboy who stands with his bare feet on the earthen floor of his master's shop preserves his appearance much better than the mill boys, because he occasionally goes into the fresh air for a time. But the mill worker never has a moment's respite except at meals, and never gets into the open air except when he is going to look for them. All the adult male spinners are pale and thin, they are subject to capricious appetite and dyspepsia. All the spinners have been brought up in the mills from their very childhood. It is fair to conclude that their mode of life is not favorable to the development of the manly forms, seeing that few, or none of them are tall athletic men. Females are much less deteriorated in their appearance by mill work than males. Very naturally. But we shall see that they have their own diseases. So, 2. Power. I can have no hesitation in stating my belief that a large mass of deformity has been produced at Bradford by the factory system. The effect of long and continuous work upon the frame and limbs is not indicated by actual deformity alone. A more common indication of it is found in a stunted growth, relaxed muscles, and slender conformation. So, 2. F. Sharp, in Leeds, the surgeon already quoted, when I moved from Scarborough to Leeds, the general appearance of the children in Leeds immediately struck me as much more pallid, and also the firmness of the fibre as much inferior as what I had seen in Scarborough and the adjacent country. Observed also many to be more diminutive for their age. Innumerable cases of scrofula, affections of the lungs, mesenteric diseases, and dyspepsia, have also occurred, which I have no doubt, as a professional man, were owing to the same cause, the mill work. The nervous energy of the body I consider to be weakened by the very long hours, and a foundation laid for many diseases. Were it not for the individuals who join the mills from the country, the factory people would soon be deteriorated. So, 2. Beaumont, surgeon in Bradford. I also consider the system of working in the factories in and around here induces for the most part a peculiar laxity of the whole system, rendering the children highly susceptible of either prevailing epidemics or casual medical disorders. I certainly consider the want of wholesome regulations in the most of the factories, whether as to ventilation or cleanliness, to be productive in a great measure of that peculiar tendency or susceptibility of morbid affections of which my own practice affords ample experience. Similar testimony is borne by Dr. Hay. 1. I have had an opportunity of observing the effect of the factory system in the health of children under the most advantageous circumstances, in Wood's Mill, in Bradford, the best arranged of the district, in which he was factory surgeon. 2. This effect is decidedly, and, to a great extent, injurious, even under those favorable circumstances. 3. During the year 1832, 3/5 of all the children employed in Wood's Mill had medical assistance from me. 4. The most injurious effect is not in the prevalency of deformed bodies, but debilitated and diseased constitutions. 5. All this is greatly improved since the working hours of children have been reduced at Wood's to 10. The Commissioner, Dr. Loudon himself, who cites these witnesses, says, I think it has been clearly proved that children have been worked a most unreasonable and cruel length of time daily, and that even adults have been expected to do a certain quantity of labor which scarcely any human being is able to endure. The result of this has been, that many have met with a premature death, many have been affected constitutionally for life, and the idea of a posterity being injured from the shattered frames of the survivors is, physiologically speaking, but too well founded. And, finally, Dr. Hawkins, in speaking of Manchester, I believe that most travelers are struck by the lowness of stature, the leanness, and the paleness which present themselves so commonly to the eye at Manchester. The surgeons in England are scientifically educated as well as the physicians, and have, in general, medical as well as surgical practice. They are, in general, for various reasons, preferred to the physician's note by Engels. In the German editions of 1845 and 1892 the words surgeons and physicians are given in English in brackets Irv. 450 Friedrich Engels. And above all, among the factory classes. I have never been in any town in Great Britain nor in Europe in which degeneracy of form and color from the national standard has been so obvious. The married women fall remarkably short of the usual characteristics of the English wife. I cannot help remarking, that the boys and girls whom I examined from the Manchester factories very generally exhibited a depressed look, and a pallid complexion. None of the alacrity, activity, and hilarity of early life shone on their countenances and gestures. A large number of both, in reply to my questions, declared that they had no wish to play about on the Saturday afternoon and on the Sunday, but that they preferred remaining quiet. I add, at once, another passage of Hawkins' report, which only half belongs here, but may be quoted here as well as anywhere else. Intemperance, debauchery, and improvidence are the chief blemishes on the character of the factory work people, and those evils may easily be traced to habits formed under the present system, and springing from it almost inevitably. On all sides it is admitted that indigestion, hypochondriasis, and languor affect this class of the population very widely. After 12 hours of monotonous labor, it is but too natural to seek for stimulants of one kind or another, but when we superadd the morbid states above alluded to, the transition to spirits is rapid and perpetual. For all this testimony of the physicians and commissioners, the report itself offers hundreds of cases of proof. That the growth of young operatives is stunted, by their work, hundreds of statements testify. Among others, Karl gives the weight of 46 youths of 17 years of age, from one Sunday school, of whom 26 employed in mills averaged 104.5 pounds, and 20 not employed in mills 117.7 pounds. One of the largest manufacturers of Manchester, leader of the opposition against the working men, I think Robert Hyde Gregg himself, said, on one occasion, that if things went on as at present, the operatives of Lancashire would soon be a race of pygmies. A recruiting officer testified that operatives are little adapted for military service, looked thin and nervous, and were frequently rejected by the surgeons as unfit. In Manchester he could hardly get men of 5 feet 8 inches, they were usually only 5 feet 6 to 7, whereas in the agricultural districts, most of the recruits were 5 feet 8. The men wear out very early in consequence of the conditions 451 under which they live and work. Most of them are unfit for work at 40 years, a few hold out to 45, almost none to 50 years of age. This is caused not only by the general enfeeblement of the frame, but also very often by a failure of the sight, which is a result of mule spinning, in which the operative is obliged to fix his gaze upon a long row of fine, parallel threads, and so greatly to strain the sight. Of 1,600 operatives employed in several factories in Harpa and Lanark, but 10 were over 45 years of age. Of 22,094 operatives in diverse factories in Stockport and Manchester, but 143 were over 45 years old. Of these 143, 16 were retained as a special favor, and one was doing the work of a child. A list of 131 spinners contained but 7 over 45 years, and yet the whole 131 were rejected by the manufacturers, to whom they applied for work, as too old, and were without means of support by reason of old age. Mr. Ashworth, a large manufacturer, admits in a letter to Lord Ashley, that, towards the 40th year, the spinners can no longer prepare the required quantity of yarn, and are therefore sometimes discharged. He calls operatives 40 years of age old people. Commissioner McIntosh expresses himself in the same way in the report of 1833. Although prepared by seeing childhood occupied in such a manner, it is very difficult to believe the ages of the men advanced in years as given by themselves, so complete is their premature old age. Surgeon Smellie of Glasgow, who treated operatives chiefly, says that 40 years is old age for them, and similar evidence may be found elsewhere in Manchester. This premature old age among the operatives is so universal that almost every man of 40 would be taken for 10 to 15 years older, while the prosperous classes, men as well as women, preserve their appearance exceedingly well if they do not drink too heavily. The influence of factory work upon the female physique also is marked and peculiar. The deformities entailed by long hours of work are much more serious among women. Protracted work frequently causes deformities of the pelvis, partly in the shape of abnormal position and development of the hip bones, partly of malformation of the lower portion of the spinal column. Although, says Dr. Loudon in his report, no cases presented themselves of deformed pelvis, and some others of the diseases which have been described, yet their ailments are such as every medical man must expect to be the probable consequences of such working hours for young people, and they are recorded by men of the highest professional and moral character. That factory operatives undergo more difficult confinement than other women is testified to by several midwives and accoucheurs, and also that they are more liable to miscarriage. Moreover, they suffer from the general enfeeblement common to all operatives, and, when pregnant, continue to work in the factory up to the hour of delivery, because otherwise they lose their wages and are made to fear that they may be replaced if they stop away too soon. It frequently happens that women are at work one evening and delivered the next morning, and the case is none too rare of their being delivered in the factory among the machinery. And if the gentlemen of the bourgeoisie find nothing particularly shocking in this, their wives will perhaps admit that it is a piece of cruelty, an infamous act of barbarism, indirectly to force a pregnant woman to work 12 or 13 hours daily, formerly still longer, up to the day of her delivery, in a standing position, with frequent stoopings. But this is not all. If these women are not obliged to resume work within 2 weeks, they are thankful, and count themselves fortunate. Many come back to the factory after 8, and even after 3 to 4 days, to resume full work. I once heard a manufacturer ask an overlooker, "Is so and so not back yet?" "No." "How long since she was confined?" "A week." "She might surely have been back long ago." "That one over there only stays 3 days." Naturally, fear of being discharged, dread of starvation drives her to the factory in spite of her weakness, in defiance of her pain. The interest of the manufacturer will not brook that his employees stay at home by reason of illness. They must not be ill, they must not venture to lie still through a long confinement, or he must stop his machinery or trouble his supreme head with a temporary change of arrangements, and or Sir D. Barry, Thomas McDuart, workman, has slight fever. Cannot venture to be off work more than 4 days, for fear of losing his work. And so it goes on in almost all the factories. The employment of young girls produces all sorts of irregularities during the period of development. In some, especially those who are better fed, the heat of the factories hastens this process, so that in single cases, girls of 13 and 14 are wholly mature. Roberton, whom I have already cited, mentioned in the Factories Inquiry Commission's report as the eminent gynecologist of Manchester, relates in the North of England Medical and Surgical Journal, that he had seen a girl of 11 years who was not only a wholly developed woman, but pregnant, and that it was by no means rare in Manchester for women to be confined at 15 years of age. 151 In such cases, the influence of the warmth of the factories is the same as that of a tropical climate, and, as in such climates, the abnormally early development revenges itself by correspondingly premature age and debility. On the other hand, retarded development of the female constitution occurs. The breasts mature late or not at all. Menstruation first appears in the 17th or 18th, sometimes in the 20th year, and is often wholly wanting. Irregular menstruation, coupled with great pain and numerous affections, especially with anemia, is very frequent, as the medical reports unanimously state. Children of such mothers, particularly of those who are obliged to work during pregnancy, cannot be vigorous. They are, on the contrary, described in the report, especially in Manchester, as very feeble, and Barry alone asserts that they are healthy, but says further, that in Scotland, where his inspection lay, almost no married women worked in factories. Moreover, most of the factories there are in the country, with the exception of Glasgow. A circumstance which contributes greatly to the invigoration of the children. The operatives' children in the neighbourhood of Manchester are nearly all thriving and rosy, while those within the city look pale and scrofulous, but with the 9th year the colour vanishes suddenly, because all are then sent into the factories, when it soon becomes impossible to distinguish the country from the city children. But besides all this, there are some branches of factory work which have an especially injurious effect. In many rooms of the cotton and flax spinning mills, the air is filled with fibrous dust, which produces chest affections, especially among workers in the carding and combing rooms. Some constitutions can bear it, some cannot, but the operative has no choice. He must take the room in which he finds work, whether his chest is sound or not. The most common effects of this breathing of dust are blood spitting, hard, noisy breathing, pains in the chest, coughs, sleeplessness, in short, all the symptoms of asthma ending in the worst cases in consumption. Especially unwholesome is the wet spinning of linen yarn which is carried on by young girls and boys. The water spurts over them from the spindle, so that the front of their clothing is constantly wet through to the skin, and there is always water standing on the floor. This is the case to a less degree in the doubling rooms of the cotton mills, and the result is a constant succession of colds and affections of the chest. A hoarse, rough voice is common to all operatives, but especially to wet spinners and doublers. Stewart, Mackintosh, and Sir D. Barry express themselves in the most vigorous terms as to the unwholesomeness of this work, and the small consideration shown by most of the manufacturers for the health of the girls who do it. Another effect of flax spinning is a peculiar deformity of the shoulder, especially a projection of the right shoulder blade, consequent upon the nature of the work. This sort of spinning and the throstle spinning of cotton frequently produce diseases of the knee pan, which is used to check the spindle during the joining of broken threads. The frequent stooping and the bending to the low machines common to both these branches of work have, in general, a stunting effect upon the growth of the operative. In the throstle room of the cotton mill at Manchester, in which I was employed, I do not remember to have seen one single tall, well-built girl. They were all short, dumpy, and badly formed, decidedly ugly in the whole development of the figure. But apart from all these diseases and malformations, the limbs of the operative suffer in still another way. The work between the machinery gives rise to multitudes of accidents of more or less serious nature, which have for the operative the secondary effect of unfitting him for his work more or less completely. The most common accident is the squeezing off of a single joint of a finger, somewhat less common the loss of the whole finger, half, or a whole hand, an arm, etc., in the machinery. Lockjaw very often follows, even upon the lesser among these injuries, and brings death with it. Besides the deformed persons, a great number of maimed ones may be seen going about in Manchester. This one has lost an arm or a part of one, that one a foot, the third half a leg. It is like living in the midst of an army just returned from a campaign. But the most dangerous portion of the machinery is the strapping which conveys motive power from the shaft to the separate machines, especially if it contains buckles, which, however, are rarely used now. Whoever is seized by the strap is carried up with lightning speed, thrown against the ceiling above and floor below with such force that there is rarely a whole bone left in the body, and death follows instantly. Between June 12 and August 3, 1844, the Manchester Guardian reported the following serious accidents, the trifling ones it does not notice. June 12, a boy died in Manchester of lockjaw, caused by his hand being crushed between wheels. June 15, a youth in Saddleworth seized by a will and carried away with it, died, utterly mangled. June 29, a young man at Green Acres Moor, near Manchester, at work in a machine shop, fell under the grindstone, which broke 2 of his ribs and lacerated him terribly. July 24, a girl in Oldham died, carried around 50 times by a strap, no bone unbroken. July 27, a girl in Manchester seized by the blower, the first machine that receives the raw cotton, and died of injuries received. August 3, a bobbins turner died in Dukenfield, caught in a strap, every rib broken. In the year 1842, the Manchester Infirmary treated 962 cases of wounds and mutilations caused by machinery, while the number of all other accidents within the district of the hospital was 2,426, so that for 5 accidents from all other causes, 2 were caused by machinery. The accidents which happened in Salford are not included here, nor those treated by surgeons in private practice. In such cases, whether or not the accident unfits the victim for further work, the employer, at best, pays the doctor, or, in very exceptional cases, he may pay wages during treatment. What becomes of the operative afterwards, in case he cannot work, is no concern of the employer. The factory report says on this subject, that employers must be made responsible for all cases, since children cannot take care, and adults will take care in their own interest. But the gentlemen who write the report are bourgeois, and so they must contradict themselves and bring up later all sorts of bosh on the subject of the culpable temerity of the operatives. 3. The state of the case is this: if children cannot take care, the employment of children must be forbidden. If adults are reckless, they must be mere overgrown children on a plane of intelligence which does not enable them to appreciate the danger in its full scope, and who is to blame for this but the bourgeoisie which keeps them in a condition in which their intelligence cannot develop? Or the machinery is ill arranged, and must be surrounded with fencing, to supply which falls to the share of the bourgeoisie. Or the operative is under inducements which outweigh the threatened danger, he must work rapidly to earn his wages, has no time to take care, and for this, too, the bourgeoisie is to blame. Many accidents happen, for instance, while the operatives are cleaning machinery in motion. Why? Because the bourgeois would otherwise oblige the worker to clean the machinery during the free hours while it is not going, and the worker naturally is not disposed to sacrifice any part of his free time. Every free hour is so precious to the worker that he often risks his life twice a week rather than sacrifice one of them to the bourgeois. Let the employer take from working hours the time required for cleaning the machinery, and it will never again occur to an operative to clean machinery in motion. In short, from whatever point of view, the blame falls ultimately on the manufacturer, and of him should be required, at the very least, lifelong support of the incapacitated operative, and support of the victim's family in case death follows the accident. In the earliest period of manufacture, the accidents were much more numerous in proportion than now, for the machinery was inferior, smaller, more crowded, and almost never fenced. But the number is still large enough, as the foregoing cases prove, to arouse the grave question as to a state of things which permits so many deformities and mutilations for the benefit of a single class, and plunges so many industrious working people into want and starvation by reason of injuries undergone in the service and through the fault of the bourgeoisie. A pretty list of diseases engendered purely by the hateful money greed of the manufacturers. Women made unfit for childbearing, children deformed, men enfeebled, limbs crushed, whole generations wrecked, afflicted with disease and infirmity, purely to fill the purses of the bourgeoisie. And when one reads of the barbarism of single cases, how children are seized naked in bed by the overlookers, and driven with blows and kicks to the factory, their clothing over their arms *, how their sleepiness is driven off with blows, how they fall asleep over their work nevertheless, how one poor child sprang up, still asleep, at the call of the overlooker, and mechanically went through the operations of its work after its machine was stopped, when one reads how children, too tired to go home, hide away in the wool in the drying room to sleep there, and could only be driven out of the factory with straps. How many hundreds came home so tired every night, that they could eat no supper for sleepiness and want of appetite, that their parents found them kneeling by the bedside, where they had fallen asleep during their prayers. When one reads all this and 100 other villainies and infamies in this one report, all testified to on oath, confirmed by several witnesses, deposed by men whom the commissioners themselves declare trustworthy, when one reflects that this is a liberal report, a bourgeois report, made for the purpose of reversing the previous Tory report, and rehabilitating the pureness of heart of the manufacturers, that the commissioners themselves are on the side of the bourgeoisie, and report all these things against their own will, how can one be otherwise than filled with wrath and resentment against a class which boasts of philanthropy and self-sacrifice, while its one object is to fill its purse à tout prix? Meanwhile, let us listen to the bourgeoisie speaking through the mouth of its chosen apostle, Dr. Ure, who relates in his philosophy of manufactures that the workers have been told that their wages bore no proportion to their sacrifices, the good understanding between masters and men being thus disturbed. Instead of this, the working men should have striven to recommend themselves by attention and industry, and should have rejoiced in the prosperity of their masters. They would then become overseers, superintendents, and finally partners, and would thus, O wisdom, thou speakest as the dove, have increased at the same time the demand for their companions' labor in the market. Had it not been for the violent collisions and interruptions resulting from erroneous views among the operatives, the factory system would have been developed still more rapidly and beneficially. Asterisk. Hereupon follows a long Jeremiad upon the spirit of resistance of the operatives, and on the occasion of a strike of the best paid workers, the fine spinners, the following naive observation. In fact, it was their high wages which enabled them to maintain a stipendiary committee in affluence, and to pamper themselves into nervous ailments, by a diet too rich and exciting for their indoor employments. Let us hear how the bourgeois describes the work of children. I have visited many factories, both in Manchester and in the surrounding districts, during a period of several months, entering the spinning rooms unexpectedly, and often alone, at different times of the day, and I never saw a single instance of corporal chastisement inflicted on a child, nor, indeed, did I ever see children in ill humor. They seemed to be always cheerful and alert, taking pleasure in the light play of their muscles, enjoying the mobility natural to their age. The scene of industry, so far from exciting sad emotions, in my mind, was always exhilarating. It was delightful to observe the nimbleness with which they pieced broken ends, as the mule carriage began to recede from the fixed roller beam, and to see them at leisure, after a few seconds' exercise of their tiny fingers, to amuse themselves in any attitude they chose, till the stretch and winding on were once more completed. The work of these lively elves seemed to resemble a sport, in which habit gave them a pleasing dexterity. Conscious of their skill, they were delighted to show it off to any stranger. As to exhaustion by the day's work, they evinced no trace of it on emerging from the mill in the evening, for they immediately began to skip about any neighboring playground, and to commence their little games with the same alacrity as boys issuing from a school. Naturally, as though the immediate movement of every muscle were not an urgent necessity for frames grown at once stiff and relaxed. But you should have waited to see whether this momentary excitement had not subsided after a couple of minutes. And, besides, you could see this whole performance only in the afternoon after 5 or 6 hours' work, but not in the evening. As to the health of the operatives, the bourgeois has the boundless impudence to cite the report of 1833 just quoted in 1,000 places, as testimony for the excellent health of these people, to try to prove by detached and garbled quotations that no trace of scrofula can be found among them, and, what is quite true, that the factory system frees them from all acute diseases, that they have every variety of chronic affection instead he naturally conceals. To explain the impudence with which our friend Ure palms off the grossest falsehoods upon the English public, it must be known that the report consists of 3 large folio volumes, which it never occurs to a well-fed English bourgeois to study through. Let us hear further how he expresses himself as to the Factory Act of 1833, passed by the liberal bourgeoisie, and imposing only the most meager limitations upon the manufacturers, as we shall see. This law, especially its compulsory education clause, he calls an absurd and despotic measure directed against the manufacturers, through which all children under 12 years of age have been thrown out of employment, and with what results. The children thus discharged from their light and useful occupation receive no education whatsoever. Cast out from the warm spinning room into a cold world, they subsist only by begging and stealing, a life in sad contrast with their steadily improving condition in the factory and in Sunday school. Under the mask of philanthropy, this law intensifies the sufferings of the poor, and will greatly restrict the conscientious manufacturer in his useful work, if, indeed, it does not wholly stop him. The ruinous influence of the factory system began at an early day to attract general attention. We have already alluded to the Apprentices Act of 1802. Later, towards 1817, Robert Owen, then a manufacturer in New Lanark, in Scotland, afterwards founder of English socialism, began to call the attention of the government, by memorials and petitions, to the necessity of legislative guarantees for the health of the operatives, and especially of children. The late Sir Robert Peel and other philanthropists united with him, and gradually secured the Factory Acts of 1819, 1825, and 1831, of which the first two were never enforced, 152 and the last only here and there. This law of 1831, based upon the motion of Sir J. C. Hobhouse, provided that in cotton mills no one under 21 should be employed between 7:30 at night and 5:30 in the morning, and that in all factories young persons under 18 should work no longer than 12 hours daily, and 9 hours on Saturday. But since operatives could not testify against their masters without being discharged, this law helped matters very little. In the great cities, where the operatives were more restive, the larger manufacturers came to an agreement among themselves to obey the law, but even there were many who, like the employers in the country, did not trouble themselves about it. Meanwhile, the demand for a 10 hours law had become lively among the operatives, that is, for a law which should forbid all operatives under 18 years of age to work longer than 10 hours daily. The trades unions, by their agitation, made this demand general throughout the manufacturing population. The philanthropic section of the Tory party, then led by Michael Sadler, seized upon the plan, and brought it before Parliament. Sadler obtained a parliamentary committee for the investigation of the factory system, and this committee reported in 1832. 153. Its report was emphatically partisan, composed by strong enemies of the factory system, for party ends. Sadler permitted himself to be betrayed by his noble enthusiasm into the most distorted and erroneous statements, drew from his witnesses by the very form of his questions, answers which contain the truth, but truth in a perverted form. The manufacturers themselves, incensed at a report which represented them as monsters, now demanded an official investigation. They knew that an exact report must, in this case, be advantageous to them. They knew that Whigs, genuine bourgeois, were at the helm, with whom they were upon good terms, whose principles were opposed to any restriction upon manufacture. They obtained a commission, in due order, composed of liberal bourgeois, whose report I have so often cited. This comes somewhat nearer the truth than Sadler's, but its deviations therefrom are in the opposite direction. On every page it betrays sympathy with the manufacturers, distrust of the Sadler report, repugnance to the working men agitating independently and the supporters of the 10 hours bill. It nowhere recognizes the right of the working man to a life worthy of a human being, to independent activity, and opinions of his own. It reproaches the operatives that in sustaining the 10 hours bill they thought, not of the children only, but of themselves as well. It calls the working men engaged in the agitation demagogues, ill-intentioned, malicious, etc., is written, in short, on the side of the bourgeoisie, and still it cannot whitewash the manufacturers, and still it leaves. 461. Such a mass of infamies upon the shoulders of the employers, that even after this report, the agitation for the 10 hours bill, the hatred against the manufacturers, and the committee's severest epithets applied to them are all fully justified. But there was the one difference, that whereas the Sadler report accuses the manufacturers of open, undisguised brutality, it now became evident that this brutality was chiefly carried on under the mask of civilization and humanity. Yet Dr. Hawkins, the medical commissioner for Lancashire, expresses himself decidedly in favor of the 10 hours bill in the opening lines of his report, and Commissioner Mackintosh explains that his own report does not contain the whole truth, because it is very difficult to induce the operatives to testify against their employers, and because the manufacturers, besides being forced into greater concessions towards their operatives by the excitement among the latter, are often prepared for the inspection of the factories, have them swept, the speed of the machinery reduced, etc. In Lancashire especially they resorted to the device of bringing the overlookers of workrooms before the commissioners, and letting them testify as working men to the humanity of the employers, the wholesome effects of the work, and the indifference, if not the hostility of the operatives, towards the 10 hours bill. But these are not genuine working men, they are deserters from their class, who have entered the service of the bourgeoisie for better pay, and fight in the interests of the capitalists against the workers. Their interest is that of the capitalists, and they are, therefore, almost more hated by the workers than the manufacturers themselves. And yet this report suffices wholly to exhibit the most shameful recklessness of the manufacturing bourgeoisie towards its employees, the whole infamy of the industrial exploiting system in its full inhumanity. Nothing is more revolting than to compare the long register of diseases and deformities engendered by overwork, in this report, with the cold, calculating political economy of the manufacturers, by which they try to prove that they, and with them all England, must go to ruin, if they should be forbidden to cripple so and so many children every year. The language of Dr. Ure alone, which I have quoted, would be yet more revolting if it were not so preposterous. The result of this report was the Factory Act of 1833, which forbade the employment of children under 9 years of age, except in silk mills, limited the working hours of children between 9 to 13 years to 48 per week, or 9 hours in any one day at the utmost, that of young persons from 14 to 18 years of age to 69. 462 Friedrich Engels. Per week, or 12 on any one day as the maximum, provided for an hour and a half as the minimum interval for meals, and repeated the total prohibition of night work for persons under 18 years of age. Compulsory school attendance 2 hours daily was prescribed for all children under 14 years, and the manufacturer declared punishable in case of employing children without a certificate of age from the factory surgeon, and a certificate of school attendance from the teacher. As recompense, the employer was permitted to withdraw 1 penny from the child's weekly earnings to pay the teacher. Further, surgeons and inspectors were appointed to visit the factories at all times, take testimony of operatives on oath, and enforce the law by prosecution before a justice of the peace. This is the law against which Dr. Ure inveighs in such unmeasured terms. The consequence of this law, and especially of the appointment of inspectors, was the reduction of working hours to an average of 12 to 13, and the superseding of children as far as possible. Hereupon some of the most crying evils disappeared almost wholly. Deformities arose now only in cases of weak constitution, and the effects of overwork became much less conspicuous. Nevertheless, enough testimony remains to be found in the factory report, that the lesser evils, swelling of the ankles, weakness and pain in the legs, hips, and back, varicose veins, ulcers on the lower extremities, general weakness, especially of the pelvic region, nausea, want of appetite alternating with unnatural hunger, indigestion, hypochondria, affections of the chest in consequence of the dust and foul atmosphere of the factories, etc., etc., all occur among employees subject to the Provisions of Sir J. C. Hobhouse's Law, of 1831, which prescribes 12 to 13 hours as the maximum. The reports from Glasgow and Manchester are especially worthy of attention in this respect. These evils remain too, after the law of 1833, and continue to undermine the health of the working class to this day. Care has been taken to give the brutal profit greed of the bourgeoisie a hypocritical, civilized form, to restrain the manufacturers through the arm of the law from too conspicuous villainies, and thus to give them a pretext for self-complacently parading their sham philanthropy. That is all. If a new commission were appointed today, it would find things pretty much as before. As to the extemporized compulsory attendance at school, it remained wholly a dead letter, since the government failed to provide good schools. The manufacturers employed as teachers worn-out operatives, to whom they sent the children 2 hours daily, thus complying with the 463 letter of the law, but the children learned nothing. And even the reports of the factory inspectors, which are limited to the scope of the inspector's duties, i.e., the enforcement of the Factory Act, give data enough to justify the conclusion that the old evils inevitably remain. Inspectors Horner and Saunders, 154 in their reports for October and December, 1843, state that, in a number of branches in which the employment of children can be dispensed with or superseded by that of adults, the working day is still 14 to 16 hours, or even longer. Among the operatives in these branches they found numbers of young people who had just outgrown the provisions of the law. Many employers disregard the law, shorten the meal times, work children longer than is permitted, and risk prosecution, knowing that the possible fines are trifling in comparison with the certain profits derivable from the offense. Just at present especially, while business is exceptionally brisk, they are under great temptation in this respect. Meanwhile the agitation for the 10 hours bill by no means died out among the operatives. In 1839 it was under full headway once more, and Sadler's place, he having died, was filled in the House of Commons by Lord Ashley and B. Richard Osler, both Tories. Osler especially, who carried on a constant agitation in the factory districts, and had been active in the same way during Sadler's life, was the particular favourite of the working men. They called him their good old king, the king of the factory children, and there is not a child in the factory districts that does not know and revere him, that does not join the procession which moves to welcome him when he enters a town. Osler vigorously opposed the new poor law also, and was therefore imprisoned for debt by a Mr. Thornhill, on whose estate he was employed as agent, and to whom he owed money. The Whigs offered repeatedly to pay his debt and confer other favours upon him if he would only give up his agitation against the poor law. But in vain, he remained in prison, whence he published his fleet papers against the factory system and the poor law. The Tory government of 1841 turned its attention once more to the Factory Acts. The Home Secretary, Sir James Graham, proposed, in 1843, a bill restricting the working hours of children to 6 1/2, and making the enactments for compulsory school attendance more effective, the principal point in this connection being a provision for better schools. This bill was, however, wrecked by the jealousy of the dissenters 155, for, although compulsory religious instruction was not extended to the children of dissenters, the schools provided for were to be placed under the general supervision of the established church, and the Bible made the general reading book, religion being thus made the foundation of all instruction, whence the dissenters felt themselves threatened. The manufacturers and the liberals generally united with them, the working men were divided by the church question, and therefore inactive. The opponents of the bill, though outweighed in the great manufacturing towns, such as Salford and Stockport, and able in others, such as Manchester, to attack certain of its points only, for fear of the working men, collected nevertheless nearly 2 million signatures for a petition against it, and Graham allowed himself to be so far intimidated as to withdraw the whole bill. The next year he omitted the school clauses, and proposed that, instead of the previous provisions, children between 8 and 13 years should be restricted to 6½ hours, and so employed as to have either the whole morning or the whole afternoon free, that young people between 13 and 18 years, and all females, should be limited to 12 hours, and that the hitherto frequent evasions of the law should be prevented. Hardly had he proposed this bill, when the 10 hours agitation was begun again more vigorously than ever. Osler had just then regained his liberty, a number of his friends and a collection among the workers had paid his debt, and he threw himself into the movement with all his might. The defenders of the 10 hours bill in the House of Commons had increased in numbers, the masses of petitions supporting it which poured in from all sides brought them allies, and on March 19, 1844, Lord Ashley carried, with a majority of 179 to 170, a resolution that the word night in the Factory Act should express the time from 6 at night to 6 in the morning, whereby the prohibition of night work came to mean the limitation of working hours to 12, including free hours, or 10 hours of 465 actual work a day. But the ministry did not agree to this. Sir James Graham began to threaten resignation from the cabinet, and at the next vote on the bill the House rejected by a small majority both 10 and 12 hours. Graham and Peel now announced that they should introduce a new bill, and that if this failed to pass they should resign. The new bill was exactly the old 12 hours bill with some changes of form, and the same House of Commons which had rejected the principal points of this bill in March, now swallowed it whole. The reason of this was that most of the supporters of the 10 hours bill were Tories who let fall the bill rather than the ministry, but be the motives what they may, the House of Commons by its votes upon this subject, each vote reversing the last, has brought itself into the greatest contempt among all the workers, and proved most brilliantly the Chartists' assertion of the necessity of its reform. 3 members, who had formerly voted against the ministry, afterwards voted for it and rescued it. In all the divisions, the bulk of the opposition voted for and the bulk of its own party against the ministry. The foregoing propositions of Graham touching the employment of children 6½ and of all other operatives 12 hours are now legislative provisions, and by them and by the limitation of overwork for making up time lost through breakdown of machinery or insufficient water power by reason of frost or drought, a working day of more than 12 hours has been made well nigh impossible. There remains, however, no doubt that, in a very short time, the 10 hours bill will really be adopted. 157 The manufacturers are naturally all against it, there are perhaps not 10 who are for it. They have used every honorable and dishonorable means against this dreaded measure, but with no other result than that of drawing down upon them the ever-deepening hatred of the working men. The bill will pass. What the working men will do they can do, and that they will have this bill they proved last spring. The economic arguments of the manufacturers that a 10 hours bill would increase the cost of production and incapacitate the English producers for competition in foreign markets, and that wages must fall, are all half true, but they prove nothing except this, that the industrial greatness of England can be maintained only through the barbarous treatment of the operatives, the destruction of their health, the social, physical, and mental decay of whole generations. Naturally, if the 10 hours bill were a final measure, it must ruin England, but since it must inevitably bring with it other measures which must draw England into a path wholly different from that hitherto followed, it can only prove an advance. Let us turn to another side of the factory system which cannot be remedied by legislative provisions so easily as the diseases now engendered by it. We have already alluded in a general way to the nature of the employment, and enough in detail to be able to draw certain inferences from the facts given. The supervision of machinery, the joining of broken threads, is no activity which claims the operative's thinking powers, yet it is of a sort which prevents him from occupying his mind with other things. We have seen, too, that this work affords the muscles no opportunity for physical activity. Thus it is, properly speaking, not work, but tedium, the most deadening, wearing process conceivable. The operative is condemned to let his physical and mental powers decay in this utter monotony. It is his mission to be bored every day and all day long from his 8th year. Moreover, he must not take a moment's rest. The engine moves unceasingly, the wheels, the straps, the spindles hum and rattle in his ears without a pause, and if he tries to snatch one instant, there is the overlooker at his back with the book of fines. This condemnation to be buried alive in the mill, to give constant attention to the tireless machine, is felt as the keenest torture by the operatives, and its action upon mind and body is in the long run stunting in the highest degree. There is no better means of inducing stupefaction than a period of factory work, and if the operatives have, nevertheless, not only rescued their intelligence, but cultivated and sharpened it more than other working men, they have found this possible only in rebellion against their fate and against the bourgeoisie, the sole subject on which under all circumstances they can think and feel while at work. Or, if this indignation against the bourgeoisie does not become the supreme passion of the working man, the inevitable consequence is drunkenness and all that is generally called demoralization. The physical enervation and the sickness, universal in consequence of the factory system, were enough to induce Commissioner Hawkins to attribute this demoralization thereto as 467. Inevitable, how much more when mental lassitude is added to them, and when the influences already mentioned which tempt every working man to demoralization, make themselves felt here too. There is no cause for surprise, therefore, that in the manufacturing towns especially, drunkenness and sexual excesses have reached the pitch which I have already described. Further, the slavery in which the bourgeoisie holds the proletariat chained, is nowhere more conspicuous than in the factory system. Here ends all freedom in law and in fact. The operative must be in the mill at 5:30 in the morning. If he comes a couple of minutes too late, he is fined. If he comes 10 minutes too late, he is not let in until breakfast is over, and a quarter of the day's wages is withheld, though he loses only 2½ hours' work out of 12. He must eat, drink, and sleep at command. For satisfying the most imperative needs, he is vouchsafed the least possible time absolutely required by them. Whether his dwelling is a half hour or a whole one removed from the factory does not concern his employer. The despotic bell calls him from his bed, his breakfast, his dinner. What a time he has of it, too, inside the factory. Here the employer is absolute lawgiver, he makes regulations at will, changes and adds to his codex at pleasure, and even, if he inserts the craziest stuff, the courts say to the working man, "You were your own master, no one forced you to agree to such a contract if you did not wish to, but now, when you have freely entered into it, you must be bound by it." And so the working man only gets into the bargain the mockery of the justice of the peace who is a bourgeois himself, and of the law which is made by the bourgeoisie. Such decisions have been given often enough. In October, 1844, the operatives of Kennedy's mill, in Manchester, struck. Kennedy prosecuted them on the strength of a regulation placarded in the mill, that at no time more than 2 operatives in one room may quit work at once. And the court decided in his favor, giving the working men the explanation cited above *, and such rules as these usually are. For instance, 1. The doors are closed 10 minutes after work begins, and thereafter no one is admitted until the breakfast hour. Whoever is absent during this time forfeits 3d. per loom. 2. Every power loom weaver detected absenting himself at another time, while the machinery is in motion, forfeits for each hour and each loom, 3d. Every person who leaves the room during working hours, without obtaining permission from the overlooker, forfeits 3d. 3. Weavers who fail to supply themselves with scissors forfeit, per day, id 4. All broken shuttles, brushes, oil cans, wheels, window panes, etc., must be paid for by the weaver. 5. No weaver to stop work without giving a week's notice. The manufacturer may dismiss any employee without notice for bad work or improper behavior. 6. Every operative detected speaking to another, singing or whistling, will be fined 6d, for leaving his place during working hours, 6d. Another copy of factory regulations lies before me, according to which every operative who comes 3 minutes too late, forfeits the wages for a quarter of an hour, and every one who comes 20 minutes too late, for a quarter of a day. Every one who remains absent until breakfast forfeits a shilling on Monday, and sixpence every other day of the week, etc., etc. This last is the regulation of the Phoenix Works in Jersey Street, Manchester. It may be said that such rules are necessary in a great, complicated factory, in order to ensure the harmonious working of the different parts. It may be asserted that such a severe discipline is as necessary here as in an army. This may be so, but what sort of a social order is it which cannot be maintained without such shameful tyranny? Either the end sanctifies the means, or the inference of the badness of the end from the badness of the means is justified. Every one who has served as a soldier knows what it is to be subjected even for a short time to military discipline. But these operatives are condemned from their 9th year to their death to live under the sword, physically and mentally. They are worse slaves than the Negroes in America, for they are more sharply watched, and yet it is demanded of them that they shall live like human beings, shall think and feel like men. Verily, this they can do only under glowing hatred towards their oppressors, and towards that order of things which places them in such a position, which degrades them to machines. But it is far more shameful yet, that according to the universal testimony of the operatives, numbers of manufacturers collect the fines imposed upon the operatives with the most heartless severity, and for the purpose of piling up extra profits out of the farthings thus extorted from the impoverished proletarians. Leach asserts, too, that the operatives often find the factory clock moved forward a quarter of an hour and the doors shut, while the clerk moves about with the fines book inside, noting the many names of the absentees. Leach claims to have counted 95 operatives thus shut out, standing before a factory, whose clock was a quarter of an hour slower than the town clocks at night, and a quarter of an hour faster in the morning. The factory report relates similar facts. In one factory the clock was set back during working hours, so that the operatives worked overtime without extra pay. In another, a whole quarter of an hour overtime was worked. In a third, there were 2 clocks, an ordinary one and a machine clock, which registered the revolutions of the main shaft. If the machinery went slowly, working hours were measured by the machine clock until the number of revolutions due in 12 hours was reached. If work went well, so that the number was reached before the usual working hours were ended, the operatives were forced to toil on to the end of the 12th hour. The witness adds that he had known girls who had good work, and who had worked overtime, who, nevertheless, betook themselves to a life of prostitution rather than submit to this tyranny. To return to the fines, Leach relates having repeatedly seen women in the last period of pregnancy fined 60 for the offense of sitting down a moment to rest. Fines for bad work are wholly arbitrary. The goods are examined in the wareroom, and the supervisor charges the fines upon a list without even summoning the operative, who only learns that he has been fined when the overlooker pays his wages, and the goods have perhaps been sold, or certainly been placed beyond his reach. Leach has in his possession such a fines list, 10 feet long, and amounting to £35.17. Laud. He relates that in the factory where this list was made, a new supervisor was dismissed for fining too little, and so bringing in £5 too little. Weekly *, and I repeat that I know Leach to be a thoroughly trustworthy man incapable of a falsehood. But the operative is his employer's slave in still other respects. If his wife or daughter finds favor in the eyes of the master, a command, a hint suffices, and she must place herself at his disposal. When the employer wishes to supply with signatures a petition in favor of bourgeois interests, he need only send it to his mill. If he wishes to decide a parliamentary election, he sends his enfranchised operatives in rank and file to the polls, and they vote for the bourgeois candidate whether they will or no. If he desires a majority in a public meeting, he dismisses them half an hour earlier than usual, and secures them places close to the platform, where he can watch them to his satisfaction. 2 further arrangements contribute especially to force the operative under the dominion of the manufacturer, the truck system and the cottage system. 3. The truck system, the payment of the operatives in goods, was formerly universal in England. The manufacturer opens a shop, for the convenience of the operatives, and to protect them from the high prices of the petty dealers. Here goods of all sorts are sold to them on credit, and to keep the operatives from going to the shops where they could get their goods more cheaply, the Tommy shops, usually charging 25 to 30% more than others, wages are paid in requisitions on the shop instead of money. The general indignation against this infamous system led to the passage of the Truck Act in 1831, by which, for most employees, payment in truck orders was declared void and illegal, and was made punishable by fine, but, like most other English laws, this has been enforced only here and there. In the towns it is carried out comparatively efficiently, but in the country, the truck system, disguised or undisguised, flourishes. In the town of Leicester, too, it is very common. There lie before me nearly a dozen convictions for this offence, dating from the period between November, 1843, and June, 1844, and reported, in part, in the Manchester Guardian and, in part, in the Northern Star. The system is, of course, less openly carried on at present. Wages are usually paid in cash, but the employer still has means enough at command to force him to purchase his wares in the truck shop and nowhere else. Hence it is difficult to combat the truck system, because it can now be carried on under cover of the law, 3. Provided only that the operative receives his wages in money. The Northern Star of April 27, 1844, publishes a letter from an operative of Holmfirth, near Huddersfield, in Yorkshire, which refers to a manufacturer of the name of Bowers, as follows. It is almost strange to see that the accursed truck system should exist to the enormous extent that it does in Holmfirth, and no one to be found to have the moral courage to attempt to put a stop to it. Here are a great many honest handloom weavers that is suffering by that accursed system. This is one specimen. Out of the many of that precious free trade crew here is one manufacturer that as the curse of the whole neighborhood upon him, for his baseness towards his weavers. When they finish a warp, which comes to £1.14, or £1.16, he gives them £1, and the rest in goods, wearing apparel, at 40 or 50% dearer than at the regular shopkeepers, and many a time the goods are rotten. But as the Free Trade Mercury says by the factory labor, they are not bound to take it, it's quite optional. Oh, yes, but they must either take it or starve. If they want any more than the £1 OSOD, they must wait of a warp a week or a fortnight, but if they take the £1 OSOD and the goods, here is always a warp for them. This is free tradeism. Lord Brougham says we should lay something by in our young days, that we may be independent in our old age of parochial relief. Must we lay by these rotten goods? If this did not come from a lord, they would think his brains were as rotten as the goods we got for our labor. When the unstamped newspapers were in circulation, here were no lack of informers in Holmfirth. Here were the Blythes, the Estwoods, and but where are they now? Oh, but this is quite different. Our truckster is one of the free-trading pious crew. He goes to the church twice every Sunday, and repeats after the parson very fervently, "We have left undone those things which we ought to have done, we have done those things which we ought not to have done, and here is no help in us, but spare us, good Lord. Yes, spare us while mourning, and we will pay our weavers' wages in rotten goods again." The cottage system looks much more innocent and arose in a much more harmless way, though it has the same enslaving influence upon the employee. In the neighborhood of the mills in the country, there is often a lack of dwelling accommodation. Supporters of the Anti-Corn League note by Engels, omitted in the Authorized English edition ed. Leeds Mercury, a radical bourgeois newspaper note by Engels, omitted in the Authorized English edition ed. For the operatives. The manufacturer is frequently obliged to build such dwellings and does so gladly, as they yield great advantages, besides the interest upon the capital invested. 3. If any owner of working men's dwellings averages about 6% on his invested capital, it is safe to calculate that the manufacturer's cottages yield twice this rate, for so long as his factory does not stand perfectly idle he is sure of occupants, and of occupants who pay punctually. He is therefore spared the two chief disadvantages under which other house owners labor: his cottages never stand empty, and he runs no risk. But the rent of the cottages is as high as though these disadvantages were in full force, and by obtaining the same rent as the ordinary house owner, the manufacturer, at cost of the operatives, makes a brilliant investment at 12 to 14%. For it is clearly unjust that he should make twice as much profit as other competing house owners, who at the same time are excluded from competing with him. But it implies a double wrong, when he draws his fixed profit from the pockets of the non-possessing class, which must consider the expenditure of every penny. He is used to that, however, he whose whole wealth is gained at the cost of his employees. But this injustice becomes an infamy when the manufacturer, as often happens, forces his operatives, who must occupy his houses on pain of dismissal, to pay a higher rent than the ordinary one, or even to pay rent for nuisances in which they do not live. The Halifax Guardian, quoted by the Liberal Sun asserts that hundreds of operatives in Ashton-under-Lyne, Oldham, and Rochdale, etc., are forced by their employers to pay house rent whether they occupy the house or not. 158. The cottage system is universal in the country districts, it has created whole villages, and the manufacturer usually has little or no competition against his houses, so that he can fix his price regardless of any market rate, indeed at his pleasure. And what power does the cottage system give the employer over his operatives in disagreements between master and men? If the latter strike, he need only give them notice to quit his premises, and the notice need only be a week. After that time the operative is not only without bread but without a shelter, a vagabond at the mercy of the law which sends him, without fail, to the treadmill. 0. Such is the factory system sketched as fully as my space permits, and with as little partisan spirit as the heroic deeds of the bourgeoisie against the defenseless workers permit, deeds towards which it is impossible to remain indifferent, towards which indifference were a crime. Let us compare the condition of the free Englishman of 1845 with the Saxon serf under the lash of the Norman barons of 1145. The serf was glebe ad scriptus, bound to the soil, so is the free working man through the cottage system. The serf owed his master the jus primi noctis, the right of the first night. The free working man must, on demand, surrender to his master not only that, but the right of every night. The serf could acquire no property, everything that he gained, his master could take from him. The free working man has no property, can gain none by reason of the pressure of competition, and what even the Norman baron did not do, the modern manufacturer does. Through the truck system, he assumes every day the administration in detail of the things which the worker requires for his immediate necessities. The relation of the lord of the soil to the serf was regulated by the prevailing customs and by laws which were obeyed, because they corresponded to them. 3. The free working man's relation to his master is regulated by laws which are not obeyed, because they correspond neither with the interests of the employer nor with the prevailing customs. The lord of the soil could not separate the serf from the land, nor sell him apart from it, and since almost all the land was fief and there was no capital, practically could not sell him at all. The modern bourgeois forces the working man to sell himself. The serf was the slave of the piece of land on which he was born, the working man is the slave of his own necessaries of life and of the money with which he has to buy them. Both are slaves of a thing. The serf had a guarantee for the means of subsistence in the feudal order of society in which every member had his own place. The free working man has no guarantee whatsoever, because he has a place in society only when the bourgeoisie can make use of him. In all other cases he is ignored, treated as non-existent. The serf sacrificed himself for his master in war, the factory operative in peace. The lord of the serf was a barbarian who regarded his villain as a head of cattle. The employer of operatives is civilized and regards his hand as a machine. In short, the position of the two is not far from equal, and if either is at a disadvantage, it is the free working man. Slaves they both are, with the single difference that the slavery of the one is undissembled, open, honest, that of the other cunning, sly, disguised, deceitfully concealed from himself and every one else, a hypocritical servitude worse than the old. The philanthropic Tories were right when they gave the operatives the name white slaves. But the hypocritical disguised slavery recognizes the right to freedom, at least in outward form, bows before a freedom-loving public opinion, and herein lies the historic progress as compared with the old servitude, that the principle of freedom is affirmed, and the oppressed will one day see to it that this principle is carried out. B. At the close a few stanzas of a poem which voices the sentiments of the workers themselves about the factory system. Written by Edward P. Mead of Birmingham, it is a correct expression of the views prevailing among them. 159. There is a king, and a ruthless king. Not a king of the poet's dream. But a tyrant fell, white slaves know well. And that ruthless king is Steam. He hath an arm, an iron arm. And though he hath but one, in that mighty arm there is a charm, that millions hath undone. Like the ancient Moloch grim, his sire, in Hymen's vale that stood. His bowels are of living fire, and children are his food. His priesthood are a hungry band, bloodthirsty, proud, and bold, 'tis they direct his giant hand, in turning blood to gold. For filthy gain in their servile chain, all nature's rights they bind. They mock at lovely woman's pain, and to manly tears are bind. A page from 1845, with Edward Mead's poem The Steam King translated by Engels. 477. The sighs and groans of labor's sons are music in their ear, and the skeleton shades of lads and maids in the Steam King's hell appear. Those hells upon earth, since the Steam King's birth, have scattered around despair, for the human mind for heaven designed, with the body, is murdered there. Then down with the king, the Moloch king, yea working millions all, O chain his hand, or our native land is destined by him to fall. And his satraps abhorred, each proud mill lord, now gorged with gold and blood, must be put down by the nation's frown, as well as their monster god Asterisk. I have neither time nor space to deal in detail with the replies of the manufacturers to the charges made against them for 12 years past. These men will not learn because their supposed interest blinds them. As, moreover, many of their objections have been met in the foregoing, the following is all that it is necessary for me to add. You come to Manchester, you wish to make yourself acquainted with the state of affairs in England. You naturally have good introductions to respectable people. You drop a remark or two as to the condition of the workers. You are made acquainted with a couple of the first liberal manufacturers, Robert Hyde Gregg, perhaps, Edmund Ashworth, Thomas Ashton, or others. They are told of your wishes. The manufacturer understands you, knows what he has to do. He accompanies you to his factory in the country, Mr. Gregg to Quarry Bank in Cheshire, Mr. Ashworth to Turton near Bolton, Mr. Ashton to Hyde. He leads you through a superb, admirably arranged building, perhaps supplied with ventilators. He calls your attention to the lofty, airy rooms, the fine machinery, here and there a healthy-looking operative. He gives you an excellent lunch, and proposes to you to visit the operatives' homes. He conducts you to the cottages, which look new, clean, and neat, and goes with you into this one and that one, naturally only to overlookers, mechanics, etc., so that you may see families who live wholly from the factory. Among other families you might find that only wife and children work, and the husband darns stockings. The presence of the employer keeps you from asking indiscreet questions. You find everyone well paid, comfortable, comparatively healthy by reason of the country air. You begin to be converted from your exaggerated ideas of misery and starvation. But, that the cottage system makes slaves of the operatives, that there may be a truck shop in the neighborhood, that the people hate the manufacturer, this they do not point out to you, because he is present. He has built a school, church, reading room, etc. That he uses the school to train children to subordination, that he tolerates in the reading room such prints only as represent the interests of the bourgeoisie, that he dismisses his employees if they read Chartist or Socialist papers or books, this is all concealed from you. You see an easy, patriarchal relation, you see the life of the overlookers, you see what the bourgeoisie promises the workers if they become its slaves, mentally and morally. This country manufacture has always been what the employers like to show, because in it the disadvantages of the factory system, especially from the point of 478 Friedrich Engels' view of health, are, in part, done away with by the free air and surroundings, and because the patriarchal servitude of the workers can here be longest maintained. Dr. Ure sings a dithyramb upon the theme. But woe to the operatives to whom it occurs to think for themselves and become Chartists. For them the paternal affection of the manufacturer comes to a sudden end. Further, if you should wish to be accompanied through the working people's quarters of Manchester, if you should desire to see the development of the factory system in a factory town, you may wait long before these rich bourgeoisie will help you. These gentlemen do not know in what condition their employees are nor what they want, and they dare not know things which would make them uneasy or even oblige them to act in opposition to their own interests. But, fortunately, that is of no consequence. What the working men have to carry out, they carry out for themselves. Note by Engels. The remaining branches of industry. We were compelled to deal with the factory system somewhat at length, as it is an entirely novel creation of the industrial period. We shall be able to treat the other workers the more briefly, because what has been said either of the industrial proletariat in general, or of the factory system in particular, will wholly, or in part, apply to them. We shall, therefore, merely have to record how far the factory system has succeeded in forcing its way into each branch of industry, and what other peculiarities these may reveal. The four branches comprised under the Factory Act are engaged in the production of clothing stuffs. We shall do best if we deal next with those workers who receive their materials from these factories, and, first of all, with the stocking weavers of Nottingham, Derby, and Leicester. Touching these workers, the Children's Employment Commission reports that the long working hours, imposed by low wages, with the sedentary life and the strain upon the eyes involved in the nature of the employment, usually enfeeble the whole frame, and especially the eyes. Work at night is impossible without a very powerful light produced by concentrating the rays of the lamp, making them pass through glass globes, which is most injurious to the sight. At 40 years of age, nearly all wear spectacles. The children employed at spooling and hemming usually suffer grave injuries to the health and constitution. They work from the 6th, 7th, or 8th year 10 to 12 hours daily in small, close rooms. It is not uncommon for them to faint at their work, to become too feeble for the most ordinary household occupation, and so nearsighted as to be obliged to wear glasses during childhood. Many were found by the commissioners to exhibit all the symptoms of a scrofulous constitution. 480 Friedrich Engels. And the manufacturers usually refuse to employ girls who have worked in this way as being too weak. The condition of these children is characterized as a disgrace to a Christian country, and the wish expressed for legislative interference. The factory report adds that the stocking weavers are the worst paid workers in Leicester, earning 6, or with great effort, 7 shillings a week, for 16 to 18 hours daily work. Formerly they earned 20 to 21 shillings, but the introduction of enlarged frames has ruined their business. The great majority still work with old, small, single frames, and compete with difficulty with the progress of machinery. Here, too, every progress is a disadvantage for the workers. Nevertheless, Commissioner Power speaks of the pride of the stocking weavers that they are free, and have no factory bell to measure out the time for their eating, sleeping, and working. Their position today is no better than in 1833, when the Factory Commission made the foregoing statements. The competition of the Saxon stocking weavers, who have scarcely anything to eat, takes care of that. This competition is too strong for the English in nearly all foreign markets, and for the lower qualities of goods even in the English market. It must be a source of rejoicing for the patriotic German stocking weaver that his starvation wages force his English brother to starve too. And, verily, will he not starve on, proud and happy, for the greater glory of German industry, since the honor of the fatherland demands that his table should be bare, his dish half empty? Ah! It is a noble thing, this competition, this race of the nations. In the Morning Chronicle, another liberal sheet, the organ of the bourgeoisie par excellence, there were published 3 letters from a stocking weaver in Hinckley, describing the condition of his fellow workers. Among other things, he reports 50 families, 321 persons, who were supported by 109 frames, each frame yielded on an average 572 shillings, each family earned an average of Ls. 4d weekly. Out of this there was required for house rent, frame rent, fuel, light, soap, and needles, together 5s. 10d, so that there remained for food, per head daily, Lv 2d, b, and for clothing nothing. Eye hath not seen, says the stocking weaver, ear hath not heard, the heart cannot conceive the half of the suffering endured by this poverty-stricken people. 160 beds were wanting either wholly or in part, the children ran about ragged and barefoot, the men said, with tears in their eyes. We never tasted meat this many a day, we have almost forgotten its taste, and, finally, some of them worked on Sunday, though public opinion pardons anything else more readily than this, and the rattling noise of the frame is audible throughout the neighborhood. Look at my children, said one of them, and ask no more. It is because my poverty compels me, I cannot and will not hear my children cry for bread without taking the only means honestly to get it. Last Monday morning I rose at 2 o'clock and worked till near midnight. I rose at 6 o'clock each succeeding morning and worked until between 11 and 12 each night. I cannot do it longer. I shall go to an untimely grave if I do. I will therefore end my labors at 10 o'clock each night and make up the time lost by labouring on the Sunday. Neither in Leicester, Nottingham, nor Derby have wages risen since 1833, and the worst of it is that in Leicester the truck system prevails to a great extent, as I have mentioned. It is, therefore, not to be wondered at that the weavers of this region take a very active part in all working men's movements, the more active and effective because the frames are worked chiefly by men. In this stocking weavers' district the lace industry also has its headquarters. In the 3 counties mentioned there are in all 2,760 lace frames in use, while in all the rest of England there are but 787. The manufacture of lace is greatly complicated by a rigid division of labor, and embraces a multitude of branches. The yarn is first spooled by girls 14 years of age and upwards, winders 3, then the spools are set up on the frames by boys, 8 years old and upwards, threaders, who pass the thread through fine openings, of which each machine has an average of 1,800, and bring it towards its destination. Then the weaver weaves the lace which comes out of the machine like a broad piece of cloth and is taken apart by very little children who draw out the connecting threads. This is called running or drawing lace, and the children themselves lace runners. The lace is then made ready for sale. The winders, like the threaders, have no specified working time, being called upon whenever the spools on a frame are empty, and are liable, since the weavers work at night, to be required at any time in the factory or workroom. This irregularity, the frequent night work, the disorderly way of living consequent upon it, engender a multitude of physical and moral ills, especially early and unbridled sexual license, upon which point all witnesses are unanimous. The work is very bad for the eyes, and although a permanent injury in the case of the threaders is not universally observable, inflammations of the eye, pain, tears, and momentary uncertainty of vision during the act of threading are engendered. For the winders, however, it is certain that their work seriously affects the eye, and produces, besides the frequent inflammations of the cornea, many cases of amaurosis and cataract. The work of the weavers themselves is very difficult, as the frames have constantly been made wider, until those now in use are almost all worked by 3 men in turn, each 3 working 8 hours, and the frame being kept in use the whole 24. Hence it is that the winders and threaders are so often called upon during the night, and must work to prevent the frame from standing idle. The filling in of 1,800 openings with thread occupies 3 children at least 2 hours. Many frames are moved by steam power, and the work of men thus superseded, and, as the Children's Employment Commission's report mentions only lace factories to which the children are summoned, it seems to follow either that the work of the weavers has been removed to great factory rooms of late, or that steam weaving has become pretty general, a forward movement of the factory system in either case. Most unwholesome of all is the work of the runners, who are usually children of 7, and even of 5 and 4, years old. Commissioner Granger actually found one child of 2 years old employed at this work. Following a thread which is to be withdrawn by a needle from an intricate texture, is very bad for the eyes, especially when, as is usually the case, the work is continued 14 to 16 hours. In the least unfavorable case, aggravated nearsightedness follows, in the worst case, which is frequent enough, incurable blindness from amaurosis. But, apart from that, the children, in consequence of sitting perpetually bent up, become feeble, narrow-chested, and scrofulous from bad digestion. Disordered functions of the uterus are almost universal among the girls, and curvature of the spine also, so that all the runners may be recognized from their gait. The same consequences for the eyes and the whole constitution are produced by the German editions of 1845 and 1892 have here each of whom is relieved after 4 hours, so that altogether they work 24, each 8 hours a day. Ed. 483. Embroidery of lace. Medical witnesses are unanimously of the opinion that the health of all children employed in the production of lace suffers seriously, that they are pale, weak, delicate, undersized, and much less able than other children to resist disease. The affections from which they usually suffer are general debility, frequent fainting, pains in the head, sides, back, and hips, palpitation of the heart, nausea, vomiting and want of appetite, curvature of the spine, scrofula, and consumption. The health of the female lace makers especially is constantly and deeply undermined. Complaints are universal of anemia, difficult childbirth, and miscarriage. The same subordinate official of the Children's Employment Commission reports further that the children are very often ill-clothed and ragged, and receive insufficient food, usually only bread and tea, often no meat for months together. As to their moral condition, he reports in the town of Nottingham all parties, police, clergy, manufacturers, workpeople, and parents of the children agree that the present system of labor is a most fertile source of immorality. The threaders, who are usually boys, and the winders, who are generally girls, are called out of their parents' houses at all hours of the night, and as it is quite uncertain how long they may be required, a ready and unanswerable excuse for staying out is furnished, and they have every facility for forming improper connections. This must have contributed, in no slight degree, to the immorality which, according to the opinion universally expressed, prevails to a most awful extent in Nottingham. In addition to the immediate evils to the children themselves, the domestic peace and comfort of the families to which they are members are sacrificed to this most unnatural state of things. Another branch of lace-making, bobbin lacework, is carried on in the agricultural shires of Northampton, Oxford, and Bedford, 3 chiefly by children and young persons, who complain universally of bad food, and rarely taste meat. The employment itself is most unwholesome. The children work in small, ill-ventilated, damp rooms, sitting always bent over the lace cushion. To support the body in this wearying position, the girls wear stays with a wooden busk, which, at the tender age of most of them, when the bones are still very soft, wholly displace the ribs, and make narrow chests universal. They usually die of consumption after suffering the severest forms of digestive disorders, brought on by sedentary work in a bad atmosphere. They are almost wholly without education, least of all do they receive moral training. They love finery. Is most deplorable, and prostitution almost epidemic among them. This is the price at which society purchases for the fine ladies of the bourgeoisie the pleasure of wearing lace, a reasonable price truly. Only a few thousand blind working men, some consumptive laborers' daughters, a sickly generation of the vile multitude bequeathing its debility to its equally vile children and children's children. But what does that come to? Nothing, nothing whatsoever. Our English bourgeoisie will lay the report of the government commission aside indifferently, and wives and daughters will deck themselves with lace as before. It is a beautiful thing, the composure of an English bourgeois. A great number of operatives are employed in the cotton printing establishments of Lancashire, Derbyshire, and the west of Scotland. In no branch of English industry has mechanical ingenuity produced such brilliant results as here, but in no other has it so crushed the workers. The application of engraved cylinders driven by steam power, and the discovery of a method of printing 4 to 6 colors at once with such cylinders, has as completely superseded handwork as did the application of machinery to the spinning and weaving of cotton, and these new arrangements in the printing works have superseded the hand workers much more than was the case in the production of the fabrics. One man, with the assistance of one child, now does with a machine the work done formerly by 200 block printers. A single machine yields 28 yards 3 of printed cloth per minute. The calico printers are in a very bad way in consequence. The shires of Lancaster, Derby, and Chester produced, according to a petition of the printers to the House of Commons, in the year 1842, 11 million pieces of printed cotton goods. Of these, 100,000 were printed by hand exclusively, 900,000 in part with machinery and in part by hand, and 10 million by machinery alone, with 4 to 6 colors. *3 As the machinery is chiefly new and undergoes constant improvement, the number of hand printers is far too great for the available quantity of work, and many of them are therefore starving. The petition puts the number at 1/4 of the whole, while the rest are employed but 1 or 2, in the best case 3 days in the week, and are ill paid. Leach asserts of one print works, Deeply Dale, near Bury, in Lancashire, that the hand printers did not earn on an average more than 5 shillings, though he knows that the machine printers were pretty well paid. The print works are thus wholly affiliated with the factory system, but without being subject to the legislative restrictions placed upon it. They produce an article subject to fashion, and have therefore no regular work. If they have small orders, they work half-time. If they make a hit with a pattern, and business is brisk, they work 12 hours, perhaps all night. 3 In the neighborhood of my home, near Manchester, there was a print works that was often lighted when I returned late at night, and I have heard that the children were obliged at times to work so long there, that they would try to catch a moment's rest and sleep on the stone steps and in the corners of the lobby. I have no legal proof of the truth of the statement, or I should name the firm. The report of the Children's Employment Commission is very cursory upon this subject, stating merely that in England, at least, the children are mostly pretty well clothed and fed, relatively, according to the wages of the parents, that they receive no education whatsoever, and are morally on a low plane. It is only necessary to remember that these children are subject to the factory system, and then, referring the reader to what has already been said of that, we can pass on. Of the remaining workers employed in the manufacture of clothing stuffs little remains to be said. The bleachers' work is very unwholesome, obliging them to breathe chlorine, a gas injurious to the lungs. The work of the dyers is in many cases very healthful, since it requires the exertion of the whole body. How these workers are paid is little known, and this is ground enough for the inference that they do not receive less than the average wages, otherwise they would make complaint. The fustian cutters, who, in consequence of the large consumption of cotton velvet, are comparatively numerous, being estimated at from 3,000 to 4,000, have suffered very severely, indirectly, from the influence of the factory system. The goods formerly woven with hand looms, were not perfectly uniform, and required a practiced hand in cutting the single rows of threads. Since power looms have been used, the rows run regularly, Each thread of the weft is exactly parallel with the preceding one, and cutting is no longer an art. The workers thrown out of employment by the introduction of machinery turned to fustian cutting, and forced down wages by their competition. The manufacturers discovered that they could employ women and children, and the wages sank to the rate paid them, while hundreds of men were thrown out of employment. The manufacturers found that they could get the work done in the factory itself more cheaply than in the cutter's workroom, for which they indirectly paid the rent. Since this discovery, the low upper-story cutter's rooms stand empty in many a cottage, or are let for dwellings, while the cutter has lost his freedom of choice of his working hours, and is brought under the dominion of the factory bell. A cutter of perhaps 45 years of age told me that he could remember a time when he had received 8d. a yard for work, for which he now received id. True, he can cut the more regular texture more quickly than the old, but he can by no means do twice as much in an hour as formerly, so that his wages have sunk to less than a quarter of what they were. Leach * gives a list of wages paid in 1827 and in 1843 for various goods, from which it appears that articles paid in 1827 at the rate of 4d, 2v4d, 238td, and id per yard, were paid in 1843 at the rate of lv2d, id, 3/4d, and s/8d per yard, cutter's wages. The average weekly wage, according to Leach, was as follows: 1,827, £1 six. 6d, £1 2s. 6d, £1, £1 six. 6d, and for the same goods in 1843, 10s, 7s, six. 8d, 10s, while there are hundreds of workers who cannot find employment even at these last named rates. Of the hand weavers of the cotton industry we have already spoken. The other woven fabrics are almost exclusively produced on hand looms. Here most of the workers have suffered as the weavers three have done from the crowding in of competitors displaced by machinery, and are, moreover, subject like the factory operatives to a severe fine system for bad work. Take, for instance, the silk weavers. Mr. Brocklehurst, one of the largest silk manufacturers in all England, laid before a committee of members of Parliament lists taken from his books, from which it appears that for goods for which he paid wages in 1821 at the rate of 30s, 14s, 37 2s, 3/4s, IVOs 10s, he paid in 1831 but 9s, 7v2s, 2v4s, v3s, v2s, 67 4s, while in this case no improvement in the machinery has taken place. But what Mr. Brocklehurst does may very well be taken as a standard for all. From the same lists it appears that the average weekly wage of his weavers, after all deductions, was, in 1821, 1,672s- and, in 1831, but six. Since that time wages have fallen still further. Goods which brought in 4d. a weaver's wages in 1831, bring in but 2 ll2d in 1843, single sarsnitsib, and a great number of weavers in the country can get work only when they undertake these goods at lv2d-2d. Moreover, they are subject to arbitrary deductions from their wages. Every weaver who receives materials is given a card, on which is usually to be read that the work is to be returned at a specified hour of the day, that a weaver who cannot work by reason of illness must make the fact known at the office within 3 days, or sickness will not be regarded as an excuse, that it will not be regarded as a sufficient excuse if the weaver claims to have been obliged to wait for yarn, that for certain faults in the work, if, for example, more weft threads are found within a given space than are prescribed, not less than half the wages will be deducted, and that if the goods should not be ready at the time specified, 1 penny will be deducted for every yard returned. The deductions in accordance with these cards are so considerable that, for instance, a man who comes twice a week to Lee, in Lancashire, to gather up woven goods, brings his employer at least £15 fines every time. He asserts this himself, and he is regarded as one of the most lenient. Such things were formerly settled by arbitration, but as the workers were usually dismissed if they insisted upon that, the custom has been almost wholly abandoned, and the manufacturer acts arbitrarily as prosecutor, witness, judge, lawgiver, and executive in one person. And if the workman goes to a justice of the peace, the answer is, when you accepted your card you entered upon a contract, and you must abide by it. The case is the same as that of the factory operatives. Besides, the employer obliges the workman to sign a document in which he declares that he agrees to the deductions made. And if a workman rebels, all the manufacturers in the town know at once that he is a man who, as Leach says is an enemy to all ticket-made law and social order and has the impudence to dispute the wisdom of those whom he ought to know are his superiors in society. Naturally, the workers are perfectly free, the manufacturer does not force them to take his materials and his cards, but he says to them what Leach translates into plain English with the words, "If you don't like to be frizzled in my frying pan, you can take a walk into the fire 3. The silk weavers of London, and especially of Spitalfields, have lived in periodic distress for a long time, and that they still have no cause to be satisfied with their lot is proved by their taking a most active part in English labour movements in general, and in London ones in particular. The distress prevailing among them gave rise to the fever which broke out in East London, and called forth the Commission for investigating the sanitary condition of the labouring class. But the last report of the London Fever Hospital shows that this disease is still raging. After the textile fabrics, by far the most important products of English industry are the metalwares. This trade has its headquarters at Birmingham, where the finer metal goods of all sorts are produced, at Sheffield for cutlery, and in Staffordshire, especially at Wolverhampton, where the coarser articles, locks, nails, etc., are manufactured. In describing the position of the workers employed in these trades, let us begin with Birmingham. The disposition of the work has retained in Birmingham, as in most places where metals are wrought, something of the old handicraft character. The small employers are still to be found, who work with their apprentices in the shop at home, or when they need steam power, in great factory buildings which are divided into little shops, each rented to a small employer, and supplied with a shaft moved by the engine, and furnishing motive power for the machinery. Leon Faucher, author of a series of articles in the Revue des Deux Mondes, which at least betray study, and are better than what has hitherto been written upon the subject by Englishmen or Germans, 161 characterizes this relation in contrast with the manufacture of Lancashire as démocratie industrielle, and observes that it produces no very favourable results for master or men. This observation is perfectly correct, for the many small employers cannot well subsist on the profit divided amongst them, determined by competition, a profit under other circumstances absorbed by a single manufacturer. The centralising tendency of capital holds them down. For one who grows rich 10 are ruined, and 100 placed at greater disadvantage than ever, by the pressure of the one upstart who can afford to sell more cheaply than they. And in the cases where they have to compete from the beginning against great capitalists, it is self-evident that they can only toil along with the greatest difficulty. The apprentices are, as we shall see, quite as badly off under the small employers as under the manufacturers, with the single difference that they, in turn, may become small employers, and so attain a certain independence, that is to say, they are at best less directly exploited by the bourgeoisie than under the factory system. Thus these small employers are neither genuine proletarians, since they live in part upon the work of their apprentices, 3 nor genuine bourgeois, since their principal means of support is their own work. This peculiar midway position of the Birmingham iron workers is to blame for their having so rarely joined wholly and unreservedly in the English labour movements. Birmingham is a politically radical, but not a Chartist, town. There are, however, numerous larger factories belonging to capitalists, and in these the factory system reigns supreme. The division of labour, which is here carried out to the last detail, in the needle industry, for example, and the use of steam power, admit of the employment of a great multitude of women and children, and we find here precisely the same features reappearing which the factories report presented the work of women up to the hour of confinement: incapacity as housekeepers, neglect of home and children, indifference, actual dislike to family life, and demoralization. Further, the crowding out of men from employment, the constant improvement of machinery, early emancipation of children, husbands supported by their wives and children, etc., etc. The children are described as half-starved and ragged. The half of them are said not to know what it is to have enough to eat. Many of them get nothing to eat before the midday meal, or even live the whole day upon a pen. Children's Employment Commission's report note by Engels to the American edition of 1887. Worth 8 of bread for a noonday meal. There were actually cases in which children received no food from 8 in the morning until 7 at night. Their clothing is very often scarcely sufficient to cover their nakedness. Many are barefoot even in winter. Hence they are all small and weak for their age, and rarely develop with any degree of vigor. And when we reflect that with these insufficient means of reproducing the physical forces, hard and protracted work in close rooms is required of them, we cannot wonder that there are few adults in Birmingham fit for military service. The working men, says a recruiting surgeon, are shorter, more puny, and altogether inferior in their physical powers. Many of the men presented for examinations are distorted in the spine and chest. According to the assertion of a recruiting sergeant, the people of Birmingham are smaller than those anywhere else, being usually 5 feet 4 to 5 inches tall. Out of 613 recruits, but 238 were found fit for service. As to education, a series of depositions and specimens taken from the metal districts have already been given, to which the reader is referred. It appears further, from the Children's Employment Commission's report, that in Birmingham more than half the children, between 5 and 15 years, attend no school whatsoever, that those who do are constantly changing, so that it is impossible to give them any training of an enduring kind, and that they are all withdrawn from school very early and set to work. The report makes it clear what sort of teachers are employed. One teacher, in answer to the question whether she gave moral instruction, said, "No, for 3 pence a week school fees that was too much to require, but that she took a great deal of trouble to instill good principles into the children. 0. And she made a decided slip in her English in saying it." In the schools the commissioner found constant noise and disorder. The moral state of the children is in the highest degree deplorable. Half of all the criminals are children under 15, and in a single year 90 10-years-old offenders, among them 44 serious criminal cases, were sentenced. Unbridled sexual intercourse seems, according to the opinion of the commissioner, almost universal, and that at a very early age. In the iron district of Staffordshire the state of things is still worse. For the coarse wares made here neither much division of labor, with certain exceptions, nor steam power or machinery can be applied. In Wolverhampton, Willenhall, Bilston, Sedgley, Wensfield, Darlaston, Dudley, Walsall, Wednesbury, etc., there are, therefore, fewer factories, but chiefly single forges, where the small masters work alone, or with one or more apprentices, who serve them until reaching the 21st year. The small employers are in about the same situation as those of Birmingham, but the apprentices, as a rule, are much worse off. They get almost exclusively meat from diseased animals or such as have died a natural death, or tainted meat, or fish to eat, with veal from calves killed too young, and pork from swine smothered during transportation, and such food is furnished not by small employers only, but by large manufacturers, who employ from 30 to 40 apprentices. The custom seems to be universal in Wolverhampton, and its natural consequence is frequent bowel complaints and other diseases. Moreover, the children usually do not get enough to eat, and have rarely other clothing than their working rags, for which reason, if for no other, they cannot go to Sunday school. The dwellings are bad and filthy, often so much so that they give rise to disease, and in spite of the not materially unhealthy work, the children are puny, weak, and, in many cases, severely crippled. In Willenhall, for instance, there are countless persons who have, from perpetually filing at the lathe, crooked backs and one leg crooked, hind leg as they call it, so that the two legs have the form of a K, while it is said that more than one-third of the working men there are ruptured. Here, as well as in Wolverhampton, numberless cases were found of retarded puberty among girls, for girls, too, work at the forges, as well as among boys, extending even to the 19th year. In Sedgley and its surrounding district, where nails form almost the sole product, the nailers live and work in the most wretched stable-like huts, which for filth can scarcely be equalled. Girls and boys work from the 10th or 12th year, and are accounted fully skilled only when they make 1,000 nails a day. For 1,200 nails the pay is 5 3/4 dia. Every nail receives 12 blows, and since the hammer weighs 4 pounds, the nailer must lift 18,000 pounds to earn this miserable pay. With this hard work and insufficient food, the children inevitably develop ill-formed, undersized frames, and the commissioners' depositions confirm this. As to the state of education in this district, data have already been furnished in the foregoing chapters. It is upon an incredibly low plane. Half the children do not even go to Sunday school, and the other half go irregularly. Very few, in comparison with the other districts, can read, and in the matter of writing the case is much worse. Naturally, for between the 7th and 10th years, just when they are beginning to get some good out of going to school, they are set to work, and the Sunday school teachers, smiths or miners, frequently cannot read, and write their names with difficulty. The prevailing morals correspond with these means of education. In Willenhall, Commissioner Home asserts, and supplies ample proofs of his assertion, that there exists absolutely no moral sense among the workers. In general, he found that the children neither recognized duties to their parents nor felt any affection for them. They were so little capable of thinking of what they said, so stolid, so hopelessly stupid, that they often asserted that they were well treated, were coming on famously, when they were forced to work 12 to 14 hours, were clad in rags, did not get enough to eat, and were beaten so that they felt it several days afterwards. They knew nothing of a different kind of life than that in which they toil from morning until they are allowed to stop at night, and did not even understand the question never heard before, whether they were tired in Sheffield wages are better, and the external state of the workers also. On the other hand, certain branches of work are to be noticed here, because of their extraordinarily injurious influence upon health. Certain operations require the constant pressure of tools against the chest, and engender consumption in many cases. Others, file cutting among them, retard the general development of the body and produce digestive disorders. Bone cutting for knife handles brings with it headache, biliousness, and among girls, of whom many are employed, anemia. By far the most unwholesome work is the grinding of knife blades and forks, which, especially when done with a dry stone, entails certain early death. The unwholesomeness of this work lies in part in the bent posture, in which chest and stomach are cramped, but especially in the quantity of sharp-edged metal dust particles freed in the cutting, which fill the atmosphere, and are necessarily inhaled. The dry grinder's average life is hardly 35 years, the wet grinder's rarely exceeds 45. Dr. Knight, in Sheffield, says I can convey some idea of the injuriousness of this occupation only by asserting that the greatest drinkers among the grinders are sometimes the longest lived, owing to their more frequent absence from their work. Altogether the grinders in Sheffield amount to about 2,500, of this number about 150, viz. 80 men and 70 boys, are fork grinders. These die from 28 to 32 years of age. The razor grinders, grind both wet and dry, and they die from 40 to 45 years of age. The table knife grinders work on wet stones, and they'll jave to betwixt 40 and 50 years of age. The same physician gives the following description of the course of the disease called grinders' asthma. Those who are to be brought up grinders, usually begin to work when they are about 14 years old. Grinders, who have good constitutions seldom experience much inconvenience from their trade until they arrive at about 20 years of age. About that time the symptoms of their peculiar complaint begin to steal upon them, their breathing becomes more than usually embarrassed on slight exertions, particularly on going upstairs or ascending a hill, their shoulders are elevated in order to relieve their constant and increasing dyspnoea, they stoop forward, and appear to breathe the most comfortably in that posture in which they are accustomed to sit at their work. Their complexions assume a muddy, dirty appearance, their countenance indicates anxiety, they complain of a sense of tightness across the chest, their voice is rough, and hoarse, their cough loud, and as if the air were drawn through wooden tubes, they occasionally expectorate considerable quantities of dust, sometimes mixed up with mucus, at other times in globular or cylindrical masses enveloped in a thin film of mucus. Hemoptysis, inability to lie down, night sweats, cholignative diarrhea, extreme emaciation, together with all the usual symptoms of pulmonary consumption at length carry them off, but not until they have lingered through months, and even years of suffering, incapable of working so as to support either themselves or their families. I must add that all the attempts which have hitherto been made to prevent or to cure the grinder's asthma, have utterly failed. All this Knight wrote 10 years ago 162, since then the number of grinders and the violence of the disease have increased, though attempts have been made to prevent it by covered grindstones and carrying off the dust by artificial draught. These methods have been at least partially successful, but the grinders do not desire their adoption, and have even destroyed the contrivance here and there, in the belief that more workers may be attracted to the business and wages thus reduced, they are for a short life and a merry one. Dr. Knight has often told grinders who came to him with the first symptoms of asthma that a return to grinding means certain death, but with no avail. He who is once a grinder falls into despair, as though he had sold himself to the devil. Education in Sheffield is upon a very low plane. A clergyman, who had occupied himself largely with the statistics of education, was of the opinion that of 16,500 children of the working class who are in a position to attend school, scarcely 6,500 can read. This comes of the fact that the children are taken from school in the 7th, and, at the very latest, in the 12th year, and that the teachers are good for nothing. One was a convicted thief who found no other way of supporting himself after being released from jail than teaching school. Immorality among young people seems to be more prevalent in Sheffield than anywhere else. It is hard to tell which town ought to have the prize, and in reading the report one believes of each one that this certainly deserves it. The younger generation spend the whole of Sunday lying in the street tossing coins or fighting dogs, go regularly to the gin palace, where they sit with their sweethearts until late at night, when they take walks in solitary couples. In an alehouse which the commissioner visited, there sat 40 to 50 young people of both sexes, nearly all under 17 years of age, and each lad beside his lass. Here and there cards were played, at other places dancing was going on, and everywhere drinking. Among the company were openly avowed professional prostitutes. No wonder, then, that, as all the witnesses testify, early, unbridled sexual intercourse, youthful prostitution, beginning with persons of 14 to 15 years, is extraordinarily frequent in Sheffield. Crimes of a savage and desperate sort are of common occurrence. 1 year before the commissioner's visit, a band, consisting chiefly of young persons, was arrested when about to set fire to the town, being fully equipped with lances and inflammable substances. We shall see later that the labor movement in Sheffield has the same savage character. Besides these two main centres of the metal industry, there are needle factories in Warrington, Lancashire, where great want, immorality, and ignorance prevail among the workers, and especially among the children, and a number of nail forges in the neighbourhood of Wigan, in Lancashire, and in the east of Scotland. The reports from these latter districts tell almost precisely the same story as those of Staffordshire. There is one more branch of this industry carried on in the factory districts, especially in Lancashire, the essential peculiarity of which is the production of machinery by machinery, whereby the workers, crowded out elsewhere, are deprived of their last refuge, the creation of the very enemy which supersedes them. Machinery for planing and boring, cutting screws, wheels, nuts, etc., with power lathes, has thrown out of employment a multitude of men who formerly found regular work at good wages, and whoever wishes to do so may see crowds of them in Manchester. North of the iron district of Staffordshire lies an industrial region to which we shall now turn our attention, the potteries, three whose headquarters are in the borough of Stoke, embracing Henley, Burslem, Lane End, Lane Delph, Etruria, Coleridge, Langport, Tunstall, and Golden Hill, containing together 70,000 inhabitants. The Children's Employment Commission reports upon this subject that in some branches of this industry, in the production of stoneware, the children have light employment in warm, airy rooms, in others, on the contrary, hard, wearing labor is required, while they receive neither sufficient food nor good clothing. Many children complain, don't get enough to eat, get mostly potatoes with salt, never meat, never bread, don't go to school, haven't got no clothes. Haven't got nothing to eat today for dinner, don't never have dinner at home, get mostly potatoes and salt, sometimes bread. This is all the clothes I have, no Sunday suit at home. Among the children whose work is especially injurious are the mold runners, who have to carry the molded article with the form to the drying room, and afterwards bring back the empty form, when the article is properly dried. Thus they must go to and fro the whole day, carrying burdens heavy in proportion to their age, while the high temperature in which they have to do this increases very considerably the exhaustiveness of the work. These children, with scarcely a single exception, are lean, pale, feeble, stunted, nearly all suffer from stomach troubles, nausea, want of appetite, and many of them die of consumption. Almost as delicate are the boys called jiggers, from the jigger wheel which they turn. But by far the most injurious is the work of those who dip the finished article into a fluid containing great quantities of lead, and often of arsenic, or have to take the freshly dipped article up with the hand. The hands and clothing of these workers, adults and children, are always wet with this fluid, the skin softens and falls off under the constant contact with rough objects, so that the fingers often bleed, and are constantly in a state most favorable for the absorption of this dangerous substance. The consequence is violent pain and serious disease of the stomach and intestines, obstinate constipation, colic, sometimes consumption, and, most common of all, epilepsy among children. Among men, partial paralysis of the hand muscles, colica pictorum, and paralysis of whole limbs are ordinary phenomena. One witness relates that 2 children who worked with him died of convulsions at their work. Another who had helped with the dipping 2 years while a boy, relates that he had violent pains in the bowels at first, then convulsions, in consequence of which he was confined to his bed 2 months, since when the attacks of convulsions have increased in frequency, are now daily, accompanied often by 10 to 20 epileptic fits, his right arm is paralyzed, and the physicians tell him that he can never regain the use of his limbs. In one factory were found in the dipping house 4 men, all epileptic and afflicted with severe colic, and 11 boys, several of whom were already epileptic. In short, this frightful disease follows this occupation universally, and that, too, to the greater pecuniary profit of the bourgeoisie. In the rooms in which the stoneware is scoured, the atmosphere is filled with pulverized flint, the breathing of which is as injurious as that of the steel dust among the Sheffield grinders. The workers lose breath, cannot lie down, suffer from sore throat and violent coughing, and come to have so feeble a voice that they can scarcely be heard. They, too, all die of consumption. In the potteries district, the schools are said to be comparatively numerous, and to offer the children opportunities for instruction, but as the latter are so early set to work for 12 hours and often more per day, they are not in a position to avail themselves of the schools, so that 3/4 of the children examined by the commissioner could neither read nor write, while the whole district is plunged in the deepest ignorance. Children who have attended Sunday school for years could not tell one letter from another, and the moral and religious education, as well as the intellectual, is on a very low plane. In the manufacture of glass, too, work occurs which seems little injurious to men, but cannot be endured by children. The hard labor, the irregularity of the hours, the frequent night work, and especially the great heat of the working place, 100 to 130 Fahrenheit, engender in children general debility and disease, stunted growth, and especially affections of the eye, bowel complaint, and rheumatic and bronchial affections. Many of the *Scriven report and evidence note by Engels to the American edition of 1887. A professional disease of Dyer's ed. 497. Children are pale, have red eyes, often blind for weeks at a time, suffer from violent nausea, vomiting, coughs, colds, and rheumatism. When the glass is withdrawn from the fire, the children must often go into such heat that the boards on which they stand catch fire under their feet. The glassblowers usually die young of debility and chest affections. As a whole, this report testifies to the gradual but sure introduction of the factory system into all branches of industry, recognizable especially by the employment of women and children. I have not thought it necessary to trace in every case the progress of machinery and the superseding of men as workers. Everyone who is in any degree acquainted with the nature of manufacture can fill this out for himself, while space fails me to describe in detail an aspect of our present system of production, the result of which I have already sketched in dealing with the factory system. In all directions machinery is being introduced, and the last trace of the working man's independence thus destroyed. In all directions the family is being dissolved by the labor of wife and children, or inverted by the husbands being thrown out of employment and made dependent upon them for bread. 3. Everywhere inevitable machinery bestows upon the great capitalist command of trade and of the workers with it. The centralization of capital. 5. Strides forward without interruption. The division of society into great capitalists and non-possessing workers is sharper every day. The industrial development of the nation advances with giant strides towards the inevitable crisis. I have already stated that in the handicrafts the power of capital, and in some cases the division of labor too, has produced the same results, crushed the small tradesmen, and put great capitalists and non-possessing workers in their place. As to these handicraftsmen there is little to be said, since all that relates to them has already found its place where the proletariat in general one was under discussion. There has been but little change here in the nature of the work and its influence upon health since the beginning of the industrial movement. But the constant contact with the factory operatives, the pressure of the great capitalists, which is much more felt than that of the small employer to whom the apprentice still stood in a more or less personal relation, the influences of life in towns, and the fall of wages, have made nearly all the handicraftsmen active participators in labor movements. We shall soon have more to say on this point, and turn meanwhile to one section of workers in London who deserve our attention by reason of the extraordinary barbarity with which they are exploited by the money greed of the bourgeoisie. I mean the dressmakers and sewing women. It is a curious fact that the production of precisely those articles which serve the personal adornment of the ladies of the bourgeoisie involves the saddest consequences for the health of the workers. We have already seen this in the case of the lace makers, and come now to the dressmaking establishments of London for further proof. They employ a mass of young girls. There are said to be 15,000 of them in all who sleep and eat on the premises, come usually from the country, and are therefore absolutely the slaves of their employers. During the fashionable season, which lasts some 4 months, working hours, even in the best establishments, are 15, and, in very pressing cases, 18 a day, but in most shops work goes on at these times without any set regulation, so that the girls never have more than 6, often not more than 3 or 4, sometimes, indeed, not more than 2 hours in the 24, for rest and sleep, working 19 to 22 hours, if not the whole night through, as frequently happens. The only limit set to their work is the absolute physical inability to hold the needle another minute. Cases have occurred in which these helpless creatures did not undress during 9 consecutive days and nights, and could only rest a moment or two here and there upon a mattress, where food was served them ready cut up in order to require the least possible time for swallowing. In short, these unfortunate girls are kept by means of the moral whip of the modern slave driver, 3. The threat of discharge, to such long and unbroken toil as no strong man, much less a delicate girl of 14 to 20 years, can endure. In addition to this, the foul air of the workroom and sleeping places, the bent posture, the often bad and indigestible food, all these causes, b. combined with almost total exclusion from fresh air, entail the saddest consequences for the health of the girls. Enervation, exhaustion, debility, loss of appetite, pains in the shoulders, back, and hips, but especially headache, begin very soon, then follow curvatures of the spine, high, deformed shoulders, leanness, swelled, weeping, and smarting eyes, which soon become short-sighted, coughs, narrow chests, and shortness of breath, and all manner of disorders in the development of the female organism. In many cases the eyes suffer so severely that incurable blindness 3 follows, but if the sight remains strong enough to make continued work possible, consumption usually soon ends the sad life of these milliners and dressmakers. Even those who leave this work at an early age retain permanently injured health, a broken constitution, and, when married, bring feeble and sickly children into the world. All the medical men interrogated by the Commissioner 15 agreed that no method of life could be invented better calculated to destroy health and induce early death. With the same cruelty, though somewhat more indirectly, the rest of the needlewomen of London are exploited. The girls employed in stay-making have a hard, wearing occupation, trying to the eyes. And what wages do they get? I do not know, but this I know, that the middleman who has to give security for the material delivered, and who distributes the work among the needlewomen, receives E2DC per piece. From this he deducts his own pay, at least 7/2d, so that ID at most reaches the pocket of the girl. The girls who sew neckties must bind themselves to work 16 hours a day, and receive 4 V2s a week *, but the shirt maker's lot is the worst. They receive for an ordinary shirt L/D, formerly 2D-3D, but since the workhouse of St. Panera's, which is administered by a radical board of guardians, began to undertake work at E2D, the poor women outside have been compelled to do the same. For fine, fancy shirts, which can be made in 1 day of 18 hours, 6d is paid d the weekly wage of these sewing women. According to this and according to testimony from many sides, including both needlewomen and employers, is 2s. 6d to 3s. For most strained work continued far into the night. And what crowns this shameful barbarism is the fact that the women must give a money deposit for a part of the materials entrusted to them, which they naturally cannot do unless they pawn a part of them, as the employers very well know, redeeming them at a loss, or if they cannot redeem the materials, they must appear before a justice of the peace, as happened to a sewing woman in November, 1843. A poor girl who got into the strait and did not know what to do next, drowned herself in a canal in 1844. These women usually live in little garret rooms in the utmost distress, where as many crowd together as the space can possibly admit, and where, in winter, the animal warmth of the workers is the only heat obtainable. Here they sit bent over their work, sewing from 4 or 5 in the morning until midnight, destroying their health in a year or two and ending in an early grave, without being able to obtain the poorest necessities of life. Meanwhile and below them roll the brilliant equipages of the upper bourgeoisie, and perhaps 10 steps away some pitiable dandy loses more money in one evening at faro than they can earn in a year. Such is the condition of the English manufacturing proletariat. In all directions, whithersoever we may turn, we find want and disease permanent or temporary, and demoralization arising from the condition of the workers. 5. In all directions slow but sure undermining, and final destruction of the human being physically as well as mentally. Is this a state of things which can last? It cannot and will not last. The workers, the great majority of the nation, will not endure it. Let us see what they say of it. It must be admitted, even if I had not proved it so often in detail, that the English workers cannot feel happy in this condition, that theirs is not a state in which a man or a whole class of men can think, feel, and live as human beings. The workers must therefore strive to escape from this brutalizing condition, to secure for themselves a better, more human position, and this they cannot do without attacking the interest of the bourgeoisie, which consists in exploiting them. But the bourgeoisie defends its interests with all the power placed at its disposal by wealth and the might of the state. In proportion as the working man determines to alter the present state of things, the bourgeois becomes his avowed enemy. Moreover, the working man is made to feel at every moment that the bourgeoisie treats him as a chattel, as its property, and for this reason, if for no other, he must come forward as its enemy. I have shown in 100 ways in the foregoing pages, and could have shown in 100 others, that, in our present society, he can save his manhood only in hatred and rebellion against the bourgeoisie. And he can protest with most violent passion against the tyranny of the propertied class, thanks to his education, or rather want of education, and to the abundance of hot Irish blood that flows in the veins of the English working class. The English working man is no Englishman nowadays, no calculating money grubber like his wealthy neighbor. He possesses more fully developed feelings, his native northern coldness is overborne by the unrestrained development of his passions and their control over him. The cultivation of the understanding which so greatly strengthens the selfish tendency of the English bourgeois, which has made selfishness his predominant trait and concentrated all his emotional power upon the single point of money greed, is wanting in the working man, whose passions are therefore strong and mighty as those of the foreigner. English nationality is annihilated in the working man. Since, as we have seen, no single field for the exercise of his manhood is left him, save his opposition to the whole conditions of his life, it is natural that exactly in this opposition he should be most manly, noblest, most worthy of sympathy. We shall see that all the energy, all the activity of the working men is directed to this point, and that even their attempts to attain general education all stand in direct connection with this. True, we shall have single acts of violence and even of brutality to report, but it must always be kept in mind that the social war is avowedly raging in England, and that, whereas it is in the interest of the bourgeoisie to conduct this war hypocritically, under the disguise of peace and even of philanthropy, the only help for the working men consists in laying bare the true state of things and destroying this hypocrisy, that the most violent attacks of the workers upon the bourgeoisie and its servants are only the open, undisguised expression of that which the bourgeoisie perpetrates secretly, treacherously against the workers. The revolt of the workers began soon after the first industrial development, and has passed through several phases. The investigation of their importance in the history of the English people I must reserve for separate treatment, 163 limiting myself meanwhile to such bare facts as serve to characterize the condition of the English proletariat. The earliest, crudest, and least fruitful form of this rebellion was that of crime. The working man lived in poverty and want, and saw that others were better off than he. It was not clear to his mind why he, who did more for society than the rich idler, should be the one to suffer under these conditions. Want conquered his inherited respect for the sacredness of property, and he stole. We have seen how crime increased with the extension of manufacture, how the yearly number of arrests bore a constant relation to the number of bales of cotton annually consumed. The workers soon realized that crime did not help matters. The criminal could protest against the existing order of society only singly, as one individual. The whole might of society was brought to bear upon each criminal, and crushed him with its immense superiority. Besides, theft was the most primitive form of protest, and for this reason, if for no other, it never became the universal expression of the public opinion of the working men, however much they might approve of it in silence. As a class, they first manifested opposition to the bourgeoisie when they resisted the introduction of machinery at the very beginning of the industrial period. The first inventors, Arkwright and others, were persecuted in this way and their machines destroyed. Later, there took place a number of revolts against machinery, in which the occurrences were almost precisely the same as those of the printers' disturbances in Bohemia in 1844-164, factories were demolished and machinery destroyed. This form of opposition also was isolated, restricted to certain localities, and directed against one feature only of our present social arrangements. When the momentary end was attained, the whole weight of social power fell upon the unprotected evildoers and punished them to its heart's content, while the machinery was introduced nonetheless. A new form of opposition had to be found. At this point help came in the shape of a law enacted by the old, unreformed, oligarchic Tory Parliament, a law which never could have passed the House of Commons later, when the Reform Bill had legally sanctioned the distinction between bourgeoisie and proletariat, and made the bourgeoisie the ruling class. This was enacted in 1824, and repealed all laws by which coalitions between working men for labor purposes had hitherto been forbidden. The working men obtained a right previously restricted to the aristocracy and bourgeoisie, the right of free association. Secret coalitions had, it is true, previously existed, but could never achieve great results. In Glasgow as Simons relates, a general strike of weavers had taken place in 1812, which was brought about by a secret association. It was repeated in 1822, and on this occasion vitriol was thrown into the faces of the two working men who would not join the association, and were therefore regarded by the members as traitors to their class. Both the assaulted lost the use of their eyes in consequence of the injury. So, too, in 1818, the Association of Scottish Miners was powerful enough to carry on a general strike. These associations required their members to take an oath of fidelity and secrecy, had regular lists, treasurers, bookkeepers, and local branches. But the secrecy with which everything was conducted crippled their growth. When, on the other hand, the working men received in 1824 the right of free association, these combinations were very soon spread over all England and attained great power. In all branches of industry trades unions 3 were formed with the outspoken intention of protecting the single working man against the tyranny and neglect of the bourgeoisie. Their objects were to deal, en masse, as a power, with the employers, to regulate the rate of wages according to the profit of the latter, to raise it when opportunity offered, and to keep it uniform in each trade throughout the country. Hence they tried to settle with the capitalists a scale of wages to be universally adhered to, and ordered out on strike the employees of such individuals as refused to accept the scale. They aimed further to keep up the demand for labor by limiting the number of apprentices, and so to keep wages high, to counteract, as far as possible, the indirect wages reductions which the manufacturers brought about by means of new tools and machinery, and finally, to assist unemployed working men financially. This they do either directly or by means of a card to legitimate the bearer as a society man, and with which the working man wanders from place to place, supported by his fellow workers, and instructed as to the best opportunity for finding employment. This is tramping, and the wanderer a tramp. To attain these ends, a president and secretary are engaged at a salary, since it is to be expected that no manufacturer will employ such persons, and a committee collects the weekly contributions and watches over their expenditure for the purposes of the association. When it proved possible and advantageous, the various trades of single districts united in a federation and held delegate conventions at set times. The attempt has been made in single cases to unite the workers of one branch over all England in one great union, and several times, in 1830 for the first time, to form one universal trades association for the whole United Kingdom, with a separate organization for each trade. These associations, however, never held together long, and were seldom realized even for the moment, since an exceptionally universal excitement is necessary to make such a federation possible and effective. The means usually employed by these unions for attaining their ends are the following. If one or more employers refuse to pay the wage specified by the union, a deputation is sent or a petition forwarded. The working men, you see, know how to recognize the absolute power of the lord of the factory in his little state. If this proves unavailing, the union commands the employees to stop work, and all hands go home. This strike is either partial when one or several, or general when all employers in the trade refuse to regulate wages according to the proposals of the union. So far go the lawful means of the union, assuming the strike to take effect after the expiration of the legal notice, which is not always the case. But these lawful means are very weak when there are workers outside the union, or when members separate from it for the sake of the momentary advantage offered by the bourgeoisie. Especially in the case of partial strikes can the manufacturer readily secure recruits from these black sheep, who are known as knobsticks, and render fruitless the efforts of the united workers. Knobsticks are usually threatened, insulted, beaten, or otherwise maltreated by the members of the union, intimidated, in short, in every way. Prosecution follows, and as the law-abiding bourgeoisie has the power in its own hands, the force of the union is broken almost every time by the first unlawful act, the first judicial procedure against its members. The history of these unions is a long series of defeats of the working men, interrupted by a few isolated victories. All these efforts naturally cannot alter the economic law according to which wages are determined by the relation between supply and demand in the labor market. Hence the unions remain powerless against all great forces which influence this relation. In a commercial crisis the union itself must reduce wages or dissolve wholly, and in a time of considerable increase in the demand for labor, it cannot fix the rate of wages higher than would be reached spontaneously by the competition of the capitalists among themselves. But in dealing with minor, single influences they are powerful. If the employer had no concentrated, collective opposition to expect, he would in his own interest gradually reduce wages to a lower and lower point. Indeed, the battle of competition which he has to wage against his fellow manufacturers would force him to do so, and wages would soon reach the minimum. But this competition of the manufacturers among themselves is, under average conditions, somewhat restricted by the opposition of the working men. Every manufacturer knows that the consequence of a reduction not justified by conditions to which his competitors also are subjected, would be a strike, which would most certainly injure him, because his capital would be idle as long as the strike lasted, and his machinery would be rusting, whereas it is very doubtful whether he could, in such a case, enforce his reduction. Then he has the certainty that if he should succeed, his competitors would follow him, reducing the price of the goods so produced, and thus depriving him of the benefit of his policy. Then, too, the unions often bring about a more rapid increase of wages after a crisis than would otherwise follow. For the manufacturer's interest is to delay raising wages until forced by competition, but now the working men demand an increased wage as soon as the market improves, and they can carry their point by reason of the smaller supply of workers at his command under such circumstances. But, for resistance to more considerable forces which influence the labor market, the unions are powerless. In such cases hunger gradually drives the strikers to resume work on any terms, and when once a few have begun, the force of the union is broken, because these few knobsticks, with the reserve supplies of goods in the market, enable the bourgeoisie to overcome the worst effects of the interruption of business. The funds of the union are soon exhausted by the great numbers requiring relief, the credit which the shopkeepers give at high interest is withdrawn after a time, and want compels the working man to place himself once more under the yoke of the bourgeoisie. But strikes end disastrously for the workers mostly, because the manufacturers, in their own interest, which has, be it said, become their interest only through the resistance of the workers, are obliged to avoid all useless reductions, while the workers feel in every reduction imposed by the state of trade a deterioration of their condition, against which they must defend themselves as far as in them lies. It will be asked, why, then, do the workers strike in such cases, when the uselessness of such measures is so evident? Simply because they must protest against every reduction, even if dictated by necessity, because they feel bound to proclaim that they, as human beings, shall not be made to bow to social circumstances, but social conditions ought to yield to them as human beings, because silence on their part would be a recognition of these social conditions, an admission of the right of the bourgeoisie to exploit the workers in good times and let them starve in bad ones. Against this the working men must rebel so long as they have not lost all human feeling, and that they protest in this way and no other. 507. Comes of their being practical English people, who express themselves in action, and do not, like German theorists, go to sleep as soon as their protest is properly registered and placed ad acta, there to sleep as quietly as the protesters themselves. The active resistance of the English working men has its effect in holding the money greed of the bourgeoisie within certain limits, and keeping alive the opposition of the workers to the social and political omnipotence of the bourgeoisie, while it compels the admission that something more is needed than trades unions and strikes to break the power of the ruling class. But what gives these unions and the strikes arising from them their real importance is this, that they are the first attempt of the workers to abolish competition. They imply the recognition of the fact that the supremacy of the bourgeoisie is based wholly upon the competition of the workers among themselves, i.e., upon their want of cohesion. 3. And precisely because the unions direct themselves against the vital nerve of the present social order, be however one-sidedly, in however narrow a way, are they so dangerous to this social order. The workingmen cannot attack the bourgeoisie, and with it the whole existing order of society, at any sorrier point than this. If the competition of the workers among themselves is destroyed, if all determine not to be further exploited by the bourgeoisie, the rule of property is at an end. Wages depend upon the relation of demand to supply, upon the accidental state of the labor market, simply because the workers have hitherto been content to be treated as chattels, to be bought and sold. The moment the workers resolve to be bought and sold no longer, when, in the determination of the value of labor, they take the part of men possessed of a will as well as of working power, at that moment the whole political economy of today is at an end. See, the laws determining the rate of wages would, indeed, come into force again in the long run, if the working men did not go beyond the step of abolishing competition among themselves. But they must go beyond that unless they are prepared to recede again and to allow competition among themselves to reappear. Thus once advanced so far, necessity compels them to go farther, to abolish not only one kind of competition, but competition itself altogether, and that they will do. The workers are coming to perceive more clearly with every day how competition affects them. They see far more clearly than the bourgeois that competition of the capitalists among themselves presses upon the workers too, by bringing on commercial crises, and that this kind of competition, too, must be abolished. They will soon learn how they have to go about it. That these unions contribute greatly to nourish the bitter hatred of the workers against the property-holding class need hardly be said. From them proceed, therefore, with or without the connivance of the leading members, in times of unusual excitement, individual actions which can be explained only by hatred wrought to the pitch of despair, by a wild passion overwhelming all restraints. Of this sort are the attacks with vitriol mentioned in the foregoing pages, and a series of others, of which I shall cite several. In 1831, during a violent labor movement, young Ashton, a manufacturer in Hyde, near Manchester, was shot one evening when crossing a field, and no trace of the assassin discovered. There is no doubt that this was a deed of vengeance of the working men. 165 incendiarisms and attempted explosions are very common. On Friday, September 29, 1843, an attempt was made to blow up the saw works of Pagin, in Howard Street, Sheffield. A closed iron tube filled with powder was the means employed, and the damage was considerable. On the following day, a similar attempt was made in Ibbetson's knife and file works at Shales Moor, near Sheffield. Mr. Ibbetson had made himself obnoxious by an active participation in bourgeois movements, by low wages, the exclusive employment of knobsticks, and the exploitation of the poor law for his own benefit. He had reported, during the crisis of 1842, such operatives as refused to accept reduced wages, as persons who could find work but would not take it, and were, therefore, not deserving of relief, so compelling the acceptance of a reduction. Considerable damage was inflicted by the explosion, and all the working men who came to view it regretted only that the whole concern was not blown into the air. On Friday, October 6, 1843, an attempt to set fire to the factory of Ainsworth and Crompton, at Bolton, did no damage. It was the third or fourth attempt in the same factory within a very short time. In the meeting of the Town Council of Sheffield, on Wednesday, January 10, 1844, the Commissioner of Police exhibited a cast iron machine, made for the express purpose of producing an explosion, and found filled with 4 pounds of powder, and a fuse which had been lighted but had not taken effect, in the works of Mr. Kitchen, Earl Street, Sheffield. 509. On Sunday, January 21, 1844, an explosion caused by a package of powder took place in the sawmill of Bentley 8C White, at Bury, in Lancashire, and produced considerable damage. On Thursday, February 1, 1844, the Soho Mill Works, in Sheffield, were set on fire and burnt up. Here are 6 such cases in 4 months, all of which have their sole origin in the embitterment of the working men against the employers. What sort of a social state it must be in which such things are possible I need hardly say. These facts are proof enough that in England, even in good business years, such as 1843, the social war is avowed and openly carried on, and still the English bourgeoisie does not stop to reflect. But the case which speaks most loudly is that of the Glasgow thugs *, which came up before the assizes from the 3rd to the 11th of January, 1838. It appears from the proceedings that the Cotton Spinners' Union, which existed here from the year 1816, possessed rare organization and power. The members were bound by an oath to adhere to the decision of the majority, and had during every turnout a secret committee which was unknown to the mass of the members, and controlled the funds of the Union absolutely. This committee fixed a price upon the heads of knobsticks and obnoxious manufacturers and upon incendiarisms in mills. A mill was thus set on fire in which female knobsticks were employed in spinning in the place of men. A Mrs. M'Pherson, mother of one of these girls, was murdered, and both murderers sent to America at the expense of the association. As early as 1820, a knobstick named M. Quarry was shot at and wounded, for which deed the doer received £20 from the Union, but was discovered and transported for life. 3. Finally, in 1837, in May, disturbances occurred in consequence of a turnout in the Oatbank and Mile End factories, in which perhaps a dozen knobsticks were maltreated. In July, of the same year, the disturbances still continued, and a certain Smith, a knobstick, was so maltreated that he died. The committee was now arrested, an investigation begun, and the leading members found guilty of participation in conspiracies, maltreatment of knobsticks, and incendiarism in the mill of James and Francis Wood, and they were transported for 7 years. What do our good Germans say to this story? The property-holding class, and especially the manufacturing portion of it which comes into direct contact with the working men, declaims with the greatest violence against these unions, and is constantly trying to prove their uselessness to the working men upon grounds which are economically perfectly correct, but for that very reason partially mistaken, and for the working man's understanding totally without effect. The very zeal of the bourgeoisie shows that it is not disinterested in the matter, and apart from the direct loss involved in a turnout, the state of the case is such that whatever goes into the pockets of the manufacturers comes of necessity out of those of the worker. So that even if the working men did not know that the unions hold the emulation of their masters in the reduction of wages, at least in a measure, in check, they would still stand by the unions, simply to the injury of their enemies, the manufacturers. In war the injury of one party is the benefit of the other, and since the workingmen are on a war footing towards their employers, they do merely what the great potentates do when they get into a quarrel. Beyond all other bourgeois is our friend Dr. Ure, the most furious enemy of the unions. He foams with indignation at the secret tribunals of the cotton spinners, the most powerful section of the workers, tribunals which boast their ability to paralyze every disobedient manufacturer, and so bring ruin on the man who had given them profitable employment for many a year. He speaks of a time when the inventive head and the sustaining heart of trade were held in bondage by the unruly lower members. A pity that the English working men will not let themselves be pacified so easily with thy fable as the Roman plebs, thou modern Menenius Agrippa. 166. Finally, he relates the following: at one time the coarse mule spinners had misused their power beyond all endurance. High wages, instead of awakening thankfulness towards the manufacturers and leading to intellectual improvement, in harmless study of sciences useful to the bourgeoisie, of course, in many cases produced, pride and supplied funds for supporting rebellious spirits in strikes, with which a number of manufacturers were visited one after the other in a purely arbitrary manner. During an unhappy disturbance of this sort in Hyde, Dukenfield, and the surrounding neighborhood, the manufacturers of the district, anxious lest they should be driven from the market by the French, Belgians, and Americans, addressed themselves to the machine works of Sharp, Roberts & Co., and requested Mr. Sharp to turn his inventive mind to the construction of an automatic mule in order to emancipate the trade from galling slavery and impending ruin. He produced in the course of a few months, a machine apparently instinct with the thought, feeling, and tact of the experienced workman, which even in its infancy displayed a new principle of regulation, ready in its mature state to fulfill the functions of a finished spinner. Thus, the Iron Man, as the operatives fitly call it, sprang out of the hands of our modern Prometheus at the bidding of Minerva, a creation destined to restore order among the industrious classes, and to confirm to Great Britain the empire of art. The news of this Herculean prodigy spread dismay through the Union, and even long before it left its cradle, so to speak, it strangled the hydra of misrule. Ure proves further that the invention of the machine, with which 4 and 5 colors are printed at once, was a result of the disturbances among the calico printers, that the refractoriness of the yarn dressers in the power loom weaving mills gave rise to a new and perfected machine for warp dressing, and mentions several other such cases. A few pages earlier this same Ure gives himself a great deal of trouble to prove in detail that machinery is beneficial to the workers. But Ure is not the only one. In the factory report, Mr. Ashworth, the manufacturer, and many another, lose no opportunity to express their wrath against the unions. These wise bourgeois, like certain governments, trace every movement which they do not understand to the influence of ill-intentioned agitators, demagogues, traitors, spouting idiots, and ill-balanced youth. They declare that the paid agents of the unions are interested in the agitation because they live upon it, as though the necessity for this payment were not forced upon them by the bourgeois, who will give such men no employment. The incredible frequency of these strikes proves best of all to what extent the social war has broken out all over England. No week passes, scarcely a day, indeed, in which there is not a strike in some direction, now against a reduction, then against a refusal to raise the rate of wages, again by reason of the employment of knobsticks or the continuance of abuses, sometimes against new machinery, or for 100 other reasons. These strikes, at first skirmishes, sometimes result in weighty struggles. They decide nothing, it is true, but they are the strongest proof that the decisive battle between bourgeoisie and proletariat is approaching. They are the military school of the working men in which they prepare themselves for the great struggle which cannot be avoided. They are the pronunciamentos of single branches of industry that these two have joined the labor movement. And when one examines a year's file of the Northern Star, the only sheet which reports all the movements of the proletariat, one finds that all the proletarians of the towns and of country manufacture have united in associations, and have protested from time to time, by means of a general strike, against the supremacy of the bourgeoisie. And as schools of war, the unions are unexcelled. In them is developed the peculiar courage of the English. It is said on the continent that the English, and especially the workingmen, are cowardly, that they cannot carry out a revolution because, unlike the French, they do not riot at intervals, because they apparently accept the bourgeois regime so quietly. This is a complete mistake. The English working-men are second to none in courage. They are quite as restless as the French, but they fight differently. The French, who are by nature political, struggle against social evils with political weapons. The English, for whom politics exist only as a matter of interest, solely in the interest of bourgeois society, fight, not against the government, but directly against the bourgeoisie, and for the time, this can be done only in a peaceful manner. Stagnation in business, and the want consequent upon it, engendered the revolt at Lyons, in 1834, in favor of the Republic. In 1842, at Manchester, a similar cause gave rise to a universal turnout for the charter and higher wages. That courage is required for a turnout, often indeed much loftier courage, much bolder, firmer determination than for an insurrection, is self-evident. It is, in truth, no trifle for a working man who knows want from experience, to face it with wife and children, to endure hunger and wretchedness for months together, and stand firm and unshaken through it all. What is death, what the galleys which await the French revolutionist, in comparison with gradual starvation, with the daily sight of a starving family, with the certainty of future revenge on the part of the bourgeoisie, all of which the English working man chooses in preference to subjection under the yoke of the property-holding class? We shall meet later an example of this obstinate, unconquerable courage of men who surrender to force only when all resistance would be aimless and unmeaning. And precisely in this quiet perseverance, in this lasting determination which undergoes 100 tests every day, the English working man develops that side of his character which commands most respect. People who endure so much to bend one single bourgeois will be able to break the power of the whole bourgeoisie. But apart from that, the English working man has proved his courage often enough. That the turnout of 1842 had no further results came from the fact that the men were in part forced into it by the bourgeoisie, in part neither clear nor united as to its object. But aside from this, they have shown their courage often enough when the matter in question was a specific social one. Not to mention the Welsh insurrection of 1839, a complete battle was waged in Manchester in May, 1843, during my residence there. 167 Pauling and Henfrey, a brick firm, had increased the size of the bricks without raising wages, and sold the bricks, of course, at a higher price. The workers, to whom higher wages were refused, struck work, and the brickmakers' union declared war upon the firm. The firm, meanwhile, succeeded with great difficulty in securing hands from the neighborhood, and among the knobsticks, against whom in the beginning intimidation was used, the proprietors set 12 men to guard the yard, all ex-soldiers and policemen, armed with guns. When intimidation proved unavailing, the brickyard, which lay scarcely 400 paces from an infantry barracks, was stormed at 10 o'clock one night by a crowd of brickmakers, who advanced in military order, the first ranks armed with guns. They forced their way in, fired upon the watchmen as soon as they saw them, stamped out the wet bricks spread out to dry, tore down the piled up rows of those already dry, demolished everything which came in their way, pressed into a building, where they destroyed the furniture and maltreated the wife of the overlooker who was living there. The watchmen, meanwhile, had placed themselves behind a hedge, whence they could fire safely and without interruption. The assailants stood before a burning brick kiln, which threw a bright light upon them, so that every ball of their enemies struck home, while every one of their own shots missed its mark. Nevertheless, the firing lasted half an hour, until the ammunition was exhausted, and the object of the visit, the demolition of all the destructible objects in the yard, was attained. Then the military approached, and the brickmakers withdrew to Ecclesiastes, 3 miles from Manchester. A short time before reaching Ecclesiastes they held roll call, and each man was called according to his number in the section when they separated, only to fall the more certainly into the hands of the police, who were approaching from all sides. The number of the wounded must have been very considerable, but those only could be counted who were arrested. One of these had received 3 bullets, in the thigh, the calf, and the shoulder, and had traveled in spite of them more than 4 miles on foot. These people have proved that they, too, possess revolutionary courage, and do not shun a rain of bullets. And when an unarmed multitude, without a precise aim common to them all, are held in check in a shut-off marketplace, whose outlets are guarded by a couple of policemen and dragoons, as happened in 1842, this by no means proves a want of courage. On the contrary, the multitude would have stirred quite as little if the servants of public, i.e., of the bourgeois, order had not been present. Where the working people have a specific end in view, they show courage enough, as, for instance, in the attack upon Burley's mill, which had later to be protected by artillery. 168 In this connection, a word or two as to the respect for the law in England. True, the law is sacred to the bourgeois, for it is his own composition, enacted with his consent, and for his benefit and protection. He knows that, even if an individual law should injure him, the whole fabric protects his interests, and more than all, the sanctity of the law, the sacredness of order as established by the active will of one part of society, and the passive acceptance of the other, is the strongest support of his social position. Because the English bourgeois finds himself reproduced in his law, as he does in his God, the policeman's truncheon which, in a certain measure, is his own club, has for him a wonderfully soothing power. But for the working man quite otherwise. The working man knows too well, has learned from too oft-repeated experience, that the law is a rod which the bourgeois has prepared for him, and when he is not compelled to do so, he never appeals to the law. It is ridiculous to assert that the English working man fears the police, when every week in Manchester policemen are beaten, and last year an attempt was made to storm a station house secured by iron doors and shutters. The power of the police in the turnout of 1842 lay, as I have already said, in the want of a clearly defined object on the part of the working men themselves. 2. Since the working men do not respect the law, but simply submit to its power when they cannot change it, it is most natural that they should at least propose alterations in it, that they should wish to put a proletarian law in the place of the legal fabric of the bourgeoisie. This proposed law is the People's Charter, which in form is purely political, and demands a democratic basis for the House of Commons. Chartism is the compact form of their opposition to the bourgeoisie. In the unions and turnouts opposition always remained isolated, it was single working men or sections who fought a single bourgeois. If the fight became general, this was scarcely by the intention of the working men, or, when it did happen intentionally, Chartism was at the bottom of it. But in Chartism it is the whole working class which arises against the bourgeoisie, and attacks, first of all, the political power, the legislative rampart with which the bourgeoisie has surrounded itself. Chartism has proceeded from the Democratic Party which arose between 1780 and 1790 with and in the proletariat, gained strength during the French Revolution, and came forth after the peace as the Radical Party. It had its headquarters then in Birmingham and Manchester, and later in London, extorted the Reform Bill from the oligarchs of the old Parliament by a union with the liberal bourgeoisie, and has steadily consolidated itself, since then, as a more and more pronounced working men's party in opposition to the bourgeoisie. In 1838 a committee of the General Working Men's Association of London, 169 with William Lovett at its head, drew up the People's Charter, whose 6 points are as follows: 1. Universal suffrage for every man who is of age, sane, and unconvicted of crime. 2. Annual parliaments. 3. Payment of members of parliament, to enable poor men to stand for election. 4. Voting by ballot to prevent bribery and intimidation by the bourgeoisie. 5. Equal electoral districts to secure equal representation. And 6. Abolition of the even now merely nominal property qualification of £300 in land for candidates in order to make every voter eligible. 170. These 6 points, which are all limited to the reconstitution of the House of Commons, harmless as they seem, are sufficient to overthrow the whole English constitution, Queen and Lords included. The so-called monarchical and aristocratic elements of the constitution can maintain themselves only because the bourgeoisie has an interest in the continuance of their sham existence, and more than a sham existence neither possesses today. But as soon as real public opinion in its totality backs the House of Commons, As soon as the House of Commons incorporates the will, not of the bourgeoisie alone, but of the whole nation, it will absorb the whole power so completely that the last halo must fall from the head of the monarch and the aristocracy. The English working man respects neither lords nor queen. The bourgeois, while in reality allowing them but little influence, yet offers to them personally a sham worship. The English Chartist is politically a republican, though he rarely or never mentions the word, while he sympathizes with the republican parties of all countries, and calls himself in preference a democrat. But he is more than a mere republican, his democracy is not simply political. Chartism was from the beginning of 1835 chiefly a movement among the working men, though not yet sharply separated from the bourgeoisie. The radicalism of the workers went hand in hand with the radicalism of the bourgeoisie. The charter was the shibboleth of both. They held their national convention every year in common, seeming to be one party. The lower middle class was just then in a very bellicose and violent state of mind in consequence of the disappointment over the Reform Bill and of the bad business years of 1837 to 1839, and viewed the boisterous Chartist agitation with a very favorable eye. Of the vehemence of this agitation no one in Germany has any idea. The people were called upon to arm themselves, were frequently urged to revolt, pikes were got ready, as in the French Revolution, and in 1838. One Stevens, a Methodist parson, said to the assembled working people of Manchester, "You have no need to fear the power of government, the soldiers, bayonets, and cannon that are at the disposal of your oppressors. You have a weapon that is far mightier than all these, a weapon against which bayonets and cannon are powerless, and a child of 10 years can wield it. You have only to take a couple of matches and a bundle of straw dipped in pitch, and I will see what the government and its hundreds of thousands of soldiers will do against this one weapon if it is used boldly." As early as that year the peculiarly social character of the working men's Chartism manifested itself. The same Stevens said, in a meeting of 200,000 men on Kersal Moor, the Massacre of Manchester, "Chartism, my friends, is no political movement, where the main point is your getting the ballot. Chartism is a knife and fork question. The charter means a good house, good food and drink, prosperity, and short working hours." The movements against the new Poor Law and for the 10 Hours Bill were already in the closest relation to Chartism. In all the meetings of that time the Tory Osler was active, and hundreds of petitions for improvements of the social conditions of the workers were circulated along with the national petition for the People's Charter adopted in Birmingham. In 1839 the agitation continued as vigorously as ever, and when it began to relax somewhat at the end of the year, Bussey, Taylor, and Frost hastened to call forth uprisings simultaneously in the north of England, in Yorkshire, and Wales. Frost's plan being betrayed, he was obliged to open hostilities prematurely. Those in the north heard of the failure of his attempt in time to withdraw. 2 months later, in January, 1840, several so-called spy outbreaks took place in Sheffield and Bradford, in Yorkshire, and the excitement gradually subsided. 172 Meanwhile the bourgeoisie turned its attention to more practical projects, more profitable for itself, namely the Corn Laws. The Anti-Corn Law Association was formed in Manchester, and the consequence was a relaxation of the tie between the radical bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The working men soon perceived that for them the abolition of the Corn Laws could be of little use, while very advantageous to the bourgeoisie, and they could therefore not be won for the project. We have seen that the workers took this advice seriously. Note by Engels, not given in the American and English editions ed. The crisis of 1842 came on. Agitation was once more as vigorous as in 1839. But this time the rich manufacturing bourgeoisie, which was suffering severely under this particular crisis, took part in it. The Anti-Corn Law League, as it was now called, assumed a decidedly revolutionary tone. Its journals and agitators used undisguisedly revolutionary language, one very good reason for which was the fact that the Conservative Party had been in power since 1841. As the Chartists had previously done, these bourgeois leaders called upon the people to rebel, and the working men who had most to suffer from the crisis were not inactive, as the year's national petition for the charter with its 3.5 million signatures proves. In short, if the two radical parties had been somewhat estranged, they allied themselves once more. At a meeting of Liberals and Chartists held in Manchester, February 14, 1842, a petition urging the repeal of the Corn Laws and the adoption of the Charter was drawn up. The next day it was adopted by both parties. The spring and summer passed amidst violent agitation and increasing distress. The bourgeoisie was determined to carry the repeal of the Corn Laws with the help of the crisis, the want which it entailed, and the general excitement. At this time, the conservatives being in power, the liberal bourgeoisie half abandoned their law-abiding habits. They wished to bring about a revolution with the help of the workers. The working men were to take the chestnuts from the fire to save the bourgeoisie from burning their own fingers. The old idea of a holy month, a general strike, broached in 1839 by the Chartists, was revived. This time, however, it was not the working men who wished to quit work, but the manufacturers who wished to close their mills and send the operatives into the country parishes upon the property of the aristocracy, thus forcing the Tory Parliament and the Tory Ministry to repeal the Corn Laws. A revolt would naturally have followed, but the bourgeoisie stood safely in the background and could await the result without compromising itself if the worst came to the worst. At the end of July business began to improve. It was high time. In order not to lose the opportunity, 3 firms in Stalybridge reduced wages in spite of the improvement *, whether they did so of their own motion or in agreement with other manufacturers, especially those of the League, I do not know. 2 withdrew after a time, but the third, William Bailey and Brothers, stood firm and told the objecting operatives that if this did not please them, they had better go and play a bit. This contemptuous answer the hands received with jeers. They left the mill, paraded through the town, and called upon all their fellows to quit work. In a few hours every mill stood idle, and the operatives marched to Mottram Moor to hold a meeting. This was on August 5. August 8 they proceeded to Ashton and Hyde 5,000 strong, closed all the mills and coal pits, and held meetings, in which, however, the question discussed was not, as the bourgeoisie had hoped, the repeal of the Corn Laws, but a fair day's wages for a fair day's work. August 9 they proceeded to Manchester, unresisted by the authorities, all liberals, and closed the mills. On the 11th they were in Stockport, where they met with the first resistance as they were storming the workhouse, the favourite child of the bourgeoisie. On the same day there was a general strike and disturbance in Bolton, to which the authorities here, too, made no resistance. Soon the uprising spread throughout the whole manufacturing district, and all employments, except harvesting and the production of food, came to a standstill. But the rebellious operatives were quiet. They were driven into this revolt without wishing it. The manufacturers, with the single exception of the Tory Burleigh, in Manchester, had, contrary to their custom, not opposed it. The thing had begun without the working men's having any distinct end in view, for which reason they were all united in the determination not to be shot at for the benefit of the Corn Law repealing bourgeoisie. For the rest, some wanted to carry the charter, others who thought this premature wished merely to secure the wages rate of 1,840. On this point the whole insurrection was wrecked. If it had been from the beginning an intentional, determined working men's insurrection, it would surely have carried its point, but these crowds who had been driven into the streets by their masters, against their own will, and with no definite purpose, could do nothing. Meanwhile the bourgeoisie, which had not moved a finger to carry the alliance of February 15 into effect, soon perceived that the working men did not propose to become its tools, and that the illogical manner in which it had abandoned its law-abiding standpoint threatened danger. It therefore resumed its law-abiding attitude, and placed itself upon the side of government as against the working men. 3. It swore in trusty retainers as special constables. The German merchants in Manchester took part in the ceremony, and marched in an entirely superfluous manner through the city with their cigars in their mouths and thick truncheons in their hands. It gave the command to fire upon the crowd in Preston, so that the unintentional revolt of the people stood all at once face to face, not only with the whole military power of the government, but with the whole property-holding class as well. The working men, who had no especial aim, separated gradually, and the insurrection came to an end without evil results. Later, the bourgeoisie was guilty of one shameful act after another, tried to whitewash itself by expressing a horror of popular violence by no means consistent with its own revolutionary language of the spring, laid the blame of insurrection upon Chartist instigators, whereas it had itself done more than all of them together to bring about the uprising, and resumed its old attitude of sanctifying the name of the law with a shamelessness perfectly unequaled. The Chartists, who were all but innocent of bringing about this uprising, who simply did what the bourgeoisie meant to do when they made the most of their opportunity, were prosecuted and convicted, while the bourgeoisie escaped without loss, and had, besides, sold off its old stock of goods with advantage during the pause in work. The fruit of the uprising was the decisive separation of the proletariat from the bourgeoisie. The Chartists had not hitherto concealed their determination to carry the Charter at all costs, even that of a revolution. The bourgeoisie, which now perceived, all at once, the danger with which any violent change threatened its position, refused to hear anything further of physical force, and proposed to attain its end by moral force, as though this were anything else than the direct or indirect threat of physical force. This was one point of dissension, though even this was removed later by the assertion of the Chartists, who are at least as worthy of being believed as the bourgeoisie 3, that they, too, refrained from appealing to physical force. The second point of dissension, and the main one, which brought Chartism to light in its purity, was the repeal of the Corn Laws. In this the bourgeoisie 13 was directly interested, the proletariat not. The Chartists therefore divided into two parties whose political programs agreed literally, but which were nevertheless thoroughly different and incapable of union. At the Birmingham National Convention, in January 1843, Sturge, the representative of the radical bourgeoisie, proposed that the name of the Charter be omitted from the rules of the Chartist Association, 173 nominally because this name had become connected with recollections of violence during the insurrection, a connection, by the way, which had existed for years, and against which Mr. Sturge had hitherto advanced no objection. The working men refused to drop the name, and when Mr. Sturge was outvoted, that worthy Quaker suddenly became loyal, betook himself out of the hall, and founded a complete suffrage association within the radical bourgeoisie. So repugnant had these recollections become to the Jacobinical bourgeoisie, that he altered even the name universal suffrage into the ridiculous title, complete suffrage. The working men laughed at him and quietly went their way. From this moment Chartism was purely a working men's cause freed from all bourgeois elements. The complete journals, the Weekly Dispatch, Weekly Chronicle, Examiner, etc., fell gradually into the sleepy tone of the other liberal sheets, espoused the cause of free trade, attacked the 10 hours bill and all exclusively working men's demands, and let their radicalism as a whole fall rather into the background. The radical bourgeoisie joined hands with the liberals against the working men in every collision, and in general made the Corn Law question, which for the English is the free trade question, their main business. They thereby fell under the dominion of the liberal bourgeoisie, and now play a most pitiful role. The Chartist working men, on the contrary, espoused with redoubled zeal all the struggles of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. Free competition has caused the workers suffering enough to be hated by them. Its apostles, the bourgeoisie, are their declared enemies. The working man has only disadvantages to await from the complete freedom of competition. The demands hitherto made by him, the 10 hours bill, protection of the workers against the capitalist, good wages, a guaranteed position, repeal of the new poor law, all of the things which belong to Chartism quite as essentially as the 6 points, are directly opposed to free competition and free trade. No wonder, then, that the working men will not hear of free trade and the repeal of the Corn Laws, a fact incomprehensible to the whole English bourgeoisie, and while at least wholly indifferent to the Corn Law question, are most deeply embittered against its advocates. This question is precisely the point at which the proletariat separates from the bourgeoisie, Chartism from radicalism, and the bourgeois understanding cannot comprehend this, because it cannot comprehend the proletariat. Therein lies the difference between Chartist democracy and all previous political bourgeois democracy. Chartism is of an essentially social nature, a class movement. 3. The 6 points which for the radical bourgeois are the beginning and end of the matter, which are meant, at the utmost, to call forth certain further reforms of the Constitution, are for the proletarian a mere means to further ends. B. Political power our means, social happiness our end, is now the clearly formulated war cry of the Chartists. The knife and fork question of the preacher Stevens was a truth for a part of the Chartists only, in 1838, it is a truth for all of them in 1845. There is no longer a mere politician among the Chartists, and even though their socialism is very little developed, though their chief remedy for poverty has hitherto consisted in the land allotment system, which was superseded by the introduction of manufacture, 174 though their chief practical propositions 0 are apparently of a reactionary nature, yet these very measures involve the alternative that they must either succumb to the power of competition once more and restore the old state of things, or they must themselves entirely overcome competition and abolish it. On the other hand, the present indefinite state of Chartism, the separation from the purely political party, involves that precisely the characteristic feature, its social aspect, will have to be further developed. The approach to socialism cannot fail, especially when the next crisis directs the working men by force of sheer want to social instead of political remedies. And a crisis must follow the present active state of industry and commerce in 1847 at the latest, and probably in 1846, 1, 2, which will far exceed in extent and violence all former crises. The working men will carry their charter, naturally, but meanwhile they will learn to see clearly with regard to many points which they can make by means of it and of which they now know very little. Meanwhile the socialist agitation also goes forward. English socialism comes under our consideration so far only as it affects the working class. The English socialists demand the gradual introduction of possession in common in home colonies embracing 2,000 to 3,000 persons who shall carry on both agriculture and manufacture and enjoy equal rights and equal education. They demand greater facility of obtaining divorce, the establishment of a rational government, with complete freedom of conscience and the abolition of punishment, the same to be replaced by irrational treatment of the offender. These are their practical measures. Their theoretical principles do not concern us here. English socialism arose with Owen, a manufacturer, and proceeds therefore with great consideration toward the bourgeoisie and great injustice toward the proletariat in its methods, although it culminates in demanding the abolition of the class antagonism between bourgeoisie and proletariat. 3. The socialists are thoroughly tame and peaceable, accept our existing order, bad as it is, so far as to reject all other methods but that of winning public opinion. Yet they are so dogmatic that success by this method is for them, and for their principles as at present formulated, utterly hopeless. While bemoaning the demoralization of the lower classes, they are blind to the element of progress in this dissolution of the old social order, and refuse to acknowledge that the corruption wrought by private interests and hypocrisy in the property-holding class is much greater. They acknowledge no historic development, and wish to place the nation in a state of communism at once, overnight, 0 not by the unavoidable march of its political development up to the point at which this transition becomes both possible and necessary. They understand, it is true, why the working man is resentful against the bourgeois, but regard as unfruitful this class hatred, which is, after all, the only moral incentive by which the worker can be brought nearer the goal. They preach instead, a philanthropy and universal love. Far more unfruitful for the present state of England. They acknowledge only a psychological development, a development of man in the abstract, out of all relation to the past, whereas the whole world rests upon that past, the individual man included. Hence they are too abstract, too metaphysical, and accomplish little. They are recruited in part from the working class, of which they have enlisted but a very small fraction, representing, however, its most educated and solid elements. In its present form, socialism can never become the common creed of the working class. It must condescend to return for a moment to the Chartist standpoint. But the true proletarian socialism, having passed through Chartism, purified of its bourgeois elements, assuming the form which it has already reached in the minds of many socialists and Chartist leaders, who are nearly all socialists must, within a short time, play a weighty part in the history of the development of the English people. English socialism, the basis of which is much more ample than that of the French, is behind it in theoretical development, will have to recede for a moment to the French standpoint in order to proceed beyond it later. Meanwhile the French, too, will develop farther. English socialism affords the most pronounced expression of the prevailing absence of religion among the working men, an expression so pronounced indeed that the mass of the working men, being unconsciously and merely practically irreligious, often draw back before it. But here, too, necessity will force the working men to abandon the remnants of a belief which, as they will more and more clearly perceive, serves only to make them weak and resigned to their fate, obedient and faithful to the vampire property-holding class. Hence it is evident that the working men's movement is divided into two sections, the Chartists and the Socialists. The Chartists are theoretically 15 the more backward, the less developed, but they are genuine proletarians all over, the representatives of their class. The Socialists are more far-seeing, propose practical remedies against distress, but, proceeding originally from the bourgeoisie, are for this reason unable to amalgamate completely with the working class. The union of socialism with Chartism, the reproduction of French communism in an English manner, will be the next step, and has already begun. Then only, when this has been achieved, will the working class be the true intellectual leader of England. Meanwhile, political and social development will proceed, and will foster this new party, this new departure of Chartism. These different sections of working men, often united, often separated, trades unionists, Chartists, and Socialists, have founded on their own hook numbers of schools and reading rooms for the advancement of education. Every Socialist, and almost every Chartist institution, has such a place, and so too have many trades. Here the children receive a purely proletarian education, free from all the influences of the bourgeoisie, and, in the reading rooms, proletarian journals and books alone, or almost alone, are to be found. These arrangements are very dangerous for the bourgeoisie, which has succeeded in withdrawing several such institutes, mechanics institutes, 176 from proletarian influences, and making them organs for the dissemination of the sciences useful to the bourgeoisie. Here the natural sciences are now taught, which may draw the working men away from the opposition to the bourgeoisie, and perhaps place in their hands the means of making inventions which bring in money for the bourgeoisie, while for the working man the acquaintance with the natural sciences is utterly useless now, when it too often happens that he never gets the slightest glimpse of nature in his large town with his long working hours. Here political economy is preached, whose idol is free competition, and whose sum and substance for the working man is this, that he cannot do anything more rational than resign himself to starvation. Here all education is tame, flabby, subservient to the ruling politics and religion, so that for the working man it is merely a constant sermon upon quiet obedience, passivity, and resignation to his fate. The mass of working men naturally have nothing to do with these institutes, and betake themselves to the proletarian reading rooms and to the discussion of matters which directly concern their own interests, whereupon the self-sufficient bourgeoisie says its Dixie et salvavi, and turns with contempt from a class which prefers the angry ranting of ill-meaning demagogues to the advantages of solid education. That, however, the working men appreciate solid education when they can get it unmixed with the interested cant of the bourgeoisie, The frequent lectures upon scientific, aesthetic, and economic subjects prove which are delivered especially in the socialist institutes, 3. And very well attended. I have often heard working men, whose fustian jackets scarcely held together, speak upon geological, astronomical, and other subjects, with more knowledge than most cultivated bourgeois in Germany possess. And in how great a measure the English proletariat has succeeded in attaining independent education is shown especially by the fact that the epoch-making products of modern philosophical, political, and poetical literature are read by working men almost exclusively. The bourgeois, enslaved by social conditions and the prejudices involved in them, trembles, blesses, and crosses himself before everything which really paves the way for progress. The proletarian has open eyes for it, and studies it with pleasure and success. In this respect the socialists, especially, have done wonders for the education of the proletariat. They have translated the French materialists, Helvetius, Holbach, Diderot, etc., and disseminated them, with the best English works, in cheap editions. 177 Strauss' Life of Jesus and Proudhon's Property also circulate among the working men only. 178 Shelley, The Genius, The Prophet, Shelley, and Byron, with his glowing sensuality and his bitter satire upon our existing society, find most of their readers in the proletariat. The bourgeoisie owns only castrated editions, family editions, cut down in accordance with the hypocritical morality of today. The two great practical philosophers of latest date, Bentham and Godwin, are, especially the latter, almost exclusively the property of the proletariat, for though Bentham has a school within the radical bourgeoisie, it is only the proletariat and the socialists who have succeeded in developing his teachings a step forward. The proletariat has formed upon this basis a literature, which consists chiefly of journals and pamphlets, and is far in advance of the whole bourgeois literature in intrinsic worth. On this point more later. 179. One more point remains to be noticed. The factory operatives, and especially those of the cotton district, form the nucleus of the labour movement. Lancashire, and especially Manchester, is the seat of the most powerful unions, the central point of Chartism, the place which numbers most socialists. The more the factory system has taken possession of a branch of industry, the more the working men employed in it participate in the labour movement, the sharper the opposition between working men and capitalists, the clearer the proletarian consciousness in the working men. The small masters of Birmingham, though they suffer from the crises, still stand upon an unhappy middle ground between proletarian Chartism and shopkeepers' radicalism. But, in general, all the workers employed in manufacture are one for one form or the other of resistance to capital and bourgeoisie, and all are united upon this point, that they, as working men, 3. A title of which they are proud, and which is the usual form of address in Chartist meetings, form a separate class, with separate interests and principles, with a separate way of looking at things in contrast with that of all property owners, and that in this class reposes the strength and the capacity of development of the nation. The production of raw materials and fuel for a manufacture so colossal as that of England requires a considerable number of workers. But of all the materials needed for its industries, except wool, which belongs to the agricultural districts, England produces only the minerals, the metals and the coal. While Cornwall possesses rich copper, tin, zinc, and lead mines, Staffordshire, Wales, 3 and other districts yield great quantities of iron, and almost the whole north and west of England, central Scotland, and certain districts of Ireland, produce a superabundance of coal*. In the Cornish mines about 19,000 men, and 11,000 women and children are employed, in part above and in part below ground. Within the mines below ground, men and boys above 12 years old are employed almost exclusively. The condition of these workers seems, according to the Children's Employment Commission's report, to be comparatively endurable, materially, and the English often enough boast of their strong, bold miners, who follow the veins of mineral below the bottom of the very sea. But in the matter of the health of these workers, this same Children's Employment Commission's report judges differently. It shows in Dr. Barham's intelligent report how the inhalation of an atmosphere containing little oxygen, and mixed with dust and the smoke of blasting powder, such as prevails in the mines, seriously affects the lungs, disturbs the action of the heart, and diminishes the activity of the digestive organs, that wearing toil, and especially the climbing up and down of ladders, upon which even vigorous young men have to spend in some mines more than an hour a day, and which precedes and follows daily work, contributes greatly to the development of these evils, so that men who begin this work in early youth are far from reaching the stature of women who work above ground, that many die young of galloping consumption, and most miners at middle age of slow consumption, that they age prematurely and become unfit for work between the 35th and 45th years. That many are attacked by acute inflammations of the respiratory organs when exposed to the sudden change from the warm air of the shaft, after climbing the ladder in profuse perspiration, to the cold wind above ground, and that these acute inflammations are very frequently fatal. Work above ground, breaking and sorting the ore, is done by girls and children, and is described as very wholesome, being done in the open air. In the north of England, on the borders of Northumberland and Durham, are the extensive lead mines of Alston Moor. The reports from this district agree almost wholly with those from Cornwall. Here, too, there are complaints of want of oxygen, excessive dust, powder smoke, carbonic acid gas, and sulfur, in the atmosphere of the workings. In consequence, the miners here, as in Cornwall, are small of stature, and nearly all suffer from the 30th year throughout life from chest affections, which end, especially when this work is persisted in, as is almost always the case, in consumption, so greatly shortening the average of life of these people. If the miners of this district are somewhat longer lived than those of Cornwall, this is the case, because they do not enter the mines before reaching the 19th year, while in Cornwall, as we have seen, this work is begun in the 12th year. Nevertheless, the majority die here, too, between 40 and 50 years of age, according to medical testimony. Of 79 miners, whose death was entered upon the public register of the district, and who attained an average of 45 years, 37 had died of consumption and 6 of asthma. In the surrounding districts, Allendale, Stanhope, and Middleton, the average length of life was 49, 48, and 47 years respectively, and the deaths from chest affections composed 48, 54, and 56% of the whole number. 3. Let us compare these figures with the so-called Swedish tables, detailed tables of mortality embracing all the inhabitants of Sweden, and recognized in England as the most correct standard hitherto attainable for the average length of life of the British working class. According to them, male persons who survive the 19th year attain an average of 57*2 years, but, according to this, the north of England miners are robbed by their work of an average of 10 years of life. Yet the Swedish tables are accepted as the standard of longevity of the workers, and present, therefore, the average chances of life as affected by the unfavorable conditions in which the proletariat lives, a standard of longevity less than the normal one. In this district we find again the lodging houses and sleeping places with which we have already become acquainted in the towns, and in quite as filthy, disgusting, and overcrowded a state as there. Commissioner Mitchell visited one such sleeping barrack, 18 feet long, 15 feet wide, and arranged for the reception of 42 men and 14 boys, or 56 persons altogether, one half of whom slept above the other in berths as on shipboard. 6. There was no opening for the escape of the foul air, and, although no one had slept in this pen for 3 nights preceding the visit, the smell and the atmosphere were such that Commissioner Mitchell could not endure it a moment. What must it be through a hot summer night, with 56 occupants? And this is not the steerage of an American slave ship, it is the dwelling of free-born Britons. Let us turn now to the most important branch of British mining, the iron and coal mines, which the Children's Employment Commission treats in common, and with all the detail which the importance of the subject demands. Nearly the whole of the first part of this report is devoted to the condition of the workers employed in these mines. After the detailed description which I have furnished of the state of the industrial workers, I shall, however, be able to be as brief in dealing with this subject as the scope of the present work requires. In the coal and iron mines, which are worked in pretty much the same way, children of 4, 5, and 7 years are employed. 3. They are set to transporting the ore or coal loosened by the miner from its place to the horse path or the main shaft, and to opening and shutting the doors, which separate the divisions of the mine and regulate its ventilation, for the passage of workers and material. For watching the doors the smallest children are usually employed, who thus pass 12 hours daily, in the dark, alone, sitting usually in damp passages without even having work enough to save them from the stupefying, brutalizing tedium of doing nothing. The transport of coal and ironstone, on the other hand, is very hard labor, the stuff being shoved in large tubs, without wheels, over the uneven floor of the mine, often over moist clay, or through water, and frequently up steep inclines and through paths so low-roofed that the workers are forced to creep on hands and knees. For this more wearing labor, therefore, older children and half-grown girls are employed. 1 man or 2 boys per tub are employed, according to circumstances, and, if 2 boys, one pushes and the other pulls. The loosening of the ore or coal, which is done by men or strong youths of 16 years or more, is also very weary work. The usual working day is 11 to 12 hours, often longer. In Scotland it reaches 14 hours, and double time is frequent, when all the employees are at work below ground 24, and even 36 hours at a stretch. Set times for meals are almost unknown, so that these people eat when hunger and time permit. The standard of living of the miners is in general described as fairly good and their wages high in comparison with those of the agricultural laborers surrounding them, who, however, live at starvation rates, except in certain parts of Scotland and in the Irish mines, where great misery prevails. We shall have occasion to return later to the statement, which, by the way, is merely relative, implying comparison to the poorest class in all England. Meanwhile, we shall consider the evils which arise from the present method of mining, and the reader may judge whether any pay in money can indemnify the miner for such suffering. The children and young people who are employed in transporting coal and ironstone all complain of being overtired. Even in the most recklessly conducted industrial establishments there is no such universal and exaggerated overwork. The whole report proves this, with a number of examples on every page. It is constantly happening that children throw themselves down on the stone hearth or the floor as soon as they reach home, fall asleep at once without being able to take a bite of food, and have to be washed and put to bed while asleep. It even happens that they lie down on the way home, and are found by their parents late at night asleep on the road. It seems to be a universal practice among these children to spend Sunday in bed to recover in some degree from the overexertion of the week. Church and school are visited by but few, and even of these the teachers complain of their great sleepiness and the want of all eagerness to learn. The same thing is true of the elder girls and women. They are overworked in the most brutal manner. This weariness, which is almost always carried to a most painful pitch, cannot fail to affect the constitution. The first result of such overexertion is the diversion of vitality to the one-sided development of the muscles, so that those especially of the arms, legs, and back, of the shoulders and chest, which are chiefly called into activity in pushing and pulling, attain an uncommonly vigorous development, while all the rest of the body suffers and is atrophied from want of nourishment. More than all else the stature suffers, being stunted and retarded. Nearly all miners are short, except those of Leicestershire and Warwickshire, who work under exceptionally favourable conditions. Further, among boys as well as girls, puberty is retarded, among the former often until the 18th year. Indeed, a 19-years-old boy appeared before Commissioner Simons, showing no evidence beyond that of the teeth, that he was more than 11 or 12 years old. This prolongation of the period of childhood is at bottom nothing more than a sign of checked development, which does not fail to bear fruit in later years. Distortions of the legs, knees bent inwards and feet bent outwards, deformities of the spinal column and other malforma 5. 3.5. Appear the more readily in constitutions thus weakened, in consequence of the almost universally constrained position during work, and they are so frequent that in Yorkshire and Lancashire, as in Northumberland and Durham, the assertion is made by many witnesses, not only by physicians, that a miner may be recognized by his shape among 100 other persons. The women seem to suffer especially from this work, and are seldom, if ever, as straight as other women. There is testimony here, too, to the fact that deformities of the pelvis and consequent difficult, even fatal, childbearing arise from the work of women in the mines. But apart from these local deformities, the coal miners suffer from a number of special affections, 3 easily explained by the nature of the work. Diseases of the digestive organs are first in order. Want of appetite, pains in the stomach, nausea and vomiting, are most frequent, with violent thirst, which can be quenched only with the dirty, lukewarm water of the mine. The digestion is checked and all the other affections are thus invited. Diseases of the heart, especially hypertrophy, inflammation of the heart and pericardium, contraction of the auriculoventricular communications and the entrance of the aorta are also mentioned repeatedly as diseases of the miners, and are readily explained by overwork, and the same is true of the almost universal rupture, which is a direct consequence of protracted overexertion. In part from the same cause and in part from the bad, dust-filled atmosphere mixed with carbonic acid and hydrocarbon gas, which might so readily be avoided, there arise numerous painful and dangerous affections of the lungs, especially asthma, which in some districts appears in the 40th, in others in the 30th year in most of the miners, and makes them unfit for work in a short time. Among those employed in wet workings, the oppression in the chest naturally appears much earlier, in some districts of Scotland between the 20th and 30th years, during which time the affected lungs are especially susceptible to inflammations and diseases of a feverish nature. The peculiar disease of workers of this sort is black spittle, which arises from the saturation of the whole lung with coal particles, and manifests itself in general debility, headache, oppression of the chest, and thick, black mucus expectoration. In some districts this disease appears in a mild form, in others, on the contrary, it is wholly incurable. Especially in Scotland. Here, besides the symptoms just mentioned, which appear in an intensified form, short, wheezing breathing, rapid pulse, exceeding 100 per minute, and abrupt coughing, with increasing leanness and debility, speedily make the patient unfit for work. Every case of this disease ends fatally. Dr. MacElla, in Pencateland, East Lothian, testified that in all the coal mines which are properly ventilated this disease is unknown, while it frequently happens that miners who go from well to ill-ventilated mines are seized by it. The profit greed of mine owners which prevents the use of ventilators is therefore responsible for the fact that this working men's disease exists at all. Rheumatism, too, is, with the exception of the Warwick and Leicestershire workers, a universal disease of the coal miners, and arises especially from the frequently damp working places. The consequence of all these diseases is that, in all districts without exception, the coal miners age early and become unfit for work soon after the 40th year, though this is different in different places. A coal miner who can follow his calling after the 45th or 50th year is a very great rarity indeed. It is universally recognized that such workers enter upon old age at 40. This applies to those who loosen the coal from the bed, the loaders, who have constantly to lift heavy blocks of coal into the tubs, age with the 28th or 30th year, so that it is proverbial in the coal mining districts that the loaders are old before they are young. That this premature old age is followed by the early death of the colliers is a matter of course, and a man who reaches 60 is a great exception among them. Even in South Staffordshire, where the mines are comparatively wholesome, few men reach their 51st year. Along with this early superannuation of the workers we naturally find, just as in the case of the mills, frequent lack of employment of the elder men, who are often supported by very young children. If we sum up briefly the results of the work in coal mines, we find, as drive southward Smith, one of the commissioners, does, that through prolonged childhood on the one hand and premature age on the other, that period of life in which the human being is in full possession of his powers, the period of manhood, is greatly shortened, while the length of